This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Richard Widmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite proudly presents Part 1 of the first radio dramatization of William Shakespeare's tragic history of love and death, Othello. Our stars, Richard Widmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis.
Harlow, what's this great electing system of yours?
Oh, you mean the Autolite electrical system that's designed to work as a perfect team. The generator, starting motor, distributor, and coil, spark plugs, battery, and all the other units are related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give you the smoothest performance money can buy.
Can it get me reelected, Harlow?
Senator, with an Autolite electrical system, you just can't lose. It starts the instant you turn the starting switch and works every second your engine runs. It works, too, every time you blow the horn, turn on lights, radio, heater, or electric windshield wiper.
Sounds mighty important.
It sure is, and that's why it pays to treat the electrical system of your car to a periodic checkup at your car dealer or your nearest authorized Autolite service station. To locate him, look in the classified section of the phone book under Automobile Electrical Service. Or call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Part 1 of William Shakespeare's Othello, starring Richard Widmark as Iago, and Kathy Lewis as Desdemona, and Elliot Lewis as the Moor, hoping once again to keep you in suspense. Act 1, Scene 1, Venice, a street. Enter Roderigo and Iago.
You told me you hated the Moor.
Despise me if I do not. I know my price, Roderigo. I am worth no worse a place. But, says he, I have already chosen my officer. And what was he? Forsooth, one Michael Cassio of Florentine. He in good time must his lieutenant be, and I, God bless the mark, his worship's ensign.
I would not follow him then, good Iago.
Oh, sir, content you. I follow him to serve my turn upon him. We cannot all be masters, nor all masters cannot be truly followed. In following him, I follow but myself. Call up her father. Rouse him. Make after him. Poison his delight.
What ho, Barancio! Signor Barancio, ho! Look to your house, your daughter, and your bags. Thieves! Thieves!
What is the reason of this terrible summons? What is the matter there?
Signor, is all your family within? Are all doors locked?
What, have you lost your wit?
Most reverend, Signor. Do you know my boy?
Not I. What are you?
My name is Roderigo.
Oh, worth welcome. I have charged you not to haunt about my door. In honest plainness, you heard me say my daughter is not for you.
Sir, I beseech you that your fair daughter, Desdemona, to the gross class of a lascivious Moor has fled. Straight satisfy yourself. If she be in her chamber or your house, let loose on me the justice of the state for this delusion.
Strike on the tinder hole. Give me a taper. Call up all my people. Like, I say, like.
Farewell, Roderigo, for I must leave you. It seems not meet nor wholesome to my place to be produced against the Moor. Lead to the arsenal the razed search, and there will I be with him. So farewell.
Scene 2, outside the arsenal, a few moments later. Enter Othello, Iago, and attendants with torches.
'Tis better as it is.
But I pray, sir, are you fast married? For be sure of this, that Signor Babancio is much beloved, and hath in his effect a voice potential as double as the Duke's. He will divorce you.
Let him do his spite. My loyal services shall outtongue his complaints. For no Iago, but that I love the gentle Desdemona. But look, What lights come yonder?
These are the Raisin Father and his friends. You had best go in.
Not I must be found. Is it they?
By Janus, I think no.
The servants of the Duke and my Lieutenant Cassio. The goodness of the night upon you, friends. What is the news, Cassio?
The Duke does greet you, General, and he requires your post-haste appearance even on the instant.
What's the matter, think you?
Something from Cyprus, as I may divine. You've been hotly called for.
It is well I'm found by you.
Come, Captain, will you go?
Have with you.
Here comes another troop to seek for you.
It is Brabantio, General. Be advised, he comes to bad intent.
Tola, stand there.
Signor, it is the Moor. Stand down with him. Thief! Keep up your bright sword for the jewel, Rustum. Foul thief. Where hast thou stowed my daughter? I'll have disputed on.
Where will you that I go to answer this your charge?
To prison.
What if I do obey? How may the Duke be therewith satisfied, whose messengers are here about my side, upon some present business of the state to bear me to him?
The Duke in council, and this time of the night, bring him away. Mine's not an idle cause. The Duke himself cannot but feel this wrong as for his own.
Scene 3, a council chamber. The Duke and Senators sitting at a table with lights.
Valiant Othello, we must straight employ you against the general enemy, Ottoman. I did not see you. Welcome, Signor Brabantio. We lacked your counsel and your help tonight.
So did I yours. Good your grace, pardon me. Neither my place nor aught I heard of business has raised me from my bed, for my particular grief is of so floodgate and all-bearing nature that it engluts and swallows other sorrows.
Why, what's the matter?
My daughter. Oh, my daughter.
Dead?
Aye, to me. She is abused, stolen from me, and corrupted by spells and medicines bought of mountebanks. Here is the man, this Moor, whom now it seems your special mandate for the state affairs has hither brought.
Othello, what in your own part can you say to this?
I do beseech you, send for the lady, and let her speak of me before her father. If you do find me foul in her report, let your sentence even fall upon my life.
Fetch Desdemona hither.
Iago, conduct them. You best know the place. And till she come, as truly as to heaven, I'll present how I did thrive in this fair lady's love, and she in mine.
Say it, Othello.
Her father loved me, oft invited me, still questioned me the story of my life from year to year. I ran it through. I spoke of most disastrous chances, of moving accidents by flood and field, of being taken by the insolent foe and sold to slavery. And my redemption thence. This to hear would Desdemona seriously incline, and with a greedy ear devour up my discourse. When I did speak of some distressful stroke that my youth suffered, my story being done, she gave me for my pains a world of sighs. She swore in faith 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange. 'Twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful. She wished she had not heard it, yet she wished that heaven had made her such a man. She thanked me, and bade me, if I had a friend that loved her, I should but teach him how to tell my story, and that would woo her. Upon this hint I spoke. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. This only is the witchcraft I have used. Here comes the lady. Let her witness it.
Come hither, gentle mistress. Do you perceive in all this noble company where most you owe obedience?
My noble father, I do perceive here a divided duty. To you I am bound for life and education. My life and education both do learn me how to respect you. But here's my husband. And so much duty as my mother showed to you, preferring you before her father, so much I challenge that I may profess due to the Moor, my lord.
Come hither, Moor. I here do give you that with all my heart I would keep from you. For your sake, Jewel, I am glad at soul I have no other child. I have done, my lord. Beseech you now to live here to state.
The Turk, with most mighty preparation, makes for Cyprus. Othello, the fortitude of the place is best known to you, and though we have there Montano, a substitute of most allowed sufficiency, yet opinion, a sovereign mistress of effects, throws a more safer voice on you.
I do undertake these present wars against the Ottomans.
At 10 in the morning here, we'll meet again. Othello, leave some officer behind, and he shall our commission bring to you.
Please, your grace, my ensign Iago, a man he is of honesty and trust. To his conveyance I assign my wife, with what else needful your good grace shall think to be sent after me.
Let it be so. Good night to everyone. Adieu, brave Moor. Use Desdemona well.
Look to her, Moor. Have a quick eye to see. She has deceived her father. May to thee.
My life upon her faith. Come, Desdemona. I have but an hour of love, of worldly matters and direction to spend with thee. We must obey the time.
What sayest thou, Rodrigo?
What will I do?
Why, go to bed and sleep.
I will incontinently drown myself.
If you do, I shall never love thee after. Why, thou silly gentleman?
What should I do? I confess it is my shame to be so fond of her, but it is not in my virtue to amend it.
Virtue a fig. 'Tis in ourselves that we are thus or thus. Our bodies are gardens, to the which our wills are gardeners. Come, be a man. Drown thyself. Drown cats and blind puppies. Put money in thy purse. It cannot be that Desdemona should long continue her love unto the Moor. Put money in thy purse, nor he to her. It was a violent commencement, and you shall see an answerable sequestration. Put but money in thy purse. These Moors are changeable in their wills. She must change for youth. She will find the error of her choice. She must have change. She must. If you must damn yourself, do it a more delicate way than drowning. Make all the money you can. You shall enjoy her.
Will you be fast to my hopes?
You are sure of me. Go, make money. I have told thee often, and I tell thee again and again. I hate the Moor. Adieu.
I'll be with thee betimes.
Thus do I ever make my fool my purse. I hate the Moor. Let me see now. Cassio's a proper man. To get his place and to make up my will. A double knavery. How? After some time to abuse a fellow's ear, that his Lieutenant Cassio is too familiar with his wife. Cassio hath a person and a smooth disposed to be suspected. The Moor is of a free and open nature that thinks men honest that but seem to be so, and will as tenderly be led by the nose as asses are. I have it. It is engendered. Hell and night must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light.
Autolite is bringing you Richard Whitmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis in Part 1 of William Shakespeare's Othello. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Harlow, how long has Autolite been making electrical systems?
Ever since 1911, Senator, when Autolite developed the first 2-unit, 6-volt automotive electrical system ever used as original equipment. That was the granddaddy of today's complete and precision-made system, which includes generator, starting motor, distributor and coil, spark plugs, battery, voltage regulator, and their thousands of component parts.
All working together perfectly, eh, Harlow?
Right, and you get the wonderful and economical operation you expect because it's an Autolite electrical system. That means that every unit and component part is related by Autolite engineering design and manufacturing skill to give you the smoothest performance money can buy.
Sounds convincing, Wilcox.
So, friends, be sure to specify Autolite original service parts for your Autolite-equipped car. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Richard Whitmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis in Mr. Lewis's production of William Shakespeare's Othello, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Scene 1. A month later, a seaport in Cyprus. The wars are over. Othello's sail has been sighted. Enter Cassio, Iago, Roderigo, and Desdemona. The Moor's lieutenant pays innocent compliment to Desdemona as Iago and the jealous Roderigo stand apart.
He takes her by the palm. Aye, well said. Whisper. With as little a web as this, will I ensnare as great a fly as Cassio. Aye, smile upon her, do. I will catch you in your own courtesies. Good, well kissed. An excellent courtesy. 'Tis so indeed. Yet again your fingers to your lips. Would they were clyster pipes for your sake. The Moor, I know his trumpet. 'Tis truly so.
Let's meet him and receive him.
Oh, my fair warrior.
My dear Othello.
It gives me wonder great as my content to see you here before me. If it were now to die, 'twere now to be most happy. For I fear my soul has her content so absolute that not another comfort like to this succeeds in unknown fate.
The heavens forbid but that our loves and comforts should increase even as our days do grow.
Amen to that sweet powers. I cannot speak enough of this content. It stops me here. It is too much of joy. And this, the greatest discords be that e'er our hearts shall make. I pray thee, good Iago, go to the bay and disembark my coffers. Come, Cassio. Come, Desdemona. Once more, well met at Cyprus.
I will tell you this, good Roderigo. Desdemona is directly in love with Cassio.
With him? Why, 'tis not possible.
Mark me with what violence she first loved the Moor, but for bragging and telling her fantastical lies. And will she love him still for prating? Let not thy discreet heart think so. Her eye must be fed. And what delight shall she have to look on the devil? Her delicate tenderness will find itself abused and compel her to some second choice. Now, sir, this granted. Who stands so eminently in the degree of this fortune as Cassio does?
I cannot believe that in her. She's full of the most blessed conditions.
Blessed fig's end. Didst not see her paddle with the palm of Cassio's hand? Didst not mark that?
Yes, but that was but courtesy.
Treachery by this hand. An index, an obscure prologue to the history of lust and foul thoughts. They met so near with their lips that their breaths embraced together. But, sir, watch you tonight. Cassio knows you not. I'll not be far from you. Do you find some occasion to anger Cassio?
Well,
provoke him that he may strike you. For even out of that will I cause these of Cyprus to mutiny, whose qualification shall come into no true trust again but by the displanting of Cassio. So shall you have a shorter journey to your desires.
I will do this if I can bring it to any opportunity.
I warrant thee. Meet me by and by at the citadel. I must fetch his necessaries ashore. Farewell.
Adieu.
I'll have our Michael Cassio on the hip. Abuse him to the Moor in the rank garb. Make the Moor thank me, love me, and reward me for making him egregiously an ass, and practicing upon his peace and quiet, even to madness. 'Tis here, but yet confused. Knavery's plain face is never seen till used.
Scene, a hall in the castle. The time, early night. Enter Iago and Cassio.
We muster the watch, Iago?
Not this hour, Lieutenant. 'Tis not yet 10 o'clock. Our general cast us thus early for the love of his Desdemona, who let us not therefore blame.
She is a most exquisite lady. Indeed, she is a most fresh and delicate creature.
What an eye she has. Methinks it sounds a parley of provocation.
An inviting eye, and yet, methinks, right modest.
And when she speaks, is it not an alarum to love?
It is indeed perfection.
Well, happiness to them. Come, Lieutenant, I have a stoup of wine. And here without are a brace of Cyprus gallants that would fain have a measure to the health of Othello.
Not tonight, good Iago.
I have very poor and unhappy brains for drinking.
But 1 cup, I'll drink for you.
I have drunk but 1 cup tonight. I am unfortunate in the infirmity and dare not task my weakness with any more.
What, man? 'Tis a night of revels. The gallants desire it.
Where are they?
Here at the door. I pray you, call them in.
I'll do it, but it dislikes... Gentlemen, let's look to our business. Do not think, gentlemen, I am drunk. This is my right hand and this is my left hand. I am not drunk now. I can stand well enough and speak well enough. Very well, then. You must not think that I am drunk.
To the master's platform. Come, let's set the watch.
Good Montano. You see this fellow that has gone before. He is a soldier fit to stand by Caesar. Yet I fear the trust a fellow put him in on some odd time of his infirmity will shake this island.
Oh, but is he often thus?
'Tis evermore the prologue to his sleep.
It were well the general were put in mind of it.
But hark, what noise?
Help, you rogue, you rascal!
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
I'll beat the knave into a liquor bottle. Leave me, do you break rum?
Good, Lieutenant. Pray, sir, hold your hand.
Let me go, sir. I'll knock you out of mazard.
Come, you're drunk.
Rodrigo, away. Go out and cry a mutiny. Me, good Lieutenant, sir. Montano, help me first. Who's that rings the bell? The town will rise.
What is the matter here? Who? We are live.
Lieutenant, sir. Montano. Gentlemen, have you forgot all sense of place and duty? Hold! The general speaks to you.
Silence that dreadful bell. It strikes the isle from her propriety.
What's the matter, masters? Honest Iago that looks dead with grieving. Speak, who began this?
I do not know. I cannot speak any beginning to this peevish odds.
How came it, Michael, you were thus forgot?
I pray you, pardon me, I cannot speak.
Worthy Montano, what's the matter that you unlace your reputation thus and spend your rich opinion for the name of a night brawler? Give me answer to it.
Worthy fellow, I am hurt to danger. Your officer Iago can inform you.
Now, by heaven, if I stir or do but lift this arm, the best of you shall sink in my rebuke. Iago, who began?
If you deliver more or less than truth, you are no soldier.
Touch me not so near. I had rather have this tongue cut from my mouth than it should do offense to Michael Cassio. Yet I persuade myself to speak the truth. Shall nothing wrong him. Thus it is, General. Montano and myself being in speech, there comes a fellow crying out for help, and Cassio following him with determined sword to execute upon him. Sir, Montano steps into Cassio and entreats his pause. Myself, the crying fellow, did pursue. He, swift of foot, outran my purpose. When I came back, for this was brief, I found them close together at blow and thrust, even as again they were when you yourself did part them. Though Cassio did some little wrong to him, yet surely he received from him that fled some strange indignity which patience could not pass.
I know, Iago, your honesty and love does mince this matter, making it light to Cassio. Cassio, I love thee, but never more be officer of mine. Montano, for your hurts, myself will be your surgeon. Lead him off. Iago, look with care about the town and silence those whom this vile brawl distracted. Good night.
Tell me, Cassio, what was he that you followed with your sword? What had he done to you?
I remember a mass of things, but nothing distinctly. Quarrel, but nothing wherefore.
But you are now well enough. How came you thus recovered?
It has pleased the devil drunkenness to give place to the devil wrath. One unperfectness shows me another to make me frankly despise myself.
Come, you are too severe morally.
I will ask him for my place again. He shall tell me I am a drunkard.
Come. You or any man living may be drunk at some time. I'll tell you what you shall do. Our general's wife is now the general. Confess yourself freely to her. Importune her help to put you in your place again. She is of so free, so kind, so apt, so blessed a disposition. She holds it a vice in her goodness not to do more than she is requested. This broken joint between you and her husband, entreat her to splinter.
You advise me well.
I protest. In the sincerity of love and honest kindness.
In the morning will I beseech the virtuous Desdemona to undertake for me. I'm desperate of my fortunes if they check me here.
You are in the right. Good night, Lieutenant. I must to the watch.
Good night, honest Iago.
And what is he, then, that says I play the villain? When this advice is free, I give, and honest, probable to thinking, and indeed the course to win the Moor again. For while this honest fool plies Desdemona to repair his fortunes, and she for him pleads strongly to the Moor, I'll pour this pestilence into his ear, that she repels him for her lust, and by how much she strives to do him good, she shall undo her credit with the Moor. So will I turn her virtue into pitch, and out of her own goodness make the net that shall enmesh them all.
Suspense. Part 1 of Othello by William Shakespeare. Tonight stars Richard Widmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis. Suspense. The abridged Othello was adapted for suspense by Anthony Ellis and Elliot Lewis. The program was transcribed and directed by Mr. Lewis, with music arranged by Lucian Malwick, from themes by Giuseppe Verdi. The orchestra was conducted by Lud Gluskin. Featured in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns as Cassio, William Conrad as Montano, and Irene Tedrow as Amelia. Your narrator is Larry Thor.
Richard Widmark may soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, Pickup on South Street.
And remember next week, Mr. Lloyd Nolan in A Vial of Death.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor or standard type spark plugs, and Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Richard Widmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents Part 2 of the first radio dramatization of William Shakespeare's tragic history of love and death, Othello. Our stars, Richard Widmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis.
Hi, Harlow. Doing some gardening?
Yes, sir, Hap, and here's my favorite plant.
Well, that's an Autolite Stay-Full battery.
Sure, the power plant for quick, dependable starts. And unlike other plants, this one needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Oh, it's a daisy, Harlow.
And fern away the best battery blooming.
It never gets bushed, eh, Harlow?
Right. The Autolite Stay Full is tougher than a cactus. Fiberglass retaining mats protect every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking, and give that famous battery longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, visit your Autolite battery dealer, the expert who services all makes of batteries. To locate him quickly, phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25.
I'll gladly tell you the name of your nearest Autolite battery dealer, where you can get an Autolite Stay-Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, You're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Part 2 of William Shakespeare's Othello, starring Richard Widmark as Iago, Kathy Lewis as Desdemona, and Elliot Lewis as the Moor, hoping once again to keep you in suspense. The scene is Cyprus. Othello has returned triumphant from the wars, now to govern the island with his wife Desdemona. The ensign, Iago, jealous of the position held by Cassio, lieutenant to Othello, plots revenge on both Cassio and the Moor, whom he hates.
Two things are to be done. My wife Amelia must move for Cassio to her mistress Desdemona. I'll set her on. Myself the while to draw the Moor apart and bring him jump when he may Cassio find soliciting his wife. Aye, that's the way. Dull not device by coldness and delay.
In happy time, Iago.
You have not been abed then, Cassio?
Why, no, the day had broke before we parted. I've made bold, Iago, to send in to your wife. My suit to her is that she will to virtuous Desdemona procure me some access.
And I'll devise a mean to draw the Moor out of the way, that your converse and business may be more free.
I humbly thank you for it. I never knew a Florentine more kind and honest.
Good morrow, good lieutenant. I'm sorry for your displeasure, but all will sure be well. Pray you come in. I will bestow you where you shall have time to speak your bosom freely.
I am much bound to you.
Be assured, good Cassio, I will do all my abilities in your behalf.
Bounteous madam, whatever shall become of Michael Cassio, he's never anything but your true servant.
Oh, sir, I thank you. Before Amelia here, I give you warrant of your place. Be assured, if I do vow of friendship, I'll perform it to the last article. My lord shall never rest. I'll intermingle everything he does with Cassio's suit. Therefore, be merry, Cassio, for I should rather die than give your cause away.
Madam, here comes my lord.
Oh, madam, I'll take my leave.
Why, stay and hear me speak.
Madam, not now. I'm very ill at ease, unfit for mine own purpose.
I'll do your distressing.
I like not that.
What do you say?
Nothing, my lord. Or if... I know not what.
Was not that Cassio parted from my wife?
Cassio, my lord? No, sure, I cannot think it that he would sneak away so guilty-like seeing you coming.
I do believe it was he.
How now, my lord? I have been talking with a suitor here, a man that languishes in your displeasure.
Who is it you mean?
Why, your Lieutenant Cassio. Good, my lord, if I have any grace or power to move you, I pray you call him back.
Went he hence now?
Yes, face so humble that he has left part of his griefs with me. I suffer with him. Good love, call him back.
Not now, sweet Desdemona. Some other time.
It shall be shortly.
The sooner sweet for you.
Shall be tonight for supper.
No, not tonight.
Tomorrow dinner, then.
I shall not dine at home. I meet the captains at the Citadel.
Why, then, tomorrow night or Tuesday morn, on Tuesday morn or night or Wednesday morn. Name the time, but let it not exceed 3 days. In faith, he's penitent. When shall he come? Tell me, Othello.
No more. Let him come when he will. I will deny you nothing. Whereon I do beseech you grant me this, to leave me but a little to myself.
Shall I deny you? No. Farewell, my lord.
Farewell, my Desdemona. I'll come to thee straight.
Amelia, come.
Perdition catch my soul, but I do love thee. And when I love thee not, chaos is come again.
My noble lord.
What do you say, Iago?
Did Michael Cassio, when you wooed my lady, know of your love?
He did from first to last. Why do you ask?
But for a satisfaction of my thoughts, no further harm.
Why of your thought, Iago?
I did not think he had been acquainted with her.
Oh, yes, and went between us very often.
Indeed.
Indeed. Aye, indeed. Do you discern aught in that? Is he not honest?
Honest, my lord?
Honest, aye, honest.
My lord, for aught I know.
What do you think?
Think, my lord?
Think, my lord. By heaven, he echoes me. As if there were some monster in his thought too hideous to be shown. You meant something, I heard you say, but now. You liked not that when Cassio left my wife. What did you not like? If you do love me, show me thy thought.
My lord, you know I love you.
I think you do. And for I know you are full of love and honesty and weigh your words before you give them breath. Therefore, these stops of yours frighten me the more.
For Michael Cassio, I dare be sworn I think that he is honest.
I think so, too.
Men should be what they seem.
Certain men should be what they seem.
Why, then I think Cassio's an honest man.
Nay, yet there's more in this. I prithee speak to me as to thy thinking.
Good, my lord, pardon me. Though I am bound to every act of duty, I am not bound to that all slaves are free to. Utter my thoughts. Why, say they are vile and false.
You conspire against your friend, Iago, if you but think him wrong and make his ear a stranger to your thoughts.
It were not for your quiet nor your good, nor for my manhood, honesty, or wisdom to let you know my thoughts.
By heaven, I'll know your thought.
Oh, beware, my lord, of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which doth mock that meat it feeds on.
Why is this? Do you think I'd make a life of jealousy? No, Iago. I see before I doubt. When I doubt, prove, and on the proof, there is no more but this, away at once with love or jealousy.
I am glad of it. For now I shall have reason to show the love and duty that I bear you with franker spirit. Therefore, as I am bound, receive it from me. Look to your wife. Observe her well with Cassio. Wear your eye thus, not jealous nor secure. I would not have your free and noble nature out of self-bounty be abused. Look to it.
Do you say so?
She did deceive her father, marrying you, and when she seemed to shake and fear your looks, she loved them most.
And so she did.
I see this hath a little dashed your spirit.
Not a jot. Not a jot.
In faith, I fear it has. I hope you will consider what is spoke comes from my love. But I do see you're moved. I pray you not to strain my speech to grosser issues, nor to larger reach than to suspicion.
I will not.
Should you do so, my lord, my speech should fall into such vile success as my thoughts aim not at. Cassio is my worthy friend. My lord, I see you are moved.
No, not much moved. I do not think but Desdemona is honest.
Long live she so. And long live you to think so.
Farewell. If you do perceive more, let me know more. Set your wife Amelia to observe. Leave me, Iago.
My lord, I take my leave.
If she be false, oh, then heaven mocks itself. I'll not believe it.
Oh, now, my dear fellow, your dinner and the generous islanders by you invited to attend your presence.
I am to blame.
Why is your speech so faint? Are you not well?
I have a pain upon my forehead.
Faith, specialist watching, 'twill away again. Let me but bind your head. Within this hour it will be well again.
Your handkerchief is too little.
Othello puts the handkerchief from him, and Desdemona unwittingly drops it.
Come, I'll go in with you.
I am very sorry that you are not well.
They exit, leaving Amelia alone in the garden.
I'm glad I have found this handkerchief. This was her first remembrance from the moor. In recent days, my wayward husband has 100 times wooed me to steal it. But she so loves the token, for a fellow conjured her she should ever keep it, that she reserves it evermore about her to kiss and talk to.
How now? What do you here alone?
Do not you chide. I have a thing for you.
A thing for me?
What will you give me now for that same handkerchief?
What handkerchief?
What handkerchief? Why, that the Moor first gave to Desdemona. That which so often you did bid me steal?
Hast stolen it from her?
No, Faith. She let it drop by negligence, and to the advantage I being here took it up. Look, here it is.
A good wench. Give it me.
What will you do with it that you have been so earnest to have me filch it?
Why, what's that to you?
If it be not for some purpose of import, give it me again. Poor lady, she'll run mad when she shall lack it.
I have use for it. Go, leave me. I will in Cassio's lodging lose this handkerchief and let him find it. Trifles light as air are to the jealous confirmation strong as proofs of Holy Writ. This may do something. The Moor already changes with my poison. I did say so. Look where he comes.
False to me. To me?
Why, how now, General? No more of that.
Begone, you've set me on the rack. I swear it is better to be much abused than but to know a little.
I am sorry to hear this.
Villain! Be sure thou prove my love a strumpet. Be sure of it. Give me the ocular proof. Or by the worth of man's eternal soul, you'd better have been born a dog than answer my weight wrath.
It's come to this.
Make me to see it. I'll have some proof. I'll not endure it.
I see, sir, you are eaten up with passion. I do repent me that I put it to you. You would be satisfied...
Would, nay, I will. Give me a living reason she's disloyal.
I do not like the office. But since I am entered into this cause so far, pricked to it by foolish honesty and love, I will go on. I lay with Cassio lately, and being troubled with a raging tooth, I could not sleep. There are a kind of men so loose of soul that in their sleep will mutter their affairs. One of this kind is Cassio. In sleep, I heard him say, "Sweet Desdemona, let us be wary. Let us hide our love." And then, sir, would he grip and wring my hand, cry out, "Sweet creature," and then kiss me hard as if he plucked up kisses by the roots that grew upon my lips, and then cried, "Cursed fate that gave thee to the Moor."
Monstrous.
'Tis a shrewd doubt, though it be but a dream. And this may help to thicken other proofs that do demonstrate thinly.
Tear her to pieces.
Nay, but be wise, yet we see nothing done. She may be honest yet. Tell me but this. Have you not sometimes seen a handkerchief spotted with strawberries in your wife's hand?
I gave her such a one. 'Twas my first gift.
I know not that, but such a handkerchief, I'm sure it was your wife's. Did I today see Cassio wipe his beard with?
If be that.
If be that, or any that was hers, it speaks against her with the other proofs.
Now do I see 'tis true. Oh, blood, Iago. Blood.
Then witness that here Iago does give up the execution of his wit, hands, heart, to wronged Othello's service. Let him command, and to obey shall be in me remorse what bloody business ever.
I will upon the instant put you to it. Within these 3 days, let me hear you say that Cassio's not alive.
My friend is dead. 'Tis done at your request. But let her live.
Damn her! Lewd minx, damn her! Come, go with me apart. I will withdraw to furnish me with some swift means of death for the fair devil. Now art thou my lieutenant.
I am your own. Forever.
Autolite is bringing you Richard Widmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis in Part 2 of William Shakespeare's Othello. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
May time's the time, eh, Harlow?
Yeah, the time to get an Autolite Stay Full battery, the perfectly performing, peerless producer of prompt propulsions that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
A pretty particular package, Harlow.
Yes, Hap, and that personable, power-packed Paragon is persistently prepared to give quick starting power every time. Fiberglass retaining mats protect every positive plate to reduce shedding and flaking, and give the Autolite Stay Full battery longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And what's the name again, Harlow?
Why, the Autolite Stay Full, the battery that says right on the case, needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Friends, to quickly locate your nearest Autolite battery dealer, just phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25.
I'll gladly tell you his name and address.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Richard Widmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis in the concluding act of Mr. Lewis's production of William Shakespeare's Othello, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Desdemona's bedchamber, early evening.
Well, my good lady. How do you, Desdemona?
Well, my good lord.
Give me your hand. This hand is moist, my lady.
It yet has felt no age, nor known no sorrow.
Hot, and moist. Here's a young and sweating devil here that commonly rebels. 'Tis a good hand, a frank one.
You may indeed say so, for 'twas that hand that gave away my heart.
A liberal hand.
I cannot speak of this. Come, your promise.
What promise, child?
I have sent to bid Cassio come speak with you.
I have a salt and sullen room offends me. Lend me thy handkerchief.
Here, my lord.
That which I gave you.
I have it not about me.
Not?
No, faith, my lord.
That's a fault. That handkerchief did an Egyptian to my mother give. She dying gave it me and bid me when my fate would have me wife to give it her. I did so. And take heed on it. Make it a darling like your precious eye. To lose or give it away with such perdition as nothing else could match.
Faith is true.
Most veritable, therefore look to it well.
Then would to God that I had never seen it.
Ah, wherefore?
Why do you speak so startling and rash?
Is it lost? Is it gone? Speak, is it out of the way?
Bless.
Say you?
It is not lost, but what and if it were? I say it is not lost.
Touch it. Let me see it.
Why, so I can, sir, but I will not now. This is a trick to put me from my suit. I pray let Cassio be received again.
Fetch me that handkerchief. My mind misgives.
I pray talk to me of Cassio.
The handkerchief.
A man that all his time has founded his good fortunes on your love, shared dangers.
The handkerchief.
Faith, you are to blame.
Down! They that mean virtuously and yet do so, the devil their virtue tempts, and they tempt heaven.
So they do nothing. 'Tis a venial slip. But if I give my wife a handkerchief...
What then?
Why, then 'tis hers, my lord. And being hers, she may, I think, bestow it on any man.
She is protectress of her honor, too. May she give that?
Oh, 'tis foul in her.
With mine office.
That's fouler.
Get me some poison, Iago. This night. I'll not expostulate with her, lest her body and beauty unprovide my mind again. This night, Iago.
Do it not with poison. Strangle her in her bed.
Good. The justice of it pleases. Very good.
And for Cassio, let me be his undertaker. You shall hear more by midnight.
Who's there? Othello?
Hi, Desdemona.
Will you come to bed, my lord?
Have you prayed tonight, Desdemona?
Aye, my lord.
If you bethink yourself of any crime unreconciled as yet to heaven and grace, solicit for its strength.
Alas, my lord, what may you mean by that?
So do it and be brief, I will walk by. I would not kill thy unprepared spirit. No, heaven forfend, I would not kill thy soul.
Talk you of killing?
Aye, I do.
Heaven have mercy on me.
Think on thy sins.
They are loves I bear to you.
And for that you die.
That death's unnatural that kills for loving. What's the matter?
That handkerchief which I so loved and gave you, you gave to Cassio.
No. By my life and soul, send for the man and ask
Sweet
him.
soul, take heed. Take heed of perjury. You're on your deathbed.
Aye, but not yet to die.
Yes, presently. Therefore confess you freely of your sin. You are to die.
Lord, have mercy on me.
I say amen.
And have you mercy, too. I never did offend you in my life. Never loved Cassio. Never gave him token.
Oh, perjured woman. You stone my heart and make me call what I intend to do a murder, which I thought a sacrifice.
I never gave it to him. Send for him hither. Let him confess the truth.
He has confessed.
What, my lord?
That he has used thee.
How? Unlawfully?
Aye.
He will not say so.
No, his mouth is stopped. Honest Iago has taken order for him.
I fear interprets then. What? Is he dead?
Had all his hairs been lives, my great revenge had stomach for 'em all.
Alas, he is betrayed and I undone.
Oh, strumpet! Weep you for him to my face!
Banish me, my lord, but kill me not. Kill me tomorrow. Let me live tonight.
Nay, it is too late.
Oh, Lord. Lord, Lord. Oh.
My lord. My lord. What ho? My lord, my lord. Good, my lord, I would speak a word with you.
'Tis Amelia. No more moving. Still as the grave.
My lord.
If she come in, she'll sure speak to my wife. My wife. My wife. My wife. I have no wife.
I do beseech you that I may speak with you, good my lord.
Soft by and by. Let me the curtains draw. What's the matter?
Oh, my good lord.
What now?
Falsely murdered. Alas, what cry is that?
That? What?
Out and alas, it is my lady's voice. Help, oh, help. Oh, lady, speak again. Sweet Desdemona. Oh, sweet mistress, speak.
Guiltless death. I die.
Oh, who has done this deed?
It was I that killed her. She was false as water.
How as rash as fire to say that she was false. Oh, she was heavenly true.
Your husband knew it all.
My husband?
Your husband.
That she was false to wedlock?
I was Cassio.
If he say so, he lies to his heart. She was too fond of her most filthy bargain.
Ah?
Help, 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 help! The Moor has killed my mistress. Murder, murder!
What is the matter? How now, General?
Oh, you come, Iago. You have done well that men must lay their murders on your neck.
What is the matter?
Disprove this villain if you are a man. He says you told him that his wife was false.
I told him what I thought, and told no more than what he found himself was apt and true.
But did you ever tell him she was false?
I did.
You told a lie. An odious, damned lie. She fought with Cassio?
Iago knows that she was Cassio as the act of shame 1,000 times committed. And she did gratify his amorous works with the recognizance and pledge of love which I first gave her. It was a handkerchief.
Oh, now, dull Moor. The handkerchief you speak on I found by fortune and did give my husband. For often with a solemn earnestness, more than indeed belonged to such a trifle, he begged of me to steal it.
Villainous!
She gave it, Cassio. No, alas, I found it and I did give my husband.
Filth, you lie!
Are there no stones in heaven but what serve for the thunder? Precious villain! Bring his force on him!
I bleed, sir, but not killed.
I am not sorry, neither. I'd have thee live. For in my sense, 'tis happiness to die.
Othello, you must forsake this room and go with us. Your power and your command is taken off. You shall close prisoner rest till that the nature of your fault be known to the Venetian state. Come, bring him away.
Soft you. A word or two. I have done the state some service, and they know it. No more of that. I pray you, in your letters, when you shall these unlucky deeds relate, speak of them as they are. Nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Then must you speak of one that loved not wisely, but too well. of one not easily jealous, but being wrought, perplexed to the extreme, of one whose hand, like the base Indian, threw a pearl away, richer than all his tribe. I kissed thee ere I killed thee. No way but this, killing myself to die upon a kiss.
Look on the tragic lodging of this bed. This is thy work, Iago. The object poison's sight, let it be hid. Myself will straight aboard, and to the state this heavy act, with heavy heart, relate.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's stars, Richard Widmark, Kathy Lewis, and Elliot Lewis.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as well as other 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast, and Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, a story based on fact. The true report of a man who lost a jar which contained the destruction of a city. It is called A Vial of Death, and it will star Mr. Lloyd Nolan. That's next week on Suspense. The abridged Othello was adapted for suspense by Anthony Ellis and Elliot Lewis. The program was transcribed and directed by Mr. Lewis, with music arranged by Lucian Malwick, from themes by Giuseppe Verdi. The orchestra was conducted by Lud Gluskin. Featured in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns as Cassio, William Conrad as Montano, and Irene Tedrow as Amelia. Your narrator is Larry Thorne.
Richard Widmark may soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, Pick Up on South Street.
And remember next week, Mr. Lloyd Nolan in A Vial of Death.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor or standard type spark plugs, and Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Whitehall 1212, hurry.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases. These records are drawn from the Scotland Yard files, and only the names of the participants have been changed. The research has been prepared by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in Scotland Yard case number 397 MR381. Stanley Russell, shop clerk.
Mr. Russell is not to be found.
Mrs. Hope Russell, his wife.
Mrs. Russell was reported missing on the day before Good Friday.
Adolf Hitler's Luftwaffe. Chief Inspector Bryce Purcell of Scotland Yard.
I should like to introduce Deputy Commander William Bird of Scotland Yard, my superior officer.
Before we proceed, I believe it would be a good idea to visit the Black Museum. Come along with me, if you please.
After you, sir.
Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? You came about case number 397 MR 381, I believe you said, sir.
Right. Will you tell us about it, John?
Well, this is the exhibit. No, don't touch it, please. It's quite fragile. And as you can see, it has already been broken. We have a great many other exhibits of crimes in these rooms. Murder weapons, blood-stained garments, bullets that have snuffed out many lives, death masks and many notorious criminals. Almost every instrument of violence that can be conceived. I should explain that these gruesome objects about us are not merely souvenirs. Many of them have aided our men in solving other crimes and bringing the perpetrators to justice. Now, this one.
Tell us what this thing is, John.
This is Mrs. Hope Russell.
"16 months after the Easter Blitz of 1941, the work of clearing out bombed-out areas of London was still progressing. On the 12th July 1942, the Scotland Yard Information Room received an urgent call from PC John Dunn of the Kennington District. A patrol car in which Chief Inspector Purcell was riding was dispatched to the scene, a partially destroyed Baptist chapel.
I was directed to the spot by PC Dunn, who was on point duty at the road intersection.
Right over there, sir, where you see the men standing. They found something, sir. The navvies that's working here.
Right, thank you. Morning, boys.
Morning.
What have you found?
Who are you, mate?
I'm Chief Inspector Purcell, Scotland Yard. What's up?
Down, sir? Down there.
In that hole, sir?
Yeah. It's an old burying vault, sir.
What is it?
A skeleton, sir. He's dead.
Up down, Georgie and Sean, with your torch.
All right.
There you see, sir. Here he is.
Stand to one side, will you?
He's off under this stone slab, sir. See?
I see him. Well, what's so strange about a skeleton in a burial vault?
There ain't been anybody in there since 1934, sir.
1935.
I was in that gang that moved the old corpses out of here, Herbert. It was 1934. We didn't leave a one. God bless you.
It's the quicklime down here, sir.
Quicklime? How'd quicklime get down there?
You're the detective, mister. We just work here.
The badly burned skeleton was removed to the pathological laboratories of Scotland Yard, together with the other articles found in the vault. A considerable amount of quicklime and a half-burned straw pelleas which had partially covered the remains. There was nothing else. I stood beside Keith Briggs, the Home Office pathologist, while he completed his examination. "What do you think, Keith?" I asked.
Well, she's dead.
She?
Well, it's a woman, all right. No question about that. The hip bones are characteristically a woman's. So is the sacrum here, and...
How old a woman?
Oh, middle-aged, I'd say. See, the bones are fully developed, so we know she was full-grown. And there were one or two strands of long gray hair adhering to the skull. Here they are. And then the teeth here.
What about them?
Well, you see, they're pretty well worn. Now, you see here, in the upper jaw, 7 of the uppers are missing. Now, you see these ridges?
Yes.
Well, they were caused by a dental plate, which probably consisted of 7 teeth, and then...
What are you looking for?
The measuring tape.
Oh, here. The lady was lying on it. What are you going to do now?
See how tall she was.
She's rather jumbled about. And the feet, where are they?
Oh, the thigh bone's all I need. Oh, hold it, please, huh? This one. Now, let's see. 43 centimeters. Well, that's all right, sir. Now, 43 centimeters multiplied by 3.6.
What are you doing?
On Sediment scale, you multiply the length of the thigh bone by 3.6. Man's, that's 3.7. And you get the exact height. Now, see, that's 154.8 centimeters. We'll call it 1 meter 55. Meters 39.37 and 55 hundredths of 39.37 is 21.65. Now, 39.37 plus 21.65, that's 7, 5, 12, 6, 9, 10, 9, 10, 11, 3, 5, 6, 61.02 inches. There. She was 5 feet 1 200 inches tall. In a word, 5'1".
What was her name?
Whatever her name, sir, she was murdered.
Consider that I've asked the question.
Eh? Oh, how do I know? Well, this bone here.
Where does it fit?
This is what she talked with. It's the voice box, the trachea, the throat. Look, see these little wing things up here?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see this one? See, it's broken.
Well,
this is one of the most significant fractures in all forensic medicine, sir.
Why?
There's only one way to do it.
Oh, come on, man. Don't come Sherlock Holmes on me. How do you do it?
Well, I was about to say by manual pressure on the throat, sir.
Strangulation, you mean?
Intentional strangulation, sir. There's no other way.
And then there's the quicklime.
Surely you know that quicklime will not destroy a body, sir.
Yes, I know it, Keith. But murderers seldom do. Reference to the ARP record showed that every other casualty and missing persons in Kennington had been accounted for. It was apparent that the victim had not been a resident of that district. I caused bulletins and charts of the teeth to be sent to all the dentists in London for identification. No results were forthcoming, and we were forced to conclude that the dentist in question had become an air raid casualty, or that the work had been done in some other city. I gave Purcell a very difficult assignment.
Difficult, sir? Well, it's not so difficult, but it's tedious. It'll take a long time.
I know, but it's got to be done. I'm strongly of the opinion that it was murder.
We checked carefully, sir, and the only quicklime on the entire premises was that in the vault with the skeleton. I thought they might have dusted the entire place with quicklime for sanitary purposes, but they hadn't. Certainly looks as if someone had wanted to dispose of a body.
Until we know who she was, we'll never discover who he is.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll get cracking. I'll need men to go over the missing persons registers, sir, to find the names and addresses.
Every woman 5 feet tall, of middle age with gray hair, who is still missing now.
And then I'll need more men to make inquiries of all the next of kin to see which of them wore false teeth.
And to find out which one wore an upper plate that matches the one in Briggs's chart here.
It'll take a good many men and a good bit of time, sir.
You can get the men, Purcell, and we've got the time. Good luck.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Nothing whatever happened for 2 weeks, except for the unrewarded activities of Purcell's men. I had a minor inspiration about the 7th day. Put me through to Sergeant Bowles, please. Commander Baird here, Sergeant. I should like you to send me all the file copies of the Metro operations for the period 2 weeks before to 2 weeks after the Easter Blitz of last year, please. Yes, at once, if you please. The Metropolitan Informations is a daily newspaper containing digests of all the crime news. It is usually invaluable. I pored over every issue, looking assiduously for an item that might prove of some help. I had reached the end of the first week after the date the Kennington Chapel was destroyed with no results whatever when Purcell reported.
Found, sir.
Oh, good.
Here is the missing plate.
That's much better than I'd hoped for, Purcell.
Apparently the plate hurt her mouth. She often left it at home. As a matter of fact, I found it at her sister's.
Oh?
I stopped upstairs to see Keith Briggs in the laboratory, and they fit exactly, allowing for the fact that there's no flesh on the jawbones. Ah, here's Keith.
Is that right, Keith?
That's right, sir. And the marks on the skeleton's teeth coincide exactly with these little clamps here. I've brought the skull down. Yeah. You see, sir?
Oh, she looks very fine. Congratulations, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. The only thing is, she was reported missing 3 days before the raid that destroyed the chapel.
She was?
It's in all the records, sir.
Where were you, madame?
She might have been hidden in the vault. Immediately she was murdered, sir. And then the fire, when the place was bombed...
It must have been quite a hot fire. Let's see. The Kennington Fire Brigade, please. Yes. Oh, what's her name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
Russell. Hope Russell, did you say... Oh, hello. Is that the Kennington Fire Brigade? The senior company officer, if you please. I'll wait. Hope Russell. I've run across that name somewhere. Yes? Thank you. Hello, this is Commander Bird at Scotland Yard. Do you remember during the Easter Blitz last year when the Baptist chapel was destroyed there in Kennington? What I wanted to know was that a very severe fire... What? There was no fire?
What?
No fire whatever when the chapel was destroyed? Oh, 2 days later. How very curious. It was reported by whom? The Kennington police. Or wasn't there a... Oh, look here, old chap. I'm sending at once for their divisional superintendent. Could you possibly come along with him to my office at the yard? Yes. I'm afraid it is rather important. I'll have him pick you up in his car. Thank you so much. At once, yes.
No fire.
Keith, will you mind? Get him and the fire chap over here at once. Use my name. Ask them both to bring their records for that night. Please.
All right, sir. No fire, eh?
What's that woman's name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
I knew I remembered it. Look at this.
Metro Informations, eh?
Look under articles lost and found. I was just reading it.
Lost and found.
Here, the third item. Read that.
Found by Postmistress Guilford, Surrey, in the post office yesterday, a woman's purse. Black leather, plain, strap. Contents, lipstick, comb, mirror, 2 London tram tickets, 11pence in coin, ration book, identity card, issued to Mrs. Hope Russell. Well, what was she doing in Guildford?
Look at the date of the paper, Purcell.
April...
What was she doing in Guildford 3 days after the air raid in Kennington? The divisional superintendent and the fire brigade officer from Kennington sat in my office with Purcell and me. I looked at the fire brigade records first.
Now, here, sir. This is the day of the big raid when the chapel was destroyed. Good Friday evening, 11th of April, 1941.
Yes.
Every call is set down in the occurrence book here, sir.
Yes, I know.
Together with all the calls to the auxiliary fire service, the civilians, sir.
Yes, I know.
And you can see there's no report whatever of a fire at the Kennington Baptist Chapel from either source.
Quite.
But over here, sir, on this page, Tuesday the 15th, 4 days later, 11 o'clock p.m. You see, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Chapel and so forth. Report telephoned in by Kennington Police Station.
Do your records correspond, Superintendent?
I'll read it to you, sir. 10:57 p.m., Tuesday, 15th of April. P.C. Allison telephoned to report a fire at the ruins of the Baptist Chapel. Alarm telephone to Kennington Fire Brigade at 11 p.m.
You rang us up yourself, Robert.
I did that indeed. Here's my initials.
What do you think, Purcell?
Why did the police constable report it?
Yes, I was just going to ask that.
I don't understand, sir.
Wasn't there a fire watcher?
Wasn't there?
Well, sir, there was a fire watcher.
There was supposed to be.
Well, where was he?
Asleep, sir, probably.
Or out catching a drink somewhere.
Not an ARP man.
No, sir. A private man employed for the wholesale chemists across the road from the chapel. A thoroughly useless man.
Completely undependable.
Yeah, his employers caught up with him at last, sir. He was sacked 6 or 7 weeks ago. I've not seen him since.
Neither have I.
Well, sounds like a spiff to me.
He is, sir. I knew him quite well. Had a great deal of trouble with his wife, and I used to see him quite regularly.
Oh.
He agreed to pay in 18 shillings and ninepence, I think it was, weekly, at the police station for her, which he didn't ever do.
Not ever.
Never once till Easter Monday last year, right after the big raid. He kept it up, too, till he was discharged and left.
I suppose this chemical firm he worked for could put us on to him. I'd like to have a chat with the fellow. Wouldn't you, Purcell?
I certainly would. I'll telephone them now and ask them if you'll give me the name of the firm and his name.
Oh, his name is Stanley Russell.
Russell?
I wonder if you'd know his wife's name, Superintendent.
I've seen it often enough. Yes, sir. Her name is Mrs. Hope Russell.
In The Pirates of Penzance, Gilbert and Sullivan complain bitterly that a policeman's lot is not a happy one. I subscribe most heartily to that sentiment. I would like you to hear Chief Inspector Purcell's report to me, just as he gave it, in my office. Well, Purcell, I said, did you find our Mr. Stanley Russell all right?
Not there.
Well, you've left men to wait for him, haven't you?
Sir, I got the address of the place. Sergeant Hatton and I drove there in a yard car driven by Constable Small.
Get on with it, man.
The whole bloody place was gone, sir.
Gone?
The whole bloody block was destroyed. Destroyed by an enemy bomb in an air raid 6 months ago. One day after Russell moved in. Not one person in the whole building's been heard of since. Sir, I respectfully request permission to go somewhere and get howling drunk.
You know, Purcell, I think I'll go with you.
But we didn't. We sat quietly in Commander Bird's office and thought long, dark thoughts. After a while, Keith Briggs, the pathologist, observing the light inside, stopped by, and almost at the same time, John Davidson from the back museum came in to see what was up. Nothing's up, John, I said. On the contrary.
What happened?
Purcell was just telling Keith here. The chap is a Blitz casualty.
Dead?
And may God have mercy on his soul.
I'd rather hope to hear a bloke in a black cap say that, Keith. I thought we had him, dead to rights.
Oh, don't be so bloody American.
I think we could have proved it. He strangled her, then hid her body in the vault. Took her handbag to Guildford and lost it in the post office there.
Cleverly putting Scotland Yard off the scent.
Timing was a little bad.
And then when the Blitz came...
Tried quicklime first, didn't work.
Blitz came, and he set her afire.
If he'd been a better fire watcher and not hiding in a hole somewhere, he'd have known there was no fire that night.
Yeah, but he wasn't a good fire watcher.
Wasn't good at anything.
I wonder...
What, John?
What do you mean, John?
Well, if I'd strangled my wife and burned her up, which God forbid, because I haven't one, I'd be very happy to have people think I was dead. If I'd hear that my home was destroyed and everybody in it dead, I should be delighted, most delighted. I'd change my name.
Not in wartime, you wouldn't.
That's right. Identity cards and ration books.
Absolutely.
I'd forgotten. Getting new ones in the name of Harry Hawkins or Sam Small would be difficult. But even Scotland Yard would stop looking for me if they thought I was dead. Wouldn't they, Commander Bird?
And you'd go around buying new clothing and whatnot, if you could, and presenting your own ration book in your own name, and... Where are you going, Purcell?
I'm going to stagger home through the blackout, sir, with your permission. I've a large number of men's clothing stores to interview beginning tomorrow, and I'd like to get a good night's sleep. Good night, all.
The Stanley Russell crop was enormous. Chief Inspector Purcell discovered that 234 of them had purchased clothing since the date our Stanley Russell had been reported dead by enemy action. But not one of them was the Stanley Russell we wanted. We made thorough inquiries of all his known acquaintances, all to no avail. The War Office had no record of our man. We were reluctantly forced to the conclusion that he was dead, or that he had heard of our search for him and gone to ground most effectively, as I said to a rather haggard Purcell. Purcell shook his head.
I'd like to keep on looking, sir, if I may. I have a hunch that he'll turn up unexpectedly.
It will certainly be unexpected so far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to keep on trying, sir.
Well, for a few weeks more, but I'm afraid... Commander Byrd speaking. Yes, he's here. It's for you, Purcell.
Well, I'll take it outside, sir.
No, don't. Take it here.
Thank you, sir. Chief Inspector Purcell here. Who is he? Oh? Well, I don't know him personally, but I know of him. Yes. Will you ask him to wait a moment? I'll ring you back. Sir.
Yeah?
I've never been so shocked in all my life.
Oh, really? What's happened? Somebody dead?
Somebody's alive.
What?
If I'd heard this on the radio, I wouldn't have believed it.
Why, what's happened?
Mr. Stanley Russell is calling on us.
Well, Brother Purcell, let him enter and be received in due form.
Will you show Mr. Stanley Russell in, please? Thank you.
You sound like a spider, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. I feel I am.
And a chair for our guest.
You think I sound like a spider? Come in.
Mr. Stanley Russell, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was looking for Inspector Purcell.
Come in, sir. I'm Chief Inspector Purcell.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Commander Byrd.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. May I sit down? Thank you. Does one smoke in here?
Yes, by all means.
Will you try an Abdullah?
I'm afraid I always smoke Woodbines. Now, I hear Scotland Yard is looking for me.
That's true.
Why, may I ask?
You've been extremely hard to find.
Oh, I've been in the country. Derbyshire.
We should have come there eventually.
Oh, I've saved you the trouble. What do you want to see me about?
You were a fire watcher, Mr. Russell, in Kennington.
Yes.
There was an unreported fire at the Baptist chapel there whilst you were on duty.
When?
2 nights after the raid that destroyed the chapel.
I didn't see any fire. Is that all you wanted?
No, Mr. Russell.
Well, I don't recall any fire, sir.
You didn't see or hear the fire brigade?
No, sir.
Near 11 o'clock?
Oh. Well, I must admit I wasn't there.
Where were you?
I did see the fire brigade moving away when I came back, but...
Where were you?
Oh, I was out of cigarettes, and I strolled around the corner to see if I could borrow 1 or 2 from the fire watcher at post 4.
He says he never saw you, Mr. Russell.
Oh, he's probably forgotten. It's a long time ago.
He will swear he didn't see you that night.
Well, the fire obviously didn't do any damage.
A woman was burned to death in it.
Murdered?
Do you know anything about it?
Of course not. I'm very sorry to hear that anything like that...
The woman was your wife.
May I have 1 of your cigarettes, please? Thanks. So that's what became of her.
Do you know anything about it?
I'm afraid I must disappoint you, gentlemen. I wasn't on very good terms with her.
We know that.
I'm afraid I've no tears for her. She was... Oh, well, she's dead now. I shan't say anything. Naturally, I'm shocked.
Naturally.
But I'm afraid I'm not sorry.
Do you know anyone who would have had a motive for murdering him? You had a motive, didn't you, Mr. Russell?
I can see how you might think so, but I didn't murder her, I assure you.
When did you last see her?
I don't really remember. Several months before she was murdered, I think.
How do you know she was murdered?
Why, you said so.
Did I?
Oh, I would have had good cause to, Inspector, but I'd have been a fool to do it now, wouldn't I?
Yes. Well, Mr. Russell, thank you for coming to see us. If there is anything else you remember, please come back and see us again. I think that's all for now. How can we find you if we need you? We may want your corroboration of certain facts.
Well, I'll write down my address, sir.
It's a sad affair, and you have our sympathy.
Thank you, sir. I admit I'm terribly shocked.
Of course.
Well, here's the address and telephone number, sir.
Thank you. Feel free to call on us at any time. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, gentlemen. I was merely trying to do my duty.
Oh, you've done it admirably, sir. Goodbye.
Well, thank you.
Well.
He's a liar.
I know it.
May I ask why you...
Why I let him go? He thinks he's got us completely fooled. He'll be back with more helpful information. Come in, Mr. Russell.
I just remembered something that might be of importance.
Come in.
I remembered that an old straw pelleas, a mattress I used to catch 40 winks on, it was stolen about that time.
Oh.
Could that have been used to stop the fire? Did you find it?
Yes, we found it.
Oh, that's good. Well, I must go now. Oh, by the way, was the body destroyed?
By the quicklime?
Yes. What's the matter?
You are a very clever man, Mr. Russell. Much too clever for your own good.
Why? Why, may I ask?
No one had mentioned quicklime, except you.
Well, I thought... I mean... I didn't... I wasn't even there. I tell you, I didn't touch her.
I said you were much too clever for your own good.
You think I didn't strangle her?
Go ahead, Chief Inspector.
Stanley Russell, I arrest you on the charge of willful murder.
I didn't do it.
And I warn you that whatever you say will be taken down in writing and may be given in evidence.
The crime.
The painstaking evidence Scotland Yard had collected, together with Stanley Russell's own statements, were sufficient to convince a jury that he had murdered his wife, Hope Russell, and burned her body. All his allegations of misconduct on her part were proved completely false. It was demonstrated at the trial that he had planned the murder for a long time, and having found a convenient time and place, had committed it.
The verdict.
My Lord, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of willful murder.
The sentence.
Prisoner at the bar, stand up. It is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
You have heard the true story of case number 397MR381 from the files of Scotland Yard. The names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. Starting next week, Whitehall 1212 will be heard at a new time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Research by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Stories for radio written and directed by Willis Cooper. Next, listen for Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
Living Fiction. Northwestern University, in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company, brings you a radio dramatization of another timeless story, The Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane. Another in a series of Living Fiction.
Speaking to you of war, what it does to men, what it did to me. Mine was a civil war, but that doesn't change my story. The whirring machine of progress can perfect and advance the implements of destruction, but it cannot change the soul of the soldier, for that is a thing of God. To the man at the moment, it makes no difference if he faces a muzzle loader, a musket, or a machine gun. What matters is he faces death. I had dreamed of battles all my life. A raw lad from a farm, I had envisioned myself in many Homeric struggles. And then war came in my own country. I had burned to enlist several times, but Mother always discouraged me, laughed a little. Then one day I took matters into my own hands. Ma, I've enlisted.
Henry, don't you be afraid.
Now, Ma.
Don't talk such nonsense.
Ma, I have enlisted. Ma?
The Lord's will be done, Henry.
The day I stood in the doorway in my new uniform, saw 2 tears on my mother's cheeks. Still, I was disappointed. I'd counted on a beautiful scene. Ma said nothing about returning with my shield, or on it. She never stopped peeling potatoes as she talked.
You watch out, Henry, and take good care of yourself in this here fighting business. You watch out and take good care of yourself. Don't go thinking you can lick the whole rebel army at the start, 'cause you can't. I know how you are, Henry. I've knit you 8 pair of socks, Henry, and whenever they get holes in them, I want you to send them right away back to me so's I can darn them. And always be careful and choose your company. I don't want you to ever do anything, Henry, that you'd be ashamed to let me know about. Always remember your father, too, child. And remember he never drunk a drop of liquor in his life nor swore a cross oath. I don't know what else to tell you, Henry. Excepting if so be a time comes when you have to be killed. Now, Henry, don't think of anything except what's right. Don't need no shirking on my account, 'cause there's many a woman has to bear up against such things at times like this. The Lord will take care of us all. I've put a cup of blackberry jam with your bundle, 'cause I know you liked it above all things. Goodbye, Henry. Watch out. Be a good boy.
As I looked back from the gate, Ma was still paring potatoes, but her hand seemed to shake a little. On the way to Washington, the regiment was fed and hailed at station after station until I was convinced I must be a hero. And there was a dark-haired girl with the tiniest waist I've ever seen. She took a pink ribbon from her hair and tossed it to me.
Right over here. I'll want that back someday, so see you take good care of it now.
Thank you, miss. I'll try.
Come back here, boys. You're our heroes. Come back. We'll be waiting for you.
I felt grown within me the strength to do mighty deeds of arms. And then there came the months of monotonous life in a camp. Since coming to the field, my regiment had done little but sit still and try to keep warm. But as the landscape changed from brown to green, the army awakened and began to tremble with eagerness at the noise of rumors.
Hey, listen.
What's up, Jim?
The army's going to move.
Oh, what are you talking about?
We're going to move tomorrow, sure. We're going to way upriver, cut across, and come in round behind us.
You really think so, Jim?
I know so, Henry.
How do you know it is?
Well, you can believe me or not, just as you like. I don't care a hang.
Oh, it's a lie. That's all it is, a thundering lie. I don't believe the darned old army's ever gonna move. I've got ready to move 8 times in the last 2 weeks, and we ain't moved yet.
That's all right, Wilson. You can believe me or not, just as you like. All you got to do is sit down and wait as quiet as you can. Then pretty soon you'll find out I was right.
Well, you don't know everything in the world, do you?
I didn't say I knew everything in the world.
Gonna be a battle, sure. Is that, Jim?
That's what I've been telling you, Henry. Of course there is. You just wait till tomorrow, and you'll see one of the biggest battles ever was. You just wait.
Thunder.
Oh, you'll see fighting this time, my boy. What'll be regular out-and-out fighting.
Well, it could be the story will turn out just like the others did.
Not much it won't. Not much it won't. Didn't the cavalry all start out this morning?
That's so.
They say there ain't hardly any cavalry left in town. They're going to Richmond or someplace while we fight all the Johnnies. It's some dodge like that. The regiment's got orders, too. A fellow what seen him go up to headquarters told me a little while ago. And they're raising blazes all over the camp. Anybody can see that, eh, Henry?
I didn't answer, Jim. I was suddenly busy with my own thoughts. On the morrow, perhaps there would be a battle, and I would be in it. At that moment, it appeared to me that in a battle, I might run. I was forced to admit that as far as war was concerned, I knew nothing of myself. I was an unknown quantity with, perhaps, certain qualities which would everlastingly disgrace me. A little panic fear grew in my mind. Jim.
What, Henry?
How do you think the regiment will do?
Oh, they'll fight all right, I guess, after they once get into it. There's been heaps of fun poked at us because we're new and all that. But we'll fight all right, I guess.
You think that any of the boys will run?
Oh, there may be a few of them run. But there's always them kind in every regiment, especially when they first goes under fire. But I think they'll fight better than some, if worse than others. You know, they call the regiment fresh fish and everything. But the boys come of good stock, and most of them will fight like sin after they once get shooting.
Did you ever think you might run yourself, Jim?
Well, tell you, I thought it might get too hot for Jim Conklin in some of them scrimmages. And if a whole lot of the boys started and run, why, I suppose I'd start to run. And if I once started to run, I'd run like the devil, and no mistake. But if everybody was a-standing and a-fighting, why, I'd stand and fight, too. By Jiminy, I would. I'll bet on it.
By the time the sun rays struck full and mellowingly upon the earth the next morning, our regiment had formed two long black columns which disappeared on the brow of a hill in front and rearward vanished into a wood.
Yep. By dinner time tomorrow, I aim to eat them Rebs alive.
Yep, that's so, Jim. Be careful they don't eat you first for breakfast.
Many of the men laughed and joked as we marched. I couldn't join them. When we made camp for the night, I sought out Wilson.
Why, hello, Henry. Is it you? What are you doing?
Thinking.
Sit down.
Thanks.
You're getting blue, my boy. You're looking thundering peaked. What the dickens is wrong with you?
Nothing.
Well, don't fret. We've got him now. At last, by the eternal thunders, we'll lick him good.
Well, Jim Conklin says we'll get plenty of fighting this time.
He's right for once, I guess. This time we're in for a big battle, and we've got the best end of it, certain sure. Gee, Rod, how we'll thump.
You're going to do great things, I suppose.
No, I don't know. I suppose I'll do as well as the rest. I'm going to try like thunder.
How do you know you won't run when the time comes?
Run? Run? Of course
Well,
not.
lots of good enough thought they were going to do great things before the fight, but when the time came, they skedaddled.
Oh, that's all true, I suppose. But I'm not going to skedaddle. The man that bets on my running will lose his money, that's all. You'll find out, Henry.
Yeah? I reckon I will. Then on a gray dawn, I found myself running down a wood road. One by one, regiments burst into view like armed men just born of the earth. I knew the time had come. I looked about me. It'd be impossible to escape from the regiment. I was in a moving box. It occurred to me that I'd never wished to come to war. I was dragged by a merciless government. Now they were taking me out to be slaughtered. We're all going to be sacrificed, killed like pigs. None of the men saw it but me. I wanted to warn them. They were going to look at war. The red animal. War. The blood-swollen god.
Hey, you.
What?
Come on. Close up the ranks, sir. You're lagging behind.
Oh, yes, sir. Coldness swept over my back. My trousers felt strange to my legs. I was alone in space.
Here they
Lord, Saunders' men got crushed. They're coming at us now.
They're coming now.
Be sure you got your guns straight.
Here they come. Go to Lord. Here they come.
Colonel. Yes, General. You've got to hold them back. You've got to hold them back.
All right, General. We'll do our best, General.
Oh, we're in for it now. We're in for it now.
Reserve your fire, boys. Don't shoot till I tell you. Save your fire. All right? Wait till they get close up. Don't be fools.
Look how many of them there is.
I didn't come here to fight the whole rebel army.
Why can't they fill us up, Lord?
Fire! Start firing! Fire, you fools! Quick, men, reload! Fire at the wall! Give it to them, man. They're still coming. They're still coming.
The men dropped here and there like bundles. They lay twisted in fantastic contortions. Level sheets of flame developed great clouds of smoke that tumbled and tossed near the ground for a minute and then rolled through the ranks as though through a gate. My neck began to quiver. The muscles in my arms felt numb. My hands seemed large and awkward as if I was wearing invisible gloves. The boy to my left, whom I thought full of courage, suddenly threw down his gun and ran like a rabbit.
Run for your life.
Then I saw a few others were running. They were the ones with tent. It was a trap. I wasn't meant to die. I had to save myself. I swung about and began to run. I lost my rifle, my cap. My canteen beat wild against my hip. I ran like a blind man in the race with death. I cannot tell you how many hours I walked through the cathedral-lighted forest, through the oozing brown and muddy swamps. I finally reached a road, along which came a steady current of the blood-stained and maimed.
My arm. My arm.
One of the wounded men had a shirt full of blood. He hopped like a schoolboy in a game. Another sang as he marched.
Sing the song of victory, a pocket full of bullets.
Another had the gray seal of death already upon his face. His hands were bloody from where he had pressed them upon his wounds. As he walked, he seemed always looking for a place, like one who goes to choose a grave. Others tried to help him, and something in his gesture as he waved the men away made me start as if bitten. Jim Conklin!
Hello, Henry.
Oh, Jim.
Where you been, Henry? I thought maybe you got keeled over. There's been thunder to pay today. I was worrying about it a good deal.
Jim.
You know, I was out there. Lord, what a circus. And for Jiminy, I got shot. Yes, for Jiminy, I got shot. I'll tell you what I'm afraid of, Henry. Afraid I'll fall down. And then, you know, them darned artillery wagons, they'll like us not run over me. That's what I'm afraid of.
I'll take care of you, Jim. I'll take care of you. I swear I will.
Will you, Henry? I was always a good friend to you, wasn't I, Henry? I've always been a pretty good fella, ain't I? And it ain't much to ask, is it? Just to pull me out of the road? I'd do it for you, wouldn't I, Henry?
Yeah, of course, Jim. Just lean on me. I'll take care of you. Jim, don't walk away from me. Jim!
No. Leave me be.
Jim,
Hey, you better take him out of the road, partner. There's a battery coming helling you down the road. He'll get run over. He's a goner anyhow. You can see that. Where the blazes did he get his strength from?
Lord knows. One minute he was begging me to help, and now he won't let me. One minute he was begging me to help, and now he won't let me. Jim! Jim, come with me!
Huh? Oh, into the field.
Jim, what you this way? You hurt yourself.
No, that's me. Leave me be.
Where you going, Jim? Won't you tell me?
Leave me, can't you? Leave me be for a minute.
He acts like he's got to get somewhere. It's important. In a hurry.
Look, he's stopped now. Jim! Now, Jim!
This is the place he was after. You can see it in his eyes.
Jim! Jim!
Leave me be. Don't touch me. Leave me be.
Well, he's gone now, that's for sure. Just a regular Jim Dandy for nerve, wasn't he? Never saw a man do like that before. Funny thing. Regular Jim Dandy. Well, we better be moving on, partner. I ain't enjoying any great health myself these days.
Good Lord, you're not going... Not you, too.
There he die. All I want is some pea soup and a good bed. Just some pea soup. Pretty good fight, though, wasn't it? Darn me if I ever see fellas fight so. You can't lick them boys. No, sir. They're fighters, they be. Where'd you get hit, partner? I say, where'd you get... Hey, partner, what you running away for?
I was running away from my own shame, but it clung to me. I became suddenly envious of the wounded soldiers. I wished that I, too, had a wound, a red badge of courage. My past dreams of glory returned to torture me. A certain moth-like quality kept me in the vicinity of the battle. I had to see, to get news, to know who was winning. As I neared the smoke of battle, I saw dark waves of men come sweeping out of the woods and down through the fields and charged like terrified buffaloes. I knew this fight was lost, and I was horror-struck. I for once forgot my own battle against the universe. I ran to the men desperate to know what had happened. I grabbed one of them by the arm. Hey, you, listen.
Let me go.
I gotta know what happened.
Tell me, let me go.
Tell me what happened, that's all. I'm a Yank. I'm on your side. Tell me.
I'll kill you.
What happened? I gotta know.
All right, then.
Hey, watch out. Don't swing that rifle like that.
Who goes there?
Hello, Wilson. You here?
Henry. That you, Henry?
Yeah, it's me.
Well, old boy. My Ginger, I'm glad to see you. I give you up for a goner.
What do you think had happened to me?
Thought you was dead, sure enough.
Yeah, I've had an awful time. I've been all over. Way over on the right. Terrible fighting over there. Had an awful time. I got separated from my regiment. I got shot in the head. I don't see how I could have gotten separated from the regiment.
What? Got shot? Why didn't you say so first? Poor old boy, we got to take care of that. Come along.
I don't know how I got separated from the regiment. It's terrible over there on the right.
Your head must hurt like thunder.
Yeah, it hurts. That's a good deal.
Well, I'm going to take care of you now. Sit down here near the firelight. Let's have a look at your old head. Ah, here we are. Just as I thought, you've been grazed by a ball. It's raised a queer lump, just as if some fella had lammed you over the head with the butt of his rifle. Most about it is that in the morning you'll feel that a number 10 hat wouldn't fit you. And your head'll be all head up and feel as dry as burnt pork. But it's just a darn good bell on the head and nothing more. I'll just wash off the place a bit and then tie it up. You don't holler nor say nothing. I know I'm a blacksmith at taking care of sick folks, and you never squeak. You're a good one, Henry. You've got some gumption.
Jim Conklin's dead.
What? Is he? Jim Conklin?
Yeah, he's dead. Shot in the side.
Oh, you don't say so. Jim Conklin, poor cuss. Well, how's that feel now, Henry?
All right.
Well, come now. I got to see you get a good night's rest. Here now. Lay down. These blankets will make you rest like a baby.
Hold on a minute. Where are you going to sleep?
Right down there by you.
Well, hold on a minute. What are you going to sleep in?
Oh,
I got you.
Shut up and get to sleep. Don't be making a darn fool of yourself.
All right, Wilson. Wilson.
Huh?
You reckon we'll fight again tomorrow?
Reckon. But ain't you had enough for a spell?
I gotta fight again. Clear space, the troops were at last halted. Lines were faced toward the pursuing bark of the enemy's infantry. The woods began to crackle as if a fire. Here we go.
I was willing to bet they'd attack as soon as the sun got fairly up.
Chasing us in. Better watch out, Bycrack. He can't stand too much.
Yeah, if they keep on it, chasing, I'll drive us into the river. That's all right.
The day before, I fought the world. This day I had but a wild hate for the relentless foe. I lost sense of everything but that hate. My desire to smash into a pulp the glittering smile of victory I could feel on the faces of my enemy. The flames hit. The hot smoke boiled my skin. My rifle barrel grew so hot I could scarcely hold it, yet I kept on stuffing it with cartridges and pounding them with a clanking, bending ramrod. I was so engrossed in my solitary fight I wasn't aware of a lull.
Henry, you infernal fool. Don't you know enough to quit when there ain't anything to shoot at?
Huh?
Lordy.
Yeah.
Hot work, boy, hot work. Are you all right, Henry? You feel all right? There ain't nothing the matter with you, is there, Henry?
No, I'm all right.
Of course there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a firecracker, that's all. By heavens, if I had 10,000 wildcats like you, Fleming, I'd tear the stomach out of this war in less than a week.
I pondered to myself. I fought like a beast, like a pagan who defends his religion. It was wild, in some ways easy. I'd been a tremendous figure, no doubt. I was now what I would have called a hero, and yet I had not been aware of the process. I slept, awakening, found myself in night. The men continued their excited yells.
By thunder, I bet this army will never see a new regiment like us.
A dog and a woman and a walnut tree. The more you beat them, the better they be. Like us. Lots of pile them in, they did. And if an old woman swept up the woods, she'd get a dustpan full.
Yeah, and if she'll come around again in about an hour, she'll get a pile more, too.
The enemy's forming over there.
I left the regiment to get some water. Looking down the aisle of a grove, we saw the general ride up to another officer. Wilson and I made a little show walking on, but we lingered near in a desire to overhear the conversation.
The enemy's forming over there for another charge.
Yes, General.
It'll be directed against Whiteside, and I fear they'll break through there unless we work like thunder to stop them.
It'll be the devil to pay stopping them, General.
I presume so. What troops can you spare?
Well, sir, I had to order in the 12th to help the 76th, and I haven't really got any. But there's the 304th.
Us, Henry?
Yeah. They fight like a lot of mule drivers. I can spare them best of any.
Get them ready, then. I'll watch for developments from here and send you word when to start them. It'll happen in about 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. I don't believe many of your mule drivers will get back. I know, sir.
You hear what he said, Wilson?
He said, wouldn't many of us get back?
He called us mule drivers. Well, I may fight like a mule driver, Wilson, but I don't intend to die like one.
Me neither, Henry.
You fool! Come on! We can't stay here. We've got to charge! Charge! This ground is too exposed. We'll all get killed if we stay here. We ought to get across that line.
Across there?
Certainly. We've got to go forward. We can't stay here.
Well, come on yourself, then!
Come on! Come on! You go! Sound the charge! Come on!
Field went to scurrying mass. It was like a handful of men splattered into the faces of the enemy. The obedient flag bent its glittering form and swept with us. As I hurled myself forward, there was born in me a love, a despairing fondness for that flag. It was a creation of beauty and invulnerability. It was a woman, red and white, hating and loving, that called with the voice of my hopes. In the mad scramble, I saw the color sergeant flinch suddenly. Hey, the flag bearer's been hit.
He's dead.
I'll carry it.
No, let me
Give it to me, Wilson.
You was hurt yesterday, Henry. You ain't too strong.
Get away. I'll carry it, I tell you.
All right. We're all gonna be killed anyway.
Shut up, you fool.
Shoot into him.
Charge him, Lord. We're only a handful.
Look at Henry. He's way up in front with a color.
Enemy's flag, Wilson. I'm gonna get it.
You ain't even got a gun no more.
Well, neither is he.
Henry! All right, you fool. I'll help you.
Just over this fence. Come on, he sees us coming after him, Wilson.
We got your ref. Surrender that flag.
Let's see if Ron take a yank.
All right, then get him, Henry.
We got it! We got the enemy's flag, Wilson. I told you we'd go in. Look at him.
By golly. It is. Sure lost lots of men.
We did, all right.
If a man should come up and ask me, I'd say we got a darn good licking. Still and all, we won. Didn't I tell you we'd come around in behind them? Didn't I? What's the matter, Henry?
Nothing.
You shouldn't feel sad or bad or nothing. You was a real Jim Dandy, Henry. You was a real hero.
Oh, shut your mouth, Wilson. I found that I could look back upon the brass and bombast of my earlier Gospels and see him truly. I discovered I could now despise him. With the conviction came a store of assurance, a quiet manhood. I'd been to touch the great death and found, after all, it was but the great death. So it came to pass that as I trudged from the place of blood and wrath, my soul changed. Scars faded as flowers. I'd rid myself of the red sickness of battle. The sultry nightmare was in the past. I turned now with a lover's thirst to images of tranquil skies, fresh meadows, cool brooks, an existence of soft and eternal peace. Over the river, a golden ray of sun came through the host of leaden rain clouds.
The Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane is another in a series of living fiction, presented each week by Northwestern University in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company. The Red Badge of Courage was adapted for radio by Agnes Eckhart. The cast and directors were students of Northwestern University. Henry Fleming was played by Fred Posner. Jim Conklin, Bill Wilson. Wilson by Lee Morgan. Ma Fleming by Vivian Newberg. Also in the cast were Sue Goldberg, Ace Gamble, Joe Gillis, Dave Carlson, and Don Bowman. The assistant director was Bob Deers. The director was Chuck Cooper. The entire production was under the supervision of Howard Keegan. This is Jim Hamilton speaking. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Hello, Yukon 28209. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Did you ever know a girl private detective? Perhaps not. They're pretty rare. Well, we've got one. Candy Matson is the name. And she's both pretty and rare. Figure? She picks up where Miss America leaves off. Clothes? She makes a peasant dress look like opening night at the opera. Hair? Blonde, of course. And eyes? Just the right shade of blue to match the hair. You're expecting more? All right, let's meet her. She's on the phone now, in her penthouse on Telegraph Hill in San Francisco.
Hello, Candy Matson.
Well, bless my ever-loving little old serial number, Candy Matson.
Watch out how you go tossing your serial number around, Pally. Who is this?
Candy, I hope you remember me. This is Sergeant Kenley down at Fort Ord.
Kenley the Gallant, the GI who filled my slipper with beer and drank it.
That's me, the poor man's Diamond Jim Brady.
Sure, I remember you. I met you when I was down at Fort Ord with the USO. What's on your mind, Kenley? Wait a minute, I'll put it this way. What's new?
Oh, like this is new. We're having a big shindig at the Senior Non-Commissioned Officers Club tomorrow night. You were elected as the girl most likely.
Finish the sentence.
Okay, as the girl most likely to be the queen of our ball.
Kenley, you mad lad. I'd adore it. But what would I do for a chaperone?
What?
Don't play dull. You heard me.
Oh, sure. Well, why don't you bring your mother?
Wonderful idea. And I know just the fellow. Roger, Kenley. I'll report to the orderly room sometime tomorrow afternoon at Fort Ord. That's the way things happen with me, so casually. I'm at home on Telegraph Hill overlooking San Francisco Bay, polishing a few old sapphires, when the phone rings. Sounds innocent, doesn't it? But I ran into 2 rather grisly murders in Monterey. Want some details? Listen. When I told the sergeant I knew just the fellow to be my mother, I meant my old pal Rembrandt Watson. In former days, Rembrandt, an A1 photographer now that he doesn't imbibe, used to see double by noon, triple by 4, and complete darkness by 8. One night the darkness became too dense and he suddenly saw the light. That's when he threw all his bottles out the window. Of course, he was arrested for disturbing the peace, but he hasn't touched a drop since. And when I mentioned Rembrandt as my chaperone, I wasn't fooling. He's been like a mother to me many, many times. He was just back from his vacation, so I got in my car and drove over Powell and down California Street. At Grant Avenue stands Old St. Mary's, and on the bell tower just underneath the clock, there's a sign that says, "Son, observe the time and fly from evil." I'd seen it before, but somehow that afternoon it had an added meaning. I parked my car and went across the street to Rembrandt's apartment.
Candy.
Rembrandt, you old dear, how are you?
Wonderful, just wonderful. Darling, you're looking simply grand.
Oh, slice it thinner, Rembrandt. You've only been gone 3 weeks.
Sorry, dear. You'll come in, won't you? I'm just having some tea. Won't you join me, Candy?
I'd love it.
It's all ready. Boogly bleep, bleep, bleep. Bop.
Wait a minute. What was that again?
In case you don't know, Dove, that's Bob.
Where did you ever pick up Bob?
I was visiting a friend of mine last night, a professor of psychology, over at that institution across the bay.
California?
No, San Quentin. He's a penologist. He played some Bop records for me.
Well, what do you think of Bop, Rembrandt?
They say it's the latest thing. Why, girl, I can remember when they were playing Bop back in 1926.
You can?
Certainly. Only in those days they called it Vo-do-do-de-o, Vo-do-do-de-o-do. Here's your tea, Dove. It's warm.
Thanks.
What brings you by this afternoon, Candy, dear?
You. I've got an invite to a ball for both of us.
How delightful. I'll get my Grand Marshal's uniform out of me trunk.
It's not that kind of a ball, Ducky. It's just a dance for soldiers at Fort Ord.
Fort Ord? That's down in Monterey.
That's right. And I want you to go along as my chaperone.
Candy, I'd really love it.
Good. I'll pick you up at noon tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have an appointment at 2. You run along, and I'll get the Del Monte special.
Okay, and I'll pick you up at the station in Monterey?
Splendid, splendid. Oh, by the way, dear, I'm just a little...
Oh, sure. Here, take 20.
Oh, no, not that much, Candy.
No, yourself, I insist.
Oh, I'm so glad you're firm about these things. Thanks ever so much.
Not at all. Thanks for the tea, Rembrandt. I'll see you in Monterey. I gave Rembrandt a little chuck under the chin. He quivered his bushy eyebrows, and I left. If I was going to be queen of a military ball, I had to get some royal raiment. I picked up a mantilla and a strapless evening gown you had to hold up by sheer concentration and deep breathing. Then I had a quiet dinner for 1, please, James, and went home and climbed aboard the Dream Express quite early. When I woke up, I had the nasty feeling that I had something to do. Then I remembered. I had a date that evening with Mallard. That's Inspector Ray Mallard of San Francisco Homicide. The nomenclature reads 6'2", weight 190, nice features, smart guy when it comes to solving a crime, but when it comes to talking about us and the future, he freezes up completely. I got dressed and whipped down to the Hall of Justice on Kearny Street.
Well, Candy, how's Telegraph Hill's greatest lady detective?
At the moment, Mellor, dear, I'm just between detectives.
Kind of slow, huh?
No, not slow. I just wrapped up a case. Now I want to take it easy for a few days.
I've got news for you, Candy.
Such as like what?
Such as like I can't keep our date for tonight.
Oh, Mallard, I'd been counting on it.
I know, Candy. I'm sure sorry. But how did I know this guy was going to do what he did out in the Taraval district?
Playing straight, I say. What did the guy do out in the Taraval district?
He parlayed a sudden impulse into a seat in the gas chamber.
How so?
He done in his old lady.
Mallard, don't talk like that.
Okay. He ostracized his wife from the world of the living. With a pipe.
That's better.
Over the head.
I get the picture. Anyway, I've got news for you, too.
And yours would be?
I'd have to break our date tonight anyway.
Uh-huh. I just knew I was going to get stood up. And tonight's the night that Tex Acuff is playing in Loves of Laredo. Candy, it's Acuff's best movie.
Acuff will just have to keep his chin up. You're busy in the Taraval, and I've got to be at a dance at the NCO club at Fort Ord.
Oh, that's right. I am busy tonight. So you're going to Fort Ord, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Weren't you there a couple of times during the war?
That's right. With the USO.
That same sergeant still there?
The same sergeant. He's the one who asked me tonight.
Now, this calls for drastic action. Come here, Candy.
Mallard. It was one of those rare moments. Mallard kissed me. Part of me floated out of his office. Then part of me floated back in and picked up the rest of me. Then all of me floated out again. Then I realized I'd forgotten my hat. I went back and got it. Then I saw I didn't have my purse. I went back and got that.
Keep this up and you won't even get past Market Street, let alone to Fort Ord.
That Mallard, he can do the sweetest things sometimes. That was one of them. I got in the car, shifted into low, and that's the last I remember until I came to in front of the Rancho in Carmel. Obviously, one kiss from Mallard was better than a tank full of 100-proof octane. I registered, got a cabana out and back, showered, changed, and drove back into town. The drive down must have been dusty because I was extremely dry. So I stopped at Griff's, a cute little place with old theatrical pictures all over the walls.
Yes, miss. Would you care for something?
Oh, yes, a martini, please. Very dry.
Very dry. Righto.
You're new here, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I started working here about 3 weeks ago.
I thought so. I was down about a month ago, but I don't remember seeing you.
No, the fella who was here became ill. Mr. Griffin hired me.
Nice place to work.
Oh, yes. It's very enjoyable. Here you are, miss.
Thank you. I know you don't know who I am, but I'm a very good friend of Mr. Griffin's, and I came away without any money. Could you cash a check for me?
Well, I don't know. I'd like to, but do you have any identification with you?
Oh, yes, of course. Here, my driver's license.
Matson. Candy Matson.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know why I thought I recognized you. Aren't you presiding over the dance tonight at Fort Ord?
Well, yes. Why?
I saw your picture in the paper yesterday.
Yesterday? What? I only knew about it myself Oh, that Kenley, what an operator.
I'll be happy to cash your check, Miss Matson.
Good. I'm going to need it. A queen has to scatter a little gold amongst her subjects. The lad cashed my check and I left for the fort. I drove out past Seaside, then on past Ord Village and onto the reservation itself. The guard motioned me through the south gate with a wave of his hand and a... Yep, still the same old Fort Ord. I wove my way through the streets and finally pulled up in front of the senior NCO club. As I got out, there was my pal Kenley coming down the steps, in his fatigues yet.
Oh, Candy, you beautiful thing, you.
Don't you beautiful thing me, Sergeant Kenley.
What's the matter?
You know what's the matter. They printed a picture of me in the Monterey Herald yesterday.
Well, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong? When the paper came out yesterday, I hadn't even heard about your wing-ding tonight.
Oh, don't be mad, Candy. I've never seen you say no to a worthwhile cause yet.
This is a worthwhile cause?
That's right. Every cent we take in, we're turning over to the community chest.
Oh, well, that puts a different light on it.
Oh, I knew you'd see it that way.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. You don't charge for these NCO dances. How are you getting any proceeds out of it?
Oh, I didn't tell you, did I? Every half hour we're having a raffle. The highest bidder gets a free dance. With you.
Oh, that Kenley. Well, it was getting dark, and the Del Monte special with Rembrandt aboard would soon be pulling in. So I went back to Monterey. All of a sudden, I decided to play games. About a mile from town, the train stops at Del Monte itself. I thought it might be cute if I went back, got on the train there, and met Rembrandt that way. There she was, coming right in on schedule. I parked the car and went over to the little country-like station. The train wasn't in sight yet. It has to make the bend around Seaside. There it was. Now the headlight was sending its beam down the shining rails. It stood out like a beacon in the Monterey twilight. Then I saw it. The glare of the locomotive's light picked up the crumpled body of a man. It was stretched across the tracks in a grotesque manner. Suddenly my mind flashes signaled my feet, and I moved. It was a man, all right. The train was getting closer. I grabbed him by his lead-like shoulders and tugged. He wouldn't budge. I tried again, but still no luck. I looked down in desperation. That's when I saw that one of his feet was jammed between the rail and a tie. I gave a yank, and the foot came free. Then I grabbed him by the shoulders again. He must have weighed over 200, but little by little I was getting his body over the rails and up under the shoulder. Finally, I made it, just as the Del Monte rolled by. The body had fallen over on top of me as I pulled him away from the rails. I shoved him to one side and he flopped over. As he did so, I realized my companion was very cold, very limp, and very dead. A card fell out of his pocket, and I did the natural thing and picked it up. By that time, the train was pulling out. I tried to catch it, but it was too late. It was only a mile into Monterey, so I left my cold friend and drove in after the train. I got snarled in a traffic jam just before I made the right turn into the station, so Rembrandt was waiting for me as I drove up.
Dove, how nice of you, right on time.
Never mind the salutations. Come on, we've got work to do.
Don't tell me I'm supposed to take your place at the ball tonight.
No. I've discovered a body.
Candy, dear, how occupational.
How irritational. Come on, let's go.
Where?
Monterey Sheriff's Office.
But you'll miss the ball, girl.
Not tonight, I won't. I darn near got killed myself. Tonight I'm going to have fun. Let's go. I went over to the sheriff's office. They have a staff of 9 men. I placed everything in their capable hands and drove Rembrandt over one of the local hotels. I went back to the rancho, climbed into my strapless queen outfit, and went back to pick him up. He came out with a bewildered look on his face. I didn't say anything. We drove along through the Ord reservation, and finally I popped the question. Okay, Rembrandt, what's wrong?
Nothing, except this.
What's this?
A card. While I was dressing, a man knocked on me door, shoved this into me hand, and told me to tell you about it, and left.
Let me see it.
Here. Oh, careful, Dub. Don't go off the road. The military wouldn't like that. They dislike messy forts.
Wait a minute. Look through my purse, Rembrandt.
Precisely for what?
For a card that matches this one.
Lipstick, lighter, handkerchief. Oh, here we are. You're right, Candy. It matches exactly. Does it make sense?
Not yet. This is a warning, Rembrandt. A warning to keep my nose out of somebody's business.
Yes, but what's this on the card? I don't understand.
I thought you were studying the cello, Rembrandt, dear.
Oh, I am.
Then you should know what that is. That's the musical signature for F sharp. The gent who gave Rembrandt the card had obviously been following us since we left the sheriff's office. Now I knew I was in on something. But what? That body didn't crawl on the tracks all by itself. It was placed there deliberately in hopes the train would mangle all evidence. I'd have to worry about that later. I had a date to keep, and I was going to keep it. Once again, I pulled up in front of the Senior Non-Commissioned Officers Club. Rembrandt helped me out, and we went in. The joint was really jumping. As we went in, dear old Sergeant Kenley was there to greet us.
Oh, Candy. Oh, glad you're here. I was getting worried.
Ha, ha, ha. He's worried.
Yes. Ha, ha, ha.
Ha, ha, ha? I don't get it.
That's all right, Sergeant. Kenley, I want you to know Rembrandt Watson, my chaperone this evening.
Glad to know you, sir.
You needn't talk down to me, Sergeant. I have campaign ribbons for just such battles as this.
Okay, Kenley. When do we start the raffle?
Right now. Come on, Candy.
If ever a girl gave her all for the Army, that was I. I danced until my insteps had insteps. Going on toward midnight, they started another raffle. A dark-looking sergeant bid $6, and I was to dance with him. Rembrandt was fighting the Boxer Rebellion all over again with some top kick, so I was stuck, but good.
Miss Matson, that was my last $6.
You shouldn't have done it, Sergeant.
It was worth it. But if you don't mind, I'd rather not dance.
Sergeant, for those kind words, I make you a lieutenant.
No, thanks. I'd rather be a sergeant. But would you mind walking outside on the terrace? It's awfully stuffy in here.
Sergeant, it would be a pleasure, believe me. We went outside. The night was strictly moderate, sparkling with stars, not warm, not cold, and a slight smell of sardines in the air. That's good. That meant the canneries were working. But speaking of the smell of fish...
Let's go this way, shall we?
Why?
There's a beautiful view of the entire bay from over here.
Look, Sergeant, I only came down here to dance...
I said come with me.
What? You're hurting my arm. Now, wait just a minute, Sergeant.
No, you wait, Candy Matson. I know who you are. You had to come down here where you weren't wanted.
You don't seem to understand
that
I was...
You had to go find a body on the tracks, and you ended up with 2 cards that were identical, didn't you? Give me those 2 cards.
I haven't got them.
Don't give me that. Where are they?
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't got any cards.
Okay, sister, you asked for it.
The sky was whirling. Time was nothing. I was in China. I was in Cuba. I was nowhere. Suddenly, things came into focus. I was out in back of the club, and Rembrandt and half a dozen GIs were standing over me.
There, Ducky. You're going to be all right. What happened?
I got slugged, that's what happened. And the rat only bid $6 for the privilege.
How do you feel, Dow?
Terrible.
Oh, Kenny, I feel terrible, too. I don't know how this could have happened.
Hi, Kenley. Oh, my head.
Oh, gee, I just can't apologize enough.
That's all right. I came down here to be queen of the ball. I got crowned, didn't I?
Good evening. You wish something?
Yes, please. Brandy for the lady, lemon Coke for me.
Brandy and... what was that again?
A glass of water.
A glass of water, again.
Hold it. You weren't here this afternoon.
No, I worked the evening shift. Frankie's here during the afternoon.
Frankie?
That's right. Frankie Sharp.
That's when Roman candles went off and bells started to ring. Thinking back to the afternoon, the guy who cashed my check had one slight characteristic. I remembered as he handed me the money, his cufflinks were stamped musically, F sharp. I must have had a funny look on my face because Rembrandt spoke.
What's the matter, dear? Doesn't the brandy agree with you?
No, it's not that. I'm trying to put 1 and 1 together to make 2, but it doesn't add.
Uh-oh. Looks like we're going to have company.
Pardon me, Miss Matson. I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all, Corporal. Everybody's getting into the act tonight. Sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thank you. I just heard the regrettable news. You getting slugged at the club. I left just before, I guess. How did it happen?
He was a sergeant. He outranked me.
Oh, incidentally, my name is Case. Dave Case. 4th MP Company at the fort.
Glad to know you, Case. This is Mr. Rembrandt Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do, sir? Where's your accoutrement?
What?
Your billy club and pistol, your armband, and so on.
I don't wear them when I'm not on duty, Mr. Watson.
Well, you're in good hands, Candy. I've got to leave. Can't stand a place where they only serve you water.
That's what you asked for, Rembrandt.
I know. Yield not to temptation, I always say. I do bet you, Corporal Case. Yeah. Good night, Candy, dear. See you in the morning. You two just stay and talk over the Battle of the Bulge that knobbed on Candy's head.
Good night, Rembrandt.
Does he always duck out on you like that, Miss Matson?
He's a man of whims. That's why I like him. This brandy isn't doing anything for me, but I needed some air. Corporal, do me a favor and walk me down to the beach and back, will you?
Why, I'd be delighted.
We left Griff's and walked down Ocean Avenue to the beach. There was a half moon shining down from the east and hitting the waves. It made the ocean look almost luminous.
Feel a little better, Miss Matson?
Yes. I wonder what that character hit me with. Come on, Corporal. Let's go along the beach a little way.
Aren't you cold?
No, this is fine. Wait. Wait a minute, Case.
What?
Down there. Right at the water's edge. Looks like the body of a man.
Why, you're right.
Let's go. We ducked around a clump of brush and hightailed it down to the water. Sure enough, it was the sprawled figure of a man. Every time a wave came in, the body would change position, setting new patterns of crumpled legs and oddly shaped arms. Give me a hand, Case. Help me roll him over.
Okay.
There. Hey, look at this.
What, Miss Matson?
Do you know who this joker is? This is the lad who flattened my skull at the dance tonight.
Yeah, I'll bet he's awfully sorry he did it now. He's quite dead.
The corporal and I pulled and tugged and finally got the boy high and dry up on the beach. Then we ran up to my cabin. Operator, they must have closed the switchboard for tonight.
Well, you wait here, Miss Matson. I'll run up into town. There's usually a prowl car there at this hour.
Okay, but hurry, Corporal. Case slammed out the door and I was left alone. I walked over to the cabinet, got a cigarette and lit it. Thoughts were going through my head like a roulette wheel, but none of the thoughts were dropping in the right slot. Then suddenly... Did you ever get the feeling you weren't alone? That a pair of eyes was watching your every move? I wheeled around. There he was, standing over by the closet door.
Good evening.
My bartender friend of the afternoon.
Enjoying your cigarette, Miss Matson?
Yes. Yes, I am, Mr. Sharp.
Fine. Drag on it. Drag deeply. The last drag always tastes the best.
What's on your mind?
You've been on my mind ever since you pulled that body off the tracks this evening.
Was that one of your jobs?
Oh, yes. Hadn't you surmised by my musical signature?
Wasn't that being rather dramatic?
I don't think so. All great artists sign their work. Why shouldn't I? I came here to paint. But they only laughed at me, jeered. So I decided to paint in a different manner. It was beginning to pay dividends, too. But you and the others, you had to spoil it. I could have been big. Do you understand? I could have owned this whole country.
Oh, no, Frankie. You leave too many of your cards around.
Recognition. There has to be recognition for everything done in this world. Look. Here. I've got another F-sharp card, Miss Matson.
So I see.
I made it especially for you. About an hour ago.
Is that when you held your pal's head under the surf down there on the beach?
Shortly after, yes. And now I shall have to work fast, won't I? Your corporal friend with the muscles will be returning with the police. Over there against the wall, Miss Matson.
You can't get away with this, Frankie.
I think I can. You see, everything I touch must either live or die. In your case, it's too late for the former. So die you must.
Corporal!
Get back, Miss Matson. This guy's nuts.
Looks like I'll have to add another.
Oh!
Corporal, you all right?
Just got me on the shoulder. All right, Mac. Try this.
Hang on to his gun arm, Case. I'll try to get him with this lamp.
Never mind that. He's going to drop that gun right now. Oh!
Quick, Corporal, down the hall.
You'd better hold it sharp. I'm warning you. Okay, you asked for it. Oh.
F-sharp was quite flat, there at the bottom of the stairs. And sharp, being flat, was a natural. He looked awfully good that way. All I can say is I am terribly grateful for Fort Ord's highly efficient MPs. Case ducked out to get the police, but halfway down the stairs he heard Sharp's voice in my room. He tiptoed back and listened just long enough outside my door. Just as Frankie had leveled his pistol at my head, Case broke through and wrestled the gun out of Sharp's hand. Oh, the rest of the facts? Well, I've got the data and data right here. Frankie Sharp was a wise boy. He was dishonorably discharged from the Army in 1946. He came to the Monterey area with a complete load of Army uniforms, fatigues, and general equipment. He set up a little ring of other ex-GIs with bad records, all dishonorably discharged also, all professional gamblers. On Army paydays, he'd rig his mob out with GI uniforms. Then they'd gang up on the boys from the camp and take them for all their dough with marked cards and loaded dice. The gang was familiar with Army routine, so it was easy for them to make like real soldiers. But Frankie Sharp was keeping too much of the loot for himself, so he decided to set up a new gang. One by one, he had his boys marked for sudden and violent death. The first was the guy I pulled off the tracks. Sharp and the fake sergeant who slugged me were parked up on the highway watching to see the Del Monte Special put on the finishing touches. When the gag misfired, they followed me, found out where Rembrandt was staying, slipped in one of their business cards as a warning for me to stay out. But the fake sergeant turned chicken. He didn't want those F-sharp notes all over the area. So he came out to the NCO club, bopped me over the head, and got them back. When he returned, Frankie knew the fat was in the fire and that the time to strike was then. So he took his pal down to the beach, gave him a finger wave and a permanent, the kind you don't wake up from. Then he went back to my cottage to wait for me. Sharp was his own undoing. The poor guy was a megalomaniac and insisted on signing his works of art. His greatest masterpiece, though, was one he autographed. It was called Picture of a Corpse at the Bottom of a Stairway. Because when we went down to look at his body, he still had his own F-sharp card clutched in his rigid fingers. Corporal Case? Good boy. He's been studying criminology with the United States Armed Forces Institute. He was discharged about a month later, and because of his considerable amount of gray matter, was promised the first opening with the Monterey Sheriff's Office. Oh, me, it's beautiful around Monterey and Carmel. The soft ocean, the gently rising knolls, especially the one on my head. That's the last time I'm going to be queen of a ball.
Listen again next week at this same time. For excitement and adventure, just dial...
Candy Matson, Yukon 28209.
Heard tonight were John Grover as Sergeant Kenley, Lou Tobin as the pseudo-sergeant, Kurt Martell as Corporal David Case, and Jerry Walter as Frankie Sharp. Henry Leff is Inspector Ray Mallard, and Jack Thomas portrays the role of Rembrandt. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is written and produced by Monty Masters. Eloise Rowan was at the organ, and sound effects were created by Bill Brownell and Jay Rendon. Corporal David C. Case is an actual person. Any resemblance to other people in tonight's play is purely coincidental. The program came to you from San Francisco. This is Dudley Manlove speaking. You are tuned for the stars on NBC.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Cary Grant with Phyllis Brooks in Wings in the Dark, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the third of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. In weeks to come, you'll hear such stars as Rosalind Russell, James Stewart, Helen Hayes, Ginger Rogers, Betty Davis, and Clark Gable, playing in stories by America's foremost authors. Today, we're proud to present Cary Grant as Ken Morgan, with Phyllis Brooks as Sheila Mason in Wings in the Dark, especially adapted for us by True Boardman. And now our play is about to begin. It's dawn, and on a great landing field rests a silver plane, its nose pointed toward the Atlantic. Pilot Ken Morgan and his mechanic, Joe McDonald, are surrounded by reporters in the shadow of a gleaming wing.
Will you give us that story, Mr. Morgan? We've been waiting around here for about an hour now.
She's all set, Ken. Running like a dream.
Okay, Mac. Pull out the wheel block.
Hey, wait a minute, Morgan. Come on. How's about a statement before you go?
Heading for Paris. How long do you think it'll take you? Come on. Okay, all right. Okay. I'll give you a statement. I wanted to keep this quiet till it was over, but as long as you're here, you may as well know. I am heading for Paris, that's true. Well, this isn't just a stunt. No, I'm doing it to test my automatic blind flying device. I've been working on it for over 5 years.
Well, how come, Morgan? Why, blind flying isn't new.
No, but this kind is. This ship of mine will not only fly by itself in the air, she'll take off and land without my touching the stick. I'm not going to fly this plane to Paris. She's going to fly herself. I'm just a passenger.
Hey, how's about a picture of that robot business?
Yeah, how about that? Come on, boys. Okay, Mac, I'm underway.
Ken Morgan, hold it. Hey, Ken, it's Jenkins, the inspector from the Commerce Department.
Don't get in that plane, Morgan. You're not going.
Not going?
No. Your permit for the flight is rescinded.
Rescinded? What do you mean rescinded?
The department can't sanction a man going out to commit suicide. And that's what it would mean to try to fly to Paris with this crazy blind flying device of yours.
Crazy? Why, I've spent 6 years on it.
I won't argue with you. Your permit is rescinded. And Morgan, the department also disapproves of cheap publicity stunts.
Publicity stunt? This is not a publicity stunt.
Oh, yeah? Just take a look at this newspaper.
Newspaper?
Morgan, I'm disappointed.
Let me get a load of that, will you, boys?
Let's see.
Hey, for the love of... Girl stunt flyer is stowaway on experimental ocean
Hey,
hop.
Morgan, what's the idea of giving that story exclusive to the Star?
Hey, where is she?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Girl stowaway? Well, that's crazy. The whole thing is... Hey, wait, Mac. That rear compartment.
Hello, Ken.
Why, it's Sheila Mason.
Get out of that plane.
How about I wait for the press,
Give us the story. Come out of that plane before I pull you out.
Let go of my arm. I'm coming.
Hold it for a picture. Swell.
Now, clear out of here, you guys.
Your reporters better beat it.
All right, come on, guys.
Ken, I don't understand. What's wrong?
Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, Nick, I'm glad you're here.
Hey, what did you say to those reporters, Morgan? You spoiled everything.
Oh, so you're back of this, Williams.
Nick, I thought you told me.
Now, wait a minute. Give me a chance. You see, Morgan, it's this way. I happen to hear on the QT that you're making this flight flying to Paris. Sheila's great copy, Ken, and at the same time a swell flyer. So I figures the two of you doing it together would be the biggest thing since Lindbergh, see?
Yes, I see. You thought I'd take this flight and turn it into one of those cheap stunts you and Sheila Mason go in for. Is that it? Well, you certainly fixed things. I've been refused permission for the flight.
Oh, Ken.
Well, suppose you go now.
Oh, come on, Sheila. You're wasting time.
Okay, Nick. I'm sorry, Ken.
Can you imagine that? I figure out $1 million proposition. The guy just don't appreciate it.
Look, Ken, don't think this too hard. After all, now we can spend more time on the blind flying device. Then when you're really tested...
Yeah, what are we going to use for money? By tomorrow, half the country will know that Ken Morgan has some kind of a half-baked blind flying contraption the government thinks worthless. No, Mac, the whole thing is washed up. 6 years' work in the ash can. Oh, well, never mind. Get Betsy back in the hangar, will you? I'll be in the office.
Look, Ken, after all...
I didn't ask you to talk. I said get the plane in the hangar. Come in, Mac. Did you lock up the... Oh, it's you.
Yes, Ken. I waited till everyone was gone because I wanted to tell you how sorry I am.
No, it's all right. Forget it.
Ken, there's one thing I want you to understand. This wasn't just a publicity stunt for me. I wanted to make that flight to Paris more than I've ever wanted to do anything in my life. It meant being a part of something really worthwhile in aviation.
That's a little funny coming from you. Hardly goes with the aviation career of Sheila Mason. Stunt flying for carnivals, for the movies, flying under bridges, doing skydiving.
Maybe you think I like that kind of flying.
Why would you do it if you didn't?
Because I'd rather fly that way than not at all. Did you ever think what it means to be a girl in a game where all the good jobs go to men?
Oh, well, maybe I never looked at it that way. I'm sorry I got sore a while ago. It's just that... Well, this flight meant an awful lot to me.
Sure it did. And that's why you still ought to make it.
Still make it? When I've been denied permission?
So what? Didn't you ever hear of a guy called Corrigan?
Hey, you're right.
Sheila, you're right.
Who are you calling?
The main gate. I gotta stop Mac.
You don't have to. I've already told him to keep the ship warm.
Oh, woman, you're marvelous. Where's my stuff? Say, where's that coffee?
On the stove there. I'll heat it and put it in your thermos.
Oh, the heck with coffee.
Now, you're not flying the Atlantic without hot coffee. You get your maps and stuff together.
Swell. Hey, wait a minute. I just thought. You're being pretty swell after the way I treated you.
Forget it. Fine excuse for a stove you've got there. How do you light it? Ooh!
What's the matter? You burned yourself? Here, you better let me. Sometimes you have to light it down here from underneath. Sometimes it's...
Ken, no, look out. I had to turn down. It's full of gas. Ken, your face. Oh, Ken, my dear. Your face.
No. No, it's not my face so much. It's my eyes. I can't see. I can't see. Let's have it, Doctor. And straight.
All right, my boy. This is straight. The tissues surrounding the eyeball are quite intact. The optic nerve is unaffected. The injury is to the cornea itself.
Never mind all that, Doc. Will I ever see again?
I can't tell you, son. I believe that no one could. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Doc. Well, I guess that tells me. Thanks. Don't ask me to tell you what Ken is, Miss Sheila. I can't say nothing. Ken made me promise.
Then forget the promise, Mac. Ken's hurt and afraid. Mostly afraid of pity. Well, we've got to make him see that it's not pity we have for him, but faith.
Well, but...
Right now is the turning point in Ken Morgan's life. If he cuts himself off from everything now, he's lost. And Mac, we can't let that guy be lost.
You're right. Okay, I'll take you to him. He's in a little cabin up in the hills.
Well, but first, Mac, tell me, can we get an exact model of Ken's plane made?
Betsy? Sure, I suppose so.
Then do it. I'll pay for it. I've got a plan, Mac. I've got a plan.
Who is it? It's me, Chief. Come in. Hi, Chief. I thought I told you I wanted to be alone up here. Can't you understand?
Mac only came up to bring me Ken.
Sheila. Nice keeping your mouth shut, Mac.
It's not Mac's fault, Ken. I made him bring me.
Well, you can make him take it right back. If you brought a carload of sympathy with you, you better take that back, too. If I need your help, I'll ask for it.
Swell. Swell, Ken. I only hope that goes both ways.
What are you talking about?
Well, you see, I really came up here to get your help.
My help?
Yes, Ken. You see, I've heard of a new kind of aileron that makes the plane maneuver a lot easier. But before I had one put on my ship, well, I thought maybe you'd tell me what you thought of it.
A new aileron, huh? Well, I don't know.
Look, Ken, I brought a model of my plane along. Perfect in every detail, including those new ailerons. And you can tell by... Well, Ken, you've got more knowledge of planes in just your fingers than a dozen other flyers have in their whole bodies. Try it, Ken.
You say you got a plane model there?
Yes.
Well, let me see it. Give it to me. Thanks. Hey, it's a good-sized model. Low wing mount, retractable landing. What do you mean, new kind of ailerons? These are... Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean, a model of your plane? This is Betsy. This is my plane.
Of course it is, Ken. It is Betsy. Perfect and exact. And you know why it's here? I'll tell you. So that you can finish your job. You say that blind flying device of yours isn't perfect yet. Well, it's going to be.
Yeah, she's got a swell idea, Ken.
Look, you know what changes you need to make in that equipment. Make them here on that model. Mac can carry them out on the plane herself down at the shop. Why not?
But how can I? Well, there are instruments to read.
Read them by touch. Take the glass off the front and have raised dials so you can see them with your fingers. You can do it, Ken. I know you can.
I wonder.
Ken, the thing you're doing is too important to you and to aviation. You can't stop now. Finish the job.
I will, Sheila. But wait. There's one thing we're all forgetting. Money. It would take plenty.
I thought of that, too. You're going to earn it.
Oh, me? How?
By turning author. Who knows more about aerodynamics than Ken Morgan? Nobody. So what's to stop you writing articles for magazines?
Hey, Chief, that's a swell idea.
Of course it is. Well, how about it, Mr. Morgan? Is it a go?
It's a go. Hey, there's just one thing I don't get.
What?
Well, why should you be doing all this for me?
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I really learned to care.
To, care?
Yeah. About the future of aviation.
And so ends the first act of tonight's performance in the Silver Theater. Before the second act starts, a very important member of our Silver Theater is going to carry on where Shakespeare left off when he said, "What's in a name?" John Conte.
Those of you who follow the fashions pretty closely know that the names of certain designers stand for smartness and originality. In fact, the very best in style and workmanship. Well, the same thing holds true in the creation of silver. Certain names represent the best in silver smithing. Take 1847 Rogers Brothers, for example. For more than 90 years, the name 1847 Rogers Brothers has stood for the highest ideals of beauty and design and craftsmanship. And now, with their latest and loveliest pattern, First Love, 1847 Rogers Brothers adds still greater luster to that famous name. For First Love is real news in silver plate. Its flower-like ornament is more deeply etched, more richly raised than ever before, in a perfection of craftsmanship found formerly only in sterling silver. And this finest in silver plate costs far less than you think. A service for 6 in the glamorous First Love pattern, 32 pieces, costs only $32.50. Go to your silverware dealer tomorrow and ask to see sets of First Love. Find out about the convenient payment terms while you're there. You'll be surprised to learn how easily you can own the finest silver plate this country has ever seen. 1847 Rogers Brothers.
And now the concluding act of Wings in the Dark. 3 months have passed, during which Ken Morgan has worked feverishly on his automatic flying device. And Sheila has become more reckless than ever in her stunt flying. As the curtain rises, Sheila is arriving at Ken's cabin on the hill.
Hello, Mac.
Hello, Miss Sheila. I've been waiting outside to see you before Ken does. It's bad news.
Bad news?
Yes'm. Another story rejected.
Ken doesn't know.
Oh, sure not. I got it out of the mailbox and kept it myself, same as usual. Here he is. Ah, gosh.
Don't worry, Mac. It just happens I got another check today. That county fair job, $200.
Oh, now look, Miss Sheila, you've done enough already. After all,
He'll finish that automatic pilot, mustn't he? Parts and instruments cost money. Well, he's going to have it. Come on, and remember, not a word. Ken? Oh, hello, Ken.
Hello, Sheila. I was afraid you weren't coming today.
I was delayed a little on business. How's the invention of the age coming?
Oh, you can laugh, but about one more week I'll be able to get in Betsy and Flyer myself.
Yeah, over my dead body.
Oh, Mac, hey, was there any mail down at the box?
Was there mail, and what mail, Mr. Morgan?
Sheila, they didn't buy another story.
Mister, somebody must have told you.
Oh, great. You know, I was just wondering where the money for those new instruments was coming from. How much did they pay for this one?
$200.
Yeah.
200? Boy, we're in the money. Hey, Sheila, give me the check, will you? I want to hold it in my hands.
Sure, Ken. Here it is.
Gosh. Oh, Sheila, I don't know how to thank you.
Thank me, Ken?
Yeah, for giving me the idea of writing that stuff. Funny, I never thought it was much good. Well, I guess a guy can't tell about what he writes, huh?
I guess not.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah, Chief?
Beat it.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Sheila, come over here to the window, will you? I want to show you something.
All right, Ken.
Look, ever see anything that could touch that out there? The daffodils growing on the hill? The lake with the willow trees along the shore silhouetted against the sky?
Ken, you
No,
can't...
no, it's not what you think, Sheila.
I've had Mac standing here just as sundown for the last 3 nights telling me everything he saw. So I could, well, see it just once with you.
Oh, Ken.
Say, I'm an awful dope, you know it. When I had a chance to take a good look at you, I didn't do it.
Ken.
Come closer, Sheila. Your hair. It's soft and fragrant. Gold color, isn't it?
Corn yellow, my dad used to call it.
Sheila.
Oh, Ken. Ken.
Don't give me that, Mac. I'm going to see her.
Nick.
Hey, Sheila, I had a hunch I'd find you here. Hi, Ken. Hey, listen, Sheila, if I got news, and sister, I mean news.
I'm sorry, boss. I tried to stop him.
Oh, that's all right, Mac, old boy. Hey, listen, Sheila. I got the Hexo Oil Company all set to pay you 25,000 smackers for a single non-stop flight, and they finished the plane.
$25,000? Where do I fly? From pole to pole?
No, ma'am, you do not. You fly from Moscow to New York.
Moscow. Ken, isn't that wonderful?
No, it isn't. That's a jump of nearly 6,000 miles. It's too far and too dangerous.
Oh, so it's dangerous. What do you think she's been doing around these county fairs, playing tiddlywinks?
Well, Sheila's been stunt flying for a long time.
Not like this she hasn't. She's gone bats the last couple of months. Double outside loops, spins that she don't come out up till that crate of hers is nearly on the ground. And all for what? So she'll get maybe 200 on a job instead of 150.
Nick.
Now, look here, Sheila, use your head. This Moscow flight is a chance to clean up for both of us.
Shut up, Nick. Sheila's not going.
Hey, what right have you got to interfere in her business?
Nick.
Besides, she needs the dough.
Not anymore, she doesn't.
What?
I'm giving Sheila a third interest in my blind flying device.
Ken.
So what? I suppose I should cheer. Hey, Morgan, everybody in aviation knows that idea of yours is crackpot. And even if it wasn't, you can't finish the thing. You're broke.
Oh, broke, am I? Broke? Take a look at this check.
Ken, no.
Here it is. Look at that. Broke, huh?
Well, just be sure that you have Sheila endorse that before you try to cash it.
Nick.
Have Sheila endorse. Oh, I get it. Now, will you please go now? You too, Mac. I want to talk to Sheila.
Come on, you.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Ken, before you say anything, please, you've got to understand.
I do understand. All of those checks, they were yours. Not one of those stories was sold. That's true, isn't it?
Oh, Ken.
Answer me!
And suppose it is. All that I cared about was seeing you find yourself again. This is a bigger thing than pride, Ken.
Pity. That's what it's been from the first. Everything you've done...
Will you shut up? Don't you know the real reason for anything and everything I did? I love you, you crazy, stubborn fool. I love you.
Chief, for the lover. What did you say to her?
Why?
Well, she just came out crying and went off with Nick. And I heard her tell him she was going to make that Moscow flight.
For the success of Sheila Mason's dramatic adventure. At last report, she was 100 miles off Halifax, fighting headwinds but making satisfactory progress. We continue now with our regular program.
Halifax. You hear that? The worst of it's over. Now you go get some sleep, Ken. You've been sitting there for 10 hours, and that long drive in from the cabin, you're worn out. Go on. I'll wake you up when there's news.
No, save your breath, Mac. I'm staying here till she lands.
Somewhere between Halifax and Portland, Maine, Sheila Mason has been out of communication with any radio station for more than an hour. Also, she's heading toward a heavy fog bank, now moving in off the Atlantic, which is bringing visibility down almost to zero. At last reports, her gas supply was running low and...
Why turn it off? Come on, we're going down to the field.
But Ken!
You heard me. My fault she's up there and... Well, I want to be at the field. Come on.
Okay. Here's the field. You better take my arm.
Yes, Mac, but get going.
Hello, Ken. Hi, Mac. Oh, what a night.
Nick, what's the news?
News? You mean you don't know? Sheila's here.
Here?
Yeah, up there somewhere in the fog.
Oh.
She can't find a way into the field.
Well, how about a guess?
Well, it's nearly gone. 10 minutes ago, she said that...
Mac, what? The hangar. Take me there.
What? Why, you...
I'm going up in Betsy and lead Sheila in.
Chief, you can't.
Because I'm blind, eh? Well, who isn't tonight? But I've got something no one else has. A plane that'll fly without eyes. Now, come on, I'm going up for Sheila.
No, Ken, she's not warm enough. That motor's...
I said I'm ready. Pull out those wheel blocks.
Ken, wait a minute. This is crazy. Think what you're doing. Let me go with you.
Nobody's going with me this time. You keep on that transmitter and lead us in and don't stop talking.
Okay, boss.
And remember this, if I do get Sheila on the ground, keep her there, no matter what happens to me, you understand?
What do you mean, what happens to you?
Never mind. Pull out those wheel blocks.
Okay. Good luck, Chief.
Ken Morgan. This is the field dispatcher calling Ken Morgan out on the field. Don't take off. The inspector forbids it. Calling Morgan. Don't take off.
Morgan calling the field. I have taken off. Got to find Sheila Mason. Mac will be there in a minute. Let him take over to guide me in when I'm ready. Now I'm switching off to talk to Sheila.
Okay, you're crazy, but go ahead. Good luck, fella.
Sheila. Hello, Sheila. Come in. This is Ken calling. This is Ken calling Sheila. Sheila, can you hear me?
Hello, Ken. Ken! Yes, this is Sheila. Where are you?
In Betsy, 1,000 feet over Roosevelt Field.
Ken, you're not alone.
No, I'm not alone. I've got a dream with me.
The automatic pilot. It's working?
I just told you, like a dream. How much gas have you got?
I don't know. 10 minutes? Maybe less.
Climb above the fog and look for me.
Right. Now. I can see you now.
How far away am I?
About a quarter mile.
Good. Pull up alongside.
Right.
How are you?
I was tired. Dead tired. But not now. Okay. I'm alongside.
Swell. Stay there. We'll go down in a minute. But first I've got to tell you something.
Yes?
I love you, Sheila.
Oh, Ken. Ken, you can pick the craziest times and places to save me. I love you, too. I always have.
But it's goodbye now, Sheila.
Goodbye?
Listen carefully. I'm taking you down. Follow me. But remember this. Whatever I do, I want you to stay on the ground once you're there.
What are you talking about?
I'm coming up again, Sheila. Coming up and flying on.
Flying on? Where?
That doesn't matter. You've got to be free, Sheila. You've a right to be. And believe me, this is the best way out.
Ken, you can't. I love you.
Goodbye, darling. I'm cutting my radio. I have to switch over and pick up Mac. He's going to guide us in. Follow me down and keep close.
Ken, listen to...
Hello? Hello, Mac. Mac! Morgan, calling McDonald. Come in.
Okay, Ken. Here I am. Bring her down, boy.
Mac, keep talking. I'll follow your voice in. But keep talking. Count. Anything.
Right, Chief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Keep her coming. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the boy. 1, 2, 3, 4.
He's done it.
5.
He's done it. Look, he's coming down. And Sheila right behind him.
If the automatic pilot just works. It's got to. 1, 2, 3.
He's down. He's okay. Now, if only Sheila. Easy, Sheila. Easy. Yeah, she made it. They're both.
Hey, something's happened. Ken's going up again.
What's Sheila doing? She's going to... Hey, Sheila, look out!
Come on!
All right. Back there. Stand back. Hey, Sheila. Get him out. Sheila, you're all right. Why did you crash into him?
I had to, Nick. I had to stop Ken. He was going up again to fly onto... Oh, Mac, get him out of there.
Let me through.
Now, easy, boys. Easy. Boss, you all right?
Ken. Oh, my darling.
Why didn't you let me do it, Sheila? Why didn't you?
Because you're mine. Because I love you and need you. Can't you see that, Ken?
Yes. Yes, I think so, dear.
Ken, you're hurt.
No, it's my head. It's flashing with lights.
It must have been the crack-up.
Flashing? There are flashes of light. Camera flashlights. Ken, you can see them.
Yes. Sheila, I can see them. I can see them!
just a moment, Cary Grant and Phyllis Brooks will be back for a curtain speech. But first, here's another friend of yours with a really amazing offer. John Conte.
One of the beautiful things so many women long for most frequently is lovely, gleaming silverware. A few minutes ago, we told you about one kind of silverware, 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. Now we'd like to tell you about the other kind, solid silver by International Sterling. International Sterling silver is fashioned by master craftsmen, and in all the world, I think you'll find no more radiant example of their skill and artistry than the stunning pattern Enchantress. The richness of that soft, lustrous finish, the simplicity of that mirror-clear center panel with the delicate carving at either side combined to make Enchantress truly breathtaking. Right now at your silverware dealers, International Sterling is making a special offer to introduce you to Enchantress. A solid silver spoon that sells regularly for $3.25 is yours for only $1. And remember, this is sterling silver, solid silver through and through. When you get your spoon tomorrow, be sure to look at complete sets of Enchantress, and then learn from your silverware dealer about the budget payment plan whereby you, too, can make a dream come true and own the best in silverware, International Sterling Silver. And now to Conrad Nagel, who has brought Cary Grant and Phyllis Brooks out before our silver curtain.
Well, first, may we congratulate both you, Cary, and Miss Brooks on your splendid performances. You know, I've read a few stories and heard a few rumors, Phyllis, that you and Cary are contemplating a little aisle walking or matrimonial plunge.
How about that, Conrad, is according to the newspapers.
Oh, yes, and the rumors.
Yes, but if you were contemplating anything like that, now's the time. You're both free as air. You both just finished new pictures, so...
But, Conrad, it's still according to the newspapers.
And the rumors.
Yeah, well, now, wait a minute. My point is, if the rumors were true, you'd have to furnish a house, wouldn't you?
That's right, if.
And furnishing a house means silverware.
You mean like First Love?
Or Enchantress?
Yes, so...
I'll tell you, Conrad. We'll check up, and if the newspapers...
And the rumors, Phyllis.
Yes, and if the rumors have anything to them, we're customers, right, Grant?
Right, Brooks.
Right, and good night, Cary Grant, good night, Phyllis Brooks. Thank you.
Next week at the same time, the Silver Theater will star Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in the first episode of a thrilling two-part drama directed by Conrad Nagel with original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. And in the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. Wings in the Dark by Nell Shippen was adapted by permission of Paramount Pictures. Cary Grant will soon be seen in the RKO picture Gunga Din with Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Victor McLaglen, and Joan Fontaine. Phyllis Brooks can be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture Great Place and Show. John Conte speaking. This is Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Fateful Friday.
Friday, May 16th, seemed like any one of the 512 Fridays Mr. Brown had spent as an employee of Crandall & Ames, certified public accountant, with a morning ride to his office on the crowded subway, deadly hours over an adding machine, interrupted only by the usual cheese on rye and glass of milk in the company cafeteria. The ride down from the 40th floor of the Crandall building in the crowded elevator at 5:03 after his work was over, and the usual Friday remarks to his fellow employees.
Night, Brown.
Night, George. Have a nice weekend.
Same to you.
See you Monday, Frank.
Yeah, another day, another $1.
Same floor.
Good night, Steve. Say hello to your family.
And as usual on Fridays, Mr. Brown, you weave through the crowd in the lobby to the door of the Gourmet, a rather elegant tobacco, liquor, and food shop, a glittering storehouse of delicacies, of fine wines and good living.
Good evening, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Elsie.
Glad you stopped in tonight. I was going to call your office. We just got a shipment of French champagne, Veuve Clicquot.
Ah, Veuve Clicquot. Good. What vintage?
1929.
1929. Not bad. But there are better vintages, Elsie. 1921. That's the vintage I'm looking for. You'll let me know, of course.
Of course, Mr. Brown. Now, here's something you've asked about. A jar of that very fine caviar.
Yes, let's see it. Elsie, encased within every one of these tiny eggs is a paradise of exquisite flavor. Ah, yes. Here we really have something. Just hold that for the time being.
Certainly, Mr. Brown. And here are some of those clear Havanas that just came in. $2 special.
Yes, I see. Tell you what, Elsie. Just for tonight, why don't you give me a couple of those 2 for 50-cent tappers?
Those things you say, Mr. Brown, like there was too much rain in 1929 for good champagne and so on. Are they true?
Any true connoisseur knows there were 27 inches of rain that year. Too much for good champagne.
But I don't understand how somebody like you,
You mean, why does a man who earns $45 a week bother to learn about things he'll never be able to afford? I don't know, Elsie.
But doesn't it make you unhappy, knowing and not having?
I'm going to have it someday, Elsie. You know, someone said a man can have anything he wants if he wants it bad enough. And I do.
Yes, that's the cross you bear, isn't it, Mr. Brown? Trying to reconcile the appetites of a gourmet with a bookkeeper's budget, with a drab bachelor apartment you come home to after a stifling ride on the subway. And yet, dull as it seems, this Friday is a remarkable one, set apart in a curious way from all the other Fridays in your uneventful little life, as the kind of a day that will prove exciting things can happen even to people like you. As you walk into your apartment building, you have no way of knowing, of course, that in reaching into your mailbox in the lobby, you're putting your hand on something that will change your whole life. A moment later, you toss your hat on the table in the living room, split open the largest and fattest of the envelopes in your mailbox. It's then that you see it and clutch the table for support as a cascade of currency pours out onto the floor. Then find yourself on your knees staring at it, feeling it, and counting.
2, 5,
27. You go on counting, piling it up. 18,000, 30. And then a scribbled note.
Here is the 40 grand. Good luck. Mike. 40,000. But where did it... In my mailbox.
You study the envelope. There are no stamps, no return address. Someone obviously dropped the money in your box by mistake. You shove the money aside, leave your apartment, and go back to the lobby, trying to make sense out of it, knowing the money can't belong to you. The answer is there waiting for you on the row of mailboxes, particularly on the card on the end, with a newly penciled notation over apartment 12. Another William Brown. You stand there a moment, staring blankly at the card. Then, without quite knowing why, you find yourself walking upstairs, on up to apartment 12, just above yours. And even as you ring the buzzer, something inside is telling you of the doors that money could open, of the new world waiting for you if you had the nerve, of how easy it would be with $40,000 in cash, unmarked, with no strings attached.
Yeah? Who is it? Who is it? What do you want?
Excuse me, I'm afraid I have the wrong apartment.
Well, the voice inside was a telling one, wasn't it, Mr. Brown? You've made your decision now, and you know there's only one way to go from here on. You forget about dinner, sit alone in your apartment for the next 2 hours looking at the money, wondering what you're going to say when the man upstairs starts asking questions. Your first impulse is to move out of the apartment, but you decide it's best for the moment to stay, to go on as usual, as if nothing had happened, to give the man upstairs as little reason as possible to suspect you. And then, just after 8 o'clock...
Oh, just a minute. Yes?
Mr. Brown?
That's right.
Sorry to bother you. My name's Brown, too. I just moved in a few days ago.
Oh?
I was worried that you might be inconvenienced. That's quite a coincidence, you know.
What do you mean?
It seems there's not only 2 Browns in the building. There's 2 William Browns, too. We got the same first name.
Well, that is odd.
I got a bunch of noisy friends. I hope they haven't been disturbing you, coming here by mistake.
Oh, no.
And as a matter of fact, until the mailman gets onto it, I'm liable to get some of your mail and vice versa.
It hasn't happened so far. I wouldn't let it bother me if I were you.
I see. Once in a while I get something kind of important, business stuff and all. I wouldn't want to see anybody make a mistake.
Oh, no.
A little thing like that can be pretty serious sometimes, what with the postal authorities and all.
Now, see here, are you implying that I might...
No, don't get me wrong. Just thought a friend of mine might have got mixed up. You know how it is. I'm expecting an important envelope from him. Just forget it, Mr. Brown. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Brown. $40,000.
With the prologue of Fateful Friday, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now a tip to you drivers. Here's a way you can be sure you're picking the gasoline that'll get top performance from your car, the gasoline that's tops in quality. Just remember these 2 points. 1, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is a famous Go Farther gasoline. Consider the fact. The only way any gasoline can put more thrilling performance into your car is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you get better mileage. So mileage is really the best yardstick of gasoline quality. That's why Signal's good mileage is so important to you. And it's why throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, More and more drivers every day are filling up with Signal at those friendly dealer-owned Signal stations. After all, remember those 2 points. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, it was a fateful Friday, wasn't it, Mr. Brown? The simple mistake at the apartment house mailboxes that placed $40,000 in your hands. But there's a string attached to it. Yes, the small matter of the rightful owner of the money, the other Mr. William Brown, upstairs in apartment 12. Your first impulse was to run away, wasn't it, Mr. Brown? Until you began to think how the man upstairs might begin putting things together. And there was something about him that told you he was not the kind to take this lying down. But there are a few things you can do. One of them, of course, is to call at the little gourmet shop first thing Monday morning.
Ah, good day, Mr. Brown.
Good day, Elsie.
What can I do for you? Perhaps a case of that very fine brandy you're so fond of.
Let me see a bottle.
Of course, sir. Here you are.
Excellent. Good district. Exactly the right age. Tell you what, Elsie, I think we'll open this bottle right here.
Mr. Brown.
Mind if I borrow this corkscrew? Thank you.
Mr. Brown, don't open that bottle.
Now, 2 glasses, please. Brandy snifters, of course.
If anyone should see us, Mr. Brown,
I'll pour, Elsie. You and I are going to sample this. There. A votre bonne santé. That's French for your very good health. Delicious, Elsie. First rate. Perfection.
Mr. Brown, that bottle cost $19.95.
Indeed, very reasonable. At that rate, Elsie, I believe I'll take a case.
What?
Have it delivered COD, will you? You know the address.
That does it. Well, that takes care of all the measurements.
Thank you, Herman. Herman's our best tailor. Now, don't go away, Herman. We may want something else. That's a beautiful suit, Mr. Brown. It's the newest thing out. And that pinstripe gives you height.
Oh, yes. Yes, it does.
Yes, we can have it ready for you on, say, Wednesday?
That'll do.
Fine. Thank you very much. I'll help you into the other things.
No, wait. I'm not through. I'd also like something in the tweed and perhaps cashmere.
Oh, of course, Mr. Brown. Sit right down, sir. I'll bring some things out. Our very best. I'll just be a moment.
Take your time. Is this today's paper?
Yes, the noon edition. The things that are going on in this town. Look at that headline.
$40,000 held key in highway shooting. What's this?
I knew the fella that got shot, Mike McKeon. I made a suit for him once.
What sort of business was he in?
Oh, you know. What kind aren't they in? The crowd that Mike ran around with had a string on all the rackets.
I see.
But look how they end up, with a bullet in the back.
Yeah. Says here he was alive when the police found him.
Mm-hmm. Died, though, before he could tell him enough. Just something about $40,000 he delivered to somebody. Only the other fellow claimed he never got it and shot him. Terrible, isn't it? People like that running around loose, you never know.
Here we are, Mr. Brown. Everything you'd ever want to choose from. Imported tweed, cashmere.
Look, some other time.
Excuse me.
I know. I forgot there's something I have to do. Just alter this first suit and send it out. I'll be back.
Well, you know best.
Yes, Mr. Brown, you do know best. Because there isn't any question in your mind that the shooting of Mike McKeon, described in the papers, is directly related to your $40,000. It's strange, isn't it? How you've come to look upon the money as yours now. How you resent the strings attached to it. The man in the apartment above you, the struggle that must have taken place when Mike McKeon was shot. But you've long since decided that it isn't going to do them any good. If the trail leads back to you, you're going to have an answer to their questions. But one false step always requires another, doesn't it, Mr. Brown? And that's why, shortly after leaving the clothing store, you find yourself talking to a shoddy little man in an equally shoddy shop on the Lower East Side.
And just what kind of a gun did you have in mind, Shorty?
Oh, I don't know. Something small, compact, an automatic, perhaps.
What about the one in the case here on the end? 32? Nice little automatic. Dependable.
Well, that ought to do. Let's see it.
Here you are. Second hand, of course, but it's a good buy.
Fine, I'll take it.
Just like that, huh? Look here, let's see now. I'm supposed to write your name down there. What is it, huh?
Why, C.J. Wilson.
That'll be 25 hours, Mr. C.J. Wilson. 20 for the gun and 5 for not asking questions.
And there's something else, isn't there, Mr. Brown? Even with this new protection, the incident in the newspapers tells you that now you've got to move out of the apartment, no matter what suspicions it might arouse. And late that night, you slip into the apartment building, hurry down the corridor to let yourself in. You're about to put the key in the lock when...
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Huh? Oh, it's...
Mr. Brown, that's right. Been waiting for you.
Oh?
I thought we ought to have another little chat.
No, but it's so late. I don't see why whatever it is can't wait until...
Can't wait at all, Mr. Brown. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
Upstairs. We can talk much better in my apartment. Now, look, Mr. Brown, there's no point in our going round and round about this. Like I said, I made one mistake. I don't want to make another.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about at all.
Well, the most important thing I'm talking about is $40,000.
That's quite a sum.
Isn't it? Yeah, a man could do quite a bit on 40 G's. Buy things, travel. That's what I intended to do. I sort of need to travel, Mr. Brown.
Your health?
My health.
Too bad.
Yeah. You know, Mr. Brown, you're good. Really good.
I don't understand.
Oh, yes, you do. It's as simple as those 2 names in the mailboxes downstairs. Remember I said I might get some things intended for you?
Oh, yes, and I might...
Get some things intended for me. Now, how about it? Want to give it back?
No, this doesn't make sense. Why, I never knew there was that much money in the world.
Until last Friday, then you found out different, huh?
I didn't find out anything. You say you made a mistake. You're making another one accusing me.
I'm only accusing you of being human, Mr. Brown. You know, with the little weaknesses that all of us have. Well, I'd have done the same thing you did.
I didn't do anything.
Skip it. I just had to be sure this time, that's all. Mike McKean was right when he told me he put the money in the mailbox. I made a mistake with Mike, but I won't make a mistake with you. Is that... Well, you're full of surprises, aren't you? Even bought yourself a gun.
It's loaded.
I'm sure of it.
And I'm not afraid to use it.
There, I'm not so sure. Let's be reasonable about this, Mr. Brown.
Don't come near me. I'll shoot.
We'll write off what you've spent so far.
Don't come near me.
Now, let's have the gun like a good...
I said I'd do it. I told you I'd do it.
Yes, Mr. Brown. In that moment, you found that you'd do anything to keep your $40,000. Even kill a man. The thought brings your mind up short, and an impulse starts you toward the door, and the blood pounds in your head as you make your way to your own apartment. Open the door and get inside.
Oh, Lord. Hope nobody saw me. Bed. Get into bed. That's where I should be. Yes.
I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the morning, Mr. Brown.
Oh.
This is Mr. Simpkins, the manager. I wonder if you could come down to my office right away.
Your office? But I'm not dressed.
It's really very important.
All right. I'll come down.
I don't know what to tell you, Lieutenant. This Brown who was killed is beyond me. I never knew what he did or what his business was.
Just a minute.
Good morning.
Oh, this is the other William Brown, Lieutenant.
Hello?
How do you do? Something wrong?
I'd say so. You a pretty sound sleeper, Mr. Brown?
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hear anything unusual last night?
Well, I don't know.
About 11 o'clock.
Well, I was in bed, of course. You said 11.
No, that's right.
11. Yes, I remember. I looked at the clock. I heard a door slam upstairs and somebody running past my door.
Mm-hmm. Is that all?
Yes, that's all. I thought it was probably one of Mr. Brown's friends.
What do you know about Mr. Brown's friends?
He came to me the other day. He said he hoped his visitors wouldn't get our names confused. He told me he had a lot of noisy friends.
I had indeed. Any particular reason why you used the past tense there?
Why, no. What's the matter?
What about it, Mr. Simpkins?
Well, no. Not this, Mr. Brown. He couldn't have done it.
Okay.
See, here, I wish you'd tell me.
Sorry, Mr. Brown. I just had to make sure. Your friend upstairs was murdered last night.
Murdered? But why would anyone kill Mr. Brown?
His name wasn't Brown. It was Marco. Victor Marco. He was in the kind of business where people do get killed from time to time.
You understand, Lieutenant. I had no way of knowing when I let him have the apartment.
Yeah, he came here to hide out, of course. That's a revenge job, and I think I can put my finger on the guy who did it, if the thing is kept quiet. That means neither of you say anything to anybody about this until you see it in the papers. Is that clear?
Yes, Lieutenant, I understand.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks to both of you. And Mr. Brown.
Yes?
I'm sorry I was a little short with you.
Oh, that's quite all right. However, Mr. Simpkins, with this sort of thing going on here, I'm afraid I'll have to move.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Brown.
I don't blame him. If it was me, I'd leave too. And I wouldn't stop with this apartment either. I'd leave the whole darn town flat.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a message especially for you drivers who have new cars or expect to be getting one. Just any motor oil won't do, you know, for today's high-efficiency motors. No, sir. They need special protection against corrosion, wear, and carbon if they're to give you the long, trouble-free service you have a right to expect. That's why Signal has brought out a new and finer motor oil, especially created to give modern motors this extra protection. Signal Premium Motor Oil. Of course, it has 100% pure paraffin base, but in addition, Signal Premium contains 5 scientific new compounds. The result? Motors actually stay 6 times cleaner. Cylinder wear is reduced 1/3 with Signal Premium Motor Oil. So if you want to keep the performance of your car young, make your next oil change a change for the better. Switch to the new type Signal Oil. That's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now back to the Whistler.
It's hard to believe, isn't it, Mr. Brown? 4 days ago, you were a nobody. A dull little molecule in the tide of humanity that surges in and out of town at commuting hours. Today, you're important. A man of wealth. And somehow the fact that you've murdered a man to get there doesn't matter anymore. On the morning after your talk with the police lieutenant, you're packing your things, making ready to leave when...
Oh, must be some of the things I ordered of the moving people. Yes?
Mr. Brown?
Yes?
Hope you don't mind the intrusion, Mr. Brown.
See here. Now, what do you want?
I'm sure. Mike McKean's friend. You've heard of me. Victor?
Victor? What are you talking about? I'm not Victor. You've made a mistake.
You made the mistake, Victor, out there on the highway.
What highway? Listen, I tell you, my name's Brown. I don't know anything about...
Shut up. Mike McCann was a nice guy, Victor. Mike said he delivered that dough. I know he did. You got it.
Look, I tell you, I'm not Victor. Look at this apartment. Does it look like I have money?
Wait a minute. Boys told me Victor was living here under the name of William Brown.
He was upstairs. There were two William Browns. Here's my business card. W.T. Brown, Crandall and Ames. I haven't any money. I'm just a clerk there. Make $45 a week.
Two William Brown. Listen, are you on the level?
Yes. I tell you, the other William Brown, the one upstairs.
Here, right there. I'll get it.
Here's your brandy, Mr. Brown. Gourmet shop. Sign right here.
You got the wrong...
Hold it. How much is that?
$230 each. Here's your soup, Mr. Brown. Wednesday morning, right on the nose. They're holding the tweed and cashmere for you.
But
That's the OD, $118 on this one.
Sorry, boys. Mr. Brown can't take care of it right now. Try tomorrow. Huh?
But, Mr. Brown insisted... This is COD, too. We can't make another trip just for...
Give it. No money, huh? Just a full working stiff. They tell me you always did live well, Victor. Fancy suits, brandy by the case.
You'll never get away with it.
Yeah, I know. They'll pick me up all right. But one more is not going to make any difference. Except to my friend, Mike McKean. Yeah, to Mike it'll make a lot of difference. So long, Victor. This time your expensive taste caught up with you.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Monday at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Herb Butterfield and Jack Moyles. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with music by Wilbur Hatch and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon in Angels with Dirty Faces.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's melodrama we bring you tonight in the gripping chapters of Angels with Dirty Faces. The story of an obscure priest and a front-page lawbreaker, enacted by Pat O'Brien and James Cagney with Gloria Dixon. Our drama is an adaptation of the great screen success filmed by Warner Brothers. Our orchestra is under the direction of Louis Silvers. And as special guest, you'll hear the celebrated writer and authority on crime, Courtney Riley Cooper. And now, a word about our product. Have you ever heard a woman say this about another woman? She certainly isn't a bit pretty, and yet she's so attractive. Usually, it's very hard to say just what it is that makes one woman more attractive than another. So many things may be part of a woman's charm. Here's what Ginger Rogers says. Naturally, every woman wants romance, admiration, yet many a woman who could be attractive loses out because she neglects daintiness. I always use Lux toilet soap as a bath soap, too. It makes a wonderful beauty bath. This nice soap has active lather that leaves skin fresh, delicately fragrant. Try it for your daily beauty bath. It leaves skin sweet, protects daintiness. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to consult an atlas for the map of Ireland if either of tonight's stars happen to be handy. For in the honest faces of both James Cagney and William Joseph Patrick O'Brien are indelibly sketched the rugged contours of the Emerald Isle. There's a striking similarity, too, in the careers they've led. Both came to Hollywood from Broadway, both at about the same time. Both broke into big-time show business as chorus boys. Both can sing you a tune in the traditional tenor of the Irish, or if you prefer, both can play it for you on a piano. Both are stars at Warner Brothers Studio, through whose courtesy both are here tonight. And their most successful collaboration is tonight's drama, Angels with Dirty Faces. Pat O'Brien's training for our play started at the age of 9, when he attempted his first dramatic part and played an angel. Mr. Cagney's early years were spent in practically the same tough precincts that you'll hear about in Angels with Dirty Faces. Jimmy used to dive off docks for a swim in New York's East River, and the boy who taught him how was later signed up for an extended engagement at the big house. When our Bantam star came to pictures, he required no instruction in fist swinging. The story is that between the ages of 11 and 17, Jimmy could never go to sleep at night unless he'd taken part during the day in at least one fight. Later, he used his right hand to play semi-professional baseball and hoped that someday it would hold the brush of a portrait painter, an ambition that has never been fulfilled. Pat O'Brien came to the Footlights by way of Marquette University and the United States Navy. In New York, he shared a boarding house room with Spencer Tracy and the desperate responsibility of raising $5 a week for the rent. Off the screen, he's famous for his fund of anecdotes and his love of sports. Pat tonight plays Jerry Connolly. Mr. Cagney is Rocky Sullivan. And a very lovely young lady, Miss Gloria Dixon, is heard as Laurie. Her new starring role for Warner Brothers is in Waterfront. We ring up the curtain now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. A dead-end street in the slum district of a great American city. On the corner, weaving in and out of the maze of pushcarts, a newsboy calls the headlines of the afternoon edition.
Rocky Sullivan free, Rocky Sullivan gangster, free today, 3-year term ended, Rocky Sullivan.
Further down the dark canyon of tenements stands a church. In the soft light streaming through the stained glass windows, Father Connolly leads the afternoon rehearsal of the boys' choir.
Very good, boys. You can go now. Next week at the same time.
Come on, hey, who do you think you're pushing? Yeah. Wait till I get you outside, I'll mobilize you. You and what on? Me and no one. Yeah.
Afternoon, Father. Well, son, what's troubling you?
Oh, nothing much, Father. Only been bothering me about 15 years. Why'd you ever do those fountain pens we snatched from that freight car that night?
What? Rocky Sullivan, Rocky, you old...
Hiya, Jerry. What do you hear? What do you say?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you, Rocky?
All right. Don't let this paleness fool you. Well, same old place, huh? 15 years and it hasn't changed a bit.
Remember old Father Boyle's vestry, Rocky?
Remember it? He used to stand right where you are and bawl that sour out of me.
Well, I'm not going to bawl you out. All I'm going to kick about is, why'd you stop writing to me?
Oh, I'll be reasonable, Jerry. You know what happens to letters you write in prison. Everybody in the warden down to the screws reads them. And what did I have to write about? Nothing happened while I was inside, and when I was outside, well, I figured you could always read the newspapers. It was always on the front page.
Yes. Yes, I read all the newspapers, Rocky.
Say, Jerry, I always knew your mother wanted you to be ordained a priest, and I guess the only thing ever kept you back was me, but how'd you finally come to do it? What gave you the idea?
Oh, I don't know, Rocky. I was just riding along on top of a bus one day, and Passing St. Patrick's Cathedral, looking down. Just got the idea, I guess.
I got an idea on top of a bus once. Got me 6 years.
Come in.
Say, Father, you're supposed to be down at the store. The fellas are all waiting for you.
Oh, yes. Run along. Tell them I'll be right over. Tell them to get started in the meantime.
Okay, Father.
Say, what's a store racket, Jerry? You got the kids shilling for the parish?
No. No, it's a pet scheme of my own. I rented a store, Rocky, a kind of a recreation center for the kids.
Oh, it's a sort of a kindergarten place, huh?
No, it's more than that. For the older fellas, too.
Oh.
You know, it's helped tremendously to keep a lot of those kids from becoming...
You mean, becoming mugs like me, for instance?
Will you be staying here for some time, Rocky?
Oh, I don't know, Jerry. It depends on a little business I got to take care of. Anyway, I got to find a room.
Why not around here, right in the parish?
Well, why not? No place like home, is there?
All right. Come on. I'll walk down the street with you.
All right, good.
Come on, throw the ball over here. I'll slap your ears down. Come on, fellas. Throw that ball over here.
Well, 15 years. The same old smell. I bet they ain't cleaned this alley since I left it. Hey, Jerry, remember the time we swiped those pens? We beat it up that alley and right over the fence, huh?
Yeah. Yes, I got away. You got caught.
Yeah. I never could run as fast as you.
You know, I've often wondered, Rocky, what if I'd been the boy who'd been caught that day?
Well, you wasn't.
No, I wasn't. Rocky, why don't you drop in here at Mrs. Maggione? She's got some furnished rooms.
Mrs. Maggione? I remember her. We took a lot of good lead pipe out of her basement.
Well, I'll drop around tomorrow if you want me to.
Aye, swell.
Oh, gee, Rocky, it's great to see you.
You too. You too, Father.
Well, so long.
So long, Jerry. So long.
Yes, what is it?
I want to find out about it. Hey, you ain't Mrs. Maggione.
No, she's out. Just taking over till she gets back. What is it you want, please?
I want a room.
Oh, well, there's one right down the hall this way.
Oh, thanks.
You know, there's something about your face that's kind of familiar.
Nah, you've just been reading the funny papers.
No, I mean that...
Listen, sister. All I want is a room.
Oh, well, that's fine with me. Here it is. Mrs. Maggione, you'll give it a good cleaning.
That's all right. I've seen worse places.
Yeah, I guess you have. Huh? How'd you happen to come to this house?
Oh, you want references, huh? Well, an old friend of mine sent me. Jerry Conley.
Father Jerry? Wait a minute, I get it now. You're Rocky Sullivan.
Yeah, that's me.
You remember me? I'm Laurie Martin.
Laurie Martin? That fresh chick with the long pigtails. Well, for crying out loud. Hiya, Laurie.
Yeah, remember the time about 15 years ago when you pulled my hat down over my eyes and I said I'd get even?
No, I don't remember that.
No, well, I do.
Hey, what the... Hey, come back here.
Cigars.
I'm sorry, sir. But you must dress in El Toro.
These clothes will do.
But only people in evening dress are admitted,
What goes on here, Pierre?
This gentleman wants
This gentleman wants to see Jim Fraser.
Who?
Jim Fraser, your boss, the guy who owns this joint. Where is he?
Who are you?
Rocky Sullivan. Mean anything to you?
Yeah, come on. Hey, boss, Rocky Sullivan's here.
Rocky Sullivan. Tell him I'm not in. Tell him...
Hello, Fraser.
Oh, Rocky. Well, all right, Steve, get back to the job. Well, this is a surprise, Rocky.
Yeah.
I had the date on my calendar, but I thought you got out next month. Otherwise, I'd have been down to meet you.
Oh, that's all right. Nice-looking place you got here. Looks like you're in the money.
Hey, you know Mac Kiefer?
Yeah, heard of him. Got the town tied up. Can buy it and sell it, huh?
Hell, we don't buy it. We just sell it. Sit down.
Thanks. Got that dough, Fraser?
Dough?
Yeah, dough. When I took the rap for you 3 years ago, you had $100,000 on mine.
Oh, yeah, sure. It'll be a matter of only a few days. The end of the week, you don't have to worry about it, Rocky.
I'm not worried about it. I'll take a few days getting settled. I'll give you time to get that dough together and figure out where I come in.
Where you come in? What do you mean?
Which racket you want me to take care of, which section of town, and how much my cut is.
Your cut?
Yeah, we're partners, ain't we? You and me. That was the idea, wasn't it? I take the rap, you take the dough, use it to make connections for both of us. Wasn't that it?
Oh, yeah, of course, but you got things a little mixed up, Rocky. You see, Mac Kiefer's the boss. If you want a spot in the business, you got to take it up with him.
No, I don't take it up with nobody but you, Fraser. I'm picking up with you where I left off. That was the idea, and we're going to stick to it. You understand?
Well, of course, but...
But what?
Oh, come in, Mac.
Thanks.
This is Mac Keefer, Rocky. Mac, I want you to meet Rocky Sullivan.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Sullivan. I know all about you. You're okay. When did you get out?
This morning.
Fine. What are you doing?
Looking around.
Well, maybe I might have a spot for you.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
Where are you stopping, Rocky?
I got a room over in my old neighborhood on Dock Street, number 24. Well, I'll beat it now. I'll be up, say, first thing Monday. Okay?
Monday? Yeah, that'll be fine, Rocky.
All right. Night, Mr. Keefer.
Good night. Wait a minute. What is this, Fraser? That guy looking for a cut?
He's looking for something, but it's okay. Don't worry. Hello. Get me Steve.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Leave it to me, will you?
Yeah. But don't trip.
Hello, Steve. Listen, that Sullivan guy just left. Put a couple of the boys on him. Tell him to watch their chance. Well, what else would I mean? We don't want that guy around.
Come on, fork over that 2 cents. That wasn't 07.
Oh, it was so. Give him the 2 cents.
Shut up, Johnny. Now listen, Bim, give me that 2 cents or I'll take it out of your hide, see?
Here.
Yeah, you better. Hey, look who's coming. Hey, Johnny, ain't that guy the new tenant upstairs?
Yeah, that's him.
Start playing with a ball, Bim. We'll give him a wake.
What wake, Soapy?
You dope. Bump into him. Keep him busy for a second. I'll frisk him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Bim. Give him the rush.
Hey, give me that ball. Wow.
Look out.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Don't go pushing our...
You what?
Oh. Tough guy, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Bim, give me that ball.
Try and get it.
Yeah, come on, swing. Let's get that, will you?
Hey, you kids.
Why, what's the matter, Mr. Sullivan?
Those kids just rolled me. Made me wallet.
The great Mr. Sullivan. Well, that's too bad.
Oh, no, it ain't. I'm going right over and get it back.
Come on, stand back. Give me here.
How much, Soapy? How much?
20, 25, 35.
Gee, what a roll. There must be more than $100 there.
Yeah, 100 nothing. We're in a big dough now.
What a whore.
6 ways, don't forget, 6 ways.
Don't worry, you'll get yours, crab face.
All right, get him up.
Hey, what is that?
Hey, gee, it's him. Look out.
Say your prayers, Muggs.
Gee, mister, give us a break. I wasn't even there.
Me neither.
Shut up, you rat. Stop your squealing.
All right, you chumps. I'm not carrying no rod. But next time you try to hook a poke, make sure the guy doesn't know your hideout.
Yeah. Yeah, wise guy. How did you know?
Come here, sucker. You see that door? See those initials carved in the middle, RS? That's me.
Say, wait a minute. Hey, you ain't Rocky Sullivan.
Rocky Sullivan, can you imagine? He's trying to hook you. What a boner.
Yeah, I guess the minute you saw us duck in the alley, you knew we were heading for the hideout.
Yeah, I took the shortcut. What they call you?
Soapy. This squirt here's Bim. This is Swing. This palooka's Hunky.
I'm Red. This is Crab Face. Crab for short.
Glad to meet you, Rocky. Shut up, fellas. I want you to meet Rocky Sullivan.
Hiya, Rocky. How you doing?
Say, you took the room above us, didn't you? Number 24?
Yeah, and you knew all the time I was living there?
Sure, Johnny Maggione told us.
And you took a chance like that. Look, kids, never bother anybody who lives in your own neighborhood. You got an awful lot to learn.
Well, you ought to be able to dish it out.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, who's that?
Who is it? Hiya, Jerry.
Hello, Rocky.
What do you say?
Oh, Laurie told me you were heading this way.
Yeah. You know these kids, Jerry?
Sure I do. Hello, Soapy.
Hiya, Father.
Well, didn't take you boys and Rocky long to get acquainted, did it?
Hey, looks like you and the father are old pals, huh, Rocky?
Take a look at that door again. Right next to my name's the initial JC. That's Jerry Conley.
No kidding.
Hey, you mean, Father, you used to hang out down here with Rocky?
Well, we certainly did. Of course, just now we all hang out at the store, you know. I kind of hoped you boys would be down at the store today for the basketball game, maybe get into the block team.
Nah, we're pretty busy today.
What's the matter, Soapy? Why don't you want to get down to the game? Sounds like it ought to be good.
For Pete's sake, what do we look like, cream puffs or something? Playing around with a basketball all of a sudden.
Well, I tell you what. I'll bet you $1 to a plug nickel none of you can get the ball past the other team, and I haven't even seen him.
Go on, we run him into the ground.
We murder him.
Hey, will you come down, Rocky?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I got a nickel, and we'll take you up on that bet, Rocky.
You're on.
Sure, yeah, we'll all split the winning.
Hey, wait a minute. We ought to at least have a chance to practice up first.
All right, boys. That's fine. The store's open. You can go over right now.
Okay, fellas, let's go.
We'll see you down there. Go ahead, kids. See you there.
Well, the young devils, I've worked on them for over a year, and I got nowhere. After 10 minutes with you, I guess they'd jump through a hoop if you told them to.
Maybe it's because I wear my collar frontwards.
Maybe. Well, since you've been sponsoring my store, suppose we go over and see it. I want to show you my library, too. Laurie takes care of that.
Laurie, say, what's she doing down there? What is she, a social worker?
No, not exactly. But she's worked awfully hard helping me run things. You ready?
Yeah, sure. Let's go. Come on. Swell game, ain't it?
Yeah.
You know, I've been meaning to tell you, kid. You didn't turn out to be such a bad-looking dish.
Thanks.
For a social worker. But, I can't figure out why some smart guy hasn't snatched you off.
What do you mean? Some smart guy who's been in all the headlines?
Yeah, sure. Well, I gotta beat it. You gonna buy the house?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. Walk down with you.
Hey, Rocky, watch out for that dame. She's a jinx. They put her last guy 6 feet under.
What?
Yeah, no kidding. They laid him out. Oh!
Shut up. Come on, Laurie. Say, what does Soapy mean by that crack about you? You and some guy.
Oh, he meant Dan, my husband.
He got it, huh?
Yeah, 4 years ago.
What happened?
Well, what happens when a guy gets mixed up with a bunch of cheap eggs? You ought to know.
What kind of guy was he?
He was a swell guy when we were first married. But he wanted more than he could get driving a cab. There was a lot of easy money to be picked up using the cab on some jobs, so we got in deeper. One night, they tried to shoot it out with the cops. That's what always happens, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe, but people who don't know their business, small time is... Hey.
What's the matter?
Who belongs to that blue sedan parked down the street?
Where? Oh, I don't know. Nobody around here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Laurie, is that old stone wall still up between these two houses?
Well, yeah, but...
Yeah. Now, good look. Make out this is your house and say goodnight to me and beat it in.
Well, Rocky...
Don't ask any questions. Do what I tell you. Good night, kid. See you tomorrow.
Rocky, that car's moving. It's coming this way.
Get going, will you? Go on. Beat it. Rocky! Dirty rats.
Who is it? All right. You don't have to... Rocky.
Move back, Fraser. That's right. One phony move and I'm going to let you have it.
Rocky.
Yeah, I ain't dead yet. I knew well I could get behind. It was kind of handy. Lucky me, huh?
I didn't have anything to do with it, Rocky. It's the truth, Rocky. I swear to heaven.
I ought to give it to you now, Fraser.
Rocky, you can't.
Stop crawling. You got me hooked for $100,000. I'm going to get that first.
Sure, of course. It's yours. I'll get it for you.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I haven't got it here. You don't think I keep that much around? I'll prove it to you, Rocky. I got a few thousand here in the safe. You're welcome to that, and I'll get you the rest.
Shut up and get it open.
Here, you can see for yourself.
Sit down.
There isn't very much.
Get over there and sit down. $2,000.
Yeah, that's all. And those securities there and some bonds.
I don't forward bonds. What's in this book?
Well, that's just a...
Oh, been collecting autographs, huh? Oh, some very important people.
Oh, that's nothing, Rocky. It's just a few receipts, that's all.
Yeah, quite a few. And from a couple of city officials who might be interested to know more about. Yeah, looks like you've been paying off the whole town. And you made him sign. That's how you held the club over them, huh, Fraser? Well, maybe I better hold the club. I'll keep this little book. Make things easier all the way around.
Oh, now, listen, you...
What's Keeper's number? His private number. Come on.
Circle 0500.
Now, look, I'll put you on, and you tell him I'll be up in the morning, and that you want him to pay me that $100,000. You got it?
Yeah.
All right, and one wrong crack, just one, and you won't have to do any more talking. Hello, Keeper. This is Rocky Sullivan. Yeah. Surprise. No, I ain't no morgue. Wait a minute. Fraser wants to talk to you. Here.
Hello, Mac. Rocky Sullivan will be at the El Toro in the morning.
11 o'clock. That'll give him time to get to the bank.
At 11 o'clock. I want you to give him $100,000 on my account. Mac, you'll do it, won't you? You've got to. Okay, and no slip-ups, Mac.
Tell him it's important. Important to you.
It's important. Important to me. Well, you're all set.
Not yet, I ain't. I'll be set when I get that dough.
Well, you'll get it in the morning.
Yeah? But just in case I don't, I want to know where I can reach you.
I'll be here.
No, I don't think so. I got a spot all picked out for you. A little apartment over on 8th Street. You're staying right there till I collect.
Well, you can't do that.
Get your hat, Fraser.
I don't know whether you know it, but this is kidnapping, Rocky.
No kidding. Get your hat.
The curtain falls on the first act of Angels with Dirty Faces. Our stars, James Cagney and Pat O'Brien, with Gloria Dixon, will be back shortly. Now, in our brief intermission before Act Two. In the little white bungalow where the Smiths live, there's a family argument going on.
For heaven's sake, Bobby, haven't you finished your practicing yet? No, I haven't. And what's more, I won't be finished for a whole half hour. You're just being mean and you know it. You know I'm expecting Bill and Gus. Yeah, and I know you're in love, and I know he's in love, and I know he's always hanging around, and I know... Oh, Bobby, please don't tease me. Oh, gee, sis. Now, don't cry. I'm sorry. Honest, I am. I'm glad I got a sister that's beautiful and that people fall in love with. Honest, I am.
Yes, Bobby's secretly proud of his sister. She's one of those girls who knows it's important to make the most of her good looks. Important to take wise, regular care of her complexion. She uses Lux toilet soap because its active lather does a thorough job of cleansing. Carries away every trace of dust, dirt, stale cosmetics. It's foolish to risk cosmetic skin, dullness, little blemishes, enlarged pores. So use cosmetics all you like, but use Lux toilet soap regularly. It's worthwhile to care wisely for complexion beauty. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. With Frazier hidden away, Rocky Sullivan collected his ransom, $100,000 from Mac Kiefer. But then Kiefer acted quickly. After being assured that Frazier was free, he called in the police, and Rocky was picked up for kidnapping.
Morning, paper. Rocky Sullivan arrested for kidnapping. Rocky Sullivan questioned on abduction charge. Paper.
In Kiefer's office, Frazier, just returned from the apartment, sees the headlines for the first time.
Two-gun Rocky captured, held under special guard, speedy trial assured. Mac, what is this?
We're going to get that dough back, that's all. Mr. Rocky Sullivan goes up on a kidnapping charge.
But we can't do that.
Oh, no? I've already done it.
But you don't understand. Sullivan picked me up at my home. He's got everything that was in my safe. The account books, receipts, names, addresses, everything.
What's that?
If he's prosecuted for the kidnapping, he'll talk. And he's got evidence to back it up. The whole town will be blown wide open.
Are you dumb? All right. What are you waiting for? Get an order for his release and withdraw the charges. Go on.
Rocky Sullivan had been in the district only a few days before he kidnapped James Frazier, prominent attorney and playboy. $100,000 was the amount.
100 G. Hey, maybe that's what he gave you, Soapy.
What?
That envelope he gave you just before the cops grabbed him. Maybe that dough is in that envelope.
Maybe it is, Crab.
Rocky! Hey, what is this?
Rocky, what'd you do, break out?
Now walk down.
Yeah, but it says in the papers.
Never believe what you read in the papers, kid.
First you're in, then you're out. Boy, they certainly can't hold you, Rocky.
How about the envelope, Soapy?
Yeah, sure, I got it.
All right, let's have it.
Okay. Here you are, just like you give it to me, Rocky.
Hey, is that the 100 grand of paper says you got?
Listen, kids. You don't know nothing about this, see?
No, I don't know nothing.
And you know what happens to guys that talk.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, Rocky. You know me, me.
All right. Here you are, Soapy. Here's a little chunk of this dough. Cut it up any way you like.
Gee, Rocky, thanks.
All right, so long. I'll see you in a couple of days, kids.
Okay, Rocky, take good care of yourself. Here you go, Bim. Here's your cut.
$50. Wow.
Yeah, and the same for the rest of you.
50 simoleons. Boy, me old man never made that much in his whole life.
Say, what are we going to do with it?
Hey, this is burning a hole right through me hand.
Buy me a pair of Coley and play the brass nuts. Shut up. Come on, let's get out of here.
We're on a horse.
Who is it?
Me, Jerry.
Come on in. Hi, Jerry. What do you say?
Well, certainly gave me a terrific scare, Rocky. Before I finished reading you were arrested, there were new headlines, and you were out.
There was nothing to it. Any guy with a record gets hauled in now and then, you know that. Just because you got nothing better to think of.
Looks like the kids are right. Said no jail could hold you.
Who? Soapy and his mob?
No. Some of the other kids down at the store. Soapy and his team were supposed to play that return game today. They haven't showed up. Rocky, you wouldn't happen to know where they might be, would you?
Say, what am I, Jerry? That nice maid?
Oh, Rocky, I didn't mean that. Well, I just thought they might be over here, sort of celebrating your release. After all, Rocky, it's almost a hero worship with them.
Oh, nothing wrong with that, is there?
I hope not, Rocky.
Come in. Well, hello, Laurie. This is getting to be a big day.
Yeah, well, I don't mind admitting I was pretty worried.
You were? See, I ain't had nobody take that much interest in me in a long time.
Well, Father, I finally located your precious angels for you.
Well, where?
Over at Murphy's pool room.
What?
Yeah, Soapy and his gang. Passing out beer to all the kids in the neighborhood and throwing dollar bills around like confetti.
I wonder where they got the money.
I don't know. You might ask them.
Well, I'll run along, Rocky.
Mm-hmm.
You coming, Laurie?
No, Father, I want to talk to Rocky for a minute.
All right, I'll see you later, will I, Laurie?
Yeah. Rocky.
Now, wait a minute. Look, kid, if you're as smart as I think you are, and we're going to get along, you're not going to ask too many questions.
Don't worry. I know all the rules. I know them backwards.
All right, swell. Now sit down a minute, will you? Maybe I had a couple of questions myself.
Rocky, you crazy
All right, sit
guy.
right down there. Come on. Sit right.
Come on, give me that chalk or I'll lamb your ears off. Hey, the 8-ball in the corner pocket.
Buck, you don't.
Yeah, Buck, I do. Look out, Bim.
Wow.
Come on, pay up, Crab.
What law?
Hey, Soapy, where'd you guys get all the dough? We wrote to Santa Claus. And when we woke up this morning, we found it in our socks. Hey, cheese it, Father Jerry.
Hello, boys. Giving a party, Soapy?
Yeah, sure.
Everybody invited? Why don't you have it over at the store?
Well, because we're having it here.
Mm-hmm. How about the game today? Aren't you boys going over and get it started? How about it, Soapy?
9-ball in the corner.
Come here a minute. Look at me. Where'd you get all this money you've been spending? You didn't come by it honestly, I know that. Hasn't anything I've said to you in the past few years meant anything to you? Don't you believe me when I tell you that hanging around pool rooms, spending money you've gotten in some underhand, crooked way, trying to be big shots and tough guys, that it won't get you anywhere except eventually in jail? What do you say, boys? Come on along with me and cut out this stuff and let's get together at the store and figure the whole thing out.
Look, Father, there's nothing to figure out. We're staying here.
Well, all right. So long, boys.
What's the matter, Father? Couldn't you get the kids to heaven with you?
I don't often have to do this. That might help you along, mister.
That's what I want to talk to you about. Look, you got the wrong slant, Laurie. You've been listening to a lot of junk about crime don't pay. Oh, don't be a sucker. That stuff's for yaps and shoestringers, not for people like us. Look, kid, you got some glad rags, something fancy, an evening gown, something like that. Well, get it on. We'll step out and do a little celebrating tonight, huh?
What'll we be celebrating, Rocky?
Oh, this whole business. After all, you don't get on the front page every day, do you?
No. You don't get away from cops every day either, Rocky.
You're doing your smart. Come on, kid. Come on, Laurie. It's uptown for us. Up where you see those nice white lights. That's where we belong. You and me, Laurie. You and me. Come on.
32 on the red.
Give the lady a stack of blues.
Yes, sir. Hey, Rocky Sullivan.
Yeah, what?
My keeper says you'll see her now.
Where is he?
In the office with Fraser.
Yeah, Laurie, try your luck. I got some business to do. I'll be right back.
How Jim owed you the dough, and it all being a misunderstanding, we decided to call it square, Rocky. Square all around with no hard feelings.
You guys want to talk business?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk.
Look here, Rocky. What about those accounts you took from my safe?
I figured that as a kind of insurance. Just in case you guys change your mind.
Okay. Now, what do you want, Rocky?
Nothing from you, Mac. Nothing. Just the original agreement between Fraser and myself. 50% of his share in everything. Well?
All right.
And I'll take good care of those accounts. And I wouldn't try any more tricks, Fraser. Be kind of foolish. Because I'm giving those books some very special attention. Good night, boy. Having a good time, honey?
Yeah, fine.
Like this place?
Why wouldn't I?
Well, I own a piece of it now.
Rocky, maybe you are smart enough.
Look, baby, how'd you like to give up that two-for-nickel job of yours and move in here?
Doing what?
Oh, be a sort of hostess in the gambling room. Walk around in a nifty dress. Play a little. Get the swanks playing. Give you $100 a week in expenses.
Rocky, it's...
I know. Jerry's been giving you an earful, but he don't need you down there anymore. I sent him $10,000 this afternoon. He can start a real social joint now.
$10,000?
Yeah, but don't tell him, will you? Don't tell him. Don't tell him I sent it. I signed it a friend.
Oh, Rocky.
Yeah. I know. Now, what about the job? It's waiting for you.
Okay, Rocky.
Swell. Besides, I need at least one friend in this place. Come in, Jerry. Hiya, kid. What do you say? They told me he was outside. Say, what's the idea? Come up to try your luck?
Mm-hmm. But I haven't got any money except this, and it isn't mine.
$10,000? Where'd you get a hold of all that?
Where did you?
Huh?
Take it, Rocky, and thanks, but I'm afraid I can't accept it.
Say, what's the matter? You silly or something? What's all this about? That ain't my money.
I know that, Rocky. That's why I can't take it.
Oh, now come down to it, will you? You blow in here, flash that roll on me, you almost knock me over with it, and then tell me it's my dough and you don't want it.
Rocky, you've got a great poker face. So don't forget, I've known that face for a long time. Oh, what's the use of pretending, Rock? You forced Fraser to get you $100,000. Everybody knows it, Rocky.
All right, so what? What's the difference where the dough came from? First of all, it's mine. Fraser owed it to me. Second, it's better you should have a chunk of it than him or me. All right, it's hot, but nobody's going to know that. Only you and me.
That's just it, Rocky.
Oh, don't be such an angel, will you? You want to build that center of yours so bad? Go on, get it started.
I want to build it very badly, Rocky. But I don't want to build it on rotten foundations. Inside the center, my boys would be clean, but on the outside, they'd be surrounded by the same smelly corruption, crime, and criminals. Yes, criminals, Rocky, yourself included. Criminals on all sides for my boys to look up to and worship, admire, and imitate. What earthly good is there for me to teach that honesty is the best policy when they see all around that dishonesty is the better policy? That the racketeer and gangster are respected and treated just like successful businessmen, like a popular hero. You and the Frasers and Keefers and all those corrupt officials you've got in the palm of your hand, yes, and you've got my boys, too. And whatever I teach them, you show me up. You show them the easiest way, the quickest way to succeed is to do it with a gun or a racket. Well, I thought I could cure this thing from the bottom up, but I can't. So now I'm going to do it from the top down.
Yeah? How?
Rocky, I'm going to use your case as a crowbar to pry open and uncover this cesspool. I'm going to force the law, corrupt or not, to indict and prosecute and bring this mess into the clear light of day. There's going to be a lot of people stepped on, fellow. And if you're in the way, Rocky, I'll be sorry. But you're going to be stepped on just as hard.
All right by me, Jerry. You go to it. But you've got about as much chance of getting an indictment as I have of getting into the Bible Society. You'll find nobody gives a hoot about the whole thing. You'll hear them laughing at you. But go ahead, go to it. And if I'm in the way, why, do your stepping just as hard as you like.
I will. Rocky, shall we shake hands? You know, just for being honest and for old time's sake.
Sure. Good luck, Jerry. Happy hunting, kid.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few moments, we'll hear Act 3 of Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. Now, it's intermission time. But before we introduce our guest of the evening, I want to ask the women in our audience a question. Have you ever really studied the lather of a complexion soap you use? Is it a rich, close-textured lather? Is it the kind of lather that will remove every bit of dust and dirt from your skin? Lovely skin is too important for you to risk choked pores, because that's what brings the dullness and little blemishes that mean cosmetic skin. Follow the advice of lovely women everywhere and use the soap with active lather, Lux Toilet Soap. This gentle white soap removes dust and dirt thoroughly and helps keep your skin smooth and soft. Use cosmetics all you like, but use Lux Toilet Soap regularly. And now, our guest is presented by Mr. DeMille.
On the subject of crime, Courtney Riley Cooper is probably the most widely read and most vigorous writer in America today. A close friend of J. Edgar Hoover, our nation's head G-man, he's also acquainted with people on the other side of the law and has known scores of the country's most notorious criminals. His latest book, Designs in Scarlet, is the result of a personal countrywide investigation into activities that tempt young people to go wrong, a condition for which we all must assume responsibility. When Mr. Cooper and I were writing on one of my pictures several years ago, we discussed many times the problems of youth and crime. He's a straight talker, and there's none better equipped than he to talk to us on that most vital problem, crime. We go to New York City and welcome Courtney Riley Cooper.
I have happy memories of that association, Mr. DeMille. You know, I have just come up from my home in the Deep South, where they have a very descriptive saying. Down there, they believe that one of the worst things that can happen to a youngster is to be born with what they call a mouthful of want. If you could have only have walked through as many prison cells as I have, you would realize how many young people have possessed this mouthful of want and taken the wrong way to gain their ambitions. And the age limit in crime is steadily becoming lower. When I first became a police reporter a good many years ago, it was unusual to see a man go to prison who was less than 35 or 40 years of age. But today, nearly 19% of all our crime is committed by youngsters. They steal half the automobiles and commit nearly a third of the robberies, holdups, burglaries, and larcenies. And they pay for it. In one prison, the hard-boiled guards no longer refer to the condemned cells as death row. They call them the kindergarten because so many young boys are there. Incidentally, most of these young people are underfed and undernourished, either physically or mentally. They come from homes or neighborhoods where there's been a lack of guidance and proper discipline. And no matter whether they are from the biggest of cities or the smallest of towns, they're from a type of slums which should be eliminated. We must all engage in a nation fight against ignorance and wrong thinking, lack of guidance, hero worship for the fellow who gets what he wants, no matter how he does it. Hundreds of thousands of youngsters are being fed on a wrong mental diet. Because of this, somewhere in America, tonight, right now, right this minute, boys and girls are committing major crimes at the rate of 1 every 2 minutes. And half these boys and girls are actually doomed to a life of habitual criminality, to be sent to reformatories, prisons, and even to the death chamber. Somebody will stop this. And that somebody is every decent citizen in America. Clean living, honesty, integrity should be as great a basis of education as reading and writing. Hatred for criminals and disgust for crime should be as necessary a mental attitude as patriotism. This cannot happen as long as street corner gangs of dirty-faced angels worship the Rocky Sullivans of their block. Sure, it'd be great if we could only clean up our slums, the physical ones where poverty and hunger stalk, and the mental ones, which are even more dangerous. It would be wonderful if we could put in their place a love of honesty, of earnest endeavor, of eagerness to get ahead by decent, honorable means. To do this, we must all work together to achieve certain results. Now, for instance, I believe we should make murder a federal offense. We should take all police work out of politics. And we should dedicate ourselves to more good homes and fewer bewildered ones. But above all, we must stop glorifying crime and tell the truth about it. That it is cheap, cowardly, miserable. We can do these things, and we must do them. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Keep up your fight, Mr. Cooper. Back now in Hollywood, we hear the third act of Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. Several weeks have passed, and Father Jerry has carried out his threat. With the aid of a public-spirited editor, he's placed the problem directly before the people, an organized war against crime and corruption. Gloria's frightened. Desperately, she pleads with Rocky to give up his share in the rackets.
You see what's happening, Rocky. This thing's going to grow.
I know. Jerry means it this time, and there's no holding him back. What am I going to do about it?
Come down to earth, Rocky. You can't go on kidding yourself forever. Look, Rocky, you've got all the money you can spend in 5 years. Let's get out.
What for?
Well, Jerry's going on the radio tonight to demand a grand jury indictment. They'll have a warrant out before the week's over, and you on the witness stand grilling you on this kidnapping business. You'll be nailed.
You know, baby, you're getting a lot of gray hairs over nothing at all.
Oh, Rocky, snap out of it, will you? I'm afraid. And I don't want to lose you, Rocky.
Don't worry, kid. You won't.
You've got to listen to me, Father Jerry. Why, they'd give you money to build a model center here near the church. They're influenced to help you pull down the tenements and build decent apartments in their places.
Oh, I know, Laurie. I know.
Well, aren't those the things you want? Isn't that why you started all this trouble?
No, Laurie, I don't want bribes.
Well, then what do you want? What are you hounding him for? What are you trying to send him to prison for life for? You can't do that to Rocky. I won't let you. It isn't Rocky's fault, Father. He was just a kid who made a mistake and got sent up to a reform school. But he isn't bad. Not really bad. You know that. And no matter what he is now, or no matter whether he's right or wrong, we both love him, Father.
Yes, Laurie, we love him. I've loved him since we were kids, 6 years old. We worked together, fought together, and we stole together. Oh, I don't blame Rocky for what he is today. But for the grace of God, there walk I. Oh, I'd do anything in this world to help him. I'd give my life for him if it'd help. But it wouldn't, Laurie, it wouldn't. There'd still be these other boys I don't want to see grow up like Rocky did. They have lives too, Laurie. I can't throw them away. I can't.
And the fact that countless thousands are listening to this program tonight is proof to fling in the teeth of those cynics and skeptics that the public does care and does propose to do something about the appalling conditions I have tried to describe.
Guy's going strong, Mac.
Yeah, we won't be tomorrow. We're going to take care of him tonight.
You're talking through your hat. He's not one of your mugs you can push around. Forget it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Tonight we have in our power to ask definitely incriminating questions of these officials and the power to demand satisfactory answers. What really is the truth in the case of the racketeer and gunman, Rocky Sullivan? Why did the police release him so suddenly with all the evidence they had piled up against him? Why does the prosecutor's office refuse to investigate? Tomorrow the new grand jury will meet, and tomorrow these questions must be answered.
Turn it off, Fraser. He ain't going to appear at no grand jury tomorrow shooting off his mouth. I say he gets it tonight.
Not while I'm around.
Now, wait, both of you. There's no sense in running ahead of ourselves. Maybe we don't have to go that far. Don't forget there's all kinds of grand juries and there's all kinds of ways to handle them. There's no sense going off the handle, Mac.
Sure, only I want to see some action. I don't care how we stop that guy, only I want him stopped.
All right, fix it any way you like. But lay off the rough stuff, Mac. That's out. I'll see you later. So long, Fraser.
So long, Rocky.
I hope you were stolen just now, Fraser. Because I meant what I said.
Of course I was stolen. But look, you can't just bump this priest off. They won't stand for it. It's got to look like an accident.
Yeah?
I couldn't beat a murder rap now for any of us, but I could beat it for a hit-and-run driver.
Hmm? Yeah, I get it. Call Steve and tell him.
Yeah.
Get your hand off that phone.
Rocky.
You're a smart lawyer, Fraser, except you should have made sure I left. Get over there.
Rocky, don't. Don't do it. I'll do anything.
Oh, no, you won't. This is your last double-cross, rat.
No.
I told you it was hands off that priest, didn't I?
Don't shoot. Don't.
And you wouldn't believe me.
Drop that gun, Rocky.
Make me drop it. Nice shooting, Keeper. You almost hit me.
Oh, Steve. Steve, this is Kiefer. Get the cops. Sullivan. Rocky Sullivan.
Yeah, plate bag. Gangster kills two. Rocky Sullivan captured after gunplay. Plate bag.
Rocky Sullivan captured. Speedy trial assured.
Rocky Sullivan found guilty.
Gangster guilty.
Guilty. Gee, Soapy, do you think they'll point him in a chair?
Nah, don't be a sap. They can't build a dead house that'll hold Rocky.
You mean he'll blow and make a getaway?
Just wait. That's all. Just wait.
Rocky Sullivan sentenced.
Sullivan to get chair.
Gangster sentenced to die in Mars.
Boy, I bet Rocky shows them mugs how to die.
Sure he will. Remember what he said at the trial? He said he'd spit in their eye. Yeah, and he'll do it, too. Ha! Rocky, he'll laugh at those guys.
Rocky Sullivan dies in March.
Rocky Sullivan dies next week.
Rocky Sullivan dies tomorrow. Rocky Sullivan dies tonight.
Hey, Sullivan, that priest pal of yours is here.
All right, get out.
Listen, big shot. You got only 5 minutes, so don't stall around. 5 minutes till that hot seat. And I'm going to tell the electrician to give it to you slow and easy.
Get out of here. Somebody get this screw heel out of here.
Hello, Rocky.
Hiya, Jerry. What do you hear? What do you say?
How do you feel?
Oh, like a million. If it wasn't for just one screw around here that keeps putting the needles in me. How's Laurie? Taking it kind of hard?
Naturally. She loves you, Rocky.
Yeah, poor kid. Never did get a decent break. I tried to give her one, but all I gave her was a heartache.
You don't want me to administer extreme unction, Rocky?
No, Jerry. We'll skip that.
Well, then listen, Rocky, there isn't much time, and I want to ask you a last favor.
Ain't much left I can do, Jerry.
Yes, there is. Perhaps more than you could do under any other circumstance.
Go ahead and spill it.
If you have the courage for it, the kind I know you have.
Oh, it ain't going to mean much to walk in there, that you mean.
Oh, I know that, Rocky.
It'd be like sitting down in a barber's chair. They're going to ask me if I got anything to say, and I'll say, yeah, sure. Haircut, shave, and a massage.
You're not afraid, Rocky?
No, they'd like me to be, wouldn't they? I wish I could oblige them, Jerry, but I can't. You gotta have a heart first to be scared, and I don't think I got one. I left that after me a little chunk at a time, in all the jails I've been in.
But, Rocky, suppose I asked you to have the heart to be scared.
What do you mean?
Suppose at the last minute those guards had to drag you to the chair, screaming and begging for mercy. Suppose you turned yellow.
Turn yellow? Say, what's got into you, Jerry? You were just worrying about me having courage.
I know, Rocky, I did. But I mean a different kind of courage. The kind of courage that's born in heaven.
I still don't know what you mean.
Rocky, when I came up here, a crowd of the boys saw me off at the station. Soapy, Bim, Johnny, and all the rest of the kids. You know what they said to me when I left? They said, Father, tell Rocky to show him up there how to take it. Tell him to show the whole world the stuff a real guy is made of. Tell Rocky we're pulling for him and go out laughing.
So what do you want? I ain't going to let him down if that's what's bothering you.
I want you to let him down, Rocky. You've been a hero to those kids and to a lot of other kids all over the country all through your life. Now you're going to be a hero to them in death, too. That's what I want to prevent, Rocky.
Just a minute, Jerry. You want me to pull an act, turn yellow, so those kids will think I'm no good?
Yes, I want them to despise your memory, Rocky, and to remember you as a yellow coward rather than as a glorified hero. To be forever ashamed of you. Do you understand?
Oh, you ain't asking much, Jerry.
Oh, yes, I know what I'm asking, Rocky, but I thought maybe... Well, on account of being kids together, you might want to join hands with me in saving some of those boys from ending up here.
Oh, it's a great idea, but you asked me to throw away the only thing I got left in the world. The only thing they haven't been able to take away from me. You want me to give them newspaper sob sisters out there a chance to tell the whole world another rat turned yellow. Well, you're asking a little too much. I won't do it, Jerry. You work it out those kids some other way.
Oh, but I can't reach all the kids, Rocky. Thousands of hero-worshipping kids in 1,000 slums in 1,000 cities.
Oh, don't give me that humanity stuff again, Jerry. I did enough of that in the courtroom. I opened up on everything. Named names, gave the lowdown on the whole dirty mess. Now, what more do you want?
Oh, God knows I haven't the right to ask for anything more for myself, but for...
Well, Joe.
All right, Rocky. You ready?
Yeah. Jerry, you figuring on going in with me?
You want me to, Rocky?
Yeah, sure. It's going to be kind of lonesome walking down that last mile. But, look, kid. Do me a favor, will you? Just one. Don't let me hear you pray. Promise me that, Jerry.
I promise.
And, you say goodbye to Laurie for me?
Yes.
Come on, wise guy.
Get away from me. Get this screw off me or I'll bust his face in.
It'll be the last face you see, Big Shot. And it'll be laughing at you.
Don't come near me in there, screw. I'll beat your brains out.
All right. Step back, Edwards. You take his arm, Thompson.
Attaboy, Rocky. Take your own company.
So long, fellas. I'll be waiting for you all.
Come on, Rocky. Hold the reserve seat for me, Rocky.
Come on, Rocky.
Yeah. This is what they call a last mile, Jerry. But it's kind of a short one.
Rocky, what I said before.
No.
Rocky, please.
No, I tell you.
No one will ever know, Rocky.
No. Now, shut up.
Stop here. Go ahead, Rocky.
Rocky, please.
Okay, Jerry. Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, no. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Oh, please. Don't let me die. I can't. Oh, let me go, please. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Please don't burn me in that chair. Don't burn me in that chair. I don't want to die.
Goodbye, Rocky. May God have mercy on you.
Rocky dies yellow!
Rocky dies yellow, cowards! Just say what this is. Read all about it. Rocky dies yellow.
And at the fatal stroke of 11 p.m., Rocky was led through the little green door of death. No sooner had he entered the death chamber than he tore himself from the guard's grasp and flung himself on the floor, screaming for mercy. As they dragged him to the electric chair, he clawed wildly at the concrete floor with agonized shrieks, a picture of utter contempt. Rocky Sullivan died a coward's death. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Not one rotten word of it.
It's the same in the other papers, too, Soapy.
They said it over the radio.
I don't care what they said. He didn't die that way. Oh, not Rocky. He couldn't, I tell you. It's a lot of lies.
Hello, boys.
He's Father Jerry. Hey, let's ask him. He ought to know. He'll tell us what happened.
Father Jerry, you were there. You saw it. What happened? Did Rocky die like they say here in the paper? Like a yellow rat?
It's all true, boys. Every word of it.
Then
he died like they said.
Then Rocky, he was a rat. Boy, what a chump I was. I thought all the time. I thought
Soapy, we're going to have choir practice tonight. I'll expect to see you all there, I hope. All of you.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, Father. We'll be there.
Okay, Father. Okay.
Father Jerry,
Yes, Laurie?
I know about Rocky.
I knew you would. And now, let's say a prayer for a boy. A boy who couldn't run as fast as I could.
Our play has an epilogue, starring James Cagney, Pat O'Brien, and Gloria Dixon as themselves. And here they are.
You know, Mr. DeMille, it was quite a shock to us to think that the Lux Radio Theater would do this play we've just finished.
Shock? Well, if there's anything wrong with the play, don't you think you're a little bit late in bringing it up?
Oh, don't get us wrong, CB. There's nothing the matter with the play. It's just that, well, dirty faces on a Lux program? Unbelievable.
We're not out of here yet, Jimmy. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Mr. DeMille suddenly produces one of his bathtubs and throws us all into it.
I'll overlook this feeble effort to twit me on my bathtubs, Mr. O'Brien. After all, I must remember that we're temporarily neighbors now at Paramount.
Yes, that's right, but I noticed that Paramount is courting Warner Brothers. At Warner's, I work with Jimmy at Angels with Dirty Faces, then I go to the other extreme and do a picture for them called The Devil on Wheels. Now Paramount wants me to the skies again with a little number called Heaven on a Shoestring. They're all bent on kicking me off the face of the earth.
Now, wait a minute. We started off by talking about Lux Soap, and before we're completely sidetracked, there's something I really want to say to Mr. DeMille. It's just that I think that Lux Soap is about the grandest care under the sun for any girl who wants to keep her complexion looking its best. I use it, and that's what I think about it, Mr. DeMille.
And coming from one so lovely, that's doubly appreciated, Gloria. But about this play we've done, it seems a long time since a play has brought home so forceful a moral in such dramatic fashion. What do you all think about it?
Well, it seems that pictures really are beginning to educate instead of simply amuse. Maybe Angels with Dirty Faces helped some kid somewhere to get the right kind of a start, and maybe it would also help people to remember the really great and unselfish work that's going on without publicity, without fanfare, by men like the one called Father Jerry.
Yes, and I was just thinking that it's rather a coincidence that we should have done this play on this particular night. It comes between two anniversaries, both commemorating men who set a kid's imagination on fire. Yesterday was the anniversary of Lindbergh's landing in Paris. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the death of Captain Kidd on a scaffold. Daring men, both of them, but one happened to be on the wrong side, like Rocky Sullivan. When boys learn there's just as much excitement in doing the right thing, that piece of furniture called the electric chair will soon go out of style. Good night, CB.
Swell coming back. So long, CB.
Bye, Mr. DeMille.
Fly back to us soon again, Angels.
A particularly important announcement about the play in Stars coming to you next Monday will be given presently by Mr. DeMille. Heard in tonight's play were Frank Nelson as Fraser, Lou Merrill as Mac Keeper, Frankie Darrow as Soapy, Cy Kendall as a guard, Ross Forrester as Steve, James Eagles as Hunky, Frank Velan as Crab, Joe Brown Jr. as Johnny, Harris Berger as Bim, Jackie Morrow as Red, and Forrest Taylor as Kennedy. Gloria Dixon appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio, where James Cagney has just completed Each Dawn I Die. Harris Berger is from Universal Studio, and Louis Silvers from 20th Century Fox Studio. He directed music there for young Mr. Lincoln. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap bring you this enthralling story about the love and problems of a young, attractive woman doctor every afternoon, Monday through Friday. Look in your newspapers for the time and station. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Here's Mr. DeMille.
It's an unusual program we bring you next Monday night, not only because of the importance of our stars, but because our play is one which has only just been released. It's our adaptation of the new Columbia Pictures Corporation film, Only Angels Have Wings, which incidentally has no connection with Angels with Dirty Faces. They're different angels. The story is a highly dramatic romance, a thrilling adventure on land and in the air, played against a colorful South American background. And our stars playing the same roles they do in the picture are Cary Grant, Jean Arthur, Thomas Mitchell, Richard Barthelmess, and Rita Hayworth. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Arthur and Cary Grant in Only Angels Have Wings with Thomas Mitchell, Richard Barthelmess, and Rita Hayworth. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Taxover here. Francis Taxover, can I help you? You know, this is Dower House Scientific Developments Limited. No, not Dower, D-A-R-R, Dower. I happen to be the director. I'm sorry, young lady, this is not the United States Air Base. I'm not the CEO, and we have no one on our staff answering to the name of Butch. Indeed. Well, I advise you to try director's inquiries. Good day to you. Miss Burtis?
Yes, Doctor?
I sent a bunch of slides along to the parasitologist this morning. I've not had the report yet. Can you chase it up, please?
Of course. I'll go along to the labs myself.
I wish you would. Oh, by the way, any sign of these youngsters of mine?
Yes, they've been here some minutes. I'd have called you when you were talking on the other line.
Oh, then I know. Well, send them up, will you?
Very good.
No, better still. I'll see them in the morning room. Have Miss Brackley taken there, too, when she turns up, please.
Certainly, Doctor.
You might see we're not disturbed.
What about that report?
This afternoon will do.
Very well.
How are you, Stephanie?
Hello, Daddy.
Hello, Paul. Come into the morning room, will you? Make yourselves comfortable. I'm glad you were both able to get away.
Well, I oughtn't to be here, but you did make it sound pretty urgent.
Well, it is important, certainly. But just how urgent seems still to be in doubt. I had hoped to know myself by now, but the fourth member of our quartet has been delayed.
The fourth?
Yes. I doubt whether you remember her. She left Dar nearly 14 years ago. Diana Brackley.
Oh, I think I do. Tall, rather distinguished looking, wasn't she?
I certainly do very well. I had a schoolgirl pass for Diana. I thought her the most beautiful. Next to you, Daddy, the cleverest person in the world. I used to think she had a crush on you.
Oh, nonsense.
I was jealous. But I cried like anything when she went away.
Oh, so long ago. Well, how can she have anything that's really urgent to us? What's it about?
Well, don't leave us in suspense.
Well, you may think this is something I should have told you before.
Oh, dear, this sounds terribly ominous. Are we foundlings or something?
No, you're certainly not. It's rather a long story. I'd better start at the beginning.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
I'll try and condense it. It really began in the July of the year that your mother died.
Poor Mummy.
At the time, our research work here was only in its infancy. Diana Brackley, who'd just come down from the university with an honours degree in biochemistry, joined us as one of my assistants.
I remember all that. Go on.
Well, let me take my time, my boy.
Sorry, Dad.
One morning, after she'd been here about 8 months, there was a knock at my door, and Diana came in, carrying in her hand a saucer of milk.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Dr. Saxover.
What is it, Miss Brackley?
Felicia's milk.
So I observed. I thought I'd ask you to sustain that cat in some less traffic-prone situation than my study.
I want you to look at this milk, Dr. Saxover.
Why?
Well, she hasn't drunk it.
Apparently not. But I can't think what Felicia's habits have to do with me.
I poured this milk out for her yesterday. There was thunder in the night, and it turned. At least nearly all of it.
Well?
Well, you see this little round white spot with a dark speck in the middle?
Yes.
Well, the milk there is still perfectly fresh for some reason. Try some on your finger.
So it is. It's funny. What were you working on when you poured this out?
And that new batch of lichens, the McDonald's lot.
Well, let's fish out the black speck and see what it is. I'll put it on one of these slides. There we are. Have a look at it under my microscope. Well, can you identify?
Yes. Yes, I think I can. It's a fragment from the one I've called Lichinus imperfectus tertius mongolensis secundus macronaldi.
You indeed.
Well, nearly all lichens seem to be imperfecti anyway.
Oh, how right you are.
For antibiotic, do you think?
Yeah, well, it could be. 100 to 1 against it being a useful biotic, of course. Still, it doesn't do to skip chances. I'll take a look at it in the lab and let you know.
Thank you, Dr. Saxover. I'll be interested to know what you find.
Did you find anything?
Well, lichens are queer things, and only comparatively recently have some of them been found to have antibiotic properties. Naturally, I thought, as anyone would, that an antibiotic was what I was looking for.
And weren't you?
Yes, but after a while, I had to recognize that this was not an antibiotic, but something quite different. Something there was no name for. So I had to invent one. I called it an antigerone.
Meaning what, Daddy?
Anti against gerone age, or more literally, an old man. One could have been more accurate, but it will do.
Against old age, is that it?
Well, roughly speaking, yes. The active concentrate derived from the lichen I call simply lichinin, and the actual physico-chemical details are, of course, extremely complicated, but the total effect is quite straightforward. It simply retards the normal rate of metabolism throughout the organism.
Daddy, you don't mean you found... Oh, no, it can't be that.
It is, darling. That's what it is.
You, Daddy. You.
Even I, my dear. Someone was bound to come across it quite soon. It just happened to be me.
Just happened? Like it just happened to Fleming with penicillin. Oh, gosh, Daddy. I feel like... I don't know what I feel.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad, but I don't get this. I'm only a plain civil engineer, remember. Are you trying to tell us you've discovered some kind of, well, elixir? An elixir of life, in fact?
Well, nothing quite as medieval as that, Paul, but you're getting warm. No, I should describe it in strictly non-scientific terms, of course, as a preservative, rather, an agent which can slow down the normal processes of cell growth and deterioration.
How long? Daddy, I asked you, how long? How long am I going to live?
In the present circumstances, I estimate your expectation of life, my dear, at approximately 220 years.
Good God.
Come in.
I'm so sorry, but Miss Brackley's on the line from London. If you get it important.
Thank you, Miss Burkett. Well, I better take it in my study. I'm sorry about this, you two. I'll be back as soon as I can.
220? Do you think he really meant that?
Can you imagine Daddy saying a thing like that if he didn't mean it?
No, I suppose not. Me too?
Of course. Only it'll be a bit less for you.
I don't see how you got onto it so far.
Well, nor do I, quite. It was like one of those puzzle things. He gave it a twist the right way, and it all slipped together quite suddenly.
What slipped together?
Oh, lots of little things.
Such as?
Wait till Daddy gets back. He'll explain it all much better than I can.
I'm sorry, Diana. We'll be coming down after all. The emergency's over, she says.
What emergency?
Well, I'm not altogether clear about that yet, except that she thought there might be some publicity and that she ought to warn me.
But where does Diana come into it? Is she acting as your agent or something?
No. Until a couple of days ago, I had no idea that anybody but me knew anything about the Litchinin. However, she made it clear that she does, and has done, for some time.
Do you mean she'd stolen your work?
No, she says she worked it out for herself.
But what's the emergency about?
Well, apparently she's been using the Litchinin. Something went wrong, and she's now being sued for damages. She wants to keep it out of court.
And she can't pay, so she'd like to borrow it from you.
I wish you wouldn't keep jumping to conclusions, Paul. It's some firm she's in that's being sued. They can pay all right, she says, but the damages claimed are so high as to amount to blackmail. On the other hand, if they refuse, there'll be publicity, and that's the last thing we want at this stage.
But, Daddy, I don't see... what is this firm of Diana's? What's it called?
Well, something odd. Egyptian. Ridiculous sort of name. Not Cleopatra.
Not Nefertiti?
Yes, that's it. Nefertiti Limited.
Good heavens! And Diana... Oh, no. Nefertiti.
What on earth are you laughing at? A firm called Nefertiti sounds more preposterous than funny to me. Well, what's it do?
Oh, dear Daddy, really? Where do you live? It just happens to be one of the, the beauty place in London.
Oh, what are you talking about, Jessie? You trying to pull my leg?
No, Daddy, it's true. Well, I thought everyone must have heard of Nefertiti. It's the most famous place of its kind in the country.
A beauty parlor?
Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Not really.
Stop it.
Oh, no, but you know, really, I'm sorry, but it is funny, isn't it? I mean, the greatest discovery in the century, too big a secret to share. No, Liz.
Jeff, if there's any brandy in that decanter.
After all these years. Oh, my... My God. My God.
Feeling better now, Daddy?
Much better, thanks. Nothing like a good cup of coffee to restore one's sense of proportion. Well, now, shall I go on?
Well, I wish you would, Dad. I'm 75% in the dark.
No, as I told you, I take little credit for finding Litchinin. It started as an accident. The difficult part began when I realized what I had found.
I can understand that.
And the more I thought about it, the more alarmed I felt. You see, this thing is in the megaton range. Not as spectacular as the nuclear boy's fireworks, but more important, more disruptive in its way, but potentially a great deal more beneficial.
That's a comfort.
But just imagine the result of a public announcement. The thing would be off like a prairie fire. Think of the newspapers.
I can see the headlines. You too can be a Methuselah. Oh.
And the intriguing, the bribery, the fighting even that would come of people trying to get in first, and the chaos that would follow in a world which is already overpopulated. 3 or 4 centuries ago, we might have absorbed the impact. But not now.
No, I suppose not.
And that wasn't the whole of it. Discovery in the wrong century is bad enough. I'd done worse. I discovered the wrong antigerome.
The wrong one?
The basic trouble with Litchinin is that it's derived from a rare species that was sent us by a roving botanist called MacDonald. This lichen exists in colonies which, as far as he knows, are restricted to a few square miles of territory in Manchuria, not Mongolia, as Diana thought. In other words, there's precious little of it.
Meaning that when the demand arose, you couldn't supply it?
Not even a minute fraction of it.
But couldn't it be transplanted, grown in other places?
To get the amount of derivative that would be needed, you'd have to cultivate the lichen over thousands of square miles of suitable land. Even so, you'd never raise enough because you could never guard it. The value would be too high. No, for nearly 15 years, I've seen only one way out.
And what's that?
To find a method of synthesizing it. And that, so far, I've failed to do. You see my difficulties. I badly needed someone to confide in, assistance to help me work on the synthesis. But there was no one I could bring myself to trust entirely. One critical clue dropped on one occasion, and the damage would be done. To make sure it couldn't leak, I had to keep the discovery locked up in here, in my head.
But what's the use of a discovery if no one's to benefit from it?
Precisely. In order to use it at all, I had to resort to subterfuge. And that's where you two come in.
Us?
Yes. If anyone was entitled to benefit, surely it was you. I was satisfied with my results on lab animals. I tried it on myself with equal success. Now it was your turn. But I had to contrive some way of treating you without your knowing the treatment's real nature.
Our immunizations. Zephania's mine, was that it?
Exactly, Paul. Your immunizations.
But we've been having those things ever since we were kids. Darned effective, too. I haven't had a cold for years.
Nor has Zephania, if it comes to that.
And now what you're trying to tell us, Dad, is that it wasn't ordinary immunization at all, but that we've been regularly dosed with this stuff of yours, Lithium or whatever you call it.
You and Zephania were my first patients.
Your first guinea pigs, you mean?
Paul.
I see now what you meant, Zeph, when you said it all slipped together. He'd been trying out this stuff on us for years without telling us a word.
I'm sorry, Paul. As I said, I had to resort to subterfuge.
But didn't you see what... Oh, good Lord.
With luck, it would give me some years in hand. It did. It's over 10 years since I gave Paul his first implant. Unfortunately, for all the progress I've made, it might have been last week.
Poor Daddy, it must have been dreadful for you.
It still is. As for this emergency of Diana's, it doesn't greatly matter. In the nature of things, it can't be long now until someone says, strange how all three of those Saxovers look so young for their age, and set someone else wondering about it. One day, it'll start as simply as that. But meantime, it's best for everyone it should be kept as quiet as long as possible. Something may yet turn up. We want to give it all the time we can.
Apart from Diana, things aren't really much different, are they?
Aren't they? 3 days ago, I was on my own. Now, I know that Diana knows, and by telling you, I've doubled the number of people who know.
But it's only us, Daddy, Paul and me. Unless, of course, Diana's told someone.
She says not.
There you are, then. It's practically as you were.
Well, that's all very well. Things may be the same for you, Zeph. They aren't for me. I have a wife. She has a right to know.
You don't have to tell her at once, Paul.
What would you think of a husband who held out on you over a thing like this?
I'm not saying you shouldn't tell her, only that you should postpone it.
You see, Paul, once an idea has been planted, no one can tell when and where it'll stop growing. Don't think I don't see your problem, Paul. I do. Nevertheless, I shall say this. If you are willing to risk precipitating a disaster on a scale you'd never imagined, then go ahead and do what seems to you the gentlemanly thing. But if you are wise, you will tell no one. No one at all.
All right. I'm quite aware that you've never really liked Jane, either of you. Now you're telling me you don't trust her. Well, that's what it amounts to, isn't it? Very well, if that's how things are, there seems very little point in our discussing the situation any longer. Stephanie, I suppose you've made your own arrangements for getting back to London?
Paul.
Goodbye.
I didn't manage it very well. I suppose you will tell her.
I'm afraid so, Daddy.
Then what?
I imagine she'll come to you wanting Lithium treatment for herself. I don't think she'll blurt it out. Not yet.
Perhaps you're right.
Daddy, before I go, I'd like to know a little more about it. What exactly it's going to mean to me. To us all. Tell me, Daddy, please.
I am delighted to hear that you hope to continue with the course of treatment as soon as you return from your film engagement in Rome. With kindest regards, Chesterton. And that, sir, appears to be the lot.
There are these checks for signature, Miss Bradley.
Oh, right. I'll sign everything else this afternoon.
Weren't you going down to the country?
No, I've changed my plans. I telephoned Dr. Saxover and cancelled the engagement.
Oh, I see.
By the way, don't forget to check the figures in that interim report. I shall need them for tomorrow's meeting.
Of course, Miss Bradley. Miss Bradley, secretary, can I help you? Oh, hold the line a moment, please. It's that Burson firm. They want to know if you've decided to place a contract for those jars.
I'll tell them I'll write. I'm not entirely sold on the designs they submitted. We might do much better.
Very well. Miss Bradley will be writing to you. No, I'm afraid I don't. Goodbye.
Is Brewster here yet?
Yes, I saw the car outside as I came up.
Good. Tell him I'll be down in 5 minutes. I'm going back to the flat for an early luncheon. Then he's to drive me to Lincoln's Inn. I have a date with the lawyers at 2.
Oh, will you be needing Mrs. Willoughby's file then?
No, I don't think so. Her claim was settled this morning. Now it's merely a question of my seeing the terms they've agreed on.
Settled? Oh, I am glad.
So am I. It's cost the firm a pretty penny. £5,000 to be precise.
5,000? But it's sheer blackmail.
Of course it is, but the Willoughby woman had a case of her kind, and win or lose, Nefertiti just couldn't afford the publicity. At any rate, we've succeeded in keeping the story from the press, and that's something to be thankful for.
Well, Bill, there's something there, I'm sure. And I'd like to look into it.
You outfit Nefertiti got to be darn sure of your foothold.
That's right. But it's just the kind of outfit readers of the Sunday Pro would enjoy seeing, getting soft, high-class luxury scandal stuff. Look, Bill, this Willoughby woman has shaken him down for 5,000. She'd have been lucky to get 500 if the case had gone to court. You can't say that doesn't stink.
Of course, he's going to have to pay a lot to keep out of the court.
But 5,000?
It's an item on expenses. The Treasury pays. This Willoughby woman happens to be an allergy. Could happen to anyone. Frequently does. Lord knows what they put into all the creams, lotions, and what have you as they use in these places. Probably harmless to most people, but once in 100,000 times, up pops the one exception who sort of fizzes on contact. It's a trade hazard, a calculated risk. But naturally, they don't want publicity.
All the same, there's something fishy somewhere.
Think so? These places have what they like to consider as valuable trade secrets, you know.
Suppose it is a trade secret. It's built up one hell of a good business. Why shouldn't we try to winkle it out and give it to our readers?
You may have something there, Jerry.
I know I have. Besides, this Brackley woman who runs this joint, not the usual type at all. I've got a bit of preliminary dope on her. Have a look at that.
D.P. Brackley, age 39, but said to look much younger. 5'10", dark brown hair, good features, a looker. Drives a heck of a fine car. Lives 83 Darlington Court, SW1. Rent fabulous. Well, what about it?
Read on, Bill.
Father, Harold Brackley, dead bank clerk. Occupied semi-detached house, Clapham. Subject only child. Attended St. Mary's High School, winning scholarship to Cambridge. Honours degree with bells on. Biochemistry. Took job 3.5 years. Dower House Development, Ockingham. I see what you mean.
There's more to it than that. Listen. At age 25, Such inherited unexpected legacy of £40,000 from distant cousins. 6 months later, turned in Dower House job and bought small beauty business Mayfair. 2 years later, absorbed this in New Nefertiti Limited, non-cap £100, has gone ahead beautifying the knobs of the knobs ever since. Personal details scanty, unmarried, lives costly but not flashy, spends freely on dress, love life, no public knowledge but research procedure.
No very human figure emerges.
Well, this is only a rough preliminary, but that Dower House job, I think that's interesting. Supposing she came across something there that the others haven't got and decided to cash in on it. I reckon it's worth finding out.
All right, Jerry boy, but go canny. This Nefertiti house would pack a lot of high-powered feminine influence. If you find anything that's going to blow up into a big scandal, there'll be some important wives involved, and I won't publish a word if it's not in a watertight jar. So just bear that in mind, won't you?
Miss Chesterton, madam.
Zephanie, come in, my dear. How wonderful to see you again.
Diana. Then it's true. It really does work.
Why are you so astonished? You've only to look in the mirror yourself to know it does.
Oh, that's not quite enough. It might have been simply me. But you're as lovely as ever, Diana, and no older at all.
It's all been a bit of a shock to you, I suspect.
It was. I'm getting over it now. That's why I decided to telephone. I hope you didn't mind.
I'm delighted you did, my dear. As you sounded so tense, I thought it best to suggest meeting here, in my flat, where we can talk things over quietly.
Oh, that was thoughtful of you.
A cigarette?
I don't, thanks.
Do you mind if I do?
No, of course not.
Well, now, what's the trouble? What do you want me to do?
Well, you've done some of it already. Seeing you've reassured me. I began to feel I was kind of freak. Well, I don't now, but I do want to understand what's going on.
Naturally.
I want to know how you come into it, and about Nefertiti and the beauty business and the crisis that blew up and then disappeared. Oh, and lots of other things that have been worrying me.
All right. Half knowledge is precarious anyway. I'd better begin at the beginning. You may not approve, but I'll give you what I can of my side of the story. Of course, I was only one of your father's assistants. But morally, at least, I've as much right to it as he has. But that's not the point. Where both of us got stuck was the handling of our discovery. I couldn't see how to deal with it. And then something you said put me on the track.
Something I said?
Yes. We were talking about women being diddled. Do you remember?
I can't say I do.
Never mind. You gave me the clue. I suddenly saw in a flash how the thing could be put across.
Put across?
Yes. I saw how women could be started on longer lives without their knowing it. By the time they found out, I hoped there'd be enough of them to wield real influence. People who've been given long life are not going to renounce it.
But why should they? Surely everyone else will be fighting for it too, not trying to prevent other people.
Well, you're talking of individuals, my dear. But individuals are subject to institutions, and as I see it, institutions will definitely not want it.
Why ever not?
Because our institutions are designed to survive our own limitations by the continual replacement of worn-out parts. Promotion, if you like. Behind them all lies the assumption that the days of our age are 70. You take that away and they'll lose their whole raison d'etre.
Well, that's very sweet.
What is it? Ask yourself how many people are going to say to the prospect of long life at the cost of, say, 200 or 300 years as an underling. And take another example. Marriage. The death do us part view is beginning to wear pretty thin even now. Well, how will it stand up to the prospect of 150 years spent with a partner grabbed in adolescence?
Oh, Diane.
Oh, no. What we'll have is individual man in a life and death struggle with institutional man. And a fine crop of schizophrenia that'll raise.
But if it's a matter of personal choice...
It won't be. The whole is always greater than the sum of its parts. Institutions fighting desperately to survive might well bring about the rejection of lithium altogether.
I can't believe that. It's against all our natural instincts of survival.
Civilized man's had to suppress his instincts before now. I rate the possibility of rejection very high indeed.
I don't know what to think. I was beginning to believe that Daddy's discovery, well, yours and Daddy's, was going to open up a wonderful new era. But he thinks people will be fighting to get it, and you think they'll be fighting each other to stop it. So what's the use? If it isn't going to bring anything but wretchedness, it would be better if neither of you had ever found it.
You don't mean that, my dear. You know as well as I do that the world's in a mess. Floundering deeper every day. Look at us. Thousands more of us every day. In a century or so, we shall be in the age of famine.
Oh, surely by then...
Oh, we shall manage to postpone the worst one way or another. But postponement isn't solution, and when the breakdown comes, it'll be so ghastly that the H-bomb will seem humane by comparison.
It's horrible.
Yet we're letting the world drift towards that day with an evil irresponsibility, just because we shan't be there to see it.
And how is it to be prevented?
I see only one thing that will stop it happening. And that is that some of us should be going to live long enough to be afraid of it for ourselves. Long enough to give us time to acquire wisdom. To get us beyond the state of acting like animal prodigies. Sorry for the tub thumping, my dear.
I expect it's a relief to say to someone, even if it's only me. Is this the way you saw it when you were at Dar?
No. Now, in those days, I saw it as a gift we must use because it seemed to me a step in evolution. A new development that would lift us one more plane above the animals. I saw no great urgency then. What seemed important was to build up a body of people who would have a vested interest in fighting for it when the time came.
Nefertiti.
Nefertiti. Your father, it must seem outrageous. A breach of faith. Unethical, I suppose you'd say. After all, I was supposed to be a biochemist, dedicated to my own small field of research. But I've done it. I've got almost 1,000 women, nearly all of them married or related to people of influence. And once they understand the situation, I shall be sorry for anyone who tries to legislate them out of their extra years of life.
How did you set about it in the beginning?
And the first thing was to make certain of a steady supply of lithium. Your father may have told you that I named the first batch Mongolensis MacDonaldi.
Yes, he did.
Well, actually, the stuff comes from Hokiang, a province of Manchuria. I got in touch with people out there who'd worked with Mr. MacDonald. He died, meantime, and arranged for a small annual consignment to be sent to me direct. The supply is limited, and the sites where it grows are all within a radius of about 25 miles.
And the arrangement has worked?
So far. But any trouble in those parts might cut it off entirely. What's more, not only is the place under Chinese control, but the Soviet frontier is less than 200 miles away. And if the Russians have taken interest, well, anything might happen.
Why are you telling me all this?
Because I think someone else ought to know. But the real source of the supply is the one thing that must not, in any circumstances, be made public. Do you understand?
Yes, Diana.
I've laid my red herrings, and I hope your father has too. But if anything ever leaks out, he and I will be the chief targets, and... well, you never can tell. It'll be a matter of life and death, you know.
I wish you hadn't told me. About the source of the lithium, I mean.
Why?
Because I'm not to be trusted.
What do you mean, Stephanie?
I let it out. I've already told someone. Oh, not the whole thing, of course, but just enough.
Who was it?
A young man I know whose parents live near Dar. His name's Richard Treverne.
Did he believe it, or did he just think you were being silly?
I'm not sure.
This Richard, what sort of a young man? Brains or beef?
Both.
Fortunate young man. Do you trust him?
I'm going to marry him.
Well, that's no answer. Women are constantly marrying men they don't trust. What's his job?
He's a lawyer.
Oh, we should have some idea of discussion then. Well, either you've got to let him know more or shut him up. I'd take him to see your father if I were you.
Yes.
Oh, that's settled then. Now, I want to know a bit more about you. What factor is your father using for you?
What?
Factor. Is he increasing your time by 3, 4, or 5?
Oh, I see. He said 3, both Paul and me.
That's cautious. I'm using 5. Safe, but more detectable. The Nefertiti clients are mostly on 2 or 2.5.
I still can't understand how you can do it without their knowing.
Oh, it isn't difficult. On the whole, we've managed wonderfully smoothly until we came up against this Willoughby woman and her damned allergy. Oh, well, perhaps we'll weather it. If we don't, we shan't get Homo superior without any birth pangs. And what is important is to stop him being strangled at birth.
Editor here.
Hello, Bill. On the top of the morning to you.
Jerry, you sound very pleased with yourself.
I am. I've made a contact.
What sort of contact?
A Nefertiti one. An innocent-looking maiden who works there and who adores caviar and champagne.
I trust you filled her up with both.
Yeah, but I'm going to. Look, Bill, this Nefertiti outfit really does seem to do something pretty remarkable for its clients. I've been checking up on some of them. In particular, a certain Lady Tuley.
The Lady Tuley?
Yeah, the beautiful Lady Tuley. Remember how she started?
I don't.
I'll enlighten you. 10 years ago, she was a medical student in a London hospital. Then, by luck, she hooked and married Tuley, who was already a millionaire. Since then, she's been busy turning herself into the most glamorous bit of homework that ever walked up the stairs at Lancaster House in a tiara and mink. Fabulous clothes, fabulous jewels, fabulous face.
Get to the point, Jerry.
According to the book, this date can't be a day less than 35.
Well?
She still looks like a girl of 20. Well, not much more.
So what? You said these Nefertiti people did their clients pretty well.
Yeah. There's something else. That Dar House place, remember?
What about it?
The chap who runs it, Saxover. I've discovered he collected his doctorate way back in 1928.
So what?
Simply this. This chap Saxover, a full-blown doctor of science in 1928, and presumably not numbered among Nefertiti's clients, happens to look young enough to be his own son.
Okay, what do I do about it?
The old Sonny Broad is onto something, Bill. Hold me a 3-column panel on your feature page, and I'll promise you'll have a story that'll make the rest of us sit up. And with pictures.
And as far as one can judge from the blueprints, it seems a perfectly sound one.
Excuse me, Mr. Saxover.
Yes, what is it, Frank?
Your father's on the telephone, sir. He says it's rather urgent. I thought you might care to take the call in the next room.
Thank you, Fred. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes,
Hello?
Is that you, Paul?
Yes, Father?
I had a visit from your wife this morning, Paul. I think at least you might have had the courtesy to tell me you'd informed her.
But I'd already explained the position as I saw it, Father. I thought you realized I'd have to tell her.
When did you tell her?
The next morning.
5 days ago, eh? Did she say anything about coming to see me?
Well, yes, she did. But I thought she might have changed her mind and decided to wait a bit. What did she want?
What do you think she wanted? Demanded, in fact.
And, did you?
Yes, I did. I thought you'd better know.
Damn. I wonder what else she's been up to.
Well, Miss Brendan, now you've told me all about this young man you met last night, why are you so reluctant to accept his invitation to dinner?
It was all these questions he kept asking me about Nefertiti. After a bit, I began to have a feeling that the whole subject hadn't come up by accident. I suppose I look a bit green, but I'm not really, so I made some inquiries about him and found out that he's quite a well-known journalist. His name's Gerald Marlin, and he works for the Sunday Post.
Does he? You're certainly not green, Miss Brendan. Well, now, I think you ought to meet this Mr. Marlin tomorrow evening and tell him the sort of thing he wants to know.
But I...
Oh, that's all right. I'll get Miss Colvin to brief you. I'd much prefer to know exactly what he's being told about our business.
Yes, Miss Black.
Very well, then. Have a good time, and don't let him get his information too cheaply. When he makes an offer, put your price at double, then compromise at about 50% above what he originally offered. It's a sort of convention that helps to reassure them. I see. And what shall I do with the money? Bless the girl, you've earned it. You do what you like with it. Now, off you go and let me know how it works out. Yes, Miss Brackley, of course. Good afternoon, Miss Brackley.
Yes, Miss Brackley?
Oh, Sarah, what was Miss Brendan's job before she joined us, do you know?
Oh, she was training to be a nurse, I believe. Then her father died, and she had to give it up.
She seems a nice girl.
Yes, and capable. The sort that might have made a good matron one day. Pity she had to come to this.
Dear Sarah, so tactful. Bring her file up, will you, please? I want to talk to you.
There we are, my boy. Quite undramatic, I'm afraid. The films do this sort of thing much better. The implant will dissolve very slowly and be gradually absorbed into your system.
I'd expected something more like an ordinary injection.
Did you? Keep the bandage on for a day or two.
It's still difficult to believe. I don't really know what to say, sir.
Well, don't try, Richard. Once I was aware that you knew, it became a matter of expediency to offer you the benefit.
Well, that's all very well, but aren't you taking a bit of a risk? You don't know a great deal about me.
You'll be surprised, my dear fellow.
I don't quite follow.
I'll explain. At Dar, we always have several projects in hand, some of great potential value.
Of course.
A few of our competitors are none too scrupulous. They wouldn't hesitate to use any means to find out what they want to know. When one has an attractive daughter, it therefore becomes one's distasteful duty to learn something about her friends and their background.
I see.
As a lawyer, your integrity is beyond question. But you should take great care not to let anyone else get an inkling of this. No one at all.
Had you someone particular in mind?
No. But that young fellow you introduced to Zephany the other day, for instance, Farrier, wasn't he?
Tom Farrier. Yes, he's an advertising man. I knew him at school.
Did you also know that his mother remarried 3 or 4 years ago and that her husband happens to be the head research man with Chemicultures Limited? One of the most important of the large-scale manufacturing chemists?
I didn't know.
No. I can see you didn't. Oh, well, it's a devious world. By the way, I don't think we'll mention any of this to Zephany. As I said, it's a distasteful precaution, but necessary. In this case, very necessary. You'll be staying to dinner, won't you?
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I promised my people I'd dine at home.
Ah, pity. Well, have a drink before you go.
I suppose I shall really begin to believe in all this one day, Zephany.
It isn't easy, I know, darling. It means scrapping everything we accepted in childhood. All the yardsticks and reference points. They won't be any good anymore.
Not much doubt about that.
10 days ago, I was happy at the thought of spending 50 years with you, Richard, if we should be lucky. Now, I just don't know. Can one spend 150 years, 200 perhaps, with somebody? Can two people go on loving one another that long?
We shall have time to find that out, shan't we? Oh, come on, darling. This thing isn't to be worried about, it's to be lived. It's going to be an adventure. We're going to enjoy finding out about it together, aren't we?
Oh, yes, Richard, darling, we are. Of course we are.
Good morning, Zephany. You're down early?
Yes, Richard's picking me up directly after breakfast. He promised me a lift back to town. Coffee?
Yeah, please. That's all the poster is from it?
What do you expect on a Monday morning, darling?
If you know the writing.
Here's your coffee, Daddy. Drink it while it's hot.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm blowed. Listen to this, Stephanie. Dear Francis, I expect that the inquiries may not have caught your attention. I feel that it should. The explanation is that one of my red herrings has taken wings and seems likely to prove a credit to its stable. Yours in haste, Diana Brackley.
Diana? What's she up to now?
Collecting newspaper clippings, apparently. Have a look at them while I deal with this egg.
The Sunday Radar.
That rag.
It's dated yesterday.
What's it say?
In headlines, corner in beauty broken for radar readers. And beneath, great news for you, you, and you. And then come some photographs of society women.
Well, never mind about them. What's it all about?
It's about the pictures. Take a look at this gallery of beauty. In each case, the upper picture's the way she looked 10 years ago, and the lower the way she looks today. Haven't changed much, have they?
You go on.
Now, compare that picture you had taken 10 years ago with what looks out from your mirror.
See the difference? And what does it cost a socialite to have 10 years go by and scarcely have a mark? £300, 400, 5? Now, thanks to the radar, everyone can share the amazing inner secrets of London's most illustrious beauty establishment. Commencing next week, Sunday, radar, you can read the... Oh, do you really want me to go on, Daddy?
Certainly not. I can't imagine why I thought I'd be interested.
Oh, I can. She's ringed the pictures in red pencil, and beside them she's written triumphs with a lot of exclamation marks.
What's the other clipping got to say?
It's from the Sunday Prole. More of a sort of article. It's signed by someone called Gerald Marley.
Well, don't let that put us off. Go on.
It has been no secret around Mayfair that a certain exclusive beauty house has recently settled for damages on a lavish scale rather than expose its workings to vulgar notice in the law court. While our sympathy must go out to a lady who's had to suffer great discomfort, we cannot deny her our congratulations. She hasn't done at all badly out of it.
Mrs. Willoughby.
An allergy is a whimsical thing, and the source of this sensitive client's affliction remains unknown even to herself. May we offer her the following advice. Let her shun the shores of Galway Bay, and at all costs avoid coming into contact with a certain type of seaweed to be found in that delectable Irish beauty spot. Dinah's red herring.
So it would seem. I wonder how she Paul! Where on earth have you sprung from?
Sorry to burst in on you like this, Father, but I'm afraid I've got bad news.
Paul.
So bad, in fact, that I thought the best thing was to jump into the car and come straight down.
Well, sit down, my boy, and let's hear about it. You look all in.
Have you had breakfast?
Yes, but I could do with some of that coffee, sir.
I'll get you a clean cup.
Well, what's it all about, Paul?
It's Jane. She's cleared out.
Cleared out? You mean she's left you?
Yes. We had a blazing row yesterday, which ended in her locking herself in her bedroom. This morning, when I woke, I found she'd already gone, taking a couple of suitcases with her.
But why on earth, Paul? What was the row about?
The litchinin.
How do you mean?
Well, she'd been acting strangely ever since she got back from Dar. Wouldn't admit to anything, even when I told her I already knew about the implant. Then, yesterday, as we were going to bed, I happened to notice a dressing on her arm. And I saw at a glance that it wasn't done your way.
You mean someone had tampered with the bandage?
Yes. Anyhow, I insisted on her taking it off.
Well, did she?
After a lot of argument, yes. When I examined the incision, I found that the implant was not there.
Are you sure?
Positive. It was obvious what had happened. The incision had been opened, the tablet extracted, and the incision closed again with a couple of stitches as it had been before.
Damn.
I don't understand. What could it mean?
It means, Daphne, that Dinah's red herring is not going to work.
Why not?
Because the cat, to mix our metaphors, is already out of the bag.
Dinah Brackley here.
Dinah, I'm glad I caught you at home. It's Francis.
Francis, how nice to hear your voice. Did you get my letter this morning?
Yes. Thank you for the cutting.
It's working like a bomb already. The switchboard girl at the office says we ought to employ a parrot to say no comment to all the papers are ringing up.
Oh, indeed.
And I understand there's a call from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries to inquire if I have a permit to import seaweed. I'm keeping severely out of the way.
I'm sorry, Dinah. I'm feeling it to sound a sour note. I won't tell you about it now, but I've got to see you. Can you dine with me tonight in London?
I'd love to.
Carriage is 8:30 then. Would that suit?
Well, the time would, but not the place. From now on, I'm a masked woman and we mustn't be seen together. I suggest we make it a little place called the Atomium in Charlotte Street.
Very well. The Atomium at 8:30.
I am looking forward to seeing you again, Francis. I do so want to have a talk.
So do I.
You sound rather grim. Is it very serious?
Yes. I'm afraid it is. 8:30 tonight, then. Goodbye.
Yeah. Editor speaking.
Wilkes here.
Who?
Wilkes.
Oh, Wilkes. Yes.
What's all this thing about seaweed?
Seaweed?
Yes, you mucked up a campaign I've been cooking up for weeks. You wait till I get my hands on you. Your own mother won't know you.
I'm sorry, old man. It's Martin's pigeon, not mine. I only print the stuff. Goodbye. Johnny.
Yes?
That seaweed stuff of Jerry's. It's raised a hornet's nest. We're all out for it now. Better get a reporter around to the Nefertiti place right away.
I'll put young Burns on it.
Yeah, see if you can pick up a straight story. Oh, so it's you, Jerry. About time, too.
Why?
I just had Wilkes from the radar breathing death wishes down my telephone. You queer a whole campaign he'd cooked up.
Too bad I had to spike their little game. If I hadn't, they'd have scooped us. Pity. I'd have liked to acquire a few seaweed rights before the others thought of getting in on too.
What are you talking about?
Gold rights, old boy. Oh, there's lots of gold, so I've been told, on the banks of the Galway Bay. Oh, mind you, Bill, I'm not without a stake in several of the prospecting parties. Just about every beauty dope-maker in the kingdom's been on my phone wanting to know more. The only thing is, I haven't got a clue which particular brand of seaweed is the magical kind. The radar has identified, they can still pull one over on us.
If they had, Wilkes wouldn't have blown off as he did. No. The thing to do is to find out where the stuff is processed and liberate a specimen of it.
Worth trying.
Certainly, it's worth trying. Could do a lot for the female readership, and that's what counts these days.
Paul spent the night in the spare room. When he woke up, she'd gone. And nobody's seen her since.
There's no chance that you didn't secure the implant properly in the first place.
None whatever.
And the implication is that she got it from you in order to take it to someone else.
Clearly. Probably with the promise that she'd be treated again once they had the secret.
And a whacking good payment down by the sound of her.
Yes.
How much could they learn from the tablet?
Well, less than they think, probably. But it would give them a line to work on.
Does she know where it comes from?
No.
And what do you suppose would be their next step?
Well, look into our import and try and trace something from them, I imagine.
They won't find that so easy. You're continually getting parcels of stuff from all over the world.
Yes, but not many lichens, unfortunately. If they find the collectors, they won't have much trouble in identifying the particular species.
We've kept saying they. Have you any idea who they may be?
Well, no reputable firms would touch it in the circumstances, but there are others in the trade. The Saxover name would get her a hearing.
Yes, it would be the trade, I suppose.
They won't be able to hold it to themselves, whoever they are.
Possibly. It might be as well to spike their guns now.
By publishing, you mean?
Yes. Once they're convinced they've got the real thing, their quickest way to get more is to steal it. And the process, too, if they can. Or better still, to kidnap one or both of us.
I thought of that. There's nothing to be found at Dar now, and if I should disappear, publication would follow automatically. I imagine you've taken similar precautions.
Oh, Francis, this is all so damned silly and petty. All we want to do is to give people something, to offer them life with time to live it. Look at us. You, hamstrung by the prospect of chaos. Me, sure, they'll try to counter that prospect by suppression. Both of us still on the same old stand.
More coffee?
I think I will. Thank you. I warn you, I'm going to fight. I shall begin by preparing my clients. I don't see them taking the threat of suppression quietly.
I believe you're looking forward to it.
Of course I am. You've spent 12 years working for it. Embroiled in a pink, shady dreamland, peopled by purring, scheming, retractile-clawed harpies who support themselves by assisting other women to make the best of themselves. You know how I feel.
I'm told you're no mean businesswoman yourself.
No, it's something to sell. If my rivals only pretend to provide, I could scarcely go wrong, could I?
And future? After all, you'll have quite a lot of future.
Well, I have my plans.
I'm sure you have.
How angry are you with me, Francis?
Not angry. I was. When I first knew, I was very angry indeed. It seemed like a betrayal. A breach of faith that, how shall I put it, that violated the central ethic of our calling. Unforgivable.
I'm sorry.
Then I began to understand. When I had sorted it into shock, vanity, and alarm, I knew it did no good to shelter behind anger. I had to look at myself. I found that 14 years had taken away my right to be angry.
Dear Francis.
Though not my right to be alarmed. That I still am.
Hello? Sid here. Have you the boys with you?
Yeah, they're around.
Good. The job's on. I've just seen the boss. He says tonight.
Tonight? Okay.
You know what you're to do?
Yeah, we know.
Make a good thing of it then. And listen, Jack. No traces. Understand?
Sure, no traces.
Whether you find the stuff or not, you're to make certain of that. The boss was Very particular. Got it?
I got it.
Right. Give me a ring when you're through.
I will. So long.
So long, Jack.
Good morning, Miss Brackley.
Good morning, Sarah. Anything special today?
Not in the mail. But according to my information, the Irish government is banning the export of all Galway seaweed until it's decided how much duty to levy.
Not bad. Anything else?
Lady Tuley wished to make an appointment.
With me? Personally, do you mean?
Yes, she was very insistent. I arranged provisionally for 3 o'clock. I can cancel if you like.
Oh, no, confirm it, Sarah. Lady Tuley wouldn't insist without a good cause. Tell me, how is the Brendan Secret Service going?
Oh, very well. I understand from Miss Brendan that this man Marlin has cropped up again and offered her £60 for a specimen of the actual seaweed we use.
He's getting rash.
Yes. I gather that he told us that the police are interested. An inspector has been asking questions about us and making inquiries from that Mrs. Willoughby.
What a hive of curiosity we are.
The day after the inspector called, Mrs. Willoughby went to Harley Street for a medical checkup.
The dear police, so conventional. However, if you can find out exactly what they're after, I'd be glad to know.
I'll do my best.
Darling Sarah, what should I do without you?
Well, after all, I'm your secretary, Miss Brackley. And now, if there's nothing else...
Well, there is, Sarah. Something important. The time is coming when I shall meet someone close to me whom I can trust. I want to tell you some things that no one here knows about. No one but me. But it's a necessary precaution, I'm afraid. Now, Sarah, let me try to explain things as clearly as I can.
Lady Tuley, Miss Brackley.
Janet, my dear.
Diana.
I've only to see you, and I begin to wonder whether I don't make some slight contribution to an art form after all. Coming from you, Diana, that's close to fishing. May I sit here? Yes, do. Cigarette, please. I'll come straight to the point. It isn't very pleasant. Have you seen this? What a heavenly bracelet. It must be worth a fortune. Nice, isn't it? Horace Smelton gave it to me for my birthday. Horace Smelton? Don't say you haven't heard about my affair with Horace. Should I? Considering that you preside over this particular gossip exchange... Oh, but never mind. The funny thing is that although it was Horace who gave it to me, it was my husband who bought it. I don't understand. Nor did I. At first glance, one might think he wanted to land me in a mess for purposes of divorce. He isn't really a very nice man, you know. But when I thought it over, that explanation didn't seem to do. I decided there must be something he wanted to find out, and he thought Horace was in a better position to do so than he was. Janet, are you sure you really want to tell me? Certainly I do, but I'll cut it short. I noticed that Nefertiti kept cropping up in our conversations. Oh, Horace is quite subtle. He played it gently at first. But in due course, we got around to a proposition. If we could get hold of specimens of all the various things you use in Nefertiti, he knew of people who would pay well. They'd pay a very good price indeed for a particular raw material that looked like lithium. Go on. Then I remembered that Alec, my husband, has an old friend who is director of Sandra's Chemical Products. As well as not being a very nice man, my husband is an extremely ruthless one. Well? I'm sorry, Diana, but I have an impression that the jig is very nearly up. The jig? Oh, my dear, I've known you now for 10 years. In all that time, both of us have changed remarkably little, don't you think? Besides, I did do 4 years of medicine, you remember? How long have you been thinking what you think, Janet? My suspicions were confirmed about 3 years ago. You didn't tell anyone? No. I wanted to see what would happen. There was no real reason for me to interfere. Until now. Now that I have, I'm bursting with questions. A cardinal one is... Sorry, Janet. Yes?
Miss Saxover is on the line. She says it's very urgent.
Very well, Sarah. Put her through. No, Janet, please, don't move. Hello?
Diana?
Stephanie, what is it, my dear?
It's about Dar. Daddy thought it wiser not to ring you himself.
What's happened?
There's been a fire. The living wing's practically burnt out. Daddy had a narrow escape.
Is he all right?
Yes, he managed to get across the roof to the main building. But what he's anxious for you to know is that the police are sure the fire was started deliberately.
But who would want to do that?
The police think it was burglary and that the fire was started afterwards to cover up. But I'm to tell you not to worry about the
good. Your father, Bethany, you're sure he's not hurt?
Says all that happened was that he tore his pajamas.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Oh, thank you for letting me know, and I'll try and have a word with your father when I get home.
Do. I shall be obliged, too. Richard's driving me down.
Oh, for heaven's sake, take care, and tell your father to as well.
I will. Goodbye.
Bye. You're right, Janet. Too many of them are getting too close. If you'll wait a minute, I'll have a job for you.
Yes, Miss Brackley?
Sarah, you know that parcel of letters in the big safe?
Yes.
Well, they're all addressed and stamped. Please see they're put in the post straight away. They must go off tonight.
Very good, Miss Brackley.
This is where we take the lid off, Janice. Those letters are invitations to all my clients and to some of the press to attend a meeting next Wednesday afternoon. What I'd like you to do is to start a rumor going that will back up the letter. Not the real thing, of course. Oh, naturally. You set something going, Janet, and I'll arrange a leak for the staff here, too. And we'll hope for a full house on Wednesday.
Why so quiet, Stephanie?
I was thinking about Father.
Oh, of course. Sorry.
Look out, Richard.
What the devil does that police car think it's doing? Trying to run us into a ditch?
They're waiting for us to stop.
Damn.
We weren't doing anything, were we?
Not as far as I know.
Careful of that van behind us. It's right on our...
Hey, look out! Didn't you see my signal, you stupid clot?
All clear, Charlie. All clear.
Out.
What the hell do you
I
think?
said out.
But the police, I thought
Never mind what you thought. See this? It works.
Zeph, it's a hold-up.
Out, I said. Come on now, both of you, and make it snappy. Into the van. Shut up. Now, get in.
I'm damned if I'm going to... Oh.
See what I mean? Come on now, get in. Charlie, give us a hand. Okay.
Let me assure you there's no malice in this, Miss Backriver. I simply want some information from you, and I intend to get it. Is that clear?
You've no right whatsoever to bring us here. And I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, but I'm sure that you have. Your father's made a remarkable discovery, has he not? You do well to answer my question. Well, come, let's not waste time. You tell me the discovery that I mean. We have no wish to hurt you, Miss Saxover, but we don't much mind how far we go with your friend here. The fact that we've taken the precaution of tying him up rather tightly should persuade you of that. And now, Miss Saxover, which discovery? Very well. Will you demonstrate, Charlie?
Yes.
No.
You see, you can make things very unpleasant for him. However, if you don't mind that, we shall be obliged to employ more direct methods with you yourself, and if you're still obstinate, we shall have to find means of persuading your father to tell us. Well? No? Charlie, somewhat harder this time, if you please. What was this discovery, Miss Saxover?
How dreadful. Did they harm the poor child?
No, she's all right. Terribly shocked, of course, but Richard's pretty badly knocked about, I'm afraid. Stephanie says that when they came round, they were lying on the grass verge beside the car just where they'd stopped.
How much did she tell them?
Oh, pretty well everything she knew, I think, except that your side of it was never raised.
They know where we get it.
Afraid so.
You've no idea who they were?
No?
They could scarcely be your daughter-in-law's friends, I imagine.
Oh, unlikely.
Could be anybody. There's at least half a dozen on the scent now, not counting the newspapers and the police. I'm telling the clients and the press at the meeting on Wednesday, you know. I can't hold up more than a few days anyway. Are you there?
Yes. I still don't fancy the idea. Might seem too much like a publicity stunt for your firm.
Well, possibly at first, but not for long.
But do be careful, Diana. Of yourself, I mean.
Don't worry about me, Francis. I know what I'm doing.
I'm not sure that you do, my dear. I repeat, Diana, please.
Have you seen the evening papers yet, Miss Ratcliffe? Yes. No better than the morning ones. They tucked us away on their woman's page. As far as they're concerned, the meeting was a complete flop.
If only you've been able to give it some news value.
Good heavens, Sarah, what do you mean? It's the greatest news since Adam. The clients understood all right. Most of them. I couldn't have made it plainer.
But not in the way journalists appreciate. What was needed was a good, fast
jab at the superficial sensations. What you gave them was just a sinker in. A lot of implications that take time to register.
Well, there are still the Sundays to come.
Possibly. But we may not have to wait till Sunday.
Sarah? You're holding out on me. What is it?
According to my information, just after the stock exchange closed this afternoon, the Threadneedle and Western Assurance Company declared a moratorium on certain annuities.
I don't get the connection.
Don't you? They described the step as, I quote, a temporary measure pending legal opinion upon the obligation of the company in cases where means have been employed to extend the normal expectation of life, unquote.
Sarah, as I've so often said before, what should I do without you?
So, boy, listen to this. The unusual steps taken by Threadneedle and Western are attributed to announcement by Miss Diana Brackley, director of beauty firm Nefertiti Limited, claiming remarkable success in slowing down organic deterioration rate, which would lead to perceptible rise in life expectancy. Oh, what do you make of it, old boy?
Perceptible rise doesn't tell us much, but it's put the wind up Threadneedle, all right. I reckon we might sell those general eventualities before the going gets rough.
Oh, serious as that, you think?
Could be, old boy. Could be.
Miss Brackley, are you seriously saying that our span of life can be extended indefinitely?
Indefinitely, no. Within certain limits, yes.
But Miss Brackley, even supposing that this drug can do all you claim, does any woman want to live 200 years?
I see no reason why she shouldn't.
What would any man wish to live to that stupendous age? Not if his old woman did, too.
Yes, what she used to be. Now, look here. I didn't promote this meeting. It was you gentlemen of the press who asked to meet me. And whether you believe what I say or not, it makes no difference to the facts. But for the present, let's get on with it. You ask the questions, and I'll give you some of the answers.
Miss Brackley, in view of the scarcity of the substance from which this antigerone is derived, have you given any thought to the question of priority? I mean, whom, in your opinion, should first receive its benefit?
That's the real thing, Jerry.
That's hard luck.
Let me see, how did you finish this article of yours? Oh, yes. The antigerone is without doubt the greatest advance in medical science since penicillin. Let us use it wisely and well with a full sense of our great responsibility. In our hands may lie the happiness and future welfare of mankind. Going to get a bit strong, aren't you?
I think so.
Right. We print in full. Front page with pictures and banners. Boy, oh boy. If this doesn't put the old Pole back top of the Sunday circulations, my middle name's not Beaverbrook.
Greatest discovery since penicillin. Read all about it. Paper.
Man the door! See what a gift I am. So glamorous and 80. 80, did you ever? I thought I'd think about it in the Sundays. Makes you think, don't it?
Back seat for the teenagers. And about time.
Stand back for the old folks.
Now, dear ma, that's my foot.
Priority for home and empire. I should damn well think so, indeed.
Antigerone such moral problems.
Man's span of life was decided by the Almighty. And now science, in its impious vanity, challenges the architect of the universe and says it can do better. It sins as the children of Israel sinned when it was written of them, thus were they defiled with their own works, and went a whoring with their own inventions.
Switch off, Lenny. Downright indecent. That the Tories should have permitted the greatest discovery of the age to be developed by private enterprise. The opposition demands that Her Majesty's government shall nationalize the antigerone forthwith.
Subservience to clamour from the organized sections of the community must not be tolerated.
It must not remain the privilege of a few.
Priority should be given to those upon whose wisdom and experience at the helm the nation depends.
It is to the workers who produce the wealth of this country that priority must be given. Free treatment under the National Health Act
to be a primary consideration.
Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Miss Bradley. It's a good thing you got through on the private line. We're besieged by people, and the switchboard's been jammed with callers ever since we opened. Poor Violet's going mad down there.
You tell her to instruct the exchange to accept no more calls.
Very well. Did you hear the broadcast last night?
I did. Good, stirring stuff. Straight from the heart. Now, Sarah, I want you to select 5 or 6 of the most intelligent girls and put Miss Brendan in charge of them. They're to go out into the pubs, espressos, laundrettes, anywhere where people talk, and see what they're really making of it. Then they're to report back to me. Got it?
Yes, Miss Bradley.
I think I'd better keep away today, Sarah.
I'm quite sure you had. But I expect some of these people will try to reach you at the flat.
Oh, don't worry. We have 2 very large, well-tipped commissionaires. Good luck at your end, Sarah.
I hope so, I'm sure.
Morning, Chrissy. 3 coffees, please.
What as usual?
Yes, please.
I say, chaps, this is getting a bit grim, isn't it?
You're telling me. Prices falling like autumn leaves. Been nothing like it since that week the Chinese announced they got the bomb, remember?
Don't. But,
Here you are.
Oh, thanks, Chrissy. That's the girl. Now, where was I?
You were saying but.
Oh, was I? Oh, well, anyway, if there's anything in this anti-Jerome thing, why doesn't someone confirm or deny it officially? Then we'd know where we stand.
Haven't you seen a paper today? The paper didn't have a thing about it.
Well, old boy, some other top people have wives who go to Nefertiti, and the first thing round the house is that they've convinced their husbands that the thing's okay. And that's what's really at the back of it. Anyway, I'm betting on this anti-Jerome being the genuine article.
So what?
So now's the time to buy.
Buy what, for goodness sake?
Keep it under your hat. Stores.
Stores?
Keep your voice down, you clod. It's obvious, really. Supposing this stuff only doubles the expectancy of life, there are going to be twice as many women buying twice as much clothing, aren't there?
Yes, but
Go for the big draper.
Yes, but I still don't...
Never mind. You keep thinking it over, old boy. I'm off to put my lolly in the laundry.
Prime Minister from Secretary Sabbath Preservation Society. Message begins, quote, "The days of our age are 70, unquote. Let it not be said."
Home Secretary. Sir, at an emergency meeting of the General Council of the Brotherhood of British Morticians held today, the following resolution was passed unanimously. That this council shall convey to the government its grave concern regarding the drug anti-Jerome. Use of this drug, if permitted, could lead to serious unemployment among its members. The council urges an immediate reconsideration.
Henry, I see there's a question down for tomorrow on this anti-Jerome business. Have we any more details yet?
Not yet, I'm afraid, sir.
Well, do put a jerk into them, there's a good fellow. We don't want the minister having kittens again, do we?
Indeed not, sir.
Henry, what's your own unofficial opinion on this?
Well, sir, my wife happens to know several ladies who are Nefertiti clients. One has to make allowances for exaggeration, but on the evidence, I'm inclined to believe it can be done. Is being done.
I was rather afraid you'd say that. I don't like it, Henry. If the claims are true, the effects are going to be...
apocalyptic, sir.
Thank you, Henry. The more juste idea.
2 pints, Gov. So did I tell you straight? I says, look here, me girl. I says, natural's natural. But this here ain't. Did your ma talk about living 200 years? Did my ma? No. And no more you did Norton either. Not natural.
That's right, Bill. Unbloody natural, that's what it is. They sort of put a stop to it, that's what they order.
It's a case of being prepared, Inspector. By the way things are building up, it looks as if we're bound to pull her in sooner or later, if only for her own protection.
Yes, sir.
You say dangerous drugs is no good.
We've no evidence of the use of any known drug, and the drug can't be dangerous until it's scheduled as such.
Suspected possession of.
Risky, sir.
Vagrancy, then. She's been telling them they're going to live for 200 years. That's telling fortunes, isn't it?
I'd scarcely think so, sir. She's simply claiming to have something that increases the expectation of life.
That could be fraud.
Could, sir, but is it? Nobody seems to know.
Well, we can't wait 200 years to find out, can we? It seems to me the best thing we can do is to make out a warrant on conduct calculated to lead to a breach of the peace and hold it.
I doubt if we get it granted on the present showing, sir.
Maybe not. The things are beginning to buzz. And today's showing isn't going to be tomorrow's.
Anyway, get it filled in as far as you can. I have a feeling we may need it.
To address the delegates again. In an interview on BBC television earlier this evening, Miss Diana Brackley, discussing the drug antigerone, declined to disclose the sources from which it is derived, but expressed herself as fully satisfied.
Untersuchen eingehend die Abstammung dieser Medikamente. Und Ihrer Meinung nach ist dieser Antigerone nicht synthetischer
Fronte, General Waring Petrov.
No, it's good for antigerone. Antigerone is in a
Provided the claims can be substantiated, the discovery of antigerone could have profound effects on the populations of the world. France, with her long tradition of liberal
German scientists are closely examining the possible derivations of the drug antigerone. In their opinion, a synthetic origin is not. Scientists in the USSR are little impressed by the claims made in London for the so-called antigerone. They point out that pioneer work in this field is already being carried out in the Soviet Union, and claims based on the exploitation of such work by English capitalists can be considered to be exaggerated from motives of private profit. Once again,
Diana, where are you? Out here on the balcony, doing some weeding. Oh, Diana, what an adorable garden. And so high up. I love it. Especially now I'm tied to my flat. I'm glad you managed to get in. Without your chip, I wouldn't have gotten near the place. You seem to have a whole corps of commissionaires to guard you. Well, now you're here. Tell me what's been happening. Is it going well? Our League of New Life, you mean? Yes. Lydia Washington's been elected leader. Good choice. Works like the devil and not scared of man or beast. She's thoroughly enjoying herself. So are you, by the look of you, Janice. Oh, I am. Now we've looked ourselves over, we seem to be married to half the establishment. In addition, we have relations that are not quite marital with a lot of other influences. There's not much we don't get to know. I gather the chief trouble has come from the Daily Trumpeter. Yes. They found they'd backed the wrong horse from the party point of view and have been backpedaling hard ever since. Exploitation of the workers, no promotion for the young, etc., etc. Call to all unions to register massive vote of protest. Hints of general strike action. On the way here, I passed a wall in Notting Hill scrawled with Ban Anti-G, all out on demo Traff Square Sunday. I heard a sermon on Sunday. Oh, that man jumped the gun. No need to worry about him. The bishops are all more or less pro. Rome still seems to be thinking it over. But our communications aren't so good there for obvious reasons. The stock exchange had to close for a time, but I expect you know that. Well, things aren't going so badly then. Not on the whole. But we hear the PM's very unhappy, poor man. If he sanctions the use of the anti-G, there'll be riots from the left. If he bans it, there'll be near revolution from everyone else. I suppose they're beginning to realize what it means. But that's only part of the poor man's anxieties. There's still the question of dealing with China. China? What about China? It's said to be the only source of the lichen that yields the antigerone. I see. So once the Chinese find out why we want to buy their lichen, that will finish that. I didn't say that China was the only source. No? I'm just telling you what's been said, that the lichen is imported from China and is processed for you at Dar House. Dar House? But that's utterly untrue. I import the lichen and I have it processed. Doesn't go near Dar House. That's a complete fabrication. Oh, don't glare at me. I didn't fabricate it. I'm sorry, Johnny, but of all the sickening, stupid, dangerous things to happen, just go bother. Yes? Oh, sir, I'm glad you rang. I want you over here at once. Yes, it's most important. What's that? All right, leave it out. I'll take it down. Yes? Yes, I've got all that. Who's it from? Yes. Well, are you sure of that? Very well. Bye. Listen to this, Janet. A cable addressed to Nefertiti. It says, hold all deals pending our 7-figure offer anti-Jerome rights. Good Lord. Who sent it? It's signed Lindenbaum, President, Pursuit of Happiness Drug Corporation, Inc., Brooklyn, NY. 7 figures? This puts a new complexion on things. Does it? But Diana! Janet, I need your help. I want to broadcast.
Again?
Yes, again. I don't care what service, but sometime on Saturday evening. Only 10 minutes. 5 would do. But I want to tell them all about the anti-Jerome. What it is, where it comes from. I want them to know the facts for themselves. Do you think it could be fixed?
I should imagine so.
But, my dear, do you think it wise? Well, that remains to be seen, Janet.
Everyone got his stuff. Okay, keep quiet and listen for it. That's the signal. That means Jimmy's cut the phone wires. Are you ready? Then let him have it.
Yes?
Diana?
What is it, Stephanie?
It's Star again. Last night. It was burnt. Burnt right out this time.
Stephanie?
Daddy's been taken to hospital.
Is he all right?
He had to jump from a window and he's rather shaken up. He's not hurt otherwise.
Thank God for that. What happened there?
Oh, we're not quite sure. It seems like a raid by quite a lot of people. It's all gone, Diana. House, lab, block, everything. There's nothing left.
Have the police any idea who did it?
They say they've reason to believe it was a gang who came from somewhere in a lorry. Masterly piece of deduction.
You're sure your father hasn't any real injuries?
As sure as we can be until we see the x-rays.
Oh, give him my best wishes.
I will. Oh, by the way, what's this about your giving another broadcast tomorrow night? Is it true?
How did you hear?
An announcement before the news this morning. Oh, Diana, what are you going to tell them?
The truth, Stephanie. Well, it would be better that way. If I don't do it now, something far, far worse may happen.
Close the window, Spiller, will you?
Yes, Sir William.
What do you make of it?
I really couldn't say, Sir William. There's only a handful of them at the moment, but one gathers that something considerably more ambitious is planned for tomorrow.
We've had demonstrations before.
Not on this particular scale, I think, sir.
Don't rub it in, Spiller. The Home Secretary was on the telephone only a moment ago.
Indeed, sir.
Yes, it seems that Scotland Yard's not too happy. The Commissioner's hinting that he may seek special powers to deal with things.
Rather premature, wouldn't you say, sir?
They've been tipped off to expect serious trouble. Apparently, they're also linking up the general picture with last night's outrage.
What was that, sir?
Haven't you heard?
No, sir.
This Dar House place, where the stuff is said to be processed, was burnt to the ground.
Good Lord.
Incendiarism, without a doubt.
That means that the...
Well, you must draw your own conclusions, man. Oh, by the by, this letter from KPG.
Yes, Sir William.
The ambassador asks if he may call personally this afternoon, concerning a matter of grave consequence, are his words.
Coming from that quarter, it sounds rather sinister, in the circumstances.
Oh, there you go again, Spiller. Well, I'll have to see him, of course. What a confounded nuisance. I was due at Checkers at 4.
Yes, sir.
Well, lay it on for what time should we say? 2:30, will you?
Very well, sir. Oh, have you seen this, sir? Midday edition. I've marked the passage.
Oh, read it. How's ever, good fellow?
The BBC announces that the Saturday night play in the home service will be postponed to 8:45 p.m. in order to allow Miss Diana Brackley an opportunity of making a full statement regarding the anti-Jerome. Miss Brackley's broadcast, which will begin at 8:30 p.m., will...
Good God, no, she mustn't do that. Not at any price. The last thing we want is to blow this thing up any bigger. Oh, no, she's got to be stopped, and stopped at once.
Sit down, Inspector.
Thank you, sir.
This Brackley woman, did you get the warrant made out as I told you?
As far as I could, sir. After last night, it had struck me that you might want to bring her in anyhow. For her own protection, of course, sir.
Yes. Well, we can kill two birds with one stone. Read this.
The PM.
Yes, the situation's a bit delicate. This Brackley woman's dug her toes in and refuses to cancel her broadcast.
Well, sir?
She mustn't be available to make it. Do you understand?
Quite, sir.
Have that warrant signed right away and serve it yourself.
Very well, sir.
And get this clear. Miss Brackley must not put her foot inside Broadcasting House tonight.
There she is now, coming through the door. That's Miss Brackley.
She's 40, they say. Looks like a young girl, doesn't she?
Just a moment, Miss Brackley. Hold it, please. Thank you, and good luck with the broadcast.
Good luck, Miss Brackley.
Thank you all very much. Good evening, Brewster.
Good evening, Miss. Miss Diana Brackley?
Yes?
I'm sorry, Miss Brackley, but my friend here and I are police officers. I hold a warrant for your arrest. I'm afraid I must ask you to accompany us to Scotland Yard.
Here is a special announcement. We regret that, owing to unforeseen circumstances, Miss Diana Brackley, who was to have spoken about her discovery of the anti-Jerome and its present significance, is unable to come to the studio this evening. Instead, you will hear a short recital on gramophone.
What do you make of it, Jerry? They then wanted to talk. If the police have got the sense of freezer, pull in this sack server chap as well. Call it protective custody or anything else you like. The fact still remains the safest place for those two at the moment is under lock and key.
I wonder. We have to see how things go in the square tomorrow. You're covering it, I suppose.
Of course. Nothing will keep me away from those pigeons. I can't wait to see our League of Lovelies go into action.
And comrades, I say again, the anti-Jerome is the dirtiest weapon of all the dirty weapons and the stories that they raise with the workers. I say down the anti-Jews and stand it down. And the anti-Jews and the anti-Jews and the anti-Jews. They're running the whole history of the working class struggle. Don't you compare the lives of the people? As the very faces of our lives being so seven. And the anti-Jews. We want the anti-Jerome. We want the anti-Jerome. And the anti-Jews. The crime of food. Is that your fighting creed? Here, who does she think she is? Pull her down. Push her bloody van over. Now we know your fault. Ban the anti-Jews.
Right, men, break it up. And take those stonework speaker bands off the square. Come on now, break it up. Break it up. Break it up. Here, down with all of you. Pull out there. How are things going, Inspector? Not too well, sir. There's another crowd from approaching down the Haymarket and a rival lot marching up Whitehall. Well, you know the Commissioner's orders. Yes, sir. Got a magistrate standing by. Yes, sir. Right, let him get on with it. Go ahead, sir, please.
Our sovereign lady, the Queen, charges and commanded all persons being assembled immediately to disperse themselves and peaceably to depart to their habitation.
Hello, Sunday Prowl? News editor, please. Yes, I know it's Sunday, but try. Is that you, Bill? Oh, I thought I might find you there. Listen, they just read the Riot Act. What's that? Well, of course there's nothing we can do. I just thought you'd like to know, that's all. Right. See you in the morning. Bye.
Lady Washington, sir.
Ah, come in, Lydia.
Really, dear.
How nice to see you in Downing Street so early in the morning.
How nice of you to let me come. Well, what about yesterday?
A performance quite in the historic tradition of demonstration.
That's all very well, Willie. But are you going to take notice? Or are you going to send me away to turn my League of a New Light into a political party which will fight you tooth and nail at the next election? Of course, there is the third possibility of civil commotion. What our grandmothers could do, we can do.
My dear Lydia, I'm against civil commotion. It's costly and untidy. And I'm even more opposed to it since resistance movements have given people ideas that your grandmothers never thought of.
Ideas we should most certainly improve on.
Also, I confess our side of the House would regret to see a new and possibly very popular party arise.
And the opposition?
Would, I am sure, regret it still more. They're deeply riven by this business already, you know.
Some of them have seen sense, yes, thank heaven.
Our own party is far from single-minded in this matter. Many seem not to have learned even yet that if you turn your face away from science, she'll land you a mule's kick on your backside. Nevertheless, in view of the alternatives, I have no doubt that we could put it through, if it lay within our power to do so.
Willie, you sly old fox. You've something up your sleeve. What is it?
A letter, my dear, which reached me by this morning's post. It's written, as you see, from hospital and is signed by a certain Dr. Francis Saxover, a former colleague of Miss Brackley.
The dollhouse man?
Precisely. In his letter, he confirms our information that the source material, this antigerone, comes from a lichen growing only in North Manchuria. He goes on, but now let me tell you in his actual words. This morning, he says, I received an air letter from my agent in Hong Kong telling me that the Chinese authorities have initiated what is presumably intended as a large-scale collective farm in a district which includes the whole of the known lichen-bearing area, and that plowing up is already in hand.
Gracious. Does he mean...
Well, pray let me continue, Lydia. To the best of my knowledge, there never was more lichen than could supply the antigerone for 3,000 or 4,000 people. Now there will be none.
No more of the antigerone to be produced.
Well, that's the inference. An artless man, this Dr. Saxover. He appears to regard the development as a coincidence.
Which you do not.
The Chinese are a very subtle people, Lydia. Also, they have an excellent intelligence service.
What are you driving at with it?
Observe how convenient this is for them. Quite fortuitously, all the lichen, which could have caused a great deal of trouble, has disappeared. And furthermore, their own overpopulation problem is already serious. If they were to add longevity to their remarkable fecundity, well, the country would soon burst at its seams.
It's all too conveniently pat for your government, isn't it? So convenient that nobody's going to believe you. How are you going to persuade them of the truth?
I agree. It leaves us without problem.
Sir William, forgive me, lady. What is
it, Spiller?
I thought you should see this at once, sir. It's just coming.
Huh? Now, Lydia, here's your answer. The text of a message by Peking Radio, which our people have just monitored. Now, listen. The government of the People's Republic announces that at 6 o'clock this morning, the first test of a new and revolutionary type of nuclear device was successfully carried out in the Hokiang region of North Manchuria. The explosion, which was in the megaton range, took place in an area which had been found unsuitable for collective development, and from which all human, animal life as well had been previously evacuated.
But why will it? Senseless?
As I said before, the Chinese are a subtle people. They, too, recognize the danger of not being believed. But now it won't do anyone any good to raise a rumpus about stuff that no longer exists.
No, but all the same, something must be done with it. It's not true that what you've never had, you never miss. Now that we've got people all worked up, they'll miss it all right. They'll bawl like a child who's had his toy snatched away.
That's it.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, you've got it, Lydia.
What I only said...
What do you say to pacify a child who's lost his favorite toy?
Why, don't cry, darling. I'll buy you another.
Exactly, Lydia. Exactly.
Have already heard. The Prime Minister addressed the House this evening on the subject of the antigerone.
Attend that, Vijay.
Okay. The discovery, he said, was a scientific triumph for British research. Unfortunately, antigerone could at present only be produced in minute quantities from an extremely rare form of lichen, and there was no immediate prospect of the situation being improved. It was, however, the government's firm intention that this state of affairs should be remedied as soon as possible. The government, therefore, proposed an immediate grant of £10 million to subsidize research to this end. He, the Prime Minister, had little doubt that with British brains, British purpose, and British courage...
And that is that. Cunning old beggar.
It was a good story while it lasted.
You sound as if it was all washed up. Kaput. Finished.
I didn't say so, Bill.
Well, at least I'm not likely to be faced with the problem of what to give my old woman on her 200th birthday.
Clever devils, you know, Bill. These Chinese.
Yes. What was it Confucius said in...
And you're really feeling better, Francis?
Fighting fit. Can't think why they insist on keeping me in this confounded hospital.
You're going out tomorrow.
Yes, thank God. Well, Diana, are you satisfied with the job you've made of it?
Yes, I'm satisfied as far as it went.
You were taking a terrible risk. There could have been bloodshed, even something like civil war.
Well, we got so far without any of that.
Yes, but now that the children have been promised their sweets, they'll raise hell if they're not forthcoming.
But they will forthcome. Both the Americans and the Russians have now made bigger allocations for research than we have.
They must have hated it.
The real trouble, of course, will come later on. But if only we wake up to the famine problem now. If we work flat out on ways to increase food supplies, and if something can be done to discourage the suicidal birth rate, we might just manage it with no more trouble than discomfort and short rations for a time.
We shall see.
In the meantime, though, have you any reserves of lithium?
Enough to keep Zephany, Paul, Richard, and myself going for some time. I gave the rest for research purposes. And you?
Quite a bit. But it has to be spread over a whole lot of people. I can't let them down altogether.
Then if the research has produced no results in, say, 3 years, what then?
Well, that's where you come into it, Francis.
I do? But that's impossible. Even if I was able to rebuild Dart, it'd take months, why, years even, to reassemble all the...
I know, but I've still got quite a nice little lab all fixed up in London. That's where you are going to determine the basic molecule of the antigerone.
But, Diana, you don't understand.
I'll drive you up tomorrow and you can see it for yourself.
Doesn't it intimidate you, huh? The whole idea?
Nothing could intimidate me now, Francis. Except the prospect of not having long enough.
200 years.
There. You said it. The point is that we can't both sit down on our behinds and do nothing for 200 years, can we?
Both?
You look shocked, Francis. You of all people. I wonder how your shock compares with the shock to a young woman who finds that the... How did you put it? The central ethic of her calling is being violated by... Oh, Francis, are you going to make me say it?
Yes. I think I am.
Darling, I love you.
Diana, do you mean it? Do you really mean it?
C-O-L-G-A-T-E, Colgate presents Bill Stern.
With the Colgate Shave Cream Sports Newsreel.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on the air. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, with stories rare. Take his advice and you'll a king. You'll get a shave that's smooth and clean. You'll be a Colgate brushless fan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bill Stern broadcasting from Hollywood, California tonight. And our guest here in Hollywood is one of America's most famous radio stars, Jack Benny. But first, real one. He's been a champ longer than any man in sports history. So let's salute the great king of the billiard cue, Willie Hoppy.
Okay, Bill, and here's the way Willie Hoppy salutes Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions. He writes, I'm a Colgate Brushless booster from way back. Why, I just wouldn't feel in form if I didn't have Colgate Brushless to keep my somewhat tender face from being irritated. No kidding, Bill. Colgate Brushless lets me shave smooth as a cue ball, but leaves my face feeling refreshed. I guess that's because it doesn't dry out on my skin. Signed, Willie Hoppy.
Now, isn't that a sweet picture of a shave with Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions? A light, fluffy cream that keeps moist clear through your shave. Takes the fight out of wiry whiskers so your razor can shear them off close and clean. You can chalk up no snag, no pull, no after irritation to this great brushless shave cream. And because it's not gummy or greasy, it rinses off your face and your razor in a flash. What's more, if Colgate Brushless doesn't convince you completely, just send the top of the carton to me, Bill Stern, care of Colgate, Jersey City, Zone 2, New Jersey, and I'll see that you get double your money back. Save money. Buy the big 9-ounce economy-sized jar tonight. Reel 2. Colgate's camera close-up of Jack Benny. Tonight we're broadcasting from Hollywood, and he's one of the most famous stars in Hollywood. His radio program on Sunday evenings is one of America's most famous radio shows, and here he is in person, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Bill, I want to thank you for inviting me on your program.
Well, you're welcome, Jack. But why did you have to pick on, Why did you want to be on my program?
Well, it was a natural thing, Bill. You see, I've always been very active in sports.
You?
Certainly. Football, baseball, boxing, tennis, basketball, track, all those things. Of course, as much as I enjoy them, I've had to give them up. I'm almost 37, you know.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm 37. Look at me.
Well, maybe you didn't take care of yourself.
Maybe, but getting back to sports, have you given up all forms of sports, Jack?
Well, no, Bill, not everything. There's still one sport I indulge in quite frequently.
Really? What is it?
Well, I like to stand on the corner of Sunset and Vine and go...
Jack, that's not bad. Have you picked up anything?
Yeah, 2 poodles, 3 St. Bernards, and a traffic cop. But seriously, Bill, I do swim a little. You know, I have a pool in my backyard.
Well, in this weather, who hasn't?
Oh,
Anyway, Jack...
been here a few days.
I know you're still interested in sports, because a few weeks ago you had Joe Lewis on your program.
Yes, Bill, I did have Lewis on my show, and he gave me some pointers on boxing.
Yes, Joe told me about that. He also mentioned that you had beautiful muscles.
Well, yes, I hate to say so, but I have.
Come here, Jack. Let me feel those muscles.
Well, I wish you'd let me know earlier. I would have worn them to the broadcast.
Well, next time I'll call you beforehand. You know, Jack, we've been kidding around, but I want you to know that I've talked to a lot of servicemen who've come back from overseas, and they all tell me what a wonderful job you did entertaining our troops.
Thanks, Bill, and as we come to the close of this year, the first peacetime New Year in 5 years, I, like everyone else, of course, am thankful for the victory and the peace. I'm also grateful that I was one of those asked to serve in the field of entertainment during the war. I know the theatrical world will always be ready, but I hope it won't be necessary again.
You're so right, Jack Benny. But don't go away, Jack. I want you back later in this program. And ladies and gentlemen, that speech by Jack Benny reminds me that this year is coming to a close. So tonight, let's look back and review the outstanding sports stories of this year. Memories of stories that made this year's sports history. Let's begin with the profile of Jack Chevney. Jack Chevney was one of the greatest football players to ever play for Notre Dame. But after graduation, Jack Chevney left Notre Dame to become the head football coach at the University of Texas. And at Texas, Jack Chevney coached a Texas team that beat his former alma mater, Notre Dame. They even gave Jack Chevney a gold fountain pen that bore an inscription which read, "Presented to Jack Chevney, a Notre Dame man who beat Notre Dame." When this war broke out, Jack Chevney joined the Marines. And as a Marine in this war, he gave his life at Iwo Jima when a Japanese bullet killed him. But the end of the story took place this year aboard the USS Missouri, when the Japanese officials came aboard to sign the official surrender document ending this war. For just as the Japanese official was about to sign Japan's surrender, someone noticed the fountain pen that this Japanese official was using. That fountain pen was Jack Chevney's gold fountain pen, stolen from his dead body at Iwo Jima, and it still bore the inscription, "To Jack Chevney, a Notre Dame man who beat Notre Dame." Yeah, that was one great sports memory of 1945, but there were others. Do you remember the story we called The Portrait of a Boxing Team? This was the story of a boxing team, a great boxing team. They were champions, except that they were dirty fighters. They fought dirty. They used foul tactics, anything to win a fight. In fact, they became so dirty that in one fight, they killed a man. And then they were charged with murder. But on the day that they were found guilty, the judge allowed them to go free. This was because of political influence. For you see, this all happened back in Germany. And those dirty prize fighters were the first Nazi party, headed by Adolf Hitler. But there were other great memories of sports events that reached the climax this past year. For instance, do you remember the profile of a Frenchman? This was the story of a Frenchman who gave one of the world's most lavish dinner parties. This huge dinner party cost this Frenchman over $100,000. And the guest of honor at this Frenchman's dinner party was a horse A horse named Avion, a great racehorse that this Frenchman had just bought. Maybe you'd like to know who this Frenchman was. He was the former dictator of France, Pierre Laval. Pierre Laval, who was killed this past year, killed as a traitor to France. And after he was killed, they carted his body away to the burial grounds. And the horse that pulled his body to his grave was the very same horse for which he'd once given the world's most expensive dinner party. Now the memories of this year's sports stories are coming back. Memories that on this last broadcast of this year we must remember, such as the portrait of a love story. This was the story of a girl named Lisa and a boy named Joseph. They lived in Vienna, and they were very, very much in love. Joseph was a soccer player, a good soccer player, and Lisa began to go with him to the soccer games. She became the official scorer of his Viennese soccer team. The years passed after that, and Adolf Hitler came into power. It was then that Lisa was ordered arrested. But all they found on her was a notebook which she said was filled with official soccer scores. And because she was the official soccer scorer, the Germans let her go to bring her notebook back to the Allies. For in that notebook, there weren't really soccer scores. No, those figures were the formula which gave the United States the atomic bomb. We've just about finished reviewing the best sports memories that took place in this passing year, but we must not forget a story that we called The Profile of a Rivalry. This was the story of a rivalry between two men. One was nicknamed Ben, the other was nicknamed Matty. These two were rivals in skiing, in racing, in boxing. Always it was Matty who beat Ben. This infuriated Ben so much that he vowed that somehow he'd get Matty, and he did get him. But one day, Ben caused Matty to lose his life. For Ben had Matty murdered. However, when Matty died, Matty's son swore that someday he'd avenge his father's death. And this year, he did. For he killed Ben, just as Ben had killed his father. And so this year saw the end of a rivalry between these two men. A rivalry that began in sports and ended in the death for both men. Maybe you'd like to know who these two men were. Matty was the famous Italian socialist leader, Giacomo Matteotti, while Ben was the dictator of Italy, Benito Mussolini. It was Mussolini who murdered Matteotti, only in turn to be murdered by Matteotti's son. We've reviewed the great sports memories of this passing year on this last program of this year, but there's one more story, a story we called The Portrait of a Sportsman. This was the story of an athlete. He played baseball, he played football, he rode horseback, he was a great swimmer, he loved sports, and then at the very peak of his career, he was struck down. He became paralyzed. But he refused to quit. And he finally came back. He came back to become the President of the United States, for his name was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He didn't become a champion in any sport. Yet he was the greatest champion that sports have ever had. And this year when he died, I couldn't help remembering a simple inscription that's over the Arlington Military Cemetery, where America's war heroes are buried. And I think this inscription meant for them applies equally well to him, for it says, "Sleep well, soldier. You are not forgotten." Profile of this passing year. Reel 3. A great star will be back in a moment, Mr. Jack Benny. But first...
You don't have to wonder why we call Colgate Brushless the shave cream of champions. I'll tell you. It's the chosen shave cream of famous champs in all branches of sport. And second, it gives champion shaving performance, especially to you men with tough beards and sensitive skin. It stays moist and active, clear to the end. It tames those tough whiskers, makes them act like fuzz. So if you're looking for smooth, close, clean shaving with no after irritation, then, brother, you'll find it in Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions. Ask for Colgate Brushless shave cream in the big 9-ounce jar tonight. Now back to Bill Stern.
Reel 4. Colgate's Candid Camera catches the story behind the story. Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's story behind the story, here again is one of America's most famous radio stars, Jack Benny.
Bill, I think with the new year coming, there's one story you forgot, and it's a New Year's story. It's the story of a youngster named Robert Burns who came to live with an elderly man in Scotland. These two became great friends, for the elderly man had once been the bare-knuckle boxing champion of Scotland, and young Robert Burns wanted to be a boxer. But one New Year's Eve, the older man was burned to death in a tragic fire. Young Robert Burns was heartbroken over the loss of his old friend, the prize fighter, and with no one left to teach him boxing, Robert Burns gave it up and became a writer. One of the first things he wrote was a poem that's been set to music. This poem has become the most famous New Year's Eve poem ever written. And it was written in honor of his old friend, the prize fighter, who died on New Year's Eve. For now you know why Robert Burns wrote, "Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne?"
Thank you, Jack Benny. And that's the 3-0 mark for tonight. We've been broadcasting tonight from Hollywood, California. Next Friday night at the usual time, we'll again be broadcasting from Hollywood. And our guest here in Hollywood next week will be two of the most famous comedians in the world, Abbott and Costello. So be sure and be with the same time, same stations, next Friday evening, when we present as our guests two of Hollywood's biggest stars, Abbott and Costello. See you then. Until then, I'll be seeing you on the screen in the News of the Day newsreel at your favorite Lowe's or Associated Theaters. Now, until the same time next Friday night, this is Bill Stern wishing you all a good night from Hollywood.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on his way. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, has lots to say. He told you tales of sport heroes, the inside dope he really knows. So listen in next Friday night. COLGATE.
Jack Benny appeared on this program tonight, courtesy of the American Tobacco Company, makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes. This program originated in Hollywood, California. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The world's great novels. This is a story written 85 years ago by Edward Everett Hale. A story which has found a place forever in our memories and our hearts. The National Broadcasting Company presents The Man Without a Country, another in its series of books that live the world's great novels.
Breathes there the man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, "This is my own, my native land," whose heart hath ne'er within him burned, as home his footsteps he hath turned.
There were few who noticed a brief announcement in the New York Herald in the summer of 1863. For one thing, there was other news. News of General Grant's victorious siege of Vicksburg. News that the armies of the North and South were marching over the dusty Pennsylvania roads leading to Gettysburg. Besides, it was an announcement of only a few lines which said, "Nolan died on board the United States corvette Levant, latitude 2 degrees 11 minutes south, longitude 131 degrees west, on the 11th of May, Philip Nolan." But I noticed the announcement that Philip Nolan was dead, that he died at sea on a ship of his nation's Navy. I, Fred Ingham, noticed because I'd served in the Navy. I'd met Philip Nolan now and again over the years, and I'd heard talk of him ever since I boarded my first ship.
Sure, I remember Nolan. The Iron Mask, we used to call him.
Old Plain Buttons? Hey, he was aboard my first ship. That's more than 30 years ago.
30 years?
Oh, he's been at sea a half a century, they tell me.
He looks it all right. He's 80 years old if he's a day, I'd guess.
Philip Nolan was 80 years old and more when he died, and he had been at sea for more than half a century. In all those lonely years, he never once stepped foot on his homeland, nor sighted her shores, nor heard her name spoken. Now at last this strange voyage was over. This strange lifetime was ended, leaving only a ripple in the calm waters where he was buried, leaving only a story to be told. They called him the Iron Mask because of his expressionless face. They called him Old Plain Buttons because of his uniform stripped of insignia. And they called him the Man Without a Country because...
Does Lieutenant Nolan care to make any statement regarding his loyalty to the United States?
Damn the United States. I wish I may never hear of the United States again.
It was back in the early years of the New Republic, in the early 1800s, when young Philip Nolan rode southward from his father's Kentucky plantation in search of adventure and a career. He found adventure along the Natchez Trace that followed the Mississippi River to the southwest frontier. And he found a career in the United States Army, a dashing young lieutenant who cut a handsome figure on horseback and in the ballroom. He was in New Orleans, gay city of sunshine and laughter, when a shadow fell across the valley of the Mississippi. The shadow of Aaron Burr, who dreamed of an empire of his own. Young Philip Nolan felt honored to be asked to a party given by the very best people, and was thrilled when Aaron Burr himself took an interest in him, led him away from the others so they might talk in private.
They tell me, Lieutenant Nolan, sir, that you're one of the most brilliant officers in the West.
That's very kind, Mr. Burr.
From what I've heard of your ability, I'm surprised to find that it's still Lieutenant Nolan.
Well, you know how the Army is, sir. Advancements are slow in coming.
Yes, even to the most worthy. And back in Washington, I dare say, they don't even know you exist out here. Indeed, they scarcely know this region exists for all they do about it. In fact, I sometimes wonder if these people here in the Mississippi Valley don't deserve a government of their own. A government more responsible to the people.
I've never thought about it, sir. Of course, there's always talk, but I've never been interested in politics.
If I should find my services useful in helping these good people to secure their rights, I should need the help of men as intelligent and daring as yourself.
Well, I hardly know what to say.
There's no need to say anything. Only remember, there is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at its flood, leads on to fortune. We must take the current when it serves or lose our ventures. My friends will be in touch with you, young man.
Oh, Lieutenant, wasn't it thrilling meeting Aaron Burr? I think he's the most distinguished man I've ever seen.
He has ideas, and he seems like a man who wouldn't be afraid of action.
You'd like that about him, wouldn't you? I told him you were, well, a little impulsive.
Impulsive? You mean just because I asked you to show me the rose garden?
Oh, but you asked before our introduction was even completed.
You accepted the suggestion, didn't you?
Well, yes. Mr. Burr said he liked a man who wasn't afraid to take chances. I agree with him. Besides, my father asked me to be nice to you.
Your father? The governor?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think he even knew I existed. After all, he's a governor of the territory. I'm only an ordinary army lieutenant.
Perhaps there are those who can judge ability, and not just rank. You see, he, too, was interested in Aaron Burr's ideas to help the region.
Just what are those ideas, I wonder?
I'm sure I wouldn't know. But Father said I might ask you to call sometime. He'd like to talk with you.
Say, maybe I could explain some of my ideas about the conduct of the Army here.
Perhaps so. I wouldn't be surprised if General Wilkinson were there, too.
The General? Is he interested in Burr's plans?
Oh, everyone's interested in Aaron Burr. Why, they say he's the kind of man who rewards those who help him.
Say, you're getting pretty high and mighty, Lieutenant. What's this talk about you're seeing General Wilkinson?
I think that may be my affair.
Oh? I just wondered. Generals ascending for lieutenants. Doesn't seem much like this man's army.
Maybe there are going to be some changes made in this man's army.
I've heard talk about changes, and not just in the army.
Then maybe you know more than I do.
Oh, come off it, Nolan. Everyone knows there's talk. But, of course, I don't have any influential friends to give me the straight information.
Maybe that's just too bad. Or maybe you like the idea of being a lieutenant all your life.
Maybe I do. Better than some other ideas.
Well, maybe I don't. I didn't join up to sit around a barracks year in and year out. Nothing ever happens here. The government doesn't even know we exist. Well, maybe they'll find out someday. Learn to pay a little more attention to us.
Well, when you get things reorganized, remember, I knew you when you were just a lieutenant like myself.
Well, you'll see when the time comes.
But the time never came, for Aaron Burr was seized and accused of treason, of plotting to establish a government of his own in the Mississippi Valley. However, there were only rumors, whispers, suspicions. Those in high places were slowly exonerated. Philip Nolan was so unimportant that his trial was long postponed. When the court finally came to his case, he was treated with an almost contemptuous kindness. Since there was no actual evidence, his trial might have been a mere formality, except...
Yes, sir. It seems to me that the defendant knew so little about what was going on that his testimony has scant interest. Unfortunately, perhaps, there is no law against being stupid, foolish, and impressionable. However, the defendant was also a soldier. Do you think you wore that uniform with honor, sir? The uniform of the United States.
You can look up my record as a soldier. I used to be told it was a brilliant one.
As far as I can see, it shows that you cut a handsome figure on a horse, supplied by the United States, and that you look deuced attractive dancing the quadrille in a uniform supplied by the United States.
I tried to do my duty, sir. Sometimes I wondered if our time wasn't being wasted.
Do you feel that at all times you did your full duty as a soldier and as a citizen of the United States?
Well, I thought so. Hard to tell now.
Do you think you disgraced the uniform of the United States?
At the time, I may not have been aware. I may have misunderstood.
As an officer in the Army of the United States, do you care to make any statement regarding your loyalty to the United States?
Oh, damn the United States. I wish I may never hear of the United States again.
What did he say? What was that? He said, damn the United States.
I wish I may never hear of the United States again.
The traitor. That's treason.
Order! Order! I declare this court temporarily adjourned. Prisoner, hear the sentence of the court. The court decides, subject to the approval of the president, that you shall have your wish fulfilled. That you shall never hear the name of the United States again.
Philip Nolan, former lieutenant in the United States Army, was stripped of the insignia on his uniform and placed aboard a ship, for it was decided that his wish and his sentence might best be fulfilled at sea. The captain of the ship received instructions from the office of the Secretary of Navy, which he passed on to his officers.
You will take the prisoner on board your ship and keep him there with such precautions as shall prevent his escape. He is to be exposed to no indignity of any kind, nor is he ever unnecessarily to be reminded that he is a prisoner.
But under no circumstances is he ever to hear of his country or to see any information regarding it. And you will especially caution all the officers under your command to take care that in the various indulgences which may be granted, this rule in which his punishment is involved shall not be broken.
And so Philip Nolan stepped on shipboard for the first time. It was in 1807. He was pleasant and friendly enough, taking his strange sentence lightly. and got along well with the men. They were cautioned not to speak of the United States in his presence, and the books, magazines, and newspaper which he read had all references to his native country cut from their pages before they were passed into his hands. It was a long, tiresome voyage with little to do, and sometimes the men off duty gathered to take turns reading aloud from whatever books were available. At the Cape of Good Hope, someone had the fortune to borrow a number of new English books. One of them, The Lay of the Last Minstrel by Sir Walter Scott. Philip Nolan, who read aloud very well, took his turn at reading one day, and those stirring rhymes of the Scotch border held us all spellbound.
Say, that's not bad for poetry.
No, that's as good as a story any day.
Go ahead, Nolan. Give us some more.
Just as soon as I wet my tongue, gentlemen. There. All right, this is the way it goes on. Breathes there the man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, this is my own, my native land. Whose heart hath ne'er within him burned, as home his footsteps he hath turned from wandering on a foreign strand. If such there breathe, go, mark him well. For him no minstrel raptures swell. High though his titles, proud his name, boundless his wealth, as wish can claim, despite these titles, power and pelf, the wretch consented all in self. Here, someone else take this book. And the devil take it, or the sea. There. Excuse me, gentlemen. Good day.
Philip Nolan disappeared into his stateroom, and we didn't see him again for 2 months, for no one was allowed to visit his quarters. When we saw him again, he was older, expressionless, and kept more to himself. But even he couldn't escape the excitement on shipboard when we found we were heading for home.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do when I get home. I'm going to take an oar and start walking inland. When someone asks me what I'm carrying on my shoulder, that's where I'm going to settle down. I'll know I'm far enough away from the sea.
Matey, it'll even be good to see the farm again. And when I was a lad, I never thought I'd be coaxing to bring in firewood, but I'll chop down the whole woodlot for some fried chicken and apple pie.
A fella don't think of it very often. But the more you see of the world, the better you like those good old United States.
Yeah, quiet. Here comes Nolan.
Yeah, pipe down the talk of home. Why can't he stay in his stateroom where he belongs?
Whenever Philip Nolan appeared, conversation ceased, for all talk was about the land of which he was not to hear. More lonely than ever, he stood on deck often in the night, staring at the dark horizon beyond which lay all the things the men talked about. Even the wind seemed to whisper of home as we drew nearer. And though he walked alone, Philip Nolan stood at the rail hour after hour, listening to the wind. But then, whatever thoughts he had behind that expressionless face were interrupted by the captain's orders.
Mr. Nolan, you will gather your belongings and personal effects and prepare to quit this ship. Tomorrow we will meet and you will board another vessel, an outbound vessel which you will join on her cruise.
So the wind changed for Philip Nolan, became again only salt spray, bitter to the taste. 20 times or more they transferred Nolan from one ship to another. His stateroom changed, but one day was like another, one deck like another, one sea like another. But he did remember the blue Mediterranean and the Bay of Naples, for a strange thing happened there. A dance was held on board his ship with a company of lovely ladies, the friends of local government officials and English and American visitors. Even Nolan was invited to attend. And scarcely was the dancing begun when his shipmates were startled to see him approach the most beautiful lady at the ball, and to see her smile as he spoke.
Laura! I mean, Miss Rutledge. It seems I must be dreaming to meet you here.
We've been traveling this winter, and we're visiting Naples at present. They told me you'd be here.
I wondered if you'd still recognize me.
Well, it seems like a miracle. May I have the honor of a dance, Miss Rutledge?
Of course, Mr. Nolan. It's not Miss Rutledge now, Philip. It's Mrs. Graff.
Oh, I didn't know. Of course,
Yes, it's been some years now since I've married. It wasn't long after... It seems forever, doesn't it?
Yes, forever. But you're just the same. And the music, so much the same.
I didn't know whether I should come here or not. Whether I should see you.
I'm glad you did. I can't tell you how glad. Even though things have changed so much. How is everything? Tell me everything about home.
Home? Home, Mr. Nolan. I thought you were the man who never wanted to hear of home again.
Philip Nolan seemed even older after that. But once, when a ship on which he was sailing, one more of the many ships, ran into a duel with a foreign vessel, he suddenly appeared with his shoulders straight, his voice firm, and a different look in his eyes. It was after a round shot had struck a gun crew station, killing the officer and wounding the men. And there he was with a ramrod in his hands.
Come on, lads. Look alive now. Hold your posts.
Yes, sir.
We've got the man this gun. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You there. Badly hurt?
I don't think so, sir.
Lend a hand with the loading men.
Right.
I've got her aimed. Now, set her off. That's it, lads. Step lively now. We'll fire her till she melts.
What's going on here? They told me this gun was out of action.
Aye, sir. That's right, Captain.
Well, the gun's been firing, hasn't it? Where's Mr. Harlow?
He's below, sir. He's badly wounded.
And who's been firing this gun? You, Nolan, what are you doing here?
Just showing them how we used to handle cannon in the artillery, sir. All ready there?
Aye, sir.
Touch her off.
Well, that was a hit, Nolan. Let the artillery proceed.
They say the captain recommended that Nolan be pardoned. Perhaps he did. But by this time, the man without a country had been forgotten. Those who had ordered his punishment were dead or had retired from public life. Those who came into authority simply carried out the orders that had been given. The men who sailed with Nolan in later years scarcely knew his story. He became a legend and a myth rather than a living man. This tall, spare, white-haired figure, weathered by the wind of the seven seas, by the suns of every clime. There were those who came to know and love him well, though there was always a barrier between them. It was one of these, an old shipmate of mine, who wrote me when at last Philip Nolan's long voyage to nowhere drew to a close. It was written from the United States corvette Levant.
I try to find heart to tell you that it is all over with poor old Nolan. The other day, the doctor called me to his stateroom, and I entered with him. This was the first time, as far as I know, that anyone had ever been there. Nolan was lying in his bunk, and the doctor's glance confirmed what I could see. The end was not far off. Hello. Hello there. I'm glad that you could come. Well, you're tired. Perhaps you should rest. I'll come back.
No. I see you're surprised to see my cabin.
Yes, I had no idea. Why, it's like a shrine. The flag on the wall, stars and stripes, picture of George Washington, map of the United States.
Yes, I drew it myself. Drew it from memory. You see, here I have a country of my own. A country few have loved, perhaps as much as I. For I've had time to think of what it means.
I'm sure if they'd known, Mr. Nolan, if they had only realized, you'd have gone free long ago.
That's not important now. Indeed, it never was. My punishment was just enough. It was only to have my wish fulfilled.
But loving her so, you might have served your country better.
Perhaps I have served her well. better than if I'd been easily pardoned. If because of me, others realize what it means to be without a country. But tell me, what has happened to her? Surely there's no harm in telling me now.
No, there's no harm now. Your map's a little out of date, Mr. Nolan. There are new stars in the flag, with more to come.
New stars?
Yes.
New states?
Yes.
Draw them in my map for me, will you?
Very well, Mr. Nolan, as best I can. The settlers pushed on westward, found homesteads on the prairie and the plains.
Yes.
Indiana, Illinois, Kansas, Missouri.
Oh, yes.
They fought the winters in the north and pushed the frontier back through the wilderness. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Yes.
They died at the Alamo that Texas might be free and then become a state.
They told him of the riverboats linking New England cities, of the Overland Trail and the Pony Express, of the gleaming rails burrowing through mountains and leaping across canyons to span a continent. They told him of the mines, following the seams of coal deep underground, of the smoke of the iron forges promising great cities, of the cattle herds roaming the grasslands of the West, of the 49ers rushing to the gold fields of California, and of the emigrants from every land finding new homes and new hope in America. They told him of the strife between the North and South, of the war between brothers, of a man named Grant who promised victory for the Union, and of Abraham Lincoln, who longed to bind up the nation's wounds with charity for all and malice toward none.
Look in the book.
You mean this one? The Book of Prayer?
That's right. Read where it's marked.
For ourselves and our country.
For ourselves and our country.
O gracious God, we thank thee.
O gracious God, we thank thee.
That notwithstanding our manifold transgressions of thy holy laws,
that notwithstanding our manifold transgressions of thy holy laws,
thou hast continued to us thy marvelous kindness. Doctor, I guess there's no need to go on.
At last, he had found a home and a country. They took his Bible and found a slip of paper on which he had written,
"Bury me in the sea. It has been my home, and I love it. But will not someone set up a stone for my memory at Fort Adams or Orleans, that my disgrace may not be more than I ought to bear? Say on it, in memory of Philip Nolan, lieutenant in the Army of the United States. He loved his country as no other man has loved her. But no man deserved less at her hands."
So lived and died Philip Nolan, the man without a country. There is no stone for his memorial, only his story, a memorial more lasting than a monument. Whenever it is heard, let each of us remember that any man is without a country who, by his sneers, or by looking backward, or by revealing his country's secrets to her enemy, checks for 1 hour the movements which lead to peace among the nations of the world, or weakens the arm of the nation in her determination to secure justice between man and man, and in general, to secure the larger life of her people.
The Man Without a Country, by Edward Everett Hale, is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, we will begin a 4-part version of The Rise of Silas Lapham, by William Dean Howells. And we hope you'll be listening. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Man Without a Country was adapted for radio by Jack C. Wilson. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Maurice D.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Virginia Mayo and Dennis Morgan in This Woman is Dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. So often when the guilty try to reform from a life of crime, they find themselves tied inexorably to the past. Such is the predicament in tonight's play, This Woman is Dangerous, when a beautiful woman in love with a famous doctor is unable to sever her tie with a vicious member of her gang. And as our stars of this suspenseful screen hit from the Warner Brothers studios, we have Dennis Morgan in his original role, co-starring with lovely Virginia Mayo. Now, This Woman is Dangerous, starring Virginia Mayo as Beth Austin and Dennis Morgan as Dr. Ben Halleck. A few hours ago in New Orleans, a nightclub and gambling casino was held up and robbed. The crime was exceedingly well planned. The police had very little to work on.
Come on in, McGill. Well, what'd you find out? Nothing. Not even a fingerprint. Lindsay's got the owner downstairs. He's booking him for running a gambling house.
Well, he must suspect somebody. Get to him.
The only one he can think of is a girl, somebody named Austin, Beth Austin. Seems that just before the robbery, she wanted some big bills changed. Well, they'd no more than opened up the safe for her when the holdup took place.
What do you think that proves?
Well, not very much, Captain. Anyway, the dame's been a good customer. Been in there almost every night for over a month. You may be right, Captain. She may have been setting it up for them.
Well, get hold of her. See what she's got to say.
I was just about to tell you. She's been living at the Hotel Picon, only she's checked out suddenly. No forwarding address.
Beth Austin, huh? Any record on her?
No, sir. Not here. But we can pick her up at noon. Like I said, they don't know where she went. But they do know that she made reservations for Indianapolis on the 12 o'clock plane.
Okay, get down there. No, let her alone. Let her take the plane. She's high class, huh?
Hotel Picon. Plenty of looks and swell clothes.
I got a pretty good friend in Indianapolis. FBI. Fellow by the name of Harry Franklin. Put a call through, will you, McGill? There's just a chance that Franklin might be interested.
Where have you been, Beth? I said you'd be here an hour ago.
There were some things I had to attend to at the hotel. Matt, what's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong.
Things to attend to, huh? What happened, Beth? The maid who brought you breakfast in bed forget the doily?
You let her alone, Will. She doesn't feel well.
After last night, I feel fine. We should all feel fine.
Shut up. Beth, we've got another job lined up. Baton Rouge, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? You crazy.
What's so wrong with it?
Look, how long did it take us to work out the details at that gambling club?
About 2 months. Why?
Because by now you should understand that this sort of thing needs to be planned.
When are you going to stop listening to her? We did all right before she ever came in.
Matt, how much did we make last night?
Close to $90,000.
This Baton Rouge deal is good for another 20. And it's wide open.
I don't care if it's $1 million. We're not going to touch it. What do you think the police are doing? We're red hot.
Yeah. She's right, Will. Tell the boys it's off. Go on. Get out of here.
Making a mistake.
So I'm making a mistake. Tell them.
You had breakfast, Beth? You want coffee? Nothing, thanks. And let us alone for a minute, will you? Sure.
Go with Will.
Ann said you didn't feel well. Another headache?
Same one. Matt, you made me a promise. No risky jobs. Don't break that promise while I'm gone.
Well, you're gone. Where?
Indiana. That private hospital I told you about. It's my eyes, Matt. I have to have an operation.
Who said so?
The doctor I saw yesterday.
Why didn't you tell me you saw a doctor?
Oh, because of last night. I didn't want to upset you.
Last night? That's why you moved it up to last night, huh? So you could get away sooner, not with me, but from me. So you could get your cut and beat it.
So I could help you before I had to go away.
How come Indiana? Why not here?
Because the best doctor is there.
He knows you're coming? He's waiting for you?
Yes. I sent him a telegram. I can't stand it much longer, Matt. These headaches are driving me out of my mind.
But you don't even bother to tell me. What sort of a routine is this?
Something I wouldn't lie about.
That guy in Miami was something you wouldn't lie about either, remember?
That was your fault. You stopped listening to me and listened to your cute little brother.
Will had nothing to do with that guy in Frisco, remember that?
A lot of men have looked at me. But what you don't remember is that I don't look back. Unless you start making sense...
Don't do it, Beth. Don't even try it.
Then don't drive me away from you. Every time you're broke, you say, I'm going to look for someone better. Every time you're in the money, you say, I'm going to take my cut and get out. I'm sick of hearing it, Matt.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you say that it's gratitude. But the only reason I'm sticking with you is because you gave me a helping hand when I...
Forget it, will you? I said I was sorry. How long will you be gone?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll stay undercover for a couple of days and then take the trailer and head for Nashville.
Keep away from the cities, Matt.
So we'll hole up in the cottage then. That make you happy?
And stay at the cottage.
When will I hear from you, Beth?
It depends on the operation. Here's the address. It's about 10 miles from Indianapolis. But don't phone and don't write. There's no sense taking any chance.
Who'd be taking the chance, honey? Me or you?
Say goodbye to Ann for me and try to keep that brother of yours in line.
Oh, Will's okay. I can handle
Just
Will.
keep your promise, Matt, and stay away from trouble. We've got one chance to be smart, to quit while we're ahead.
Yeah, we'll talk about it sometime. Now, this operation is nothing serious.
I told you. No, it's not very serious.
All right, take it easy, Beth. Only don't forget I'll be waiting for you. And just don't get any ideas.
Well, Dr. Halleck, what's the verdict?
We can talk about that later. I want you to sit down again. Now look straight ahead, please.
There's 2 white dots on the wall.
That's right. Just as you did before. Now fix your attention on that small dot and tell me if the large one disappears. Can you see it?
Yes.
Can you still see it?
It's moving now.
Out of your vision?
I'm not sure. It's so hazy.
Let's try it again.
I just can't concentrate, Dr. Halleck. My head, it's aching so everything's blurred.
How long have you been having these attacks?
For almost a year. But they weren't really severe until a few weeks ago.
If you look just straight ahead, Miss Austin, just forget about the dots. Keep your eyes open. Both eyes, please. You're sensitive to any strong light, aren't you?
I just can't look at a bright light. My head starts to whirl.
And you've seen several doctors, you said?
Yes. Some of them mentioned an operation, but I just didn't have the time.
Well, you should have made time.
I wasn't really frightened until the doctor in New Orleans told me.
Told you what, Miss Austin?
He said that without an operation, I'd probably go completely blind.
He didn't pull any punches, did he?
I insisted that he tell me the truth. I had to know.
Well, I'm afraid his diagnosis was correct.
He told me to come to you, Dr. Halleck, that if anyone could help me...
I'd rather not try, Miss Austin. The operation is exceedingly delicate. The odds are all against it.
But you have performed it.
Yes.
Successfully.
On rare occasions.
Then why not operate on me?
Because if I fail, you'll be permanently blind.
I'm not afraid to take the risk.
What about your family? Friends?
I have no one.
You've thought this over carefully?
I'm going blind, Dr. Halleck. More than that, I get these unbearable headaches. Sometimes they're so bad that... Yes. I've thought it over very carefully.
Do you have any phone calls you'd like to make? Any letters you want to write? The nurse will help you.
What does that mean?
If we're going to operate, the sooner the better. Tomorrow morning, Miss Austin.
Oh, thank you.
Hello. Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Mason, this is Franklin. You looking for me?
Better get back to the office, Harry. There's a teletype coming through. Something to do with that Austin woman. Make sure she's still in the hospital first.
I checked this morning. She's still there.
Then make it fast. This looks like something hot.
Well, what's it all about, Doug? Where's the teletype?
In a minute. Now, what's the latest on Miss Austin?
Well, operation on her eyes 6 days ago at Halleck's Hospital. Be a while yet before they can take off the bandages.
Dr. Halleck know we're checking on her?
Nobody knows except one of the orderlies and the switchboard operator. They tell me Halleck's very interested in her case. She's received no mail, no one sent flowers. What's the push? You get a break on that holdup in New Orleans?
It's a lot more than that. The state trooper's been killed in Arkansas. They didn't find his body until this morning. Apparently, he'd stopped a car on the highway, a car and a trailer. The trailer was found some distance from the road with the trooper's body. They just identified it as belonging to Matt and Will Jackson.
Jackson body?
They're believed to be heading into Tennessee. Now, getting back to Beth Austin. You said she had a record.
Yeah, 5 years ago in Chicago. Served 6 months of a 1-year sentence for embezzlement. As far as we know, she's been a good girl ever since.
Except she left her fingerprints in that trailer. Which means that sometime before she entered the hospital, she was with the Jackson brothers. So get back to the hospital and stay there. I'll put Taylor and Regent on it with you.
Right.
Beth Austin is now our best bet to lead us to the Jacksons.
Don't tell me. It's Dr. Halleck.
How did you know, Miss Austin?
I'm beginning to recognize footsteps. It's so strange living in a dark world, having to see with your other senses. Well, how am I doing?
You're coming along fine.
I suppose it does have its advantages. Drifting in the dark, you don't have to face reality.
I think you can always face realities. You have a great deal of courage.
How much longer?
Well, I think we can take the bandages off in another few days. Then we'll know. Oh, come in, Maggie. I'll see you this afternoon, Miss Austin.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Well, hello, Maggie. What kind of a day is it?
No different than any other day, Miss Austin.
From where I sit, it's different. Dr. Halleck, he seemed quite pleased with my condition.
Why wouldn't he be? You're doing fine.
Oh, pray for me, Maggie.
You don't need any prayers, just vitamins. Here, swallow this stuff. Oh, I've got news for you. Starting today, you can take phone calls.
Thanks, but nobody's going to call me. Not here.
Oh? Well, anything I can do for you?
Oh, I don't think so. Oh, you can turn on the radio if you will.
10 o'clock news again, huh?
Please.
You and the news. You afraid you're going to miss out on something?
I like to know what's going on in the world.
One of these days you're going to read what's going on.
I hope so, Maggie. Keep your fingers crossed. Matt, take it easy, will you? You'll hear from Beth as soon as she...
I should have heard from her 3 or 4 times by now.
If she can't talk on the phone, she can't write. Oh, I sure hope she's doing okay.
You want my opinion?
Nobody's asked for it, so keep quiet.
She wanted. She could get a letter out some way. Sure, if she wanted to. She's no good for you, Matt. Take a look at yourself. Can't even think in a straight line anymore. She knows where we are. She knows that we'll be hiding out here at the cottage. The least she could do is keep giving me the needle, Will, in one of these days. I'm not talking just to hear myself talk. I don't like what she's doing to you. She's such a hot rock. Why didn't she marry you like Ann married me? I never asked her to. Why not? Scared she'd say no? I'm getting out of here.
Matt.
Oh, I'll be back. I'm just going into town. What for? Got to make a phone call. If I don't get straightened out, I'll go nuts.
Hello?
Beth.
Matt. Matt, where are you?
Know where I am.
What's gotten into you? Wait a minute. Is that Will listening in?
No, I'm in a booth in town. Why?
I thought I heard a peculiar click.
Yeah, I did too.
I've been listening to the radio, the news broadcast. I heard what happened. It's bad enough breaking your promise, but have you run crazy?
Skip it. All I want to know is what you're doing.
I won't skip it. Now listen to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Austin. I didn't know you were on the phone.
I can't talk anymore. Yes, that'll be all, thank you. Come in, Doctor. It was nothing important.
Well, I have something that is. It's what we've been waiting for.
Dr. Halleck.
I'm going to remove the bandages. But don't open your eyes until I tell you to. Your pulse is rapid, Miss Austin. Well, it should be. You wouldn't be human if you weren't scared. Now, don't concern yourself about pain. There won't be any.
Just tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready, Miss Austin. The bandages are off. Now, open your eyes. Can you see anything?
There's a light. They're on the floor. It's by the door, I think.
Yes. The sunlight's coming in under the door. Now, look up. Look away from it.
Oh, it's so good to see it.
Now, what else can you see? It won't be easy. The room's darkened.
A vase. A vase of flowers. A light fixture. A chest of drawers. A doorknob.
How many fingers am I holding up?
5.
How many now?
Just 1.
Completely in focus?
Yes.
Hallelujah.
Oh, Dr. Halleck, I'm so grateful to you.
You had as much to do with it as I did. Now I've got a present for you. Pinpoint goggles. They'll protect your eyes until they're readjusted again to the light.
Thank you.
You're a remarkable woman. No tears.
I want to cry, but I never can when anyone else is around. Doctor, how soon can I leave here?
Well, there's still a lot of tests to be made.
How long will they take?
Slow down, Miss Austin. You've been a model patient up to now. You're going to have to face the fact that the danger is far from past. I'm sure you wanted permanent results, otherwise you wouldn't have undergone this ordeal.
Oh, yes, of course.
So let's forget about time. You just wear these goggles until I tell you to take them off. We'll start the test in the morning. Now, any other questions?
No. No other questions, Dr. Halleck. What is it, Matt? What's wrong? Couldn't you get her on the telephone?
I got her, Anne. I got her.
We're staying here, aren't we? We haven't got any crazy ideas about going after her.
We're staying for a while, anyway. Where's Will?
Inside, sleeping.
Oh. I called the hospital and she answered, see? Only somebody else was listening.
How can you be sure? It was long distance. Why, you know how sometimes...
I said somebody else was listening. I gotta know who and I gotta know why.
She's okay, Matt. That's going to be okay. They fixed her eyes.
She's okay or they wouldn't let her talk. I made another phone call, Anne, to Chicago.
Chicago?
That's right, the flower shop, Merrill's flower shop. He's going to send somebody over to the hospital, somebody who can find out what I got to know.
I just hope you know what you're doing.
I got to know if there's another guy. Oh, just one more thing, Anne.
Well?
This is between you and me. You understand?
If Will finds out, he'll blow his top.
Just you and me.
Okay, Matt. Sure. It's been over a week now, Dr. Halleck. Isn't there anything you can tell me?
I can tell you this much, Miss Austin. So far, all the tests have been successful. You can leave the hospital now, if you like.
Now?
Well, there's a catch to it. You'll have to stay close by. Might be a couple of weeks before you can really get away. Now, there's a nice resort hotel on the outskirts of town that ought to suit you perfectly. Be a pleasant change for you, and time will pass a lot more quickly.
It sounds wonderful.
If you want to leave today, I'll drive you over there myself.
Thank you.
It's a good excuse for me to take some time off.
You think you should? You were gone all day yesterday. Did you have any fun in Indianapolis?
Fun? I was there on a case.
Do you ever think of anything but medicine?
Occasionally. My girlfriend made the trip with me yesterday.
Oh? An old romance?
It's been going on 9 years.
Steadfast, aren't you?
Not really. She's very young. My daughter.
Oh. Somehow I never thought of you as having a family.
I guess you'd say that 2 is a family.
Even one when you've learned to live alone. Well, what are you looking at?
You. Your eyes.
You've opened them for me again.
In many ways, you've opened mine. Oh, you won't have to wear those glasses anymore.
Oh, wonderful.
That is, after dark.
In that case, I'll take a fresh new look at the moon tonight.
I haven't taken a good look at the moon in years.
Oh, you don't seem to be quite that old, Dr. Halleck.
Now that you remind me, I'm not. Look, I've got a wonderful idea. I'll take you over to the hotel, and then Well, by way of celebrating your recovery, I could come back later on and have dinner with you. No?
I'd love to.
Well, how's 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock sounds fine, Dr. Howard. Thank you. Come in.
Miss Austin?
Yes?
Excuse me for coming up unannounced.
Are you with the hotel? Oh, if it's about these rooms, I'm very...
Oh, you like the suite, huh? Yeah, it looks real nice to me, too. Only I'm not from the hotel. Here, this card will tell you who I am.
Benton Detective Agency, Chicago. Joe Crosland, private investigator.
Very private, Miss Austin.
You're investigating me?
You wouldn't expect me to answer that question, would you?
Chicago,
You know anybody there?
Yes. I have a very old friend there. He raises flowers.
Dearborn Street?
Halstead Street.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Austin.
Well?
I got a client who thinks you might want to send him a message.
And if I did, why should I need you?
Well, he thinks somebody else is listening when you use the telephone. He also thinks you got company wherever you go.
Any idea who the company might be?
I didn't get the name, Miss Austin, but the initials are FBI.
If what you say is true, tell your client that someone may be trying to locate him through me. Tell him to be very careful. And tell him I think I have a way to avoid all trouble.
Dr. Halleck, huh? He kind of goes for you, huh?
You're very sharp, aren't you?
If what you say is true, you'll be careful. I never met my client, but I gather he's the jealous type. Can't say that I blame him.
Good night, Mr. Crosland.
I'll deliver your message. Be seeing you, Miss Austin.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. There are people all over the world who still remember the kindness and consideration shown them by well-thinking Americans. You take the little German town of Waldorf. It has a population of only slightly over 6,000 people. But none of them has ever forgotten the memory of a great American philanthropist who was born in their town, a man named John Jacob Astor, just as he never forgot his birthplace. It was Mr. Astor who combined his own name with that of his birthplace when the famous Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York was christened. Mr. Astor did much for the little German town during his lifetime. And when he died, he bequeathed it a considerable amount of money to build the Astor House to care for the old, the feeble, and the helpless of Waldorf. In 1948, on the 100th anniversary of his death, the grateful town erected a 12-foot monument in the town square to honor his memory. And one of the speakers at the ceremony said, Mr. Astor has done more for Germany than any 100 of its inhabitants. By remembering the little German town where he was born, John Jacob Astor, American philanthropist, had made a few more friends for America. He'd shown his fellow Americans that by helping others, you help your country. Now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act Two of This Woman is Dangerous, starring Dennis Morgan as Ben Halleck and Virginia Mayo as Beth Austin, with Leif Erikson as Matt. It's a couple of days later. From a drugstore near the hospital, Franklin, the FBI agent, is talking to his office.
Yeah, she just left the hospital. She's driving to Indianapolis with Dr. Halleck. They're due back tonight. Taylor and Nugent are following them. Right. I'll check you later.
So you see, I do take an afternoon off once in a while. Anyway, this is by way of trying to make up for that lunch we missed. Oh, I hope you won't mind just one stop on the way.
And you just said you had the afternoon off.
Well, practically. The call came in just as we left.
Well, as long as I'll have time to do my shopping.
That's a promise. Just remember to take it easy when we get into town.
My first big day out, huh?
Meanwhile, you see those buildings over there?
Buildings?
Over there, off the road, the foot of the hill. Well, that's the stop I've got to make.
But it looks like a prison.
That's what it is. Women's Division, state prison.
But why? Why are we going there?
Because there's someone in the hospital I have to see.
I hate prisons. I hate the sight of them.
Oh, this one isn't so bad. The rooms are clean, food's good. You can learn an honest trade. Secretary, practical nurse, duty operator. Anything that suits you.
Yes, just name it. And they put you in the laundry and steam you out.
How do you know?
Well, I don't. Not really. I must have read it somewhere. You won't be long, will you?
No, I don't imagine so. You can wait in the car inside the gates. I thought I'd be. Sorry. Say anything interesting while I was gone?
There were some women behind the wall. I could hear them. Could hear them entering. One of them had been smoking a cigarette. You'd think the poor girl had done something horrible. Well, Ben, what about your patient? How long did you save her for? 5 years? 10? And for what?
She died just as I got there. She's free now.
And you, a doctor, you're glad?
For her sake, yes. There was nothing they could have done for her. Beth, I didn't mean to put you through such a depressing experience. I guess this detour sort of taken the edge off your shopping.
It doesn't seem to matter anymore. I wish I were back at the hospital.
Why?
I think I was happier there, not facing reality today.
You'll feel better when we get home.
Home?
My house in town. I want you to meet Susan, my little daughter. We can have dinner there, okay?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Ben, it's getting late. Hadn't we better start driving back to the hospital?
In a little while. You see, I always promise Susan never to leave until I know she's fast asleep. It won't take her long. But first, she has to tell the housekeeper all about you.
I wonder what she's saying.
Kids are very honest, you know. She's telling her you're beautiful and wonderful and not like anyone else she's ever met before. What are you thinking of?
Of Susan and you and this room. You all go together. I used to think you lived in a sterile cabinet somewhere. Everyone leaving a prison should first walk through a room like this. Comfortable, secure, and good.
You belong here, Beth. You belong in this room, too.
Do I? Or do I just remind you of someone else who once lived here?
Susan's mother? If she'd really belonged, she would have stayed. But a child can be very demanding, and a doctor doesn't have much time to spend at home.
She gave up all this. It's not easy to understand.
Beth, tell me about yourself.
Can't you figure me out?
I'd rather you tell me.
That's a long, dull story. Let's not spoil a nice evening.
What is it you don't want to tell me? Is it about Matt?
What about Matt?
You mentioned his name several times coming out of the anesthetic.
What else did I say?
Nothing, really. Just a jumble.
Ben, please, what else did I say?
I told you. Nothing.
I want to leave town, Ben. When may I? Tomorrow? The next day?
As a patient, you could have left a few days ago.
Why didn't you tell me?
I couldn't let you go until I was sure.
Sure about what?
I want you to stay here always.
But you're so wrong about me. I don't belong here. I never will.
But why? Why won't you tell me?
Please don't ask me anything more. I'm going out to the car, Ben. I'll wait there. When you're ready to take me back to the hotel. Come in, the bags are all in...
Beth.
Oh, Ben, please. Please go away. There's nothing more to be said. I said it all last night.
But I have a lot more to say.
Then it's no use. You've got to believe
What are you so afraid of?
Nothing. Will you please go?
Not until you make sense. Why are you so unreasonable? What am I up against?
Questions. Questions you have every right to ask, but I can't answer them.
Then there'll never be any questions. Susan didn't ask any. She liked you for what you are.
It sounds so simple, doesn't it?
Beth, look. I have an emergency call out in the country. A farmer's little boy. I want you to come with me. It's a long ride. We'll settle this one way or another.
No, it's no use, Ben.
You don't mean that. I have a kit to pack at the hospital. Meet me there in half an hour. The basement garage. Half an hour, Beth.
Can I come in? It's me again.
What do you want, Mr. Crosland?
Backwards here, huh? So early in the morning. And so late last night.
You should know that avoiding trouble is a 24-hour job.
You're telling me.
All right, you're a fine detective. I'll see that you get a bonus. Now will you get out of here?
Bonus? Who from, honey? Dr. Halleck?
Don't be ridiculous. It was my only way of getting out of town.
Was? What made you change your mind about using them?
Not that it's any of your business, but Dr. Halleck and I have been seen together too much. And if I'm being watched...
Oh, you are, baby. You are.
Well, let them follow me to a big city then, where I'll have a better chance of losing them.
You know, Miss Austin, sometimes I hate these jobs. Take this one, for instance. It's not the FBI. I'm in the clear. I'm a licensed investigator doing my job.
Well, then...
Well, I'd give anything not to have to report to my clients about you and the doc.
Never mind what you give. How much will you take?
Well, I look at it this way. When a man feels as shaky about his girl as my client does about you, he must have a real good reason. And besides, my terms are a lot different for a good-looking girl than they are for a jealous man.
Put that down as your first installment.
That slap was a big mistake, honey. I don't take that from dames like you.
You'll take whatever I give you. And your client will get a full report of your little shakedown try. And if you're stupid enough to go back to that florist in Chicago, be sure and order yourself a wreath.
I got a different idea. Just as soon as I tell this little love story to our florist friend, and just as soon as he repeats it to my client, I'll order a couple of wreaths. One for you and one for Dr. Halleck. So long, Miss Austin.
Car's ready, Dr. Halleck. Oh, and the garage says that Miss Austin's waiting for you down there.
Then she did come.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing, Maggie. Well, I've got to hurry. I probably won't be back for hours.
Oh, before you go, Doctor, there's a man waiting to see you, Mr. Franklin.
You know I can't see anyone now.
He said he's from the FBI. He's waiting across the hall.
FBI? Okay, I'll talk to him on the way out.
I know you're in a great hurry, Doctor, but this won't take long.
What's it all about, Mr. Franklin?
I'm sorry I had to bring you in on this. Have you ever heard of the Jackson brothers, Matt and Will Jackson?
Yes. Who hasn't?
Well, Matt's pretty high up on our list. He's wanted for murder, armed robbery, like the counts in several states.
What has that to do with me?
Your patient, Beth Austin. She's been working with him.
I suppose you know what you're talking about.
She's been tied up with him ever since Matt Jackson helped her to get out of prison. They've been watching her now for weeks, ever since she's been here, hoping she'd lead us to them. Well, now we're afraid she's trying to use you to help her get away without our knowing it. That's why we're alerting you.
All right. I'm alerted.
Will you help us?
I'll do whatever I can.
Thank you.
Ben, what's wrong? You've hardly said a word. Those questions still on your mind?
I told you there wouldn't be any more questions.
Then why are you so quiet?
Maybe I'm trying to figure out a solution.
Tell me what it really is, please.
Just preoccupied, I guess. I'm thinking about that kid at the farm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known.
What's eating you, Matt?
I just came from town. I spoke to Merrill in Chicago. That guy he hired to check up on Beth.
What did you find out? Her eyes, Matt. Can she see again?
Yeah. So can the FBI. They're watching her.
Who says so?
The tail says so. I'm leaving. I'm going there. I'm going to get her out of there.
Sit down, will you? Cool off. How crazy can you get? We're so hot from that state trooper we're smoking. You go after that dame, the FBI will blow your head off.
Oh, it's my head they'll blow off.
Oh, wait a minute. There's another guy, isn't there?
Shut up.
Will! Oh, it's okay, baby. That's okay.
Maybe now you'll keep out of my business.
Oh, sure I will. Go on, Matt. Go look for Beth. Show them how tough you are before they scrape you off the street and drop you in a basket. Well, what are you waiting for?
All right, so I shouldn't have slugged you. But there is another guy. Now lay off and get out of my way.
I'm sure glad you got here, Ben. I've got the boy on the kitchen table. Pretty bad depressed frontal fracture. Oh, this is his father, Fred Shaw, Dr. Halleck. Thanks for coming, Doctor. This your nurse, Ben? Oh, I'm sorry, Beth. This is Dr. Ryan and Mr. Shaw. How do you do? How do you do? No, she's not a nurse. You better stay out here, Beth.
Can't I help at all?
What'll I see how things are?
We don't have any choice, Ben. We've got to operate here.
Doc Ryan told me what the chances are. I know you'll do whatever you can. Where's the boy's mother? She's with him, Doc. Inside. What about plasma, Bill?
I phoned the drugstore. They got some.
Take my car, Beth. Where'll she find the drugstore?
You passed it on the way here. It's about 8 miles down the road to the village. You can't miss it. Drugstore is right across from the bus depot.
Think you can find it, Beth?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll go right away.
Get 2 jars, and please hurry. We need that plasma as soon as possible.
A smart idea, Ben. I saw right off he wasn't used to this. You must have known I'd have plasma, even if you didn't.
Let's go in.
Now, you're sure you know where it is? The Shaw Farm.
Don't worry, ma'am. I know the place. You'll get that plasma out there in no time.
But how soon? It's an emergency.
Delivery boy's just down the street. He'll be here in a minute.
Thank you. Oh, could I have some change, please? I want a telephone.
Nickels and dimes?
Quarters would be better. I have to call the college.
Hello? Merrill's flower shop.
Merrill,
Yeah,
this is Beth Austin. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Where you phoning from?
It doesn't matter. When did you last speak to Matt?
Oh, about an hour ago.
Oh? Did you give him all the information Crosland had to report?
What information is that?
Look, Merrill, don't what information means. Just tell me yes or no.
Matt knows everything except the guy's name.
Then listen to me very carefully. If Matt calls back again, or if you can possibly get in touch with him, tell him I said to stay where he is. Tell him not to do anything crazy, that I'll be there in the morning. Did you hear that?
You'll be there in the morning.
Believe me, Merrill, it's terribly urgent.
Okay. I'll try to reach him.
Thank you.
Get your call through okay, miss?
Yes. Tell me, that bus across the street, when does it leave?
That's the Chicago bus, ma'am. It's due to leave in, let's see now, in 12 minutes.
About that plasma, you're sure they'll be delivered?
I'll run it out there myself if I have to.
Oh, and will you get word to Dr. Halleck, please, that I left his car parked just across the street?
Okay, miss, I'll tell him.
You see,
Yes, ma'am?
Oh, I've changed my mind. Just give me the plasma. I'll take it out myself.
Mr. Shaw,
Yes, Doc?
you can go in now. Your wife and Dr. Ryan are inside with your boy.
Doc.
I know what you want to say, so consider it said. Your boy's going to be all right, Mr. Shaw. In the morning, Dr. Ryan will bring him into the hospital. He'll mend faster there.
If I could only thank your prophet.
Miss Weston, where did she go?
The lady, she said she'd wait in the car, Doc. Thanks.
You're still worried, aren't you, Ben? But you said the boy'd be all right.
You can never be sure. People look at you, trust in you, believe in you, and you let them believe.
Oh, you're tired and it's dark. That makes everything look dark. Ben, we're reaching the village. I want you to let me out when we get there.
Why?
There's a bus station. I'm leaving.
Just run out without saying anything?
There's nothing to say.
Not even when I tell you I know all about you?
You knew when I came back with the plasma, didn't you?
It doesn't make sense. I gave you a chance to get away, and you came back.
I should have gone then.
I'm not going to let you go. I want to help you.
Who's going to help Matt?
He's too far gone for anyone else to help him. Let the law take care of him.
You not only don't know all about me, you don't know anything about me. I'm going back to Matt.
Just tell me that you love him. Answer me. Do you love him?
Well, it was... Oh, it doesn't matter what it was. It was a long time ago. I was desperate, and Matt helped me. I can't forget that.
You still didn't answer me. Do you love him?
Yes, I love him.
I don't believe that. You're lying.
I don't care what you believe. I'm going back to Matt because that's what I want to do. And if I ever meant anything to you...
Well?
Don't try to find me again.
Act 3 of This Woman is Dangerous will continue in a few moments.
Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has, like Fiorello LaGuardia, the busy little mayor of New York, who found time to get on the radio and read funnies to the kids. Here was a man who loved children, and through his love saw the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund come into being. To start such a fund, LaGuardia went to Europe, not as a representative of the UN, but as an American citizen. He traveled from country to country, investigating conditions, speaking to the people, and making friends. In his native land, Italy, he helped hand out food to the needy and won their admiration. On his return to the United States, LaGuardia worked day and night to sell the need for a children's emergency fund. And finally, the General Assembly of the UN adopted his proposal unanimously in a resolution which stated that as many children as possible to the age of 18 would receive help from the fund on the basis of need, without discrimination because of race, creed, nationality, or political belief. Workers all over America donated a day's pay to the fund, as did children in all kinds of schools, organizations, and churches. But LaGuardia didn't live to see the full success of the great work he helped to start. His big heart stopped the night before the UN announced aid allocation to over 3,700,000 children and mothers in 12 European countries and China. But others picked up where Fiorello LaGuardia left off. People like him, who knew that by helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of This Woman is Dangerous, starring Virginia Mayo as Beth Austin and Dennis Morgan as Ben Halleck, with Leif Erikson as Matt. Several hours have gone by, and Joe Crossland, private investigator, is a very uneasy guest in Indianapolis headquarters of the FBI.
But I told you a dozen times. The only questions I ever asked Merrill was how much and when do I get it, not who and where to rent. Why don't you talk to him? Merrill's Flower Shop, Holsted Street.
Maybe we tried and got nowhere.
So why pick on me? I'm just trying to make a living.
Here, keep this card. You may want to get in touch with us sometime.
Just remember, Crossland, it doesn't take much for fellows like you to lose their licenses. Now get out of here.
Yes, sir. And if you have nothing else to do, you might like to think about how much the Jackson brothers are worth on the hoof. There's quite a reward.
You got that teletype ready? Let me hear it.
Yeah. To all points. Beth Austin left on St. Louisville bus last night. Purchased car in Centerwood. Taylor and Nugent following. We'll report progress.
Okay. Send it out.
But you just can't let her stand there. It's Beth, Will. Now let her in.
Can you keep your mouth shut?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead, open the door.
Hello, Anne. There. Not even glasses. Oh, you all right now? Perfectly all right. Good to see you, Anne. Hello, Will.
Yeah.
I see you're in your usual good humor. Where's Matt?
Out.
When will he be back?
Didn't say.
We'll be leaving as soon as he does. We'll get out of the country. Mexico, maybe. Someplace far away. We'll want you to come with us, Anne, you and Will. No more hiding out, huh? Oh, Will, maybe we can make it.
Why don't you stop kidding yourself?
But you promised. You always said we'd quit this racket. Well, Beth wants to. She can handle Matt. She always has. Oh, Will, don't be like that. Tell her. You've got to tell her. Tell me what? Where is he? Where's Matt?
He's burning up the road to Indianapolis to find you. They're up to something, huh, Beth, with another guy. We heard all about it from Crossland.
You just stood here and let him go?
I'm through giving him advice. He wants to blow somebody's head off. That's his lookout. Who are you worrying about, anyway? About Matt or the guy he's going to kill?
Nobody's getting killed except Matt.
Knowing him, I wouldn't make book on that.
Do we go for Matt together, or do I go for him alone?
Why should we leave here?
Well, for one reason, because I've got a pretty good idea that the FBI is following me. I shook them off last night, but sooner or later... Will, Matt's going to look for Crosland first.
Okay, so we'll phone Crosland on our way out of here. There's a store in the village. And get your things and then get in the car. Taking her so long to phone Crosland.
How do I know? Go in the store and find out.
Yeah, I think maybe I will.
Hello? Operator, are you sure Mr. Crosland doesn't answer? Very well. Will you call another number, please? Lewiston, 7782. I want to speak with Dr. Halleck, Dr. Ben Halleck. Yes, I will.
Hang up, honey. I said hang up. Maybe that was on the up and up, maybe it wasn't. After this, I'll do the call and get back in the car. You once again, Crosland. I want to know what you saw.
Why don't you let me answer the phone just now? What right have you got?
I'm Matt Jackson. I said I want to know what you saw.
Then pay off, buddy. Pay off. I made a deal with Merrill, but I wasn't figuring on the FBI, so either you pay off or I don't talk.
You'll talk. Now, who is he?
The guy who took her out of town and stashed away and count up to $1,000, maybe even more.
Who is he?
Cut it out, Jackson. You rough me up and I'll...
Who is he? What's his name? Where do I find him?
Take it easy. His name's Halleck. Dr. Halleck. He'll tell you all about him at the hospital.
Anybody watching that hospital?
No more. They're out beating the bushes for her. I don't know any more, honest.
Playing both ends against the middle, huh? That's for amateurs, Crosland. Maybe now you'll remember.
Give me the FBI. Indianapolis, 5505. Okay, I'll hold on. No, Matt.
Where are we going?
To the hospital. Halleck's hospital.
That's where Beth told us to go long ago.
I had to find out if Matt had seen Crosland.
Wasn't he there? Wasn't Crosland in his hotel?
Lobby was full of cops. Crosland was bumped off in his room 20 minutes ago.
Can I help you, sir?
Dr. Halleck. Is he around?
He's in surgery. Is there anything I can do?
Surgery? No, I just wanted to pay him for what he did for a friend of mine.
Well, it's after hours. The accounting department won't be open till morning. Would you care to leave your name?
No, never mind.
Miss Austin. Oh, what's the matter? You look as if
Dr. Halleck, Maggie, where is he?
Why, he's up in surgery. Is there anything
Maggie, has there been anyone here looking for him? A man? Anyone in the last half hour?
Well, yes, just a few minutes ago, but he went out.
Are you sure he went out?
Well, I don't know for sure. I had to leave the desk to answer the door.
Well, call the FBI, Maggie. Tell them to get over here right away. There's a man and a woman outside waiting for me. If they come in, tell them I'm looking for Matt.
I thought you'd show up, baby. Wherever Halleck is, that's where I figured I'd find you.
Matt, please. Will and Ann, they're waiting for us.
Look at them down there. Those doctors, they're operating, see? Almost finished. You get a first-class view from up here, huh? Amphitheater, it said on the door. Surgery amphitheater. Just like the bleachers at a ball game. Look at it.
Matt, you're all wrong. I went to the cottage first. Will and Ann will tell you that. I only came here to find you.
Don't give me that. I know all about you and Halleck.
Then if you do, you must know there's nothing between us. Come on, Matt, please.
After I've finished what I've come here to do.
Come across the hall, look out the window. You'll believe me when you see Will's car.
Dark outside. How would I know for sure who's... You tipped them off. You told them I was here.
Please, we've got to get out of here. You've got the whole country looking for you.
You're not worried about me, honey. You're worried about what's going to happen to him down there.
I came back to you. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I'll never leave you again.
I don't believe you. I came to do a job, and I'm going to do it. Now. All right, hold it down there. One of you doctors is Halleck. Which one? Take those masks off your faces. What kind of a joke is this? A joke, huh? This gun's got 6 bullets, enough for all of you. Let's see your faces or I start in. I'm Halleck.
Matt, no.
Down on the floor, Miss Austin. There's no way out, Jackson. We got men at every exit. Drop the gun. No way out, huh? Tell that to Halleck.
Franklin.
Yes, Doctor?
We're through in there now. Miss Austin's conscious. She'll be all right. I guess you know about Jackson.
Yeah, the nurse just told me. He had to die this way, I suppose, sooner or later. Well, I'm glad she's going to recover. You know, it's amazing how readily you fellows can mend a wound. I wish X-raying a woman's mind was just as simple.
So do I. I wouldn't have let her risk her life for me. That bullet was meant for me.
But if she hadn't risked her life, we'd have no basis for a recommendation of leniency.
Thanks, Franklin. May I see her alone?
For a couple of minutes? Sure, go ahead.
Beth.
I can answer all your questions now.
You already have. I know now why you came back, why you didn't stop to think about the risk, count the cost.
Oh, but I did count it then. I ran to pay.
Beth, remember the day we took the detour?
It led us home.
And it always will. Tomorrow, a year from tomorrow, whenever you get there, we'll be waiting for you.
In a moment, our stars will return. This is really a story about two people. One is Chief Petty Officer Harry Frame, a veteran Navy electrician who saw lots of action in the war in the Pacific. The other is Mrs. Sadaya Ishiwata of Tokyo. Mrs. Ishiwata turned her home and her fortune over to 53 boys and girls of all ages who were orphaned by World War II. And Chief Frame devoted his off-duty hours to helping this tiny Japanese lady. He organized his friends into work teams, and because of their work, the home took on a bright new look. New panes of glass were installed, a new girls' dormitory was built, and twice a week, a Navy truck rolled up with leftover food, writing paper, worn-out clothing, and other contributions from the men. Chief Frame made it his private project toward better relationships between people of two different countries, and it's paid off in mutual goodwill. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are, Dennis Morgan and Virginia Mills. Please step forward for a curtain call.
Don't you think it's about time we heard about next week's show?
And time is very important in next Monday's play, because it's the 10th thrilling story of a man who kept the city of New York in suspense for 14 hours. And as the stars of this gripping drama from the studios of 20th Century Fox, and in his original role will be that dynamic actor, Paul Douglas, co-starring with Academy Award nominee, Terry Moore.
Well, that will make exciting listening. Good night, Irving.
Good night.
Radio Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is Radio 4, and now Saturday Night Theatre.
Our Roman Cousins by Bruce Stewart, with Ian Cuthbertson as Charles Edward Stewart and Jack May as his brother Henry, Cardinal Duke of York. Our Roman Cousins.
To my lords of Westminster, defenders of the realm, servants of George, by the grace of God, King of Britain, Ireland, and France, from Sir Horace Mann, their eye and ear on Rome. January the 20th, 1766. A dispatch extraordinary, my lords, most diverting news. Today, in the palace of the so-called Cardinal Duke of York at Frascati.
Dio mio! Oltraggioso! Lei!
My Lord Cardinal!
Importuna, leave this house!
Uncle!
Vava via, how dare you! Santa Maria Redomnes Virgines, would you defile it?
Defile it, you see? Oh, excellent. Charlotte Stuart in Rome, my lords, and His Eminence most desirably perturbed.
By your Grace's leave, you are most unkind to speak to me like this. Do you think I come for myself? Never. I'd sooner starve. Plainly, I am not here on my own account, but on that of my mother.
Wanton! Strumpet!
Strumpet, better and better.
No, my lord. My mother is no strumpet. You must not use such names of her.
Oh, her mother, old Clementina. Well, as to her...
My mother, because of my father's neglect of her, is reduced to the most pitiful of circumstances. A convent outside Paris.
To refresh your lordship's memory, Charlotte Stuart, natural daughter to the young pretender Charles Stuart, by one Clementina Walkinshaw, a lady of reputation almost as precarious as the Stuart claim to the throne itself. How they persevere in their obstinacy, these once and never to be restored monarchs. 70 years in exile, 2 so-called kings in their graves, but still all their talk is of rightful crowns and dispossession and Hanoverian usurpers. As a British spy in Rome, I sometimes feel an extraordinary piquancy in my situation.
So surely, you see, I ask only for what is fitting, my lord. To put her at her very lowest, my mother is the cast-off of a king. Why, then, should she be ripped up for rags like a peasant's tunic? Must I...
Aspetti, Sancti Apostoli! Wait. Cease to speak a one moment. I am a churchman. I was at solemn vespers. The shepherd was with his flock, conducting them to God. Would you withdraw me from unworldly tasks like that simply to discourse on sordid economic matters?
Liberality before devotion, most reverend uncle. Charity, a higher service of the Lord than prayer.
Point there, you know, good Protestant point.
Do not call me uncle.
You are my father's brother.
Correct.
He should not have been.
What?
My father or your brother?
Basta, vada via. Io non la conosco. Engage me in conversation no more. Having fractured my devotion, you now hope to shatter my composure with tricks of words. But I will not allow this. I am a plain, blunt Englishman, and speak with a plain English tongue.
Oh, do you hear that, Whitehall? Is it ringing round the rafters, Charing Cross? I must speed this dispatch to my masters at once.
If your mother, the Jezebel Walkinshaw, now experiences a certain inconvenience of life, let her at least reflect it is less than God might reasonably have asked of her.
My lord!
Scarce able to pronounce the native tongue.
Sicuro! She is a sinner.
Cranmer, the 39 Articles.
As all men are sinners, but she perhaps more than others. She knew, she must have known, even when the election still rested on the king, my father, that one day it would descend in power and plenitude upon the king, my brother.
Are you telling me my mother is to blame for the royal penetration of her common status?
Disgustoso! Remember where you are. God hears you, not me. Within, please.
I beg your pardon.
This room. We must speak more privately. It is necessary.
Why, yes, of course, my lord.
So, attend to me. Understand well. Upon the death of my father, James III, by divine right, King of Britain, Ireland, and France, requiem aeternam dona ei domine.
Lux perpetua luceat ei.
Carluccio, my dear brother, became also by divine right Charles III, similarly King of Britain, Ireland, and France.
Dominus protegat eum.
Et vivificet eum. Allora, this is a condition of affairs which God has ordained, not me, and in which you and your mother have no rightful place. You are now as remote from your father as the pale stars from the effulgent moon. He has gone up in joy. You have remained below in sorrow. You are the smudged imprint, he the hand.
God's bones. It's a wonder I'm permitted to bear the family name if things are really as grubby as all that, my lord.
Your mother has never borne any name other than her own. As for you, it would doubtless be churlish to forbid you your patronymic.
No more than that. My lord and uncle, the king your father, James III.
Libera eum domine.
Ex omnibus periculis inferni. He was a Christian monarch and a holy man, was he not?
Il vero santo.
Yet he hardly found it necessary to be as Christian as you, I think.
Così?
He recognized me as a kinswoman. More than once, in letters written to my mother. And he was considerate. To the strumpet dam and her bastard whelp, he granted a pension of 6,000 livres a year.
As to money...
Which, for all I know, should not have ceased on his death. Oh, we have been most callously used, my lord.
Ah.
I am glad you point out we speak to God here. But if God were to answer, which of us would he convince of sin, I wonder? Good day, my lord.
Wait! Non lo faccio
Have you
apposta.
something to say that is worth my remaining to hear?
You speak truth, of course. Yes, forgive me. Sometimes it seems I am insensitive. It is a fault of character. I see what is right, but not always what is kind. In addition, of course, at the present time, I must be most careful for the good reputation of my brother, the king.
Why, my lord?
Yet God does not judge in this manner. God only looks to the heart. You have a good heart, Charlotte Stuart. God will give you the joy of that.
But the income...
So, this matter must be settled. D'accordo. It is all just as you insist. You and your poor wretch of a mother have nothing.
Will you stop referring to my mother as strumpet, Jezebel, and now poor wretch? She had the foolishness to sin above her station, and that would seem to be as much irregularity as may justly be laid at her door.
Oh.
The king, my father, makes no provision for us, none whatsoever, not a sou.
Remember, before you judge him, kinswoman, that Charles III of England is the most miserable of monarchs. Not only must he live without the crown that is rightfully his, but without its revenues too. His subjects pay their taxes to a German Protestant impostor. However, this bill will see to it that you and your mother are provided for until more permanent arrangements can be made.
Thank you, my lord.
The condition is that you leave Rome now, forever, at once, before the king, your father, arrives.
The king, my father? You mean the king, my father, is coming to Rome?
Por favore, no one else knows this as yet.
It must remain a secret.
But why?
Income before knowledge, kinswoman. Income before knowledge.
The king, my father. Yet what kind of man is he now, I wonder? How disposed? How made? I sometimes feel I'd be hard put to recognize him if we met again. He hasn't crossed my path since I was a small child.
Nor mine, since he was a great hero.
My lord?
15 years slipped by like the moon across my garden. 15 years since we met. He had just returned from his brave, fruitless expedition to our native land to win back our crown by deeds of arms. Even in defeat, he was a splendid figure. All Catholic Europe was at his feet. Yet we quarreled then, he and I, my father and he. But not this time, kinswoman. No, this time we Stuarts shall prevail. For our throne, our people, God's holy will. Come, you must leave Rome. My servants will conduct you.
Johnny Cope, were you walking yet? Or are you sleeping? I would wit. Or hasting it up for the drums to beat? Hey! Hey, will you mind what you're doing about there? Coachman, damn you! Cochetti! The notion is that you keep to the solid parts of the road and steer clear of any holes you encounter. You can? How much further is it to Rome, coachman? Direttori di carrozza! Huh? Ah, the deaf maniac. And God have a steady hand to hold the wine. Unspilled, leastways. Hey, Johnny Cope, are you walking yet? Or are you sleeping? I would wait. Or hasty, get up for the drums to beat.
What, fellow? What? I told you've just come from the border.
Si, Sir Horace. Oh, the Cardinale. From the post house, by fastest horse, just as was required. Faster than the wind of Calabria. Most English, sir. Faster than all...
Yes, splendidly done. But what is your report? Listen to this, Albani.
A carriage entering the Papal States, sir. A single occupant.
By description?
Short, middle-aged, and wearing false nose.
False nose?
Si.
By Fox and the Book of Martyrs, fellow, if you think you can make mock of me.
Piacere, vero, molto vero, signor, mi dispiace,
Did he disclose a name?
To the customs, si. Baron Douglas.
Baron Douglas?
Si.
And a false nose. Wesley and Whitgift, someone travelling incognito, or I'm a damned papist. Well, Cardinal Albani, what is your comment?
Sir Horace Mann, I have entered into conspiracy with you in the name of political expediency, nothing more. I have agreed to abet your efforts as a British spy because it seems these may assist towards the speedy humiliation and decline of His Eminence Henry, Cardinal Duke of York.
So-called.
Who, since he became Vice-Chancellor of the Holy Roman Church, has grown too great for many of his brethren in Rome. But I am not concerned in your contemptible English affairs. Already I have trouble enough keeping out of Austrian, French, and Portuguese affairs, not to mention a matter like the proposed suppression of the Jesuit order. I am disengaged up to the hilt. I dare not endanger my resolution. Third,
why is it that everything in this plaguey city has to be carried out by cabals and intrigues? Gives you a nasty, unwashed feeling sometimes.
Or are you sleeping? I would wait. Or haste to get up for the drums to beat. Up, hey, hey! God, rot your guts! Now look what you've done. Mightn't have been the best wine, but it was sufficient to ease the pain of this abominable journey. Oh, why should I go to Rome? What's to be gained by it? The
Has my daft brother a scheme, do you think, or is it just more reaching for the moon? Coachman! Huh? It's a good thing I had the sense to bring along another flask against emergency. Coachman! Lord above. You may be no sensation in your ears, but you wouldn't be without a bit in your backside, could you, eh? Don't you know you're bruising the fundament of an anointed king? Lenti! Non vadi così presto! Hey, Johnny Cope, are you waking yet? Or are you sleeping? Much higher, fellow. I didn't know you were taking us mountaineering.
See, Master. From this crest, size. Eccolo. The Via Emilia, where it comes to Rome. Eccolo anche la carrozza.
Telescope.
Sì, signor.
Most refreshing exercise. But your energy for all this somewhat surprises me, Sir Horace Mann. Can Baron Douglas be so much more than he seems to justify such calambrities and glories? Does he come to Rome to kiss the feet of Peter, perhaps?
If he does, then we must dissuade him from that filthy Catholic practice, sir.
Yet it would seem to be a question of whether or not he first manages to reach the chair of Peter. He certainly approaches the apostolic see with a startling disregard for his personal safety. The Baron Douglas has been thrown from his carriage. Miseria. He should have understood that while we in the Papal States have preserved intact the one true faith, we have as yet raised up no John Macadam to do the same for the roads. Thus is human subterfuge brought at length to base earth, duplicity to dust. Sic transit.
Scusi, Majesty, scusi.
Don't leave it be, confound you. You're making it worse, poxy physician.
Oh, Cardinale.
Your Majesty.
Henry. Damn your eyes, man. Is it yourself?
Most noble lord, what has occurred? I was not told you had arrived. I was at prayer.
Then you didn't pray hard enough. Some idiot on high got the message all wrong. It's absurd. Rushed to Rome by some lunatic clothiers, hurled like a sack out of the window, not even as my royal self, but as one Baron Douglas.
Your Majesty is not hurt.
You should see the coachman.
And you were wearing a false nose, I'm informed.
Well, you said in your letters, take every precaution against detection, so I did.
But a false nose,
Secure
brother.
disguise gives a man... Got that bug! Must I endure the tortures of this healing a moment longer? If he's the best you can do in the way of a surgeon, brother, send me your butcher boy.
Sì, perdoni. Vada immediatamente.
Eminenza, per favore.
Pronto, vada.
Sì, pronto, scusi.
A vile journey by the Lord who's supposed to love Stuarts. A voyage in and out of hell itself. Doubt and discomfort all the way. And still a thirst by the size of St. James's Palace.
Okay.
Doubt. Aye, crawling, burrowing doubt. Every inch of the road asking myself what I was doing, why the hell I was doing it, why have they brought me to Rome, brother? What is it you hope to change in our situation? I'm the joke of all Europe these days, you must know. A gypsy and a jest, living on whoever provides for him and singing for his supper with his rare ways and outlandish pretensions. Do you see any bright future through any of that?
Eccolo, the corrective of thirst. More wine. Allow me to pour it.
Great stuff.
But, alas, It is also an evil vintage, Majesty, simply as much as my own poor vines will produce from their impoverished soil. I will not outrage your palate with it. Allora, it is gone.
Ah! What? You poured me wine and then threw it away?
Yes.
Why, for God's sake? Lord save us. We just dropped 15 years, didn't we? We never heard the slither as they slipped away. It's the evils of drink again. Charles's dreadful intemperance and Henry's enduring efforts to reform him.
Majesty, your character must be seen to be above reproach. This is now most important. I have been to much labor to spread it abroad that you are a changed man. The dissolute youth Rome once knew is no more. In his place...
Hey, you sanctimonious old cow, Henry, tell the truth. If there's one thing you still enjoy more than any other, it's the pike end up the rear for sinful old Charlie, whenever the opportunity offers.
No, bisogna ripetere quali opinioni.
Aye, and you've still got that nasty habit of dropping into Dago any time something's said that doesn't suit your fancy, too. By Mary and all murdered Scots, it's a wonder you don't strangle of your ambiguities, man. You're more foreign than British, and you always will be.
How dare you say this? I am English. I'm Englishman born and bred.
You never set foot in the blasted place.
And you? Once. Once only in all your whole life. And then for scarce more than half a year of fighting, after which...
That'll do. We won't talk of that. Not of the 45, never of the 45. Ah, you're a pious fraud. You know your difficulty. You'd love to despise me as you believe I deserve to be despised. But like our royal father before you, you can't quite work up the irreligion to do so.
Brother.
Well, it's true enough. His saintly Majesty James III of Britain, Ireland and France turned conscientious handstands, trying to think the best of the bonny prince, particularly after his grand campaign was done with, and there was reason to hope higher things of him. Why do you think I left the Muti Palace in Rome all those years ago, if it wasn't because I couldn't stand being blasted forgiven anymore? All that distress over Charlie's banquets and Charlie's lasses.
Allora, your life was a scandal in those days, brother. Our father was a most proper man and a Catholic monarch.
I need no reminding of that.
How could he support your dissipation, your liaisons, with the Princess de Talmont, for instance, open, unashamed, and ending in blows in the street?
Aye, she was powerfully built, a princess. A man had to defend himself.
And then the Jezebel Walkinshaw.
Clementina. Odd you should mention her, Henry. I don't know why, but my mind's been running on Clementina again of late. There's a sense in which she was the best of all the women I ever had, maybe. A natural-born whore, you ken.
D'accordo.
But warm and a deep source of comfort when she wasn't spitting like a vixen or too drunk to pass a comment one way or the other. Hearty Clementina.
Did you know her daughter was in Rome recently?
You mean young Charlotte?
The same.
Lord above, what for?
In search of money. I saw to it this was provided. They were in grave need.
Charlotte? My offspring? Ah, if we'd been in our kingdom as we had a right to be, I'd have seen to her properly, but my life has never been as it had a right to be. Slender resources always, mere expectations.
Carluccio, please. All this is in the past. Let us speak of the present.
I am speaking of it. What's today for the Stuarts that isn't better called yesterday?
Listen to me. The Pope is also a most proper man and a Catholic monarch. He recognized our father as James III of England because he could not deny his sanctity nor his devotion to the Catholic cause. He must recognize you, too. He must call you Charles III.
Ha! So this is why you brought me back to Rome, then, to have boring old Clement XIII set some kind of seal of approval on me.
It is necessary. If the Pope first calls you king, then all the Catholic courts of Europe must follow suit.
God before us, you really believe it could be so? Will the Pope do as you want?
What choice has he? He is father of Christendom. He must proclaim the Christian truth. Yet we must act swiftly and secretly.
Now, why that? Confound it, if I'm the damn king, why can't I shout it from the rooftops?
Later. We have enemies in Rome. Powerful enemies. We must secure the Pope's good opinion before they have opportunity to work against us.
I see, Cardinal Albani, I see. Then, from what you have been able to discover, there is a strong possibility that the Pope will recognize him as true king.
Pope Clement XIII is a pious man with an expressed belief in the principles of legitimacy, Sir Horace Mann. He may feel impelled to do all that lies in his power to increase the rank of the Baron Douglas.
It isn't the Baron Douglas anymore, if you'd like to know, but the Count of Albany.
The Count of Albany.
Albany, yes.
Formidable. Ma perché?
God knows. The usual papist compulsion to deceive and ensnare, no doubt. We're meant to think somebody quite other is attending the papal audience. Incidentally, in future, is it completely necessary for us to hold our conferences in the nave of the basilica, do you think, with the thunder of Catholic rites all about?
But it is uplifting, transformed. It takes one's mind off the squalor of what one is doing. And in Rome, we say the only place to hold a truly private conversation is in public.
One might suffocate of the incense. It is not, of course, a matter of immense importance to my government. If the Pope does recognize him as true king, you understand.
Of course not. We conspire for the pure joy of conspiracy.
It would simply be embarrassing at the present time. Relations with France and Spain are not yet so good that they could stand the strain of another dispute about the true succession.
I am told the Pope would, in fact, prefer it if the Catholic courts of Europe were to make the recognition, and he was merely called upon to confirm it.
Indeed? Who tells you that?
My sources are impeccable and inscrutable, Sir Horace Mann. And if Clement XIII has a marked characteristic, it is that he often declines to act when he may just as effectively be acted upon.
Then what you mean is, if the Pope could find a reason not to call the Count of Albany king, he would take advantage of it?
Do you know of such a reason, Sir Horace Mann? It could be conveyed to the Pope with remarkable expedition. If so, inscrutable sources are also impetuous sources. And it would be most unfortunate if Cardinal Henry Stuart were ever to be recognized as the brother of a king. Simple Romans would never be able to conspire against him again. But the sublime music, does it not purify the mind and heart?
The decent restraint of an English parish loft is purgative enough for me, sir. I'm going outside.
Wait, how can you? It is magnificent.
Damn caterwauling.
Clement XIII, by the grace of God, Bishop of Rome, Patriarch of the West, Pope of the Universal Church, health and apostolic benediction.
Your Holiness.
Holiness,
Deus vos benedicat. We greet our dearly beloved brother Henry, Bishop and Cardinal. We welcome to the See of Peter the esteemed Count of Albany. Count of Albany. You are refreshed after your long and arduous journey to our domain, a most noble Count?
Quite, I thank your Holiness. I refreshed.
We are glad to hear it. And your nose is restored to its God-given proportions?
My nose?
We heard of certain inexactitudes which seem to have overtaken you in relation to your nose. But doubtless we were misinformed. We so often are. You will be seated, dear brother Henry.
Your Holiness is most kind.
And you, Count of Albany. But a moment. Is it fitting, do you think, that a mere count should also sit in the presence of those so obviously his superiors in rank?
Why?
Holiness, I thank you most profoundly for the privilege of this audience. Let me assure you at once, the Count of Albany is in fact a greater than he seems.
A greater? Yet how great is that, Brother Henry? You will take a wine?
No, that's a most civil suggestion on the part of Your Holiness. A small...
Thank you, no. The Count and I will require nothing at the moment.
But surely if His Holiness insists...
No.
Well, you're the churchman, I'm just the poor devil in the pew. I call it bad manners.
Manners? Ah, if only all problems that came before the Pope could be those of manners, Count of Albany. But unhappily, he lives in a far more complex world. Shall I, the Pope, suppress the society of Jesus, for instance, as the courts of Portugal and France now demand of him? Or shall he resist such secular attempts to teach him his spiritual business? Again, shall the Pope make adequate provision for his children in the distant new world of Canada? Or shall he abandon them?
Canada?
Even so.
Well, what's Canada got to do with the price of fish? It's the last place God made.
Brother. I fear not. The last place, rather, that the victorious British have captured in their wars against the French. Can you be ignorant of these domestic facts, Count of Albany? Large numbers of French Catholics have rudely become British subjects. It is alarming. If they are not to be deprived of their faith as well as their nationality, the Pope must be most circumspect in his dealings with the Duke of Hanover, whom some, as we understand, call King George III of England.
Now, wait on. By God, I see the drift of this. Are you...
Holiness, with respect, whatever the situation in Canada, it surely makes no difference to our business here today. We are concerned with absolutes, certitude and error, the true king and the false.
True king, false king. Oh, these are provocative terms, Brother Henry. How is a true king to be recognized? By his bearing? By his character? His nose?
Lord stiffen us that nose.
Most importantly, by his faith.
His faith? Ah, excelente. The Pope concurs. Therefore, Count of Albany, allow me to address to you a question. Is it true that for a brief period, some 10 years ago, you became a Protestant?
Oh,
no. No. This is outrageous.
Which is to say true, brother?
No. My meaning is, the entire matter has been misrepresented. Sanctus et ordus et omnes sancti Britannici. Oh, who made it known again?
Occasionally it seems the Pope need not be misinformed. Signor Count, you will speak, perhaps?
Nobody should speak of this. It was a sad error, a great foolishness which...
Count of Albany, does it seem to you that he could ever be recognized by the Pope as a Catholic king who knowingly and willingly has lain with the harlot of Protestantism? Sir?
Oh, I'll say this much. I don't know why the hell I'm here. I don't know why I consented to the whole daft charade. It's more than a man should have to endure to be called a poxy papist in London and a filthy Protestant in Rome.
Carluccio!
Well, it's what it's come down to at length, Henry. All that years ago was nothing. A dismal failure. My conversion to Protestantism wasn't believed in for a second. But what I did for the Stuart cause and our people, to try and find a way back into their hearts and a secure road back to our throne.
He whom we recognized as James III of England was once offered the crown of Scotland, but refused it because the condition was that he should forswear his Catholic faith.
Well, we can't all be born with blasted holy water in our veins.
Oh, impossibile.
Too, Henry. Yes, just as bad as our sainted father got scrambling on masses.
How dare you, Charles? Now you go too far.
Only as far as the truth demands, brother. For do you know the worst blow that was ever struck against our cause? Without question, the worst blow?
Count of Albany.
It was you going into the church, God rot you. And then on top of that, taking the damn cardinal's hat.
This is unbelievable.
No, a bitter fact. For what neither you nor our blessed father, but only sinful old Charlie ever realized, was that the people of Britain love us, Stuarts. Love us. But what they can't stand is damn poxy papists.
Alora, the audience would seem to be at an end. We can see no purpose in discussing these questions further, beloved brother.
Holiness, by your leave.
Dominus ab omni malo defendat, Count of Albany.
Carluccio, how
Oh,
could
Lord,
you...
it was the truth, wasn't it? You never faced up to things as they really are, Henry, but I've had to.
No, Charles, you are wrong. Our people both love us and yearn for their lost faith.
That's nonsense. I knew I was daft to come back to Rome.
No, there will be other occasions, brother. Other opportunities. An enemy has betrayed us today, but still we will regain our throne. In spite of all obstacles, we will never give in.
Sir Horace Mann in Rome, to my lords of Westminster, March the 1st, 1769. Your lordships will have heard from intelligences other than these of the recent death of the Pope Clement XIII, who was taken by a flux whilst trying finally to make up his mind whether or not to oblige the insistent monarchs of Europe and suppress the Jesuit order. One papist less. Rome accords him magnificent obsequies, but being Rome is naturally more interested in his successor than in the comfort of his departed spirit. One cardinal who is surely not papabile, as they say here, is Henry Stuart, so-called Cardinal Duke of York. At the moment, it may beguile your lordships to know he has matters of even greater moment on his mind.
The Principessa Isabella of Mansfeld. There, Carluccio. Here, in this miniature look. A comely young woman, would you not say?
Comely, oh. Look at those eyes. They pop like corks. And that chin. Could a man live across the bed from a chin like that the rest of his days? I wouldn't have left out the beard.
Time is getting on, brother. The years go by and we grow older. If you are to raise up an heir, it must be soon.
An heir, oh, an heir. Will you cease talking to me about an heir? Produce one yourself if you're so fixed on the notion of an heir.
Bastard! You are a king. You must give your people a son. Also, it is my conviction that Cardinal Garganelli will be elected pope. He has said he will look kindly on the claims of a monarch who is a settled family man. Even though he is of the anti-Jesuit faction, I have offered him my vote.
And you think he's the kind to remember his promises after he's tailored his head to the tiara?
Cardinal Garganelli is as different from Clement XIII as chaff is from cheese.
Chalk?
Cosa dice?
Chalk. Don't say different as chaff is from cheese, you say chalk. I don't notice you're getting any more English with the passing of years, Henry.
Very well. Chalk. But chaff is also different from cheese. And Cardinal Garganelli is a man of great honor who has always been sympathetic towards our cause.
So we've a chance again, perhaps. A chance of our kingdom. But I must find a queen. Oh, who am I supposed to marry, Henry? Who'd marry me? There's the real trouble, maybe. My youth's gone. I'm running to fat. And a grand old topher.
Momento. Who is this?
Who?
This one. Why, the portrait is quite charming. Bella, bellissima, and only 19 years old. Where are the details?
Who is it you're talking about?
Louise Maximilian, eldest daughter of the Princess of Stolberg and the late Gustavus Adolphus of Stolberg-Gern, Prince of the Holy Roman Empire, Knight of the Palatine Order St. Hubert,
and descended on my mother's side from the Royal House of Scotland through Lady Charlotte Bruce, daughter of the Earl of Elgin and Aylesbury. So you see, my Lord Cardinal, if you will forgive the impertinence, I am almost as British as you are.
Excelente. Mirabile. Oh, my dear Louise Maximilian, you exceed all expectations.
Aye, doesn't she? The wide set of the eyes, Henry, the turn of the lips.
The artist who painted your portrait should be put to making bricks.
Bricks, do you hear?
Oh, my lord.
Vero, indeed. He has not remotely done you justice.
Please, sir, too much flattery will turn a simple girl's head. I am already near overwhelmed by the sheer unlikelihood of events. Astonishingly, I am to marry a king.
Say, rather, a king favor of the gods is to marry you. Carluccio, we must stage a splendid ceremony.
We'll make the Pope's coronation look like the day after Hogmanay. We'll show these damned Dagos that the King of England's a sight more royal than they gave him credit for.
Meantime, dear child, sweet Louise, welcome to the House of Stuart. You will be its ornament, its chiefest joy. God has smiled on us. In your youth, we are made young again. In your beauty, we reaffirm our hope. I salute you as sister.
And I salute you as brother, sir.
Louise Maximilian, I name you dear one, wife, Queen of England.
Who are these people, do you suppose, Cardinal Albani? Has Charles Stuart paid good money to them to line the streets and pick up the largesse he so graciously scatters?
In Rome, where it is never necessary to descend to such subterfuges, Sir Horace Mann. Our people would cheer the very suggestion of a carriage, and weep with the suspicion of a cortege.
Well, it'll do him no good anyway. A pretty young wife, of course, yes, that's a surprising advantage, I suppose, but the world will not be deceived.
Nor the Pope, Sir Horace Mann. Nor the Pope.
Your pardon, Eminence.
My information is that a week ago, the Cardinal Henry Stuart and his brother sent intelligences of the forthcoming nuptials to His Holiness, stating that after their exchange of vows, the King and Queen of England would be happy to attend on him. His Holiness replied, no such personages could possibly be in Rome.
It was thought that the policy of Clement XIV in relation to the Stuarts might be rather different from that of his predecessor. You are telling me now that isn't so, then?
Why, as to Clement XIV, it is perhaps not possible to predict anything with certainty.
And what do you mean by that?
He is occasionally distray on the matter of Jesuits.
You mean?
Per favore, there is a certain eccentricity, nothing more. Lack of complete clarity at times. One who did not know him might not notice anything at all.
Yes, all that dressing up in cloth of gold and being waved at by ostrich fans and carted around in a litter is bound to go to a man's head eventually.
The trouble with Protestantism is that it is grey, dull. It lacks gun.
Oh, put them side by side. You would be hard put to tell a rainbow from tripes in the last stages of decay, Eminence. Now, we must make plans in case of another move on the part of Cardinal Stuart to try and secure the ear of the Pope.
Ah, impossibile. Malo azzardo.
Yes, my lord and uncle. Your bastard niece, Charlotte Stuart, in Rome once more.
How dare you do this? Our arrangement was that you should never come to Rome again. Did anybody see you arrive?
No. I came most secretly.
I have kept my part of the bargain. Having established a just pension for you and your mother, I instructed bankers in Paris accordingly, and ever since have seen to it without fail.
Yes, my lord, I am grateful to you for that. But I have come because there has been a change in my condition.
This is unimportant. The king, your father, is respectably married now. Soon he is to be presented to the Pope. It is essential
The change in my condition, uncle, is that my mother is dead.
Prego.
Yes, my mother is dead. The Jezebel Walkinshaw has gone to her last assignation with the Lord on high. He was accustomed in his earthly days to keep the company of publicans and sinners. Perhaps he will remember that now.
Requiem aeternam dona ea Domine. My child, I am most sorry to hear this. Forgive me. Masses will be said for her as though for one of the family. All will be done that rightly should be done.
I ask no favours, my lord. In fact, I have to point out to you that the pension you pay is now rather more than is just. You will perhaps wish to alter it accordingly?
You have come to Rome to talk about things like this?
No, of course not. The truth is, I am alone in the world now, my lord. I think it is time I saw my father.
No, not now. It is quite out of the question.
Oh, my father's wife would be unwilling to receive me, you mean?
It is nothing to do with the Queen.
Queen? Well, a younger woman than me and unproclaimed, but still referred to as the Queen.
Per piacere. Soon the Pope will receive your father and recognize him as king. My information leads me to believe this is now completely certain. Therefore, you must leave Rome.
Yet why did the Queen marry the king, my father, I wonder, my lord?
What is this?
Why, a girl of 19, willing to submit to the fumblings and gropings of an aging, lecherous drunkard?
Dio mio! Is this how you speak of marriage, the sacrament instituted of God?
Did you know that until my father appeared to rescue her from it, Louise Maximilienne had been placed by her mother as a canoness in the chapter of St. Wandre at Mons, and was terrified that she would eventually be forced to take the vows of religion?
By church law, no one can be forced to take the vows of religion. And it is hardly unusual for young girls to reside in convents through their tender years.
No, my lord, it wasn't quite like that. Because her father had left little money, Louise Maximilienne was a nun as sure as fate, unless something better could be arranged. So she was willing to grasp at straws, even marriage to a dispossessed and degraded king.
This is nonsense. The king could have had a dozen other brides, every court in Europe.
But with a wealthy cardinal for a brother, of course, and the prospect of life in sunny Rome rather than foggy France.
How dare you, if you think... Oh, alas, what shall I say to you? If you knew my dear sister Louise, you could not say the things of her that you do. What do you wish me to believe? That this pure child, this angel who has altered all our lives, entrapped the king your father into marriage simply to escape from a convent she might have walked out of at any time?
Yes. Yes, it's a strange thing, but I've observed before today that the more apparently intelligent the man, the more easily he falls victim to a pretty face and a winsome smile. I give you fair warning, my lord, that wife of my father's is a... What? Why? What is that sound?
Sound, kinswoman?
We might be in Venice, thrusting our way along some reeking canal. Have you dispensed with the divine office in your cathedral, my lord, and brought in troubadours?
Oh, the music. Ah, yes, that is the Queen.
Oh, the Queen is a musician.
Or one of her friends. Whilst she and the King still reside in my palace, you know, she likes to entertain in the afternoons. Yes. But you must go now. I cannot permit you to stay a moment longer.
Will you let me see the king, my father?
No, not at this time. You must obey me. Perhaps later, when he is recognized, when he is a king in truth.
Charmant. Yes, quite charming, Signor Alfieri. You have a delicate touch.
Music is but my hobby, sweet lady, sweet majesty. By profession, as you know, I am a poet. Allora, allow me now to read to you a poem I have written.
Oh, I'm not sure that would be very wise, sir.
It is a fine poem.
No doubt. But would you call it quite fitting under the circumstances?
It is a poem addressed to you.
Precisely. You seem to forget I am a married woman, sir, and a queen. Already I think I am quite indiscreet enough for one day.
Indiscreet? But in what way, lady?
Why, in entertaining you here alone, Signor Alfieri.
Ah.
Others were invited this afternoon, you know. Oh, yes. But at the last minute, unhappily sent word they could not come.
At the last minute.
Unhappily. So here I am alone with a personable young man who is also a gifted poet. It is surely an invidious situation. There are those who could misunderstand it.
Does the king, your husband, misunderstand it, lady?
The king, my husband?
See?
Oh, we all have our cross to bear, Signor Alfieri. The important thing, I believe, is not to complain. Those who complain miss the compensations of their lot. Even on the darkest day, a ray of sun may break through at any moment. Isn't it so?
I am called Vittorio. Lady, shall I tell you the theme of my poem?
Please, no. It is better we dismiss such matters from our minds.
But it is a poem of the coming of spring to a barren land.
I forbid it. I do not wish to
Spring is young and radiant, and without a knowledge of the world she must transform. She sees the hoar frost and gathers it to her soft young bosom. But to her alarm and surprise, the frost dies at her loving touch, melting away. So spring understands that her love may be wasted. But what has she to give if not love? So where shall she turn, poor, lonely spring?
You put questions, Signor Vittorio. You do not answer them.
It is not my business to give answers. I am only a poet. Spring herself must tell me what to write next.
Well, she's certainly a bit of a silly as spring. Out there in the cold, so lightly clad. Of course, she aspires to a kingdom which is no doubt worth a little frostbite. Yet she could catch her death, couldn't she, Vittorio? Do you know, sooner or later, I feel we may have to do something about spring. For our own good.
What, today, Cardinal Albani? You say the Pope means to receive Charles Stuart today?
This is my information. See, Sir Horace Mann.
But the audience was not listed for another month, surely.
The Pope is eccentric. I have tried to explain. He has brought it forward.
And you also say you can't be sure he won't turn around and recognize Charles Stuart as true king.
He is eccentric.
Yes, well, naturally the whole thing is still a matter of little real importance to my government. But there must be something we can do to influence the Pope's mind. The marriage, Charles Stuart's marriage. I have heard rumors. Is there no scandal that might be used to harm him?
There is no heir as yet, which is thought-provoking. But in Rome, rumors and pasture are the staple diet.
For myself, I don't see how an old goat like that could keep such a spry young filly happy at her tether.
Lord, what a remark from a devout Protestant.
Oh, we heretics understand the facts of life, Eminence. Don't you worry about that. You Catholics indulge in them more, no doubt, but we understand them. Well, if not the marriage, then what about the drinking? By all accounts, that's getting no better.
Ah, Carluccio, dearest sister, you have come at last. I feared you'd be late.
You should be grateful we're here at all, noble brother. The king, my husband, was very nearly indisposed and unable to venture abroad this afternoon.
What? Ah, Carluccio, no. You haven't been drinking today.
Appointment, see the Pope. 3 o'clock, appointment.
Ventura, he is drunk. Dearest sister, why did you not keep him from this?
Keep him from it? How am I supposed to do that? Am I Hercules to take the world from the shoulders of Atlas? Am I Jason to...
It is too much. Why, Charles, why?
Appointment, 3 o'clock.
Can the audience be put off till another time, brother?
It is most inconvenient, but I will speak to the major domo and... Oh, Dio mio.
Clement 14th, by the grace of God, Bishop of Rome, Patriarch of the West, Pope of the Universal Church, health and apostolate.
See, Pope's here. So am I. All is arranged, brother.
Oh, aid us, O God, in this the hour of our need.
The Cardinal Henry Stuart, is it not? See?
Your Holiness.
And your companions. This is correct. A man, a woman, just as I was told. See, excellent.
Holiness, permit me to present...
But what man, my Lord Cardinal, what woman must we not ask these questions? As to the woman, perhaps no, it is not important, no danger there. But the man. Come now, answer the question. Who is that man?
Henry, is he talking about me?
Quiet, Carluccio. I am attempting to tell your Holiness. Allow me to present...
Is he a Jesuit?
Your Holiness, pardon.
A Jesuit? Say.
You are a cardinal sworn to serve me truly. Say if this man is a Jesuit.
Brother, there's something not right here today. Your wee Pope.
Please, Holy Father, there are no Jesuits here.
You say that with great confidence. But they are everywhere in disguise, pretending to be other than they are.
Holiness.
Si, è vero. I have proof of it. They do not forgive the Pope, and they wish to be revenged on him.
Yes, I see where he's wrong now. He takes me for just another of his poxy black crows. I'm Charles Stuart, you ken, Holiness, rightful King of Britain, Ireland...
Sister, can you not silence your husband?
Should I strike him with a holy water bucket, my
He
lord?
is to be recognized as such. Now, let's get down to it at long last, shall we? I merely...
Yet was not the Pope right to suppress that evil order, sir?
He ought to be recognized as such, rightful
the
king...
The Jesuits, I say. Was he not right?
The whole church supports your Holiness.
Why does the church not come to his aid? When he may be murdered by his enemies, poisoned, the Pope cannot sleep, he dare not eat. Oh, who will deliver him from these evil, murderous Jesuits?
Holiness, I am your friend. I have always been your friend. You know this to be true. Now, this is my brother, the King of Britain, Ireland, and France. Will you call him so? Yes, Carluccio, yes. Speak now.
Holiness, I bow to your spiritual authority. I humbly crave your apostolic blessing.
See, it is so. I will call him... Traitor! Judas!
Yeah, what the hell?
Do you take me for a fool?
Do you think I cannot see what lies behind that innocent face, those bland eyes? A Jesuit?
Holiness, no!
Everywhere, all around me. Nowhere can the Pope hide. No corner in which he's safe.
Get up your chair, hear
but
me.
God will have the last word, Jesuits. Remember that, be careful. God remains to the Pope when all men betray him.
Oh. Well, I know I'm drunk, brother, but what about him? He's been at the bottle, or I'm a Lutheran.
And you are not a king, Charles. The Pope has not proclaimed you as such.
Is it possible? Could it happen in this manner? The king drunk and the Pope mad?
He has not proclaimed you a king. And that means I am not a queen.
It is more than a dutiful Christian should have to bear. How have I offended? What have I done that such confusion should be visited on me?
The only reason I ever married you was because you promised I would one day be a queen.
Hey, Johnny Cole, where you
are? Silencio! What failure am I being punished for? What betrayal?
Oh, haste to get
well,
up.
when a queen?
Comes to be.
How soon?
Basta!
Hey, Johnny Cope in the morning. And he is to St. Andrew, patron of all Scots, on the day set aside for his honour, much as he does for the rightful kings of Scotland.
No, lady, no, I'm serious. The Duke of Grimaldi has offered his theatre for the performance of my verse drama, and you shall be the leading player.
Oh, Vittorio, please.
Yes, you shall speak my lines. On your lips they will become gems of verse.
And even less about Poxy Dago poets.
Gems of verse, indeed. Your compliments are too fulsome, sir. Whatever else I may be, I'm certainly no actor. Why, husband, you neglect our guests. Come, will you lead the dance?
Lead the dance? Why should I do that, madam?
Our Majesty, we are desolate without you. Revive us every faint of melancholia.
Yes. Why should I lead the dance, Signor Alfieri? That's all I want to know. Isn't it what my wife is best at?
Your pardon, Majesty?
Oh, my wife and you together? Aye, that's closer to the truth. A merry dance you've been leading me this 6 months past, thinking apparently I was too stupid or uncaring to notice.
Dear me, Vittorio, the strain of these banquets becomes too much for my husband as he grows older, I fear. He's overtired again.
Overtired, be damned! Say what you mean if you want to insult me, woman. I'm in my caps, and therefore speaking a sober man's mind. And you're a filthy little slut, an adulteress.
Oh.
Majesty, by your leave.
Well, do you deny it?
How dare you? I will not be spoken to like that.
I'll put it more accommodating for you then. If you should bear me a child, madam, that child awaited ever since the unhappy day we got married, could I have any certainty it was mine, eh?
You speak of a child awaited ever since the unhappy day we got married. There might have been a dozen such children for all I know. A score! But all of them, without exception, were conscientiously drowned, it seems to me, beforehand in wine.
You bitch!
Majesty, no, you must not.
Liar! By God, boy, do you want her? Check her, the cheap little doxy.
I married you because you promised one day I should be a queen. But I'm not a queen. I'll never be.
Shut your mouth.
And you'll never be a king. Never. They don't want you, you drunken pig. No, don't you realize that? They despise you.
More lies.
Majesty, I beg of you.
No, poet, you shan't have her before I flail the skin from her back for a filthy, impertinent lie. She did not speak to me as she did.
Elton, the king has gone mad! This is the fault of mine! I'm innocent, Elton!
Hey, Kurosaki. So late at night. I do not... Well, open the door. Quickly. These in God's name.
Help me! Oh, my Lord, help me!
Your face, you have been hurt.
Please, no one else I can turn to. No one in all Rome. He's mad. Mad.
Be calm. You are safe here, quite safe. Now, what's happened? Tell me.
My husband, they beat me as though I were a slave.
Carluccio did this?
Yes.
You're mistaken.
No, my lord, no. We were entertaining friends. A banquet for the feast of St. Andrew. And then, for no reason, he turned on me.
For no reason?
None.
He had been drinking again.
You know, he never stops drinking these days.
Santa Maria.
Yes, I've always tried to be a good wife to him, my lord. Loyal and true. You know that. You can testify to it.
He's bruised you, cut you. Oh, this is monstrous, monstrous.
You won't send me back to him, my lord. Not tonight.
Of course not.
Not ever. I must have my own establishment, away from him.
Allora, I have promised you my protection, and you shall have it.
He said I should be a queen. He said it is a condition of our marriage, but... Oh, no.
Is it the king?
No.
Does he know you came here?
He knows I have no other friends in Rome. Oh, my lord.
Do not be afraid. Si, Porteneo. Aperte, aperte.
Is she here? So? Did the slut come here? It crossed my mind. I see she did. And thank you, brother, for reuniting husband and wife.
No, aspetti. You must not touch her.
What's this?
Don't touch her. Not when you are drunk. Drink. In spite of all my efforts to restore you to your lost kingdom down the years, all of my tireless work, time and again has been your wretched fondness for drink that has come between you and the acknowledgement of your subjects.
What? Now what in the world?
Yes, Charles. This is the truth at last, and you must realize it. Once, long ago, you told me that it was because my father and I had remained true to our faith that we Stuarts are no longer a race of kings. But that is not so. The English people are not so small-minded. Rather, they respect their rightful sovereign. But they will not, cannot have as king one who is loose, intemperate, and the laughing stock of Europe. They cannot give their loyalty to a drunken buffoon.
Well, that's straightforward anyway. Grand, loyal address. I'll thank you then to cease your efforts and tireless work on my behalf. Doubtless I'd be restored to my lost kingdom just as quick without them.
Oh, Carluccio.
I've had enough. Come, slut.
Come on. I won't go.
I mean to punish you for your misdeeds. Now you'll do as I say.
No, she is under my protection while she remains in this house, brother. If she does not wish to go, she will not.
Henry, brother. If you will be fought you can, it's that you go down like a tin soldier before the weakest blast from that monstrous regiment.
Oh, Bianconodo.
Well, what she told you about tonight, for the Lord's sake? Did she happen to mention her fine poet in passing?
What poet? I know nothing of any poet.
You damn lying slut.
I've been as loyal and true to you as a woman ever could be. You know that.
Bob, let me but get you.
No, Charles, take your hands off her.
I am the queen, and you treat me like a slave. Reckon!
Will you come?
Coward!
Leave her, Charles. I warn you. Charles!
Ooh. Oh. But you hit me, Henry. You hit the king.
Carluccio, you are drunk. I had no choice. Forgive me.
Then you support her against me, you mean? You take her in and turn me out. But, Henry, if I walk out that door tonight without her, I may never come through it again. The king, the drunken buffoon of a king, Yet he will try and behave with the king's dignity, since it's what heaven made him. You've gone too far, Henry. You see it. I may forgive you for this. God never will.
I pray not, brother. I pray God will yet turn all things unto good, in spite of us, Stuarts, if not because of us. Someday.
Then you will see him again, Uncle. You will?
Kinswoman.
It's been 5 years now.
5 years. So much?
And he doesn't drink as he used, I assure you. He's calmer and more reflective. Also, no longer in good health.
Charlotte Stuart. To think, then, that it is you, whom I once rejected as a cause of dissension, who strives in this latter day to bring about a revived unity and sense of purpose to our unhappy family. You are a true Stuart. And you are right about Louise Maximilian, of course. Poor Troppo, I was a great fool there. She and Alfieri carried on their affair quite openly, you know. After I had formally placed her under my protection and provided her with a palazzo of her own. See, strange I never had a notion of her deceits for so long. As Carluccio and you both tried to tell me, I am easily taken in by a pretty face.
Well, it's done with now. Louise Maximilian is in Germany and adequately provided for. However, there is no heir to my father's rights and titles.
He has recognized you as his daughter, but perhaps you will marry in time.
No legal heir. Surely you understand, Uncle? I am the king's bastard, and even in the unlikely event that I should bear children, my... Oh.
Charlotte, right, child, what is it?
It's nothing. Nothing. I'm all right.
But your color has gone.
No,
Are you...
I'm all right. It's just a recurring pain I suffer from, for some reason or other. It takes me unawares.
We will go inside. Perhaps it is turning too cool.
No. Uncle, there must be a reconciliation between you and my father. There must. Then a new determination to end once and for all the scandal of his exile and rejection. He is rightful King of England. The Pope must proclaim it, and the courts of Europe must accept it.
The Pope. I see. Then what you want is another approach to the Pope.
Soon, Uncle.
Carluccio.
Henry.
Oh, Carluccio. Oh, we were so foolish to quarrel.
You never grow a day older, Henry. Don't the years inflict a grey hair, a solitary line? Still elegant, damn your eyes?
But your leg... Here, let me
thank you, brother, but the king can still march under his own flag. He may be delayed, but he is not defeated.
Cardinal Henry Stuart has brought the Pretender from Florence and intends setting him up in the Muti Palace once more. They have sought an audience of the Pope and had their request granted.
Pius VI, by the grace of God, Bishop of Rome, Patriarch of the West, Pope of the Universal...
See.
Your Holiness.
Holiness.
Brother Cardinal and Bishop, arise. Count of Albany, we absolve you from the formality of bowing the knee in respect of your infirmity. Pray be seated.
I thank your Holiness.
Your Holiness, You will no doubt be aware that for many years now my royal brother and I have approached successive popes in the hope and belief that...
Your royal brother. Ah, yes. A moment, my lord. Since you have begun to speak in this way, perhaps it would be as well if before you continue, you understand the precise nature of the relationship of the papacy to European royalty at the present time.
Your Holiness?
You will surely need no telling that just now the Pope has great trouble with anointed kings. France, for instance, eldest daughter of the Church, but alas, the king does nothing to restrain the ideas of the French philosophers who preach skepticism and seek to erode the truths of revelation. If, then, he must tread so warily with those who are of the household of the faith, how much more careful must the Pope not be with those who reject his office and laugh at his authority? There is a time of much distress coming for the Church, my Lord Cardinal, perhaps of persecution, and not only for the Church, for all the civilized world. We shall see violence, upheaval, the death of kings.
Holiness, how can you say such things?
These things will happen. They may even be worse than this. Except, of course, Britain.
Britain?
Yes, Count of Albany. The British people are either too sluggish or too proud to be carried along with the rush of events. I've never been able to make up my mind which. In any event, by a supreme irony, one of the best friends of Catholics in need of refuge and tolerance may become a Protestant king.
But with respect, Holiness, this has nothing to do with the case. The British people have been deprived of their true king. He sits here before you today, requiring only your blessing to be able to return to his native land and reclaim his throne.
No, Brother Henry, not their true king. Attendant, I was anxious to provide this audience for you and your noble brother, my Lord Cardinal, for as of tomorrow, the reformed Papal Gazette is published. There is a section you ought to be shown first. You will see that the dignitary, previously referred to merely as Duca di Hanover, is now listed as King George III of Britain, Ireland, and France.
But, Holiness, this is impossible. It is a declaration of untruth, of error. It is betrayal.
No, my lord, not betrayal. Politics, perhaps. But it is the Holy Spirit who has told the Pope he must be practical before he is profound.
We are the true kings of England. We, Stuarts. No power on earth can...
Oh, we are not concerned with power here. We are concerned with survival. The Church, God's Church, must live to flourish another day. Beyond strife and anarchy and terror. And when those firm supports of the Church, the French noble Catholics, are persecuted and dispossessed for their faith, will they not thank the Pope that he had the foresight not to alienate the Protestant tolerant King of England? I grieve for your pain, my lords, but the Pope has no choice. My Lord Cardinal, Count of Albany.
You hear, my lords of Westminster? The papacy has at long last recognized His Majesty George III as rightful King of Britain. Grace, sound Protestant grace, has finally moved the papal heart. And the Stuart cause is dead.
Carluccio. Carluccio, why do you not speak? The Pope has proclaimed the usurper king. He must not. We must fight again.
Fight, Henry?
Yes, Charles.
Fight? Yet we fought once, you ken. We fought as well as any good man might. I remember every blow of that fight for our crown and kingdom, Henry. Every thrust. The sea. Yeah. The sea. Near Moidet we landed. The bonny prince and his 7 men. Great waves to deter us. But the land knew its own. Glenfinnan, where we first raised our standard and watched it stream in the wind. And then our friends, the Camerons, MacDonalds. A mighty host. Where did they come from? Who drove them on, flocking to our side wherever we marched? The army of the bonny prince pledged to his holy cause. Edinburgh, Carlisle, Preston, London, the goal, London and the crown again. Opposition falling away before us, the whole country rising. Manchester, such scenes of joy as were never seen. The people of Britain paying homage to their well-loved rulers. And then Derby. Why did we pause at Derby? Why did we not march on? The opinion of the world was with us. The usurper must have given place. Yet we stayed. And so the tide turned against us. A battle in which loyal men of mine fell in a hopeless stand. I'd not had to look at that before, not on men dying for my sake. So, the retreat, back to the border, to Scotland. Was I to blame? Back to Culloden. I can't tell you of Culloden. Nobody could. The defeat. Over 1,000 of my loyal Highlanders taken prisoner. But whereas to all I'd taken captive, I showed respect and clemency, that English butcher, the Duke of Cumberland. Disarmed, massacred. Oh, God, am I to blame for that? Must I bear the responsibility of Culloden too? When soon I come to judgment, God, will you tell the bonny prince that the blood of those brave men is on his hands? There's our achievement, if you like, Henry. There's the rotten fruit of a lifetime of exile and drunkenness and futile hope for the House of Stuart. The death of the innocent. We gave life to none.
We killed those who loved us. To hope in our name was murder. To believe in our cause was death.
De profundis clamavi te Domine, Domine exaudi.
Yes. He's dead.
Why didn't you call me?
He didn't wake again, Uncle. Father O'Kelly was with him. Better you prayed. He died well.
Like a king?
Like a king.
The king is dead.
Long live the king.
My child, we must make plans. It is especially important at this time. You must marry. I will recognize you publicly as the true heir. The Pope will see, in spite of his recent decision...
No, Uncle, I shall not marry. I think you know as well as I that this pain that torments me more and more would make that a pointless exercise.
Charlotte, child, you must not speak like this. I will not allow it.
I shall not be long following my father.
Per piacere. The best physicians in Rome will be summoned. I will see to it.
No, Uncle. You are the only heir. I salute King Henry IX of Britain, Ireland, and France, true and only king, chosen of God. Your Majesty.
Henry IX. King Henry IX. Lord King of Kings, when will you restore your servants to their heritage, that your name may be glorified, O Lord, your truth fulfilled? De profundis clamavi ad te, Domine. Domine exaudi orationem meam, fiant ares tue intendentes in votum deprecationis meam.
That was Our Roman Cousins by Bruce Stewart, with Ian Cuthbertson as Charles Edward Stuart and Jack May as Henry, Cardinal Duke of York. Horace Mann was played by David March, Charlotte Stuart by Emily Richard, Cardinal Albani by Paul Sir, Pius VI by Lockwood West, Clement XIII by Michael Bilton, and Clement XIV by David Garth. Una Beeson played Louise Maximiliane, Peter Craze, Signor Vittorio Alfieri, and Steve Hodson, the messenger. The mandolinist was Les Thatcher, and Our Roman Cousins was directed by David Johnston.
Back into the Light, a play by James Carey, adapted for radio by Peter Coates, with Michael Turner and Bloke Modisani. Back into the Light.
Let's eat a little bread.
Piece, Dad.
Sorry.
Well, Dad, go and go down the mine and dig gold on an empty stomach, eh?
What an awful thing to say.
We live on a gold mine in a mine house, and I'm a miner.
I'll get you some more bread, Dad.
Sit down, woman. Where's that lady Catherine?
Yes, Paul, as usual.
What the hell are you? Hey, what?
What do you want, Paul?
Bread, more bread.
Why are you not cutting enough, man, eh? You're keeping it all for yourself. You can have a party when I'm gone, eh?
No, I did cut. All right, Sam. Go and cut some more now. Quickly.
Some more bread. Yes, Mrs.
That wasn't fair, Bill. You've cut the usual amount. The kids have eaten more than they generally do, that's all, so don't blame Sam.
That's true, Dad. I did eat more this morning.
So did I. I was hungry.
Well, it didn't matter about me, eh?
Oh, you were reading the paper. Anyway, I didn't think you'd want any more. I knew you had a hangover.
What? We heard you come in last night. all right. So you might have heard me come in last night. I did trip over something of step, I'll admit that. But I've not put down over.
You certainly deserve to have one.
Oh, this is a bloody conspiracy. Just because I got to a party, and you were there too, Nora, remember that. I have a few drinks, you all treat me like a cat.
Children are only joking.
Oh, damn funny joke. As if I can't hold my liquor. Now, what's more, I deserve it. I was damn hard so you couldn't go to good school.
boss.
Plenty bread now. Oh, my God, I'll say there's plenty. Well, there's done all of 2 loaves here. What, about 4 inches thick? You too lazy to cut it any better. No, boss. Sorry, man. You're damn sorry about everything. That's all you ever are. Sorry. That makes no difference. You just carry on in the same old way, don't you? Yes, boss. What are you doing up there, anyway?
In fact,
cleaning the little masters and little misses' shoes for school, boss. It takes you all morning, eh, to clean 2 pairs of shoes. You haven't got time to cut a loaf of bread up properly. Sorry, boss.
Herr Müller,
You kids want any more bread?
Lord,
not me.
Herr Müller kann schon die Michaelis Kirche sehen.
No, thanks, dear. Michaelis the one who wanted it.
Well, I don't know. Not anymore. Yeah,
you can take it
every time you black gallop. You will anyway. So I might as well give it to you and stop you pinching it. Yes, boss. Yes, all he does. Eat and sleep. Then he has his free room and his shower and donors for food and clothes. What I give him, never mind what he pinches, and he's a darn sight better off than I am. They're a lazy, thieving, dirty lot. That's what Kaffers are, all of them, and that includes Sam.
Darling, you're becoming an old bore. You go on about the natives all the time. Let's talk about something else.
What's the matter with you, Nora? You want another Congo, yeah, maybe? Is that what you'd like?
No, of course
you want to see us chased out like the Watts in Kenya, eh? Or having to bow to a Kaffer's car like in Yesterland? Or fighting for our lives like the...
No, I just...
Or maybe what you'd really like would be the Mau Mau, eh? Cutting everybody's throats for them.
No, you're just being ridiculous.
Let me tell you something. And this goes for you kids, too, so listen, both of you. Put your books down, Carl.
Yes, Dad.
And you listen, Avis.
Yes, Dad.
Now, in this country, we're the bosses. And by God, it's got to stay that way, because once we slip, it's finished for us. Either we're on top or they are. There's no halfway, understand?
Yes, Dad. Yes, Dad. Please, Bill, don't worry them about it now. They're too young.
Oh, no, they're not. They've got to know. They can't learn too soon, so they realize that they must never let go. So listen, you two. And particularly you, Carl.
Yes, Dad.
Now, you're doing well at school. In a few years, you'll be going to university. Your mother wants you to be a gentleman.
Well, whatever he is, I certainly don't want him working down a gold mine.
There's nothing wrong with working down a gold mine. The pay is good. None of you have gone without much.
I know.
Of course, it's not a gentleman's job. You want to see Carl in a nice office with a lauded or private secretary. Well, don't worry. I've said he can go to university, and he can. God knows I've said hard enough for their education. Done without a lot of things, and I'll keep on doing it. But you listen, Carl.
Yes, Dad.
When you go to the university, you'll meet a lot of queer people, communist agitators. Now, those places are full of them. And they'll try and tell you that the Kaffer's as good as you are.
Oh, well, he's not. I know that, Dad.
You're darn right he's not. But there's a hell of a lot of them, and they breed like rabbits.
Oh, please, must you go on now?
Yes, I must. Now, they're old enough to understand what I mean. So remember this, both of you always. The Kaffer is naturally dirty, lazy, and good for nothing. Now, he can't help it. You mustn't blame him. He's just born that way. He'd rather steal than work any time, and he's got no morals at all. Give him an inch, and he'll take a mile. I was born in this country. So was your mother, so were your grandparents, and 2 of your great-grandparents. And above all, so were you. We're all South Africans. Not Afrikaners, but not English either, in spite of our name. We're South Africans in a South African republic now. Yeah, they kicked us out of the Commonwealth, remember?
No, they did not, Bill.
Oh, yes, they did.
We walked out of the Commonwealth.
What a fat lot of choice we had. If the Kaffers get out of this country, we've got nowhere to turn to. This is our country, and our only country, our only home. We can't pack up and run home to Belgium. as they did in the Congo. We can't scram back to England as the English are doing all over Africa because they won't have us. They've disowned us.
I don't think that's quite true,
Of course it is. The only people from here welcome in England are the blacks or agitators. You're even jeered at if you go to play games, and it's damned unfair. They call us a police state, but what have they gone, huh? No, that's all right, because they got black skins. But who made South Africa? Not Kaffers. Huh? And who bloody well fought for England in 2 wars? They were damn glad of us then. Do you know how many men from this mine alone died in the desert fighting for England?
No, Bill, no, I don't, dear. But anyway, it's ancient history now.
Yeah, it bloody is. Because they won't fight to help us in return. We've got nowhere else to go. You remember that, Carl. And you, Avis, you've got nowhere else to go. You've got to stay here and, if need be, fight it out. And to win this fight, you've got to keep the Kaffers down, in that place on the bottom. Otherwise, you, Carl, you'll end up with your throat cut. And you know what'll happen to you, Avis?
No, Daddy, what will happen to me?
You'll end up in bed with some big dirty Kaffer.
No, that's enough, Bill. Avis was only a child. You really do go too far.
Well, they've got to know, Laura. Be made to understand that it's them or us, and what'll happen to the whites if it's them. We've got to drum it into them day after day. Never let up. So they won't forget, not for one moment. Yeah. Well, okay, kids, well, that's today's lesson. But remember it, Off you go or you'll be late. You got everything you want?
Yeah, we'll get our shoes on the way out.
Yeah, well, they should be clean enough by now. Yeah, come. Give your daddy a kiss.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Yeah, see you tonight,
I expect so, but I may go to Lorna's first. Bye, Mum. Goodbye, Dad. Don't forget to put your hat on. It's going to be hot. Okay.
Bye, Dad.
Bye, then.
Oh, Mum, I'll be a bit late. I'm playing cricket.
Cricket? Sissy English game. That's what comes of going to high-polluting, damn expensive school, eh?
No, Dad. We play with a hard ball.
Good boy. Come on now. Get out of it, both of you.
Come on.
Well, I've still got 15, 20 minutes before I need to go, so I'll have a bit of peace now. Finish the paper. What about you, Pet? You going to sit with me, have a cigarette? There you are, all lit for you. Tell you something.
What?
I really have got a bit of a hangover. Hey, they were powerful big brandy last night. Yeah, I must be getting old. I can't take them like I did.
Oh, darling. We're both getting old, I suppose.
Hello, George.
Hello, Joseph.
Your boss not out yet, huh?
No. It's soon yet. What about yours?
Oh, man, plenty time yet. My boss always late. He's not ready yet. I'll go sometime soon, but plenty time. Every day almost we have to run in the end. I always expect sometimes to miss the cage, but always just catch somehow. Hey, you want a cigarette, man?
Thanks. You better not try and take cigarette down with you. Get fined. Maybe fired, too.
No, sir, not Joseph. Because my boss always takes some down, too. He has quiet smoke when no one looking. Gives me one, too. Not a bad boss for a white bastard. What's yours like, huh?
Mr. Good? Oh, he's okay, I guess. Not talk much, but work plenty damned hard.
And no smokes, huh?
No, not him.
Hey, George, man.
Yeah, what?
You like to come on a little job with me Thursday night. Good, easy job. No danger, but plenty loot, man. Oh, plenty.
No.
Why not? What's the matter with you, man? You scared of something?
No, I'm not scared. Just don't want to get caught on a robbery and end up in Michael's way.
Oh, man. I laugh at you. Look, I laugh at you. Why should we get caught? You tell me that. It's an easy job, dead easy.
Always are, until you get caught, George.
You never done a little job, George?
Yeah, a few, but not for some time now. Too risky.
How? You tell me that.
We're not allowed to leave compound at night. You know that. So what if we get stopped by police and we have no passes? I'll tell you what happens. We go plenty big bump into the pickup then and then straight into a cell. Next thing we end up working as convict laborers on a farm. No pay, but plenty good hidings with a shambok. No, sir. Not for me.
Well, that's what happens to stupid Kaffirs, but not me. I make plans first, good plans. It's easy enough to get out of compound in the dark. I've got 2 places made ready.
come back same way too.
Sure, that's easy. Plenty holes in fence. But what if the police stop and ask to see you pass? Man, you'd be in big trouble.
That's what you think. Because I'd have pass. And you too if you come.
Oh, yeah? And where you get these passes?
Same place I got this one. Look. Look at this, huh? Look.
That's a good pass, right enough. Where you get it?
All right, George. You're my friend, my best friend, so I tell you. You know Tony the Greek, the one with the shop just over the road from the compound?
Yeah.
Well, he's a grand guy, that Tony man. Not like other white bastards. He'll give you a pass anytime you want. Just tell him day, time, and wherefore. He'll do the rest. And he don't charge you nothing at all. All he wants is that you sell him what you get from a job.
Oh, yeah? And you sell damn cheap, eh? Otherwise he shop you.
That's what you think. Look, man. Look at this dough. I still got that left from last week's job. And that's nothing, I tell you, to what we can make on Thursday. There's so much that I can't carry it all myself. So I thought, I'll take my friend George. That's what I thought, man.
No thanks. Not me.
Man, what's the matter with you? You happy to work here for careless wages, huh? You got no ambition?
What else?
Listen, man. One job. Just one little job. Never mind a big one like Thursdays. And you'll get more from Tony the Greek than you'll make here in 6 months. You sweat underground for a few pounds a month, huh? Well, let me tell you something. 2 or 3 hours work on a job, and you've got real money. Money that'll buy things, nice things. Okay, someday we bloody niggers will own all this and get same pay as those white bastards get now. Not Cabba's pay. No, sir. And the white bosses can work for our pay and live in the compound, or else.
Or else what?
Cash. Yeah, and damn quick. I tell you, man, we'll show them who's the boss then. I'll be standing with a shambok and shouting, "Come on, you lazy, dirty white bastards, run." And, man, they won't be able to run fast enough to get away from that shambok. Lash.
Then why not just wait for that day, eh? Maybe you think it not come, ever.
It'll come all right. And not so long now, neither. But why should I wait and sweat on nothing until it does, when I can get what I want by doing little jobs? Man, I want a motor car now. Not maybe sometime, maybe never. Now. And not any lousy broken old bus neither, but a great big long Yankee car. And with a horn that goes toot, 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 toot. But I won't get one out of my pay here. I couldn't save that much in years out of the wages. But with little jobs,
you'll have to do a hell of a lot of little jobs to buy a motor car. Any motor car. Never mind a big Yankee one.
You think so, huh? Then tell me this, man. Why did I ask you to come with me on this job on Thursday? I'll tell you. It's because this little job is so big with lots to carry, jewelry, that I need help. It's so big, this job, that we might get enough out of it to buy that motor car and have some left for women. Oh, yes. This is a big job with real money, Georgie boy.
Gee, nasty. If you reckon you can buy a motor car with it.
Yes, and still plenty left for fun. Now, listen. I got a friend, you know, a girlfriend.
Yeah.
She works as a nanny in a house at Horton. Big house. Boss got lots of money, 3 motor cars. And his woman has got lots of jewelry. Now, this friend, she tells me that next Thursday, the boss and the missus go to some swell dance at Pretoria. No one left in the house except 2 pickaninnies, maybe 6, maybe 7. Boss boy will be away driving the car. Only other boy who lives there is kitchen boy. Lots of other boys work there, but all sleep out. Now, my friend, she can make liquor, man. She can make good, strong liquor. Now, this kitchen boy, he sure likes drink. He won't wake up. No, sir. Not for a long time. So all I've got to do is walk in and take what I want. Plenty time. Nobody to bother.
But this friend of yours, the police will make it talk. They got ways. Plenty ways.
No, they won't. She's tough, this friend of mine. She said other friends did jobs and never talked. I tell you, man, she just say nothing.
Sounds okay.
Of course it's okay. Dead easy. And Tony the Greek will give us passes and pay plenty for what we get there. But I need someone to help me carry it. So you come, Georgia. You come?
No, Joseph. You cut me out. Get someone else. It's no good.
What's the matter with you? Why you no come, man? You yellow, huh?
No, I'm not yellow. Hey, I could do with the money for my pickaninnies. But, man, I tell you, it's too risky. I've seen people try your way, but sometimes police always come. Sometimes they all get caught in the end. Maybe they catch you this time.
Hi, Connor. Man, you talk like a big, stupid keffer. You won't catch Joseph. No, sir. You'll see.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll see what happens. You didn't mean to do this job.
Yes, sir. This little job I'm going to do. I'm going to have that big Yankee motor car. Maybe I'll give you a ride, George. Yes, sir. That's what I'll do, man. Take you for a ride.
Yeah, and maybe the police come and take you for a ride, too, in a big black van.
Hey, George, maybe they will in time if I keep on doing little jobs. Okay, sometimes I get caught. But first, I'll have my big motor car and a lot of fun. Not spend all my life just being dirty, no good, lazy, bloody keffer with the white bosses standing around and swearing at me. And, George, the only way I can get it is by doing little jobs. I could never make enough money by working, no matter how hard I work. So, okay, then, I do little jobs, and I do this one and get my big motor car fast. Sure you're not coming?
No, Joseph, no. Maybe if I'll not be going home so soon, then maybe yes. But I don't want to get caught now. So don't tell me no more.
Okay, man. Okay. Maybe I still think you're a big, stupid keffer. But I tell you what, George. I'll still take you for a ride, man. And now I better go over and wait for that lazy bastard white boss of mine. Pass me up helmet and scuff box.
Sure, man. Here.
Bye, George.
Bye, Joe.
Just about time I was off.
Yes, you'll be late for work if you don't get your skates on.
Yeah. Sam? Sam?
Yes, boss. Here, boss.
Shoes, scuff?
Yes, boss. All ready, boss.
What are you doing today? Any nice party with your girlfriend?
No, boss. No girlfriend now, boss. What?
Sam, you're slipping. Or else you're just a lying black bastard.
Yes, boss. Here, boss. Not forget scuff.
No. Darn. Yeah, what is it? 6 lumps of bread?
No, boss. Nice sandwiches. Very nice.
It better be. You remember to put sugar in the coffee this time?
Yes, boss. Plenty sugar.
Good. You forgot it yesterday. You left it out on purpose. If it isn't in this time, I'll have the skin off your black heart, understand?
Yes, boss.
And so you do some work today, huh? Not much. I don't want miracles, but some. If I find you've just been lazing around, you know what to expect when I get back.
Yes, boss.
Yes, boss. All right, footsack.
Yes, boss.
Well, goodbye, dear.
Yeah, about that. Well, I nearly forgotten to keep cigarettes with me. Well, I'll be off. Look after yourself. What are you doing today, anyway?
I'm meeting Muriel in town for coffee this morning.
And then?
Well, I do need a new swimsuit.
And after that?
Depends. If it's not too hot, we may play tennis this afternoon. Otherwise, if I've found a nice new suit, we may just have a swim.
Aunt Corner, you keep that swimsuit for me to get the benefit of her.
And how would you like it? Wet and clean?
Yeah, that's a damn good idea. Well, I must be off, love. Bye.
Bye.
Anyway, whatever you do, enjoy yourself and look after yourself for me. Hey, what about us having an early night tonight, eh?
All right, darling. If I'm not too tired.
You too tired? That will be the day.
Morning, boss.
Morning, George. You fit, eh? Not on the Skype last night, eh?
No, boss.
That's good. It's a tough bit we're on now. If we don't get a move on, we'll miss the cage and be late for work.
Yes, boss.
At least I'll be late for work, and you'll be late for standing around bloody watching.
Yes, boss.
You got your scuff?
Yes, boss.
Come on, then. What are you standing about for, you lazy black good for nothing? Couple more down-out cartridges. Hurry up, huh?
Yes, boss. Here they are.
This one. That should do it. Now I'll slit out the short length of wire. Yeah, should be okay. Yeah, give me that coil of wire to join to the short bit.
Yes, boss.
That's right. There we are. Let's join now. We'll take it out. Okie dokie. Hey, bring the box of tricks. Now, wait a minute. Look, if this charge doesn't clear it completely, we'll have to have another go. Yeah, mark it just here with a pick.
Yes, boss. I mark it.
Lightly, does it?
Yes, boss. Very light.
God almighty, what the hell is that?
No, boss. Sounds like a fall, maybe.
Damn right, it sounded like a fall. The follow either. Yes, get up here, fast.
Yes, boss. Slow. Look, boss, look. It's a crack in the roof.
Oh, yes, get back, man. The bloody roof's coming down.
George, where are you, eh? Here, boss.
Where the hell's here? Can't see a thing. Wait a minute, the dust will soon settle. Are you all right?
Yes, boss. I think so. I can't move.
Oh, there you are. Wait a minute, where's your blasted at?
Here, boss. Just by my head. It fell off.
Okay, I better stick it back on for you, just in case. At least you're a bit safer. I expect your head's all right there. Take more than a bloody big lump of rock that did the Gaffer's head. Now, let's see to you. Come on, pull you clear. All right, wait a minute. I'll have to move some of that rock that's on you. But then a blasted light hadn't gone out. Hey, wait a minute. There's a switch for the emergency light just about here, isn't there?
Yes, boss. Somewhere.
Oh, you're somewhere. But you wouldn't know bloody where, would you?
No, boss.
No. Yeah, well, I'll see if I can find it. It'll be near the floor anyway, so maybe it's okay. And if the cable hasn't broken, it may get some light. Not much, but some. And it looks like it. Yeah. Now, hold your breath and pray. Here goes. Oh, thank God for that. Some light anyway. Not exactly Elo Street, but better than nothing. And if we don't get another fall, they should last all right. For some time anyway. Now, let's have a look at you. Good God. You've got about half a ton of rock on you. No wonder you yelled when I tried to pull you out. I'll have to get this off. Especially that big one there on your belly.
Thanks, boss.
That seems to be better. Lucky it was rock. If it had been soft stuff around here, we'd both have been flattened by now, eh? Can you get up?
No, boss. I'm sorry.
Okay. Don't try to move. You may have broken a rib or something, so just lie still. Can you lift your head up?
Yes, boss.
That's good. At least your neck isn't broken. Yeah, I'll just put this rock under your head. Won't be very comfortable pillow, but better than nothing. Yeah. Now, I'll put your helmet back on in case we get another fall. Even your thick skull will be safer for its protection.
Yes, boss.
Oh, man, you are hurt. Can't you move at all?
No, boss. I'm sorry. I can't, not much. I couldn't even sit up.
That doesn't matter, man. Doesn't matter. You lie still. Isn't anything you could do anyway. I'll just have a look around. Try to see what's happened. Well, the wall looks safe enough. Unless the dynamite in it decides to pick up on its own, but that's not likely. Damn all we can do about shifting that lot. They'll have to come to us from the other side with drills. That looks pretty bad. We'll have to be here for hours. I wonder what could have caused it. Some stupid bastard being careless, I expect. There's only been one other accident in this mine during my time. Yeah, it was a bad one.
Many killed, boss?
50 or 60, I think. Forget now. That's a long time ago. Well before you came. I never found out what caused it.
Boss?
Yeah, what?
Do you think any could have been killed this time?
Well, how the hell do I know, man? there were a few not far behind us, it might have caught them.
Joseph was just behind us. If he's been caught, he won't be going on that little job. And he'll never have his motor car.
What, Echo? What the hell are you gabbing about?
Nothing, boss.
Oh, then shut up, man. It's bad enough without you talking bloody nonsense all the time. You gaffers talk more than women.
Yes, boss. Sorry, boss.
No, I'm sorry, Dutch. Maybe you got a crack on the head, eh? It's made your mind wander. Delirium, they call it.
Yes, boss.
I hope they know we're still alive. I shouldn't be sitting here just yapping. Where's that gun for it?
I don't know, boss. I dropped it.
Oh, you would. I know I can't send you to look for it, so I'd better go myself. Here, these lights are dim. We can only see a blasted thing. Still, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Here's the kick. Well, I might as well try and give them a signal. Let them know we're still here, but hold your breath. If I dislodge any more, we've had it. Still, I've got to take that chance, understand?
Yes, boss. No sound, boss?
Not a sausage. There's a lot of rock there. They've just given up and gone home.
Would they, boss?
Would they what?
Go home and just leave us.
Of course not, man. I was just joking. I'll try and get through. Anyway, they'll know that somebody is alive because they'll see that the emergency lights have been switched on. They can do that at control and it won't have gone. No, don't worry, man. They'll get us out.
Yes, boss.
What's this? How much we scoff? No, I'm not hungry. I could do with a drink of coffee, even without sugar.
Without sugar, boss? What do you mean?
Skip it. I was just thinking of something. Yeah, I think I will have a drop of coffee. No, damn it. That's not my scuff box. That must be yours. Oh, yeah. I remember now. I put mine down with my jacket further back. Just where I was going to fire the charge from. It'll be under about 20 tons of flaming rock now. Still, I suppose we might have been with it. Here you are. I'll put it down beside you. At least you'll be all right for something to eat and drink.
Yes, boss.
Yeah, it's getting hot. Yeah, I expect it'll get worse still. Yeah, pipes will have gone for a burden, it's a certainty. Wish I hadn't drunk so much brandy last night. My tongue feels as if it's been sandpapered. What's the matter? You want your scoff?
Please, boss.
Here you are, then. You lucky blood bastard.
Thanks, boss.
Are you going to eat now?
No, boss. I'm not hungry. But there's a bottle of water.
It'll be warm, but better than nothing. That all you got to drink? Water?
Yes, boss.
But what you got to eat?
Bread, boss. Plenty bread.
You mean just bread? Dry bread? No butter?
Yes, boss. Just bread, but plenty. Plenty water, too.
Oh, that's good, then. You'll be able to last for days. Oh, go on, have your drink. Then I'll put the tin down for you. But don't take too much at once. You've got to make it last just in case. Remember that.
Yes, boss. Boss?
Yeah, what now?
You thirsty, boss?
Of course I'm bloody thirsty. What the hell do you expect me to be? Am I thirsty? And this heat? Oh, God, even for a gaffer, that must be just about the daftest question of all time.
Yes, boss. You like a drink of water, maybe, boss?
What?
You like a drink of water, boss?
You drank out of that bottle before?
Yes, boss. But it's been washed, boss. Well washed, very clean.
So, it's been washed, eh? And that's supposed to make it all right. You're asking me to drink out of the same bottle as a bloody kaffir. You don't insult me, man.
No, boss. I just thought...
Don't. Now you drink and shut up.
Not now, boss. I'll keep it later, maybe.
Okay, don't move. Give me the tin. I'll put it down for you.
Thank you, boss.
I think you can reach it now if you wanted to, but if you can't, just shout. I'll give it to you.
Yes, boss. Thank you, boss.
Yeah. I'm going to have another tap at that rock face. You'll sit here just doing nothing. I'll get crackers. Roaring bloody crackers. You hear anything?
No, boss.
Me neither. It must have been a bad fall. I would have heard the signal and answered. I would have heard them working through to get us out. Well, it's not a cheerful thought, but we'd better face it. We might be here for a long time. Days, even.
Yes, boss.
Yeah. Now, your conversation isn't going to do much to help pass the time quickly and pleasantly either. Yes, boss. No, boss. Sorry, boss. As bad as sin. Tell me, is that all you Kaffirs can say?
No, boss.
Okay, then. Okay, we play a little game, eh? Just to pass the time. You say something else except yes, boss, no, boss, or sorry, boss, eh? Anything. Doesn't matter what it is, just so long as it's not one of those three expressions. Understand?
Yes, boss.
There you go again, you see.
Sorry, boss.
Oh, God almighty, it's incredible. Absolutely bloody incredible. George, no, man. Don't say yes, boss, or no, boss. Just listen. Look, we've got to spend hours, maybe days here. Just the two of us. In a space roughly, 20-odd feet by 10. And there's nothing we can do but to wait and to pass the time, talk. And just to each other. But if your conversation is going to consist entirely of yes, boss, no, boss, and bloody sorry, boss, you'll have me climbing up that bit of wall, and when they do take me out, I'll probably be a raving bloody lunatic. So will you, for God's sake, please cut out those three expressions?
Yes.
Don't say it, man. Now, look, just for a start, to get into the way of it, you just ask me a question. Any damn question you like. As long as you don't say yes, boss. Huh? Now, you go and try. Oh, for heaven's sake, man, go on. It's not all that difficult to ask a question. Any damn fool can do that. It's answering them is the problem. So go on, try it. Ask a question, any old question.
What time is it, boss?
They just gone 4:30. 4:30. Huh. Yeah, we should just be going home now. Well, we won't see daylight again today, and that's for sure. Hey, whatever you do, George, remind me to wind my watch up at 10 o'clock, eh?
Yeah.
That's when I always do it. Unless I'm out at a party or something, then I do it when I go to bed, whatever time it is. But we'll stick to 10 o'clock, and remember, it will be 10 o'clock at night. You might as well know if it's day or night as well as the time.
Yes, boss.
Oh, my God. Here we go again. What the hell hope is there for the future of Africa? We can't even talk to each other.
What? What do you mean, boss?
Oh, forget it. Hey, are you in pain?
Yes, boss. A bit. Not bad.
Oh, I'm sorry, George. There's nothing I can do. I'll not do more harm than good if I tried. Look, you think you could sleep for a bit?
Maybe, boss. I'll try.
Yeah, well, you do that. Sleep might do you good. Yeah, might do us both good. And it'll help to pass the time. Trouble. That was something. Yeah, let's see. I'll sit down now. Good God. Oh, yeah, that can't be right.
What is it, boss?
The time, huh? Fast. It's 10 to 3. I can't believe it. If I'd slept just a bit longer, I'd have thought I'd only been off for a few minutes. Now, I must have slept for over 10 hours. Yeah. Oh, my watch is going okay. Hey, George.
Yes, boss?
I guess this air must be getting pretty bad. The blockage must be complete and deepened. And the air inlet gone. There's no fresh air getting in, or very little. That's why I've slept so heavily. If they're going to get us out of here alive, they'd better hurry. Maybe I'd better give them another tap. Where's that blasted Dennis? Sweet Fanny Adams. You can't hear anything, can you? You chaps have got much better hearing than we have.
No, boss. I can't hear anything.
Then they can't be near us yet. Sound travels a long way down here, and you probably hear them before I will. Yeah, if either of us ever hear them, that is. Did you sleep, George?
A bit, boss. But sort of halfway, you know.
Yeah, I know. I hope I didn't keep you awake. My wife says I snore.
No, boss, you didn't snore.
Ah, that's good. Next time I see her, I'll tell her she's a bloody liar. You can prove it for me, eh? You know something that wives have always got you on. If they say you snore, you can't damn well prove they're wrong. You don't hear yourself. And if you sleep with another woman, you can't produce her to support you, eh?
No, boss.
Hey, George.
Yes, boss.
Why didn't you sleep, man? If the air is bad and makes me sleepy, it should make you sleepy too. Is the pain bad?
A bit, but only if I move.
Yeah. Well, there's a simple enough answer to that. Lie still.
Yes, boss.
Oh, yeah. So what? It's getting worse. Are you hurt, George?
Yes, boss. A bit, but not too bad.
Yeah, it's funny, that, man. However long a white man lives in a hot country, he can never stand the heat like you natives can. Still, I suppose it's the same for blacks born in England or parts of America. I don't suppose they ever get used to the cold in winter. Do you feel the cold in Joburg in the winter, George?
Yes, boss.
You come from Basuto land, don't you?
No, boss, not quite. I am a Mosoto, but live just nearby in Griqualand, near Matatiel.
Top. Yeah, I was there once.
Were you, boss?
Yeah, it's a nice little place.
Yes, boss, very nice, very.
Yeah, well, you would think so naturally. It's home. And I suppose at times like this, that's what we want most, eh? Home?
Yes, boss. No.
Hey, stop that coughing now, you'll hurt yourself. Oh, man, you don't look very comfortable. And the rock must be a bit hard. Yeah, look, I'll take my shirt off. And I'll put it under your head. That better?
Yes, boss. But you shouldn't.
Oh, it's so damn hot in here anyway. I don't know why they ever kept it on. Here. I'll just wipe your face. Yeah. That feel better?
Yes, boss, much better. Thanks, boss, thanks.
Forget it. Damn.
What do you look for, boss?
I was just looking for my scarf. I'm not damn fond at all. It isn't here, but you know how it is. You lose something, you end up by looking for it in all the daftest places. Comes a silly sort of superstition in the end. Like me just now. You know what I was saying to myself while I was looking?
No, boss.
I was saying, if I find it, it means we'll be rescued. That's bloody stupid, because I knew all the time it wasn't here.
You think maybe they will get us out?
Oh, so of course, man. Don't worry, they'll come for us. Yeah, I wonder what I should try and make them hear us again. Let them know we're still alive. Well, what do you think, George?
Maybe better we leave it a bit, boss. It's not long since you did last time.
Yeah. I guess you're right. I always was an impatient bastard. You keep listening, George. If you think you hear anything, yell.
Yes, boss.
Oh, what I could do with right now is a nice cold beer. No, I wouldn't say no to cold coffee. And maybe my scoff is just this side of the floor. Hey, George.
Yes, boss?
You've had no scoff yet. Man, you must be hungry by now. And I'm damn sure you're thirsty.
No, boss. Not bad.
No, don't give me that. You must be. Hey, does it hurt bad to move?
Yes, boss.
Even just to move your arms?
Yes, boss. Sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about, man. Look, I'm going to feed you. After all, you're my responsibility. White man's burden and all that. Now, all you've got to do is lie still. Open your big mouth. Shouldn't be too difficult for you. There you are. You better have a little drink first. Not too much wine. It's got to last.
No, boss. Please, boss, no.
What the hell do you mean, no? You've got to have a drink. Something to oil your throat before you eat, huh? And that's only water, not champagne, but it's all we got in this pub. And I promise you it'll taste good and do you good, too.
But, boss, I can't.
Can't? What? You mean you can't swallow?
No, boss. It's just that I...
Oh, come on, man. Out with it. What's the trouble?
You ain't got nothing to drink, boss.
I know, but never mind about that, man.
But, boss... no, you won't get cross, eh?
No, George, I promise you I won't get cross. Now, what is it?
Well, I don't think I'll get out of here, boss.
Of course you will, man. Don't be daft. You get out of here if I have to carry you myself. Now, come on. Don't argue. Have a drink.
No, boss. Honest, boss, no. Please listen. The pain gets worse. I don't feel so good. But you'll get out, boss. They'll get you out if you can wait. Long enough for them to get here. Boss, that bottle's been washed since I used it. Washed good and... You got a handkerchief, boss?
Yeah. So what? You know bloody fine I got a handkerchief.
Well, with the bottle being washed, I thought maybe if you wiped it first with your handkerchief, then maybe it wouldn't matter. You could drink out of it. Because there's nothing to put the water into. You've got to use the bottle, boss. And maybe you'll be all right till they come for you.
Look, George, listen, look, I'm not breathing so good now, and I'm just a wee bit scared. Now, don't make me feel ashamed, do it. Now, come on, have a drink. That's a good chap.
Not unless you will too, boss.
Look, George, at last twice along, if you keep it to yourself. Now, you're still sure you want to share it?
Oh, yes, boss, quite sure.
Okay, George, thanks.
If it had been yours, you would have shared it with me, wouldn't you?
Yeah. At least I like to think I would. Anyway, it isn't quite the same thing, but if that's what you want.
It is, boss.
All right, then. Oh, come on now. Gently does it. Have a little drinky.
You first, boss, eh?
No, George, no. You first. Come on now, or I'll knock you across. Easy and not too much, eh? There. That's enough for once. Better?
Yes, boss. Thanks. Now you have a drink, eh?
You bet. Yeah, it's a long time since I drank water, but... Oh, it's going to taste real good. Cheers.
Cheers, boss. You didn't take much, boss.
Enough, George. No. That was good. I feel better now. What about some coffee?
I don't know, boss.
Well, if you won't, I won't, so make up your mind. Come on, just a little bit to please me, eh?
Okay, boss, if you say so.
Yeah. And another thing. I get a bit fed up with all this yes, boss, and no, boss. Somehow it seems to annoy me more when we're sharing a drink and scoffing. And yes, your water and your scoff. My name is Bill, and I'd like you to call me Bill. It's not easy. It's not easy to explain, but you do understand what I'm trying to say.
I think so, boss.
Bill.
Bill?
That's better. Now let's see what we got here. Good God. Does Sam get your scoff ready for you?
Sam? Bob? Bill?
Never mind, George. This looks like a bit of his handiwork. Yeah, he'd certainly approve of this. Well, it's not what you'd expect at the Carlton or the Langham, but as it's all we've got, we'd better just make the best of it, eh? Yeah, man. Do you always just bring bread down here with you? In all the time you worked for me, is that all you've ever had to eat during the shift?
Yes, Bill.
And I never knew.
It was plenty. Had good meal in compound afterwards.
Yeah, maybe. But, 9 hours and hard work on this. There's nothing I can do about it now. Listen carefully, George. I don't want you to move. Just open your mouth and I'll put it in, eh? And chew it slowly. Then I'll give you some more and not too much. It might have to last too. See about a quarter of a slice. This thickness should do.
And do you, Bill?
I'll have some, same as you, when you're finished. I'm not going to say no. So now open that big hole in your face. There. That's enough for now. You like another drink?
No, thanks. Not now.
Guess you're right. I'd better get easy on the water. Ration it. They say we'll have a sip, and only a sip, mind, every 2 hours. Should have lost quite a time then. Yeah, now I'm going to eat. So, this is what the bread and water diet's like, eh? I thought you only got this in jail. Hey, George?
Yes, Bill?
I'll tell you something. When we get out of here, I'm going to buy the 2 biggest steaks I can find in Joburg. And a whole crate of beer. And you're going to come around to my place, and we'll have a hell of a feed. Steaks with 2 fried eggs on top and ice cold beer. Just the 2 of us. You and me. And unless I slept for about 18 hours, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Oh, God, George, we've been here 3 days. Just over. I might as well give them another knock and let them know we're still alive. Sun over yet. I'd better hurry. He isn't going to last much longer. Maybe it's a good job you couldn't move, George. Saves oxygen, you know.
Yes, Bill.
But I'll still give him a signal every 2 hours. Might make him hurry up a bit. Oh, that's quiet here. Yeah, I can hear my watch ticking, even without listening for it. Family sound, that summer. Watch ticking. Yeah, better still a clock. Reminds me of when I was a kid. We had a whopping great big grandfather clock that stood in the wall. Must have been down here 8 feet high. Had a face with flowers painted on it and a big brass pendulum as big as a man's head. And what a tick, eh? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yeah, slow and stately like. You had a clock like that, George? One with a loud tick?
No, not a clock. I did have a watch once, but it wasn't no good. Didn't go much. Just looked nice. But I never had a clock.
Oh, not at all? No clock, not ever?
No.
That's tough. There's something about the tick of a clock, you know. I can't really explain it. It's just what I said. It's only like... Scoff's all gone, George. There's a drop of water left. Not much, just about a mouthful each. Yeah. I think we'd better keep it a bit.
Yes, Bill, if you think so.
Yeah, it might be better. Yeah, we'll give it an hour or two. Then we might as well drink it. Be no point of waiting any longer. George. Nothing really. I was just thinking. George, that's a nice name.
You like it, eh?
Yeah, I do. That's a man's name. Like Bill. Do you think Bill's a manly name?
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah, glad you like it. I never thought much of William myself. I never used it. Nor of my wife, she does sometimes, but I knew she wants to annoy me. All my friends just call me Bill. Do all your friends call you George?
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad.
Glad? Why?
Well, because I've always called you George, so that sort of makes me one of your friends, eh? And now you calling me Bill, well, that makes you my friend, doesn't it?
Yes, Bill, that's nice. I like that.
George. Look, well, we got to face it now. I don't think they're going to get us out. Not in time. Not in time, anyway.
No? You don't? You? But they will get here, Bill. They'll keep trying.
Yeah. They'll keep trying. Yeah, they'll work night and day till they drop. Unless they're sure. And they can't be sure for days yet, so they'll keep on. But they'll have to be quick now. If it's going to do us any good, because we're using up the oxygen. I know, I can feel it. It's one hell of an effort to move. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I guess so.
Yeah, we haven't got too long to go.
No.
Hey, George.
Yes, Bill?
You frightened to die?
I don't know. Yes, I guess I am a bit.
Yeah, me too. That's why I said what I did. You know about us being friends. Yeah, if you've got a friend with you, it's not quite so lonely, so it doesn't seem quite so bad. Hey. No. Nobody wants to die alone, eh, George? It's nice to have a friend with you.
Yes.
Give me your hand. Eh? Watch is still going okay. But I like a clock better. It's got more tick. You got a clock, George?
No. Like I said, Bill, I never had a clock.
Oh, yeah, so you did. I forgot. You mean you never had a clock in your whole life? Not ever?
No. There's always plenty of people to tell you when it's time to do something, so I just never bought one.
What do you do with your money, George? You don't get bad pay, huh?
It's in the post office, most of it. I've got book in my pocket. Put some in every month. Never take out any, not even when I went home for a while. Last time, maybe 3, maybe 4 years ago. Soon now, I was going home for good. Then I'd buy cattle, be a big man at home. But still, I'd keep some in post office till my boy needs it.
You got a boy?
Yeah, and a girl. But she's still only a beginning.
How old are they?
Boy's 12. He born just before I first come here. He away from home now, at mission school. The girl, 8 about, I think. Born after my first trip home.
You've been here about 11 years and only been home twice? And haven't seen them for 4 years?
No. No work there, no money. So I came to Joburg to work in mine. Here I can save money and, like I said, soon was going home for good. Have own cattle and work sometime on farm, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds good. I remember my It's very nice and green, plenty of rain.
Yeah, very nice.
Your wife, she works?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Can only work on farm, planting mealies. Not much she can do. Can't read or write. I can't neither. But when I put money in post office, I make my cross.
Then how does she know how you are?
Friend here write for me. And school teacher or person read to her. And sometimes write back. When my boy at home, it's okay. He can read and write good.
And your boy, when he's older, he come to Joburg working a month?
No. I want him to be a teacher. Maybe if he do good at school, he go to university and be teacher. And someday maybe with plenty teachers, we're all able to read and write like Winston. That's my boy's name. Yeah, he can sure read and write real good. But the beginning, Rebecca, we call her. She can read it. And soon, maybe, she'll go to school, too. Then both read and write, just like you.
What she do when she grows up?
She'll marry. I hope Winston do good at school. Then maybe he get to go to university for nothing by what's called a free school.
A scholarship?
Yeah, thanks. That's right. It would cost nothing to go there. Then maybe there'd be enough money left when he's had clothes and books to give Rebecca a good education so she can get a good lobola. You know lobola, Bill?
Yeah, it's sort of like our dowry. And if your boy, Winston, he doesn't win a scholarship, what then?
Then maybe I think I come back to mine again for 3-4 years more. But not now, Bill. Now I think maybe I not even go home again, ever.
Yeah. Let me wipe your mouth.
Blood on that handkerchief, Bill.
Blood? No, of course not, man. Don't be silly. Whatever made you think that?
Just tastes like it, Bill.
Oh, that's just a bad taste in your mouth from the foul air, that's all. Mine's just the same. George?
Yes?
If we get out of here, you go home again, I promise you that. It's funny, you know. You got a wife and 2 kids, a boy and a girl, so you come to Joburg to work here and earn money. Why? Because you want your boy to go to university and your daughter to marry well. That's damn funny.
Funny? Oh, why funny?
Yeah, well, you see, George, I come from a little dorp in the northern Transvaal. I have a wife and 2 children, a boy and a girl. So I come to Joburg, a city built on gold, to work in a mine. Why? So that my son can go to university and my daughter can marry well. So we both got a wife, we both got 2 kids, a boy and a girl, and the same ambitions for them. We both come to Joburg for their sakes, work 7,000 feet under the blasted ground, and we both get crap down here. Apart from the fact that I earn about 20 times as much as you do there, it doesn't seem to me to be a great deal of difference between us.
No, Bill. Why, if you'd been... I'm sorry.
Sorry? What the hell are you sorry about, man? Sorry for what?
Nothing. No matter.
What are you going to say, man? Tell me.
No, it's a silly idea. You not like it.
How'd you know I like it if I don't know what it is? Oh, come on, man. Yeah, let's keep talking. It helps. So you just tell me what you were going to say, George.
Well, I just thought if you'd been my color.
You mean if I'd been born black?
Yeah. But just a thought, Bill. It just come into my head like, after what you said. I just thought...
Yeah, go on. You just thought. If I'd been born black, what did you think, George?
I just thought, well, if you'd been born black, we could even have been brothers.
Yeah. Man, George, that is a thought. That's a very big thought, George. Yeah, we could have been brothers. Yeah, and down here, we are brothers, aren't we?
Yes, Bill. Yes, we are.
Yeah, it's only up there, where we can see it, that the color of our skin stops us from being brothers. By God, George, maybe it's a bit too deep for me. I'm just sort of playing around it, but it's quite a thought. It's quite a thought. Oh, God, I'm tired. The air must be getting worse. We shouldn't, really talk, but it uses up the oxygen, and we should try and make it last, but I'd rather talk, even if it makes the end come quicker. What about you, You want to talk or keep quiet and save the oxygen?
I guess I'd rather talk.
Yeah, stops you from thinking, What should we talk about now?
I don't know. I know. Tell me about your boy. Is he like you?
No. Everyone says he takes after his mother. Avis, no. That's a girl. She's like me. Got my eyes, they say. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I've got some photographs here. Always carry them. You'd like to see them?
Please, yes.
Okay, don't move. I'll hold them for you so that you can see them. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's Carl, my boy. It's only taken a week or two ago. He's playing cricket. Yeah, give me rugby and he does. But he likes it. Lord knows why.
Very nice, Bill. Yeah. He's big, eh?
Yeah. If he keeps on growing, he'll be quite a lot bigger than me. He takes after his mother's family. She's got brothers, 3 of them. They're all big and daft. This is the girl, Avis. The one they say looks like me.
Yes, she is. Same smile, eh?
Looks more like a big stupid grin to me, but she's not a bad kid. And this is Nora, my wife.
Oh, she got a nice smile too, Bill. Very nice. Nice, Mrs., eh?
Yeah, like you said, very nice, yeah. This is the last one. It's all 4 of us. Flynn took it for me at Durban.
All look very happy. Very nice in the sea. I never seen the sea, except in pictures.
Oh, and I remember the first time I saw it. I'll never forget it, and I just didn't believe it. I've seen it on the pictures too, but yeah, that gives you no idea. None at all. It's the way it moves, man. Man, it's always moving. Yeah, and the sound of it, great.
Yeah, I'd like to see it just once.
You any photographs of your family here, George?
No, I never had none. Woman on holiday took one of the pickaninnies when she baby. Man, Bill, it was a lovely, fat baby, always laughing. It was my last time home. Woman said she sent us one to post office, but it never come. I called every day till I come back to Joburg. Maybe Mrs. still does. She wants it bad, but it never comes.
No, it wouldn't. That's the sort of promise people make and never keep.
I was sorry about that. I just liked the picture of her, all fat and laughing. I'd like you to see it.
Yeah, I can guess. Don't worry, George. I can see her, even without your photographing. And then they grow up so quickly, eh? Before you realize it, there they are, big. Sometimes it makes you feel quite old.
Yeah, it makes you feel quite old. I had to see them big. Only they little when I see them last. And I think maybe I don't ever see them big. So I never feel old.
You want a drink now? You want a drink?
There's enough left for both of us to have one. If not, you have it. You've got more chance than me of getting out.
Oh, there's plenty, man. We've been careful with it. Man, it's a bit warm now.
Thanks, Bill. Now you, eh?
Yeah. I don't know if it's hot or just fuse it. It's better.
Yes, much better. Thanks.
George.
Yes?
Are you Christian?
Yes, I suppose so. Why?
Just wondered if you believe in God.
Well, back home, I go to mission. When little, I never missed. But maybe that was because Parson gave us sweets. Big striped ones. I can see them now. I think he called them gobstoppers.
Bribery, eh? We're trying to bribe you into heaven.
He was a good man, though, Bill. Very good and kind.
Yeah, I expect he was. Just doing what he thought was his duty. I don't suppose it matters how he got you into heaven, as long as he got you there. My old man had a different way of getting me to church. I got a bloody good hiding if I didn't go. So I went most times, anyway. Because it was a leather belt he used. Yeah, and he wasn't above forgetting which end the buckle was on either. Yeah, you all right, man? Have another drink, eh? Just a little one.
No, you keep it. I won't need it. I think I'm going, Bill.
Is it bad, man?
Yeah. It's got bad now.
I daren't try and move you, George. I'm not just enough first aid to know that if I tried, I might make things worse.
I know. It's not so bad now. Will you do something for me?
Of course, man. Anything. What?
My pocket. Your pocket.
Master, let me do it. Yeah. Is this what you want?
Yes. My post office book. I always carry it. But I'd like you to take it now.
What can I do with it?
I think maybe they get here in time to take you out, but not me, Bill. I don't think now they get here in time for me.
Now you listen, George. Either they take us both out or neither of us. We go out together or not at all. So we put your book back again, eh?
No. In case. You keep it. It would make me happy, Bill.
Okay, then. Okay, that's what you want, but what do you want me to do with it for you?
If you get out, Bill, and I hope I think you do, then you see my wife and pickaninnies get what's in that book, eh? You see to that for me, please.
Sure. Yeah, I'll see they get it. I'll take it to them myself.
That would be nice. So you've got to get out, Bill. You've got to make sure they get it. If not, what happens to it? What happens to them?
Now, don't you worry about that. They got records of everything, and the big boss will see to it for you. Your wife, she's what's called your next of kin. She'll get everything that's in here. The back pay you've got to come, and the insurance. Yeah, you're insured, same as me. Afraid the insurance won't be as much in your case, but whatever it is, your wife will get it, same as mine. And a big boss will look after all that. That's his job, man, so don't you worry about it anymore, eh?
No. But if you get out, you see to it for me. I like that better.
Yeah, okay, I promise.
Maybe with insurance, we can go to university anyway without what you said.
George, listen. If I get out of here, even if you don't, Winston will go to that university. I promise you, whatever happens, he'll go. Give me your hand. That's a promise.
Thanks, Bill. You put book away safe now, eh? I got my cross on it.
Yeah, I'll put in my wallet next to the photographs. Yeah, if they don't get me out until it's too late, well, they're sure to find it there, and they'll guess why I did. So you've got nothing to worry about, George. Not a thing.
Thanks. I feel better now.
Good.
Bill. Listen.
What?
Listen. I think I hear knocking.
No, man. No, you're just hearing things. It's the air. You go queer without oxygen. You hear things, see them too sometimes.
No, Bill. I'm not just hearing it. I hear it. Yes, I can. There is knocking. You listen at face. You'll hear. I know you'll hear.
Yeah. I can hear him. Come on, you lazy bastard. Where the hell do you think you've been? Bloody hell, it's too late. Yeah, I can hear them. They must have heard me. They won't be long. They're not far away now. Listen, George, listen. They're here, man. They're here. Listen to them. Just listen. We're safe. Oh, God. George, my friend, they've come at last. We're saved. We're saved.
Oh, God. Now that it's over, I don't think I can wait anymore. How much longer will it be, officer?
Oh, it can't be long now, Mrs. Gilbert. Oh, here's the works manager. He'll have news. How much longer before they get him out, Mr. Roberts?
Mrs. Gilbert there's in pretty bad shape. He's on his way up now. It's all over, Nora. All over now. No more worry. Bill's all right. He's safe. The doctor's just telephoning. He's come up ahead of Bill so he can tell you how he is.
Is Bill alone? There's no more to come.
No, he's the last and the lucky one. Oh, there's a native boy. He's coming up now with Bill.
3.5 days. Waiting. And hope getting less and less.
Well, be glad you had to wait, Nora. Glad Bill wasn't one of the first we got out.
Oh, I am glad. And very grateful. The other poor wives.
Widows now. All 5 of them. And, of course, the 11 natives dead, too. Bill was lucky. The fall stopped just short of them. Miracle. That's why we took so long. Had to go so slowly. Otherwise, we could have brought more down on Bill. Oh, here's the doctor now, Nora.
Well, it's all right, Nora. You and Bill will be playing bridge with us again before you know where you are.
He is all right, you sure? I don't know what I'd do now.
Yes, Nora. He's okay. Listen, you can hear the cage coming up now. In a minute or two, you'll see him. And he's come out on his feet. He'll be helped out because he's weak, very weak, but on his feet. I've sent for the ambulance.
Ambulance? But you said...
It's a precaution. 48 hours complete rest and observation. Then he can come home as fit as he's ever been. And he can do what he likes.
All right, Doc. Whatever you say.
You'd better wait here. You'll see him when he comes out. Won't be a minute now.
All right. Oh, my God. Thank you. Thank you.
Take it easy now, Bill. And don't look at the sun. You'll get used to daylight in a few minutes.
Bill!
Yeah, Nora.
Oh,
Nora.
Bill, my darling. My darling.
It's all right, darling. It's all right. It's all over now. All over now. Just 1 second, Bet.
Doc, see to George, will you? The boys are bringing him out now.
Right, Bill. All right, you two. Put the stretcher down. And stand back. Let him have some air.
How is he? How is he, Doc?
Pretty bad, I'm afraid. Can't say yet till I've examined him in hospital. And a good hospital, too, with facilities. We couldn't deal with him in our little native hospital. No, it's too serious for that. I've sent for an ambulance for him, and one for you, too.
Oh, never mind about me, man. You just see that George has everything in here.
Of course, he'll be well looked after.
Look, Doc, I want him to have the best of everything. Best treatment, best food. And I want to go with him.
Oh, Bill, please.
Nora, just a minute. Can I, Doc?
No, Bill. Of course you can't. You know that perfectly well. But everything possible will be done for him. And in a day or so, when you've had a rest and I've passed you fit, if you still want to, I'll arrange for you to see him.
Thanks a lot. That's very big-hearted of you. How are you? How are you, George?
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, you'll be all right, man. All right, I tell you. We'll get you off the hospital in just a minute or two, and they'll fix you up like new in no time. Yeah, then we'll have those big steaks, George, and that crate of beer. By God, we'll celebrate, man. Just the 2 of us.
The ambulance has just arrived at the entrance gate, Doctor. Want them to back it in, or can he walk to it?
I prefer it here.
I should damn well think they'd bring it in here. Walk? Won't be long now, George. Soon have you tucked up in bed, with a soft pillow, instead of that lump of rock.
It's not the Kaffir's ambulance that's arrived, Bill. That'll be some time yet. This one's your ambulance.
My ambulance? What the bloody hell are you talking about?
Please, Bill, you know the doc just wants you to go to hospital for a rest. Just for a day, or you
I agreed to go, but not first. God almighty, I'm still on my feet, aren't I? But George, my friend, he's badly hurt. Damn big chunk of rock fell on his chest, man. He's been lying in pain for 3 days. 3 days. He's injured. He needs treatment now. It's urgent. I can wait. He goes first.
You don't understand.
Now, what is it that I don't understand?
This is a European ambulance, a white one.
So bloody what? Well, I don't give a damn if it's a white ambulance, a black ambulance, or a sky blue, bloody pink ambulance. He goes first. And that's the end of it. Oh, good God, man. Don't you see he's injured? I'm not.
I'm sorry, Bill. I appreciate how you feel, but I just can't send him in that ambulance. You should know that.
Why not, man? Look, it's an ambulance. And he's hurt.
That should be enough. My God, you're a doctor. I know, Bill.
You can't, sir. It's against the law.
Look, you bend the law just for once.
I can't, sir. I'm sorry, but I can't. I don't make the law. I only see it's carried out.
Oh, God, this is bloody nonsense. Absolute bloody nonsense.
Perhaps in the circumstances it is, sir, but it's not for me to say. I can only do my duty. And remember, if the positions were reversed, it would be just the same.
Oh, God.
If that had been a native ambulance and you had been the one injured, you still couldn't have gone in it. The law is exactly the same for both races.
Now, look here.
Oh, please.
Now, wait a minute. I want this settled.
It's no good, Bill. We can't alter the law for one case, however unfortunate. Now, we've all had a bad time, not only you and him. We've all been working day and night for 3 days, and for 2 days we brought them all out dead.
Yeah. And now that you brought one out alive, you just want to keep him lying there until he dies too. Because your ambulance is the wrong bloody color. Look, I know you're a policeman. And you can see how he is, man. Can't you look the other way or something? It's urgent, man. Look, I know how bad he is. I've been with him for over 3 days.
Well, I don't know. Maybe...
Well, I'm not taking any bloody cafe in my van, so you can all make up your minds to that now.
God.
Please, darling.
Now, listen, mister. I've got my instructions and I've got my job to think about. And I'm not breaking the law for you or anyone else. Understand?
Yes, we all understand. Now get into the van and wait. I'll see Mr. Gilbert into it in a minute. His wife's going with him.
Okay. I haven't got all day to waste hanging about.
Now, Bill, try and be reasonable. We all know how you feel, but it's the law. So you get yourself off. There's a good chap. We'll get your boy away as soon as ever we can.
Look, you can send your flaming ambulance away. I won't be needing it because I don't give a damn what any of you say. I'm not leaving until I've seen George here safely in hospital. And I'll go with him just to make sure that he's looked after properly.
Oh, for God's sake, Bill.
Boss, yes, George. Yeah, George, what? Oh, yeah. What is it? You all right, man?
Yes, boss.
Yeah. It's all right. I'm coming with you. See you safely, Doctor.
No, please. Not cause any trouble, boss, please.
That's Bell, not boss, man. Remember?
No, boss. Not here. Not no more. We're back in the light now.
George.
No, boss. No use. We can see again. See the color. You've got to remember that, boss.
I don't intend to remember it, George.
I can't change it, boss. Not yet. Someday maybe, but not yet. So you go now, boss, please. And not trouble me. Better that way. Please, to help me, please.
To help you, George? That's what you want? You mean I'm helping you?
Yes, boss.
All right, George. Hey. Nearly forgot your book. You know, the one with your cross in it.
No, boss. Keep it. Just in case, Then you'll see to it for me, please.
All right, I'll keep it if you want me to. Just until you're better.
Yeah. And go now with your missus. She's waiting for you.
Yeah. All right, George. Because it's what you want. Goodbye, my friend. Just for now.
Goodbye, boss.
No, George, please. Call me Bill. Just once thing. Yeah. Back in the light.
Goodbye, Bill. Good luck.
Yeah. Bye, George. I'll see you very soon. Nora? Okay, let's go now.
All right, driver. You can be on your way. And what on earth do you suppose all that was about, Doctor?
I don't know. The effect of being trapped down there for 3 days, I suppose. It must have been pretty grim. It was a damned confined space they were in. The air was very bad at the end. Excessive carbon. Any of these things could have temporarily affected Bill's brain a bit, but he'll be all right. He'll be over it in a few days. Probably forgotten all about it.
Perhaps you're right. Anyway, I don't suppose we'll ever know the whole truth about it.
Well, have another look at his boy. Oh.
How's he doing?
Well, whatever it was upsetting Bill, it doesn't matter now. Here, you two.
Yes, boss.
Yes, boss. This body to the mortuary. Take it away. Back into the Light by James Carey was adapted for radio by Peter Coates. The part of Bill Gilbert was played by Michael Turner and George by Bloch Modisani. Nora Gilbert, Hilda Kreisman, Carl Nigel Lambert, Avis Eva Haddon, Joseph Lionel Ngakane, Sam Sean Barrett, Roberts Brian Haynes, and the Doctor Hector Ross. The play was produced by David H. Godfrey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lives of Great Men, a new series on great leaders in human progress, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author of The Philosophy of Art and many other books. In his talks, Dr. Griggs is building a story of civilization based on outstanding characters through the ages and how each one influences his own and future times. This evening, Dr. Griggs will discuss Emerson, Spiritual Leadership in Democracy. We present Dr. Edward Howard Griggs.
My friends, Emerson is the most fertilizing mind that has appeared so far in American letters. Like Socrates, he was an unofficial patriot, called from the spirit within to a high moral mission, fulfilled in a life of almost unexampled purity and nobility. Blowing through his prose and verse is the open air that sweeps our plains and virgin forests, giving him an instinctive democracy born of the untrammeled New World. With this, there were behind him several generations of Christian ministers in England and New England, becoming more and more liberal in thought, so that Emerson is the fine flower of those generations of aristocracy in culture and intellect. He was thus most fortunate, a democrat in principles, an aristocrat in behavior, a combination as precious as it is rare. The English language and literature were brought over just at the top of their development, but the different groups of colonists, Puritan, Cavalier, Quaker, and Catholic, settling on isolated portions of the Atlantic coast, developed their several tendencies more fully than was possible in the motherland. Our colonial literature was thus provincial as compared with that produced in England at the same time. Gradually expanding, the colonies came into physical contact and were unified in spirit by meeting the same problems. As resentment grew toward the mother country, they were open to other influences, and a flood of French social and political idealism poured in through the writings of Jefferson, Paine, Franklin, and even Hamilton and Washington. The literature of the Revolutionary period was chiefly political, focusing on the struggle that was on. 2 decades after the war's close, the foundations of material civilization had been reestablished, and the first truly artistic school of letters appeared. The New York School, including Cooper in the novel, Bryant in poetry, Irving in essay and story. From New York, the inspiration carried into the sterner life of New England, then an awakened ferment. Now flowed in the second stream of European thought, the influence of German literature and philosophy. The result was the transcendental movement in New England, not an organized school of thought, but rather a spiritual awakening, with young people everywhere aware that they did not believe as their fathers believed, and conscious of a new dignity in the human spirit. Emerson is the supreme expression of transcendentalism, just because he gathers up all that is best in it and rises above it to the plane of a great individual interpreter of life. In a time of vagaries and eccentricities, when many a self-called prophet mistook eating locusts and wild honey for fulfilling the mission of St. John, Emerson never lost his balance, but followed consistently his own star. When Emerson was born in 1803, Boston was a busy town of 25,000, sending her sea captains far and wide, but with little of the cultural tradition now prevailing because of the work of Emerson and his fellows. The early death of Emerson's father left the family in limited circumstances. We are told that during one cold winter, Emerson and his little brother had only one overcoat to wear between them. The biographers seem to have forgotten that there never was a little boy who liked to wear an overcoat. So one of the Emerson brothers was happy all that winter. That indicates the measure of hardship, just enough to call out the strength in the family stock. Preparing for the ministry, Emerson graduated from Harvard. At 23, began preaching, and at 26 became pastor of one of the principal churches of Boston. Early in his ministry, he married and settled down to a life of quiet happiness and service. It is noteworthy that he made no unusual record as a preacher. One dear old lady of his congregation said that they were a very simple people and wanted no one but Mr. Emerson to speak to them. Worth quoting again in view of the later criticisms of his alleged obscurity and the general recognition of his depth of thought. The point is, Emerson had not matured into the circle of ideas for which he was permanently to stand, and was preaching within the limits of the spiritual Christian gospel. The year that Emerson was 30, two events occurred that we would call bitter tragedy, had any other man been the center of them. Early in that year, his young wife died. 6 months later, he suddenly gave up not only his pastorate, but the vocation of minister, owing to a difference with his congregation on administering a sacrament. Oh, no, that was not it. He has told us why he left the ministry in the poem called The Problem. The problem being, why should the vest on him allure, which I could not on me endure? Answering his own question, Emerson held that all great art and thought had come spontaneously forth from the universal heart. The hand that rounded Peter's dome and groined the aisles of Christian Rome wrought in a sad sincerity. Himself from God he could not free. He builded better than he knew. The conscious stone to beauty grew. Emerson wanted his own thought to come forth in the same spontaneous way, and he had come convinced that it could not if he continued to wear that garment. So he quietly put it off. He used the waiting time for a trip abroad, visiting the Carlyles, as Craigan put it. Like an angel from heaven, Mrs. Carlyle somewhat pathetically said, and a life friendship was formed. One of the pleasing bits of literary biography is that it was Emerson who printed and sold enough of Carlyle's books, when there was no copyright to protect the British author, to send over on one occasion $2,000 as proceeds of the sale at a time when the Carlyle purse was running particularly low. Emerson did not get from his several trips abroad the education and the viewpoint of other peoples that we usually expect. He went through the world quietly taking his own. His chief lesson from the first journey was that the great spirit of our American wilderness was better than the gods of the Philistine nations dwelling round about. Less figuratively, Emerson came home seeing that we need not rest back forever on the culture of Europe, that here great thought, art, and life could be achieved. He felt his way toward his coming vocation by giving a course of lectures in Boston, strange to say, on natural science. The next year, more aware of his field, his subjects included George Fox, Edmund Burke, Martin Luther, John Milton, Michelangelo, those path makers of the mind and spirit who have blazed the trail other men followed. Fully conscious of his call, he remarked, "The Lyceum platform is my pulpit." At 33, Emerson published his first book, that little volume entitled Nature, one of the most logical and also mystical of his writings. Its thesis is that man and nature interpret each other, and therefore we should live close to the nature mother and find in her beauty and serenity the supreme healing and lifting influence on the life of the spirit. The book thus lays down the program of Emerson's personal life. He had married again and settled in the quiet village of Concord. There in the simple, stately house, hills rising across the road, the light shimmer of the birch leaves lending a gayer beauty to the deep somberness of the pines, the farm extending to the brink of Walden Pond, whose still waters mirrored the surrounding trees, or breeze-swept, rippled with ceaseless motion. There Emerson was to live his life out, with the serene and picturesque beauty of that New England nature world, the calming and exalting influence on his spirit. It took 15 years to sell the first edition of 500 copies of Emerson's first book, Take Comfort, Rising Authors of the Present Generation. Emerson did not mind. He had written the book to clarify his own thinking and for the few who could understand. At 34, Emerson gave for a Harvard Literary Society his address on the American Scholar, that a later writer has called Our American Literary Declaration of Independence. It is more than that, since Emerson told those students that young men in libraries turn the pages of Locke, Bacon, and Cicero, forgetting that when Locke, Bacon, and Cicero wrote their books, they were young men in libraries. He urged them to self-trust, to be not thinkers, but man-thinking. He had come to see that when a man becomes either a head or a hand, he fails to do either good head work or good hand work. The young men who heard the address needed it, but we need it many times more. Since Emerson gave it, there has been extreme development of specialization in education and activity. Far more than Emerson's hearers, we need to recognize that there must be a whole human being on the job to get good work permanently done, that there must be a complete man thinking to achieve sound thought. The address thus gives the program of Emerson's life in the second aspect, as student and scholar. Like Carlyle, he saw the need of interpreting the whole mass of knowledge in terms of the human spirit and dedicated himself to the task. The next year he gave a still more memorable address to the Harvard Divinity graduates. It begins with the loveliest description of a New England summer ever written and proceeds quietly to discuss the Christian ministry. He told them ministers preached as if God had been long ago, while he held that the God who was, is, and that if we keep clean channels for the waters of the Spirit, the inspiration that came to prophets of old may flow through us today. Publication of the address brought a storm of attack. Emerson regretted it, saying that they made him think about himself, and he wanted to think his thought. That reveals his whole character. He wished to keep his thinking free from personal feelings. For that reason, he never answered an attack or entered an argument. He chose quietly to affirm the truth as he saw it, and let it work. This address thus gives the program of his life in the final way, as spiritual leader. The threefold program he consistently fulfilled. As recognition came, he went further afield, lecturing through the Middle West, knowing all the discomforts of the itinerant teacher's life in days when there was no air-conditioned Pullman train. Wherever he spoke, he left some persons feeling that the angel of God had passed that way, and the spiritual leaven injected into American life by Emerson's public teaching is beyond all estimate. Gradually he worked over his lectures and diaries of thought, publishing the numerous volumes of essays and addresses. When the end came in 1882, it could then be said that he had won his fight. The decades that have followed have only deepened our recognition that he is the most powerfully fertilizing mind, stimulating others to bring forth fruitfully, that has appeared in America so far. Emerson scorned consistency and ignored logic in developing thought. Some scoffer said that if we begin an essay with the last paragraph and read toward the front, it is just as satisfactory as reading in normal fashion. The scoffing critic was almost right. But what he failed to see was that Emerson's essays are wonderfully good reading either way. His strength is in the illuminating paragraph, the pungently phrased epigram, the expression of a thought so perfect that once having read it, you must thereafter quote Emerson in using it, since he has said it better than anyone else. Emerson climbed away from the plain where the battle of life is fought to the Olympic peaks of spiritual vision. From that high viewpoint, the very smoke of the conflict obscured its horror. He could not see how bitter it is to go down fighting and not know the issue, but he saw clearly that while this wing is losing ground, the great center of the army of light and life is moving resistlessly forward to victory. His message is not of the hell of failure, nor of the purgatory of struggle, but of the terrestrial paradise of rest and joy, and the celestial one of light multiplied into light, rising to the glory of the beatific vision. In the appendix to his poems is a bit of verse, which may be taken as the motto of his life. Teach me your mood, O patient stars, who climb each night the ancient sky, leaving on space no stain, no scars, no trace of age, no fear to die.
Emerson, Spiritual Leadership in Democracy, has been the subject of another program in the series titled Lives of Great Men, presented by Dr. Edward Howard Griggs, distinguished lecturer, critic, and author. Next week, Dr. Griggs will speak on Lee, the American warrior. Copies of tonight's discussion of Emerson may be obtained by addressing the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York, or to the station to which you are listening. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
It's 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre.
Oh, let's stop and have a smoke, shall we? I'm sick of this, driving around.
Okay. You're doing the driving, Jack.
Yeah, that's what I'm sick of. You can take over when we start off again, okay?
Yeah, sure.
I wish they'd switch that bloody hooter off.
Oh, they haven't got that much sense.
No, bloody layabouts.
Well, they think they have a case.
Case? What case? We'll be starving soon if they have their way, unless that food starts moving off of the docks.
Yeah, that's true. This rationing's killing me. I like my grub. Don't know how you smoke those things. Got a government health warning on every packet.
Yeah, well, I do a lot of things that are unhealthy in this job. I ain't worrying about it, am I?
They stink. I'm opening the window, mate.
Oh, easy. It's freezing out there.
Do you good. Get that smoke out of your lungs, isn't it?
Used to do 50 a day yourself, mate. I'll remember that.
Not no more.
Oh, rich now, are you? The money you saved?
Still skint. Kids see to that. Always will be on this job.
Never know. The strikers get workers' control. Might make you chief constable.
Might make me sergeant. That would do me. And the police union secretary, and I.
Creeper. Hey, I suppose we're okay here. Nobody can see us.
Oh, dear. You've been watching us. Those houses over there are condemned. I reckon it's on a ship.
Huh? What is?
That is so.
Oh, I don't know what they want. They're thick keeping that thing going every hour on the hour. They ain't going to get what they want by blowing that thing.
When it stops, strike's over. That's what I reckon.
Yeah, but who's won, Johnny? What the hell? Johnny! 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 Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Johnny! Johnny!
The Chief, a play for radio by Alan Pryor, with Malcolm Hayes as James Masters, Elizabeth Bell as Helen Whitney, and Hector Ross as Harry Woodman. The Chief.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes?
Sorry to disturb you. There's a dispatch rider here from the Home Secretary.
Oh, all right, Helen. Take his message, whatever it is.
He'll only give it to you in person.
Oh? All right, send him in.
Come in, please, Corporal.
Mr. Masters, is it, sir? Chief Inspector of Constabulary, is it?
That's me.
Most urgent, sir. From the Home Secretary.
Ah, thank you, Corporal.
Sir, if you'll just sign, sir.
Oh, I'll do that.
No. It's all right, Helen. There you are, Corporal. Have a drink.
Oh, well, sir, I'm not supposed to, but, ta.
How is it out there in the streets?
Oh, it's quiet there now, sir. The old boys did good last night, sir, down the docks, considering they were no armed.
Well, we're trying to avoid that, Corporal, as long as we can.
Aye, sir. Well, good luck to you. But I wouldn't want to go out in the streets without sidearms. Not after last night, I wouldn't.
No, it was bad.
You were there yourself, sir?
Oh, no, Well, I mostly stay here. I tell people what to do these days, Corporal.
Ah, well, sir. I was running around on my bike in the thick of it all, and I can tell you it was no picnic.
No, I imagine not.
A lot of your fellows were hurt.
80 needed hospital treatment.
Oh, that's bad, sir.
It is.
Well, sir, thank you for the drink. It went down very well, sir.
Well, good luck, Corporal.
And yourself, sir.
You can find your way out.
No, I miss. Thank you very much.
If one of your men accepted a drink like that, you'd have him suspended forever.
Yes, well, he isn't one of my men. And I have to know how the army feels. I mean, the rank and file. Well, he's more likely to tell me than any general at HQ.
They're all playing footsie up there, so coy it makes you sick.
Well, you can't blame them, Ellen. The army has no record of political involvement. It simply doesn't understand what's happening to the country any more than my men do. Any more than I do myself.
You know what's happening, James, and what will have to be done in the end.
Well, I wish I was as sure as you are.
You are sure. It's just harder for you to face it, that's all. Now, what does the dear Home Secretary say?
Read it for yourself.
From Home Secretary to Chief Inspector of Constabulary, most secret. This is just to advise you that I will call upon you at your office at 10 o'clock this morning, in half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And why not telephone?
Well, does it matter?
James, you are not wise in the ways of politicians.
No, and I'm glad of it. I can't abide the breed.
This is on paper to safeguard the Home Secretary, no matter what happens. I will call upon you at your office at 10 o'clock to impress upon you further the urgent necessity of keeping law and order, and yet at the same time in no way to provoke disorder by any obvious show of force, particularly as regards the docks. The dockers are citizens, and they are entitled to protection as much as any other citizen who does not happen to have joined the so-called general strike.
It is what he told me yesterday, Helen.
Politicians double talk. He's foisting the responsibility onto you. Can't you see that?
It is my responsibility, law and order.
They aren't listening, James.
They have to listen. I mean, look at the dockers' leader, Harry Woodman. Some of the papers, when there were papers, used to say he was an ogre. But I was at school with Harry Woodman. Same year, same scholarship. When I went into the police, he nearly joined himself.
I don't believe it.
Fact. He said he'd infiltrated from within.
Oh, that sounds more like the Harry Woodman I know.
Oh, Helen, you don't know Harry Woodman. Harry Woodman's father was a drunk. I know, because I put him to bed a few times. Harry Woodman and me, we had the same beginnings. A poor terrace house, back to back, 50-odd years ago. And they were poor then.
Those were different days, James. This is the 1980s. He's there and you're here. You control the police, he controls the dockers, which makes him the most important of all the leaders. If the coalition could break the strike at the docks, they could break it all over the country. After last night, he should be in jail.
Yes, well, things got out of hand last night. Look, Harry Woodman is a law-abiding citizen, Helen.
What you mean is there's nothing proven against him.
Well, to a policeman, that makes him a law-abiding citizen.
The file on him is full of things.
Innuendo. I've just been reading it.
Why?
Well, because somehow I have a feeling he and I might have to talk one day.
You think talk will solve anything?
Well, in the end, it has to.
Woodman hates this government, this coalition. He thinks anybody who joined it is a political blackleg.
Well, I don't know anybody who likes a coalition to you, on any side. No, but you're right. It's there. It's all we have. It's the government. Well, Harry Woodman knows that as well as I do.
You sound almost religious when you say that, James.
What do you mean, religious?
Well, as if this government is something holy, and that's a laugh.
Yes, but it is the government. The government is my master, Helen. In that sense, it is holy. I owe it my loyalty. I obey its orders.
To the letter at all times.
To the letter at all times.
James, you are a very honest man.
I hope so.
And a very simple one.
Well, sometimes I'm glad of it.
And I love you.
Still?
Still.
5 years now, Helen. Time goes by.
It gets no easier.
No, it doesn't. For me, neither.
But I am content with what you give me. I'm too old to expect a happy ending.
There's nothing old about you. What rubbish.
James, I'm 40. For a woman, that's
Well, I'm 55.
old.
What's that to do with it?
I'm just telling you once again, I expect nothing.
Masters? Oh, Prime Minister. Oh, well, sir, the streets around the docks are mostly quiet now. My men have been told not to in any way provoke reactions. Well, I must remind you, sir, I've 80 policemen in hospital and many more walking wounded. My resources are stretched, sir. Well, not quite to the very limit, not yet, but another riot like last night's and I'd be hard-pressed to keep men on ordinary police duties as well as riot duties. The docks? Yes, I know the docks are vital, sir. Yes. Yes, the Home Secretary is due here any time. Goodbye, Prime Minister.
And what was all that about?
I said the Home Secretary had something important to talk to me about.
Typical of him not to say what it was.
You do have a low opinion of my bosses.
For almost 20 years, I've stood and taken notes and watched the politicians playing games while the country went down and down all the way to where it is now. Civil war.
Not yet.
It could come to it any day now.
I don't believe that.
You'd better, because you'll be in the middle of it.
Well, I trust I'll do my duty if it comes to that.
You may have to do a lot more than your duty, James.
I don't understand you, Helen.
I know you don't.
Oh, blimey. What a stink.
Tramps use it, probably, sir.
As what? Don't tell me. You sure he came from this house?
He ran out of it, didn't he?
You saw him, right?
I saw a duffel coat and a bag of golf clubs over his shoulder. Well, that's what got me. I mean, golf clubs.
Yeah, a rifle was in that. What made you think the shot came from these houses?
Had to, didn't it? The side he was facing. Johnny got it from that side. So I got out and ran over here. I didn't have no sidearms or anything. Not like you, CID. All tooled up, ain't you? I wasn't thinking straight. I must have been mad.
But you didn't see it? The car?
Nah, I just heard it. I seen him run down the alley, then he must have got in the car and off he went. I'll open the window. Let some air in.
Don't touch anything. There might be some prints, you never know. If I can get the scene of crime down...
Well, of course you can get them down. This is a murder.
Everything's a bloody shambles this week. We were lucky to get an ambulance. You're sure it was a fella?
No, I'm not sure of anything, am I? I had Johnny's brains over me tunic, you know what I mean? No, I wasn't thinking right, was I? I just wanted to get it.
Yeah, right. Brown duffel coat, golf bag. Big or small build?
Smallish.
Long or short hair?
He had a stocking cap on, blue.
Any pause while he got in the car, or did the engine start up right away? Or was it going already?
I can't think. What?
I wonder if he had an accomplice, a driver.
No, I couldn't see through these rotten houses, or I'll tell you. I'll open this door a bit. Let a bit of air in the place.
Hello. What? Oh, you scared, chummy? Just a bit. What? Took his scarf off, didn't he? Don't you touch it. Probably got in the way while he was sighting your mate through the window. Shot him, saw you running, scarpered and left his scarf.
Bastard.
Nice scarf. College scarf, yeah?
I'd like to hang him up by the bloody thing. For about 2 days.
No, whoever he is, he's a mug.
One of the strikers, you reckon?
This isn't them. They're law-abiding. Well, up to now.
You call last night law-abiding, do you?
Well, crowds, they got a life of their own. Just get this scarf in the bag. Well, there's no maker's name on it.
You just give me a scarf and him, and his maker's name is on it, I tell you.
Freedom fighters. One of them. It has to be.
It's the same side as the strikers for my money. Hey, what's that?
A pin. Initial on it. A for apple.
Any good?
In this game, you never know what's any good.
James, why don't you take a few hours off later? Go home, have a real sleep.
No. I'll have an hour on the couch, perhaps.
You want to ring home?
What?
You haven't for some time. You should. I don't mind, you know.
You really don't, do you?
No, I really don't. She's hanging on to the past. I know your best days are to come.
How can you say that? I mean, look at the mess we're in.
James, you don't realize your own capacity. You keep that uniform on and it restricts you. I know it does. I've watched you at meetings wanting to say things, big things, important, obvious things nobody else is saying, and you haven't said them because it wasn't your job.
Then I was right not to say them.
You try to behave like a policeman, an automaton, and you aren't one. That's what I see, James. The man who is bigger than the uniform.
No man's that in the police service. No man.
Whether you like it or not, you're somebody to the people of this country. They've seen you on television, heard you on the radio. They feel they know you.
I wasn't looking for publicity, Helen. I was looking for a way of explaining the work of the police. The reason I joined the force. Having to work my way up the ladder, educating myself. It's no good over-educating a man and then sending him into the streets to wrestle with a lot of cold-blooded villains and psychopathic madheads. But I don't want the public to think all I care about is catching people who break the law and sticking them in some prison. I joined the force like everybody joins the force to serve.
You have more opportunity to serve now than you've ever had. You can help to save some of the good things before they go under in a totalitarian flood.
The good things. Oxford. That posh girls' school you went to. That nice house your family had.
It's a residential hostel for unmarried mothers now, for God's sake.
Yes, well, as you say, things change.
Yes, change. Like my family's changed. My father dead now, thank God. My brother cleared off to South Africa, and I don't blame him. My mother in that bloody awful old folks' home.
Yes, that was bad. I'm sorry. I'm even sorry about us. I'm not sure why.
Oh, don't be. I'm not. We've had some good times.
Yes, we have, haven't we?
Helen Whitney? Oh, well, I don't know. Hold on a moment. Donna's here.
Oh, what the devil does she want at this time?
I've no idea what Donna ever wants.
All right.
The chief will see her. Please bring her up to the office. And not through the operations room.
Well, was that necessary?
Yes, I think so. You've seen the confidential report on her?
Yes, and it's a lot of nonsense. Oh, she's young. She'll grow out of her idealism. Everybody does.
Except the people who mean to put their idealism into practice.
You don't think Donna's one of those people?
The political officer's checking on her. He thought it possible.
Well, there's nothing about that in the report.
No, I had it deleted.
Did you, by God?
Yes, I did. I didn't see any reason to embarrass you further, James.
I'm not embarrassed by Donna's student activities. This is still a free country. She can do as she likes, talk to whom she likes, write what she likes, so long as she remains inside the law.
James, it wouldn't be a free country very long if Donna's friends had their way. You have looked at the list of names.
Huh? Helen, what?
Here's the file. Now look at the names again.
I've looked at them.
Hellas, Haggerty, Mackenzie.
Nothing proven against these people, I noticed. We're simply nature's firebrands. Chip-on-the-shoulder people.
They are, most of them anyway, rumoured to have firm connections with terrorist groups.
Rumoured, suspected. That's not evidence in law.
James, sometimes the law is most certainly an ass.
It may be, but it's all we have between us and total anarchy.
Remember that you are the law now.
No, I'm merely the instrument of it. Now, there's a very considerable difference, my dear.
Hi.
Oh, hello there, Donna.
Father? You look tired.
Well, come in. Don't stand in the doorway. Here, have a seat. Let me get you a sherry. How's your mother?
Worried?
Oh, is she?
Well, of course she is. You haven't been home for a week, after all. And very little for the last 6 months, from what she tells me.
Well, this job's very...
Don't tell me the reason why. Tell her. There are several telephones on your desk. I'm sure Miss Whitney will get you the number. She ought to know it if she doesn't. It's where you live, after all, isn't it?
Helen, sherry.
No, thank you. Oh, and Chief,
Eh?
don't forget the Home Secretary's on his way over.
Oh, thank you, Helen. I won't forget.
You must excuse me. Goodbye, Miss Masters.
Ciao, Miss Whitney. I don't know what you see in her, Father.
What?
Look, I've known for years. It's so boring.
Have you?
Hasn't everybody?
I don't know.
Can't keep that sort of thing quiet. I'd have thought you, being a policeman, would know that better than anybody.
No, I don't. People's personal lives are their own affair.
Affair? Oh, that's rather good. Sweeter than relationship. Not as direct as bang.
Don't try to shock me, Donna. I'm unshockable. You get like that, just being a policeman. You see the bad side of people all the time. You have to try to stop it affecting you too much, so you're fireproof.
Still, you were shocked, right?
Donna, it's not what you think exactly.
Of course it's what I think, exactly.
I'm very fond of your mother.
She isn't my mother.
But yes, I love Helen. I may be ancient in your eyes, but I still feel things more than I used to, perhaps. But you won't believe it.
How can I believe it? You're not like you used to be before they gave you this job. You had some time then. We sometimes even used to talk, right?
I don't know what's gone wrong between us, Donna. God knows I've tried. I always treated you as my own.
Ah, but I'm not. And maybe it showed.
Well, if it did, I'm sorry. I never felt that.
Never?
We used to get on so well when you were small. All those afternoons in the park, just the two of us.
Yes. I used to think you were a god in that uniform. That was a sick joke, all right, wasn't it?
I haven't changed. I'm the same man I was then. I still love you. You must know that.
You still love Miss Whitney, and for all I know, you still love your wife. But you aren't the same man. Or at least you aren't the same man to me. Maybe you really have changed into a god. Maybe you're just part of that pretty uniform you wear. Or maybe it's just another skin now. Maybe you're just not human any longer.
No, I'm the same man.
Oh, why do I waste my breath? It's this awful job you do. If you've changed, that's what's changed you. Still, if you didn't like it, you wouldn't be doing it, would you? What's this?
What?
This file, the one with my name on it.
Don't open that.
Don't worry. Here you are.
Thank you.
Under lock and key, am I? Did she leave it out, I wonder? Probably. She's an old-fashioned man-loving whore, isn't she, really?
Donna, I told you, I'm unshockable.
No, you just think you are. I know things that would really blow your mind.
What? Naughty words like whore?
Not words, Father. Actions.
Well, why have you come to see me? Except to tell me your mother's worried.
She isn't my mother. Why do you insist on calling her that? I asked you both not 2 years ago.
Because I think of you as my daughter. Because it's habit. Because I feel like your father.
My father was a sailor who died of TB in Cape Town, and my mother was a tart, a genuine professional. She really conned the adoption people when she palmed me off onto them.
Donna, you only hurt yourself.
No, it makes everything easier.
What does?
Being what I am. Taking her name, my mother's name, the tart's name. Donna Dawson. Do you like it? Even sounds like a tart's name, right?
Donna, my love.
You didn't tell me. You should have, but you didn't. I worried then. I was upset then. I had a breakdown then, but now I'm okay. The shrinks did their job. I can live my life now.
And all I can say is I'm sorry.
Forget it, please. It's over.
I should have told you, I know, but...
You already knew about my real mother, correct?
Well, since we seem to be speaking frankly, yes. I blame myself. I should have checked earlier, found out what she was.
What made you bother to check at all? The way I behaved? Running away from school with that boy. Like mother, like daughter, huh?
Donna, please.
Look, you brought me up. You fed me, clothed me, educated me. You made me what I am. I'm grateful.
I don't want gratitude. Nor does my wife.
No, she wants love. Your love, but she doesn't get it, does she?
Oh, Donna, all this... Look, I'm very busy.
Nearly got a revolution on your hands, am I right?
It hasn't reached that stage yet.
It could. Here. Read this.
What's that?
It's from the freedom fighters.
I won't read that. I'm sorry, to talk to these people is out of my jurisdiction. All I can do is arrest them.
If you can catch them.
They've already planted several explosive devices. It's simply luck nobody has been killed. I don't know how you can bring yourself to be used by such people.
Oh, look at history. Whoever got anything without armed struggle?
The laws?
The law's over. Gone. Do you know that? Didn't last night teach you that?
Last night won't happen again.
Why? Will you put the army in as well as the police next time?
I won't need to.
Who will you use? The Special Brigade?
What do you know about the Special Brigade?
It's not what I know. It's what the freedom fighters know.
Freedom, my backside.
They know where the Special Brigade is. Exactly.
Do they?
Standing by. This is what they say, Father. Shall I read it for you if you won't read it for yourself? James Masters, be warned. If you use the Special Brigade on the workers, we will retaliate without limit, there and then. We will not give you further warning. Signed, the Freedom Fighters. That's it.
You of all people come to me with this threat of violence? Do you actually know these people?
They left the letter for me to give to you. I've given it to you. Now, can I go?
Oh, what do you mean, can you?
Aren't you going to keep me for interrogation?
No, I'm not.
They mean what they say in that note, would be my guess.
You sound as if you do know them.
Let events take their course. That's my advice to you. I say that most seriously. I'll even call you father if it helps you to take my advice.
Donna, get out of my office.
Superintendent Barris. Sir? Escort my daughter, this young woman, out of the building at once.
Very good, sir.
This way, miss.
Goodbye. And good luck.
I wish you meant that.
But I do.
Well, just go.
I'm sorry, but I had to do it.
Just go, that's all. This way, miss.
What did she want?
More than I can give her. More than anybody can give her.
What?
Oh, yes, Superintendent. The Home Secretary.
Is my daughter gone?
Oh, yes, sir. I handed her over to be escorted out, as you said, sir.
Yes, that's right.
The Home Secretary's here, sir, in the ops room.
Oh, is he? Very well, bring him in.
Yes, sir. Oh, one other thing, sir. I held it back until I had all details. There's been an armed attack on a patrol car down at the docks. We've managed to keep it quiet and no crowds. It's a derelict area.
You say armed? Armed with what?
Seems to have been a rifle, sir. Telescopic sight, probably.
Anybody hurt?
Well, I'm afraid the co-driver was shot, sir.
Shot? Dead?
Yes, sir. I sent reinforcements, sir, and put out warnings.
How many reinforcements have you sent?
I can only spare 2 cars, sir, and 1 detective from the local station.
All right. Arm all of them.
Arm them, sir. I thought you said no arms.
If a sniper has killed one of my men with a rifle, he might kill 2. Arm everybody on that job.
Is that wise, Chief?
Oh. I'm sorry, Home Secretary. I thought you were in the operations room.
I was, but I heard voices and it seemed important. Is it? Good morning, Miss Whitney.
Good morning, Home Secretary.
Superintendent Barris, do nothing about that matter for a few minutes. I'll advise you.
Very good, sir. I'll be in the ops room, sir.
I'd rather like some coffee, Miss Whitney, if that can be arranged.
Oh, yes, right.
Come back when you've done that, Helen. I may need some notes.
Yes, Chief.
Gets prettier, Or should I say, handsomer, don't you think?
Oh, she's very efficient. I don't know what I'd do without her.
I used to know her myself years ago, you know.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, please sit down.
Thank you.
Your Home Secretary, you asked, is that wise? Now, are you ordering me not to send men out to apprehend this criminal who shot my patrolman? Because if you are, I'd like a firm order in writing.
No, of course not, my dear chap. Absolutely not. It's your decision, not mine.
Very well. If you'll excuse me, I'll tell Superintendent Barris to send an armed patrol down there. I'll also ask the Army for help.
I'm not sure that would be wise either, Chief.
And what would be wise? Doing nothing?
It might be.
Do you seriously mean that?
Well, when in doubt, do nothing. It's usually the best thing.
But I am not in doubt. You are.
Well, it's your decision, not mine. But the Prime Minister... Oh, has he telephoned, by the way?
Yes, a few minutes ago.
Did he say anything?
He asked that we keep a low profile at the docks.
Nothing else?
He said you would be talking to me about something important, and he hoped I would agree to whatever it was.
No more than that?
No.
Then I will come directly to the point.
Look, I'm sorry to seem uncivil, but I must give my superintendent his instructions.
Very well.
Superintendent Barris.
Black with sugar.
About the shooting.
Thank you.
Look, arm only the detectives and those likely to meet the offender with sidearms. Impress upon them they are not to fire unless fired upon. Keep me closely informed.
Yes, a compromise is often the wisest course of all.
Provided my men are not fired on again.
Is it likely he'll do it again?
And this kind of violence is in the genes. Father to son, mother to daughter. Whoever killed that police driver, his father was violent, his home was violent. Not necessarily blows, words do it. He's a hater.
Yes, well, it's an interesting theory.
Home Secretary, you're a busy man. You came for a special reason. I'd like to know what it is.
Very well. Briefly, from noon today, you are to be put in charge of all the police forces in the country.
What?
Yes, all of them. The Prime Minister is desperately worried about the docks. It's make or break here. The orders are promulgated under the new Emergency Forces Act, and they include a pay rise for you of £2,000 per annum.
I don't care about that.
Just the same.
It gives one man too much power.
In the hands of some men, And in ordinary times, such power could be dangerous, I agree, but not at this time. And not if that man is you.
I don't know. It's too much. Too much.
If you don't accept it, I don't like to have to say this, but if you don't accept it, I have orders to ask for your resignation.
What? That is the most objectionable...
James, wait a moment. Think about it.
Yes, well, if you'll excuse me just for a moment, I've left my briefcase in the ops room. I'll be back in 1 minute.
I'll send somebody for it.
No, I'll get it.
James, you have to take it.
But all that power in the hands of one man...
The PM has asked you to do it. He must have his reasons. And God knows, after last night, I would have thought they were obvious.
It's like the Special Brigade. It's necessary, possibly, but...
The Special Brigade exists. I know it's only been used sparingly, and the public know almost nothing about it.
She knew about it.
Who did?
Donna. She knew about it. Where it was, even.
Did she know?
She also said the freedom fighters knew about it.
And how did she know they knew?
Chief, have you decided?
Well, I have very distinct reservations, Home Secretary.
Believe me, I understand them and they do you credit in an ordinary situation, but we are in an extraordinary situation. We must act decisively. The PM's own words. For the good of the country, I urge you to accept.
Not unless it is an order.
I have no authority to issue such an order. I've put the position to you. I can do no more.
For such a thing, I need an instruction.
Well, if a letter will do, I could, I suppose, dictate such a letter.
To my secretary, please. Now, Home Secretary, if you'll excuse me, I must go out.
Out? Where, pray?
To the docks.
I'm not sure that's wise.
One of my men has been killed down there. I can't sit skulking behind this desk forever. Now, Helen, take the Home Secretary's instructions and put a copy in my personal file, signed by him.
I'm not sure that I'm empowered to do that.
Signed.
Oh, very well.
Helen Whitney. Who? Just 1 moment. Chief, there's a personal call on this line.
Who is it?
Harry Woodman.
James, be very careful.
Harry? Hello, how are you? No, Harry, I'm not the same hoary old reactionary I used to be. I'm the same old law-abiding citizen I used to be. I hope I can still say the same for you. Harry, I have no special powers. Well, I'm the senior policeman in the country. Yes, as you're the senior docker. What are you? My new job? Well, I don't know anything official. Well, look, I'm going down to the docks. Well, yes. Yes. All right, yes. Bye, Harry.
What was that all about?
Did he know you'd been offered the new job?
He seemed to.
What did he want?
Well, we are old friends, you know. I've only seen him once in the last 5 years. I suppose he thinks I might be amenable.
To what?
His idea of reason.
Harry Woodman's idea of reason is to starve the whole country into submission and then declare a workers' council to run those who have survived.
Helen, you're forgetting yourself. You talk like a human being there for a moment and not like a civil servant. Just the same, I should be careful, James.
Helen, if anybody wants me, you know how to reach me. I'm in my car. Use the radio if need be.
Yes, of course. Take care.
Goodbye, sir.
Chief. Well, he is a stickler, isn't he?
Yes, he is. You left me with him deliberately, didn't you? I didn't talk him round, you know.
How are you, Helen? I mean, really.
I'm very well, thank you, Tom.
Seems a long time.
Since when?
That weekend at Oxford.
It is a long time, 20 years. You were the visiting speaker at the Union. I forget the motion. Something fashionable that promised a lot and delivered nothing, as usual.
Did I sound very pompous in those days?
About the same as now.
Oh, well, I won't ask if that is a compliment.
Don't.
A little iron has crept into the sunny character, I see.
Not really.
You were rather loving, as I remember.
Can you remember, Tom? It was a long time ago, and only for one night, after all.
Yes, but I do remember that night. I remember it every time I see you, which seems to be about once a year, usually at some dreary ministry party.
And I remember ringing you at your flat the next day, and your wife answering the telephone. Your previous wife, not the one you have now.
Oh, didn't I tell you about her at the time?
No, you didn't.
Ah, well, all young and heartless in those days, weren't we? You love him, don't you?
What makes you think that?
The way you look at him. And besides, there are the rumours.
So long as they're only rumours, there's no point in adding to them. But yes, I love him.
Why?
Because he's quite incorruptible. And he's the only man I've met in the political hurly-burly who places his duty before himself, without being a fanatic or clinically disturbed.
The freedom fighters think he's a fascist.
The country as a whole thinks he's the greatest policeman since Peel.
Well, that's absolutely true, and that's why I'm here. Helen.
Yes?
If it came to it, how would he jump?
I don't know exactly what you mean.
Oh, you're no fool. Let me spell it out.
Oh, please don't. I'm still a civil servant, remember.
Yes, you're also his girl, if you don't mind being called that. And you've got a good brain, and you can influence him.
No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody can.
Even so, I want your thoughts.
If they agree with your thoughts.
Well, of course, but otherwise it's no good, is it?
Oh, Tom, you're still a terrible rogue and a humbug, aren't you?
What do you mean, still? I thought it was something I'd become.
No, you were always like that.
Then, why did you go to bed with me?
Because you had curly hair and blue eyes, and you were the youngest spokesman on the then opposition front bench.
And the chief? Why do you go to bed with him?
Oh, stop talking to me as if I'm just a woman, Tom, will you?
Well, Helen, this is absolutely for your ears only. The strikers are being locked out of the docks at midnight tonight.
That'll light the fuse.
Oh, well, the ships are full of rotting food. The capital is 10 days from starvation. The PM has to put the troops in to move the stuff, get it distributed. He has no choice.
Go on.
Well, I think the strikers will react very positively. Of course, if they show moderation, if they do not interfere with the unloading and distribution of food, then everything I'm saying is of no moment. But if they do react positively, I say if they do, things could get out of hand very quickly. When they do, I think we're going to need a strong man.
What about the PM?
Would you call him a strong man?
What about you?
Well, I'm a professional politician. It would be a contradiction in terms.
So you mean James?
I mean James.
I thought it might come to this.
Then you're smarter than I am. My colleagues in the cabinet only thought of it today.
Go on.
James is known and respected in the country in a way no politician or soldier can ever be. The people know him. It would only be for a short time, anyway.
Oh, would it?
Oh, well, probably the idea will, obviously, to get back to parliamentary rule as soon as possible.
I see. He does the dirty work.
Yes, I suppose you could put it that way. So, how do you think he'd react if it did come to it, if he was offered extraordinary powers, if he became the man for the hour? How do you think he'd react?
I don't know. I really don't know. I doubt if he does yet.
Hello? What's this?
What?
A car with a flag on it.
God blimey, it's the governor.
Oh.
The chief.
Is it?
Yeah, smarten up, here he is.
Morning.
Morning, sir. Detective Inspector Williams, sir. This is Constable Ragg.
Was it your co-driver got killed, Constable?
Yes, sir, it was.
Did they...
To the mortuary, sir. I'm having a post-mortem set up to get the bullet extracted. Give us an idea what we're looking for.
Well, keep after it, Inspector. We want this man very badly. The first of our officers actually shot on the street. It was deliberate murder, and I want the killer.
Won't bring my mate back, sir. He had 2 kids and all.
No, it won't. But it will deter anybody doing it again.
What would a court do then, sir? Give him a suspended sentence?
Take it easy.
Well, look, sir, I'm speaking out of turn, I know.
No, you're not speaking out of turn. Go on.
Sir, he's upset.
Inspector, it isn't all that long ago since I was out on the street. I can remember what it was like.
Well, sir, maybe you can, but with respect, sir, it's different now. Before, I mean, well, I've been in the previous riots, but this is different. I mean, then there was a bit of sympathy for you know what I mean? But now they're against you, all of them down here at the docks, and that's a fact. I think half the bleeding country's against us.
And half of them are for you. That's also a fact.
Yeah, well, maybe, but we don't see them down here, do we, sir? They're all tucked up in the suburbs and that, aren't they? All we see down here is the strikers and that lot, and this madhead shooting my mate. That's all we see down here.
As bad as that?
Not a friendly face in sight, sir. And that's another fact.
Well, thank you for telling me your feelings, Constable.
Sir.
Inspector, are you making any progress?
My only lead, sir, this fella that shot at the dead man, the patrolman here saw him. Rushed him and he dropped his scarf.
That's a college scarf.
Yes, I know, sir. I don't know which college yet. I'm checking.
Oh, that's St. Adrian's.
Is it? Oh, thank you, sir. I got this pin on it, sir. I haven't seen one like it before. I'll have to check, find out who made it, to retail outlets. The trouble is, everybody's on strike. It takes forever.
Yes, it would. Well, good luck. See, I'm kept posted.
Sir. Fancy him knowing that. Oh, now we've got the college. You never know, eh?
Yeah, well, when you find the bleeder, leave him with me for an hour or two. That's all I ask. I've got to talk to Johnny's missus sometime, haven't I?
James. Nice to see you. Long time. Shut the door, will you? Come and sit down.
Well, here I am.
I wasn't sure you'd come. You look a bit white, lad. You all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, have a drink as we talk, then. Let me look at you. Same old James, except for your voice. You've got posher and I've got broader.
Is that brown ale?
2 pints each. Help this then.
Thanks.
A long time since you had a pint of that, eh? Well, good health, James.
And you, Harry.
That's real beer.
Yes, well, downstairs it said beer sold out.
But this is upstairs, isn't it? Well, James, you look very important in that uniform.
I put the raincoat on to cover it. I'll take it off if you like. It's hot in here.
It's a wood fire. No coal since the industrial action. Mind, it burns fast, wood.
Yes, very cosy place.
Another beer, lad. You look as if you need it.
Oh, just tired, Harry.
We all are, aren't we? Tired of it all. Oh, by the way, how's the missus?
Oh, she's fine. Fine.
Don't see much of her these days, I suppose?
No, I don't.
It's the same with me. I've been catnapping on a cot at Trade Union HQ for the past week. Joan's fed up with it.
Yes, I know how it is. Well, Harry, you said you wanted to talk urgently.
James, I know about the Special Brigade, and I know the Cabinet may decide to put them in, here, at the docks. I also know they're going to use the troops as labourers.
Do you?
Aye. You'd be surprised how much I do know. If you put the Special Brigade in, there'll be riots.
Well, they will only go in, Harry, if there are riots.
Let me be absolutely frank with you. I can't guarantee to hold my men back if this lockout takes place. James, you know me. I'd rather do some kind of a deal. I'm that sort of an animal, but if those troops go in tonight, and I'm told it is tonight, there'll be bloody murder down here.
There's been murder already. I've lost a patrolman today, not 5 streets from here. He had 2 children.
Then do something to stop it. Talk to your friends in the Cabinet. Talk to the Home Secretary.
Harry, I take orders. That's all I do.
No, I don't think so. Not anymore.
Yes, I'm a policeman. I keep order. I do as my masters tell me. My new job is simply an extension of those powers. All I will do is my duty.
You've been watching the men in power make mugs of themselves for years. Haven't you ever got to thinking you could do it better? You talk about the law. If they fail to get that food away from the docks tonight, we could be the law next month.
Yes, you could. It's possible.
It's better odds than that. It's even money.
Perhaps.
And if we are the law, we'll rewrite the statute book. We'll make new laws, hundreds of them. What will you do then, James?
Oh, when that happens, I'll do whatever is my duty.
And what is that, may I ask?
I remember the oath I swore as a constable. I will well and truly serve without favour or affection, malice or ill will, in that I will, to the best of my power, cause the peace to be kept. Now, that still holds good as far as I'm concerned. My duty is to do as my masters tell me. I have no personal opinions or personal ambitions.
By God, other people have them for you.
Then they shouldn't have.
Look, we're likely to win. The whole country's out. The docks are vital. If the soldiers don't arm themselves, and my information is they won't...
How did you come by such information? Only the cabinet. Somebody at that level.
Does it matter? I know.
All right, go on.
The army, the generals don't want to get involved. I know that, and just between us, I have contacts there as well. I'd be surprised that the people are ready to come over if we win.
I wouldn't be surprised at anything.
If we win here this week, we win the country. We'll form the next government. Us, me and my lads. And the rest of the Strikers Emergency Committee.
You'd form a government?
Certainly. Who'll be able to stop us?
And will there be an opposition?
Of course there will. Why not?
It'd be a perfectly legal takeover, would it?
Well, of course it would. With you as our chief of police.
Oh, you'll need the police.
Of course we'll need the police. Somebody will have to chase the pickpockets and burglars.
Interesting. I thought all crime would stop once the ideal society...
Oh, probably increase for a bit, I imagine. I think they own every bloody thing.
Look, I came here, Harry, thinking I might persuade you to allow the events of tonight to pass by peacefully. That's the best service you could render the community.
And the best service you could render the community is to keep the Special Brigade out. James, we have 20,000 men down there. All we need to do is block the streets, block them solid.
I see.
Oh, come on, James. Come in with us. You're one of us under that uniform. I know you are.
Oh, Harry. Harry, you don't know what you're asking.
I think I do, James. And I also know who I'm asking it for. Have you forgotten what it's like, James?
Look, nobody's starved in this country for years.
But what about opportunity? What about that? Do you really think the dockers' sons down there ever become anything else but dockers' sons?
Well, they can. There's education, grants.
Of course there is, but it's too slow. It all happens too slow. They get to universities, the lucky ones, and then they change. The places change them. They go middle class, or they opt out, or they become activists.
Now, like the freedom fighters.
Yes, like the freedom fighters. Sometimes I think there's a lot in what they say.
Do you?
I said sometimes. When I'm tired of talking, like I've been doing these past 2 weeks. But you, James, you know all this. I don't have to tell you. You came up the hard way, inch by inch, like I did.
Yes, that's true, anyway. But I'm a policeman. I have my duty. Yes, I know a lot of what you say is true, but...
James, I have to ask you this, and I want you to think hard before you answer me. Do you still consider yourself a man of the people? Oh, I know you say you do in those TV broadcasts you've been making, and I know people think you are. But are you?
These men down here at the docks are the people I grew up with, too, Harry.
Right. Now we're getting somewhere.
Well, I don't know, Harry. I just don't know.
All I ask you to do is think about what I've said. All I'm asking is that you do nothing. Nothing at all. Don't put the Special Brigade in. When you think about it, that's all I ask. One last thing, James. Another point while you're thinking. I Here the freedom fighters have been on to you, with a warning.
What else did you hear, Harry?
James, I don't want the freedom fighters, but at the moment they seem to be on my side.
Yes, well, I'll think about all you've said.
Good. If it came to it, James, and we did win, preferably without trouble, you could write your own ticket.
Could I?
Aye. Oh, but I know that doesn't matter. No, you're one of us. You haven't changed. You see, I know you, James.
Well, for now, Harry.
Aye. For now, comrade. For now.
Chief, where have you been? I've been trying to get you on your radio.
I switched it off.
What? Oh, James, are you all right? You look awfully tired. You should get some sleep, you know. Did you talk to the detective down at the docks?
Yes. That patrolman had 2 children, Helen. I ought to see his wife myself, I suppose.
Oh, when? How can you find time? Things are beginning to happen, James.
Yes. Well, write a letter to the wife. You know what to put, I'll sign it.
Right. The Home Secretary's instruction is here on the desk. James, are you all right?
Yes. Is it? He was very cautious, wasn't he? I'm instructed by the Prime Minister to ask you to take up your duties as Commandant of Police and Paramilitary Services as from noon today. The Army must be protected while moving essential supplies from the docks, and this will be your first duty.
It's been on the radio already.
They move fast, these politicians.
Go on. Drink to it.
What?
Your promotion.
Promotion?
James, the country trusts you if it trusts anybody. You can calm the situation, reassure people. You can do it.
You know, Helen, the police have been wrong before. In other countries. Supported the wrong people 12 times.
James, you must not weaken now.
All the time I've gone blindly on doing what I thought was my duty.
What you thought was your duty?
But what if it wasn't my duty? In a previous rights, I'd no doubt, none. Now I don't know. I'm simply not sure any longer.
Here, drink this. You look awful. Now, something's happened. Tell me what's happened.
Oh, nothing to tell. I've just been thinking, that's all. I went round the docks area, Helen, looking at all those men standing there silently in the bitter cold. Some of them, the older ones, reminded me of my father. When he was out of work, when I was a boy.
That was a very long time ago. Things have changed since then.
Have they?
You know they have.
Helen, I want to help them. I don't want to harm them.
I know that. So does everybody who knows you. But if the Army need protection at the docks, and they will, only one group is going to be effective against a mob, and you know it. The Special Brigade are trained for just this kind of thing. You'll be making the decisions, James.
Oh, I will be obeying orders, as I keep on saying. There is a difference.
They'll rely on your reading of the situation. They have to. The Home Secretary has been...
talked this over pretty thoroughly with the Home Secretary, haven't you?
Yes.
He seems to trust you quite a lot, Helen.
He talked to me, yes.
How well did you know him years ago?
Do you want a truthful answer?
Yes, I would prefer it.
We once slept together.
Did you, by God?
20 years ago. But it counts to him.
I'm sure it does. The things I learn every day.
I had forgotten the incident until he brought it up. And I love you, and have since the first day I met you. And if you believe anything else, you're a fool.
Yes, I'm sorry. I know about your love.
You should.
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just being narrow-minded. It's the way I was brought up.
No, I'm glad you feel like that. It shows you care.
I do. I care too damn much about too many people.
Donna. That business with Donna, is that it?
What business?
Earlier, when she came here, are you still worrying about that?
No, not that. No, I'm all right, Helen, really. Just tired, as you say.
That's all. Just very tired. Well then, sir, you hoping to get lucky, are you?
I've got the scarf and the pin, that's lucky.
Yeah, I suppose so. I wonder if I'm allowed to park here.
Oh, it's only a university, don't let it scare you. The people here have too much education and not enough common sense, or they wouldn't be here.
Yeah, all these young layabouts, all at the country's expense and all. And all them girl students. Permissive and all that. Oh, they've got it made.
I'm in the Dean's office. Anybody calls on the radio, OK?
Yeah, sure. OK, sir. Permissive, eh? I'd give some of them permissive, I'll tell you.
Yes, that is one of our scarves, Inspector, but the pin doesn't mean anything to me. I suppose it's some kind of initial.
Yes, I suppose it is, sir. Would any student with an initial A, a girl student, come to mind, sir?
Oh, I very much doubt it. We have several thousand students here. But our register of admission should be able to help you if you're prepared to go through it. My secretary will make arrangements.
Where do I find her, sir?
Next door. I'll take you in. Oh, is this an inquiry of a serious nature, Inspector?
Oh, no, sir. Only routine, sir.
Somebody simply lost their scarf.
Well, not quite as routine as that, sir.
No, I thought not. No.
Oh, hello, sir. Nearly given you up.
You staying with me?
Well, as long as you need me, sir.
We have 10 calls to make.
Huh?
Everybody enrolled in the university with a Christian name A.
Well, everybody?
Correction. Every girl. Fellas don't have pins, do they? First address, 20 Swinton Street.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Are you all right?
Yes, yes.
Sorry, sir. It's just the situation at the dock, sir. I know Miss Whitney said don't disturb you, but
That's all right. Now, what do we have at the dock, Superintendent?
I'll switch the wall map on, sir. Well, the Army convoy is here at this moment. In 1 hour, the convoy begins to move. All absolutely top secret, of course. It'll take them to the dock gates at first light. They'll be admitted by the dock security police.
I take it none of the Army personnel are carrying weapons?
No, sir. The Army chiefs are against it, as you know, sir.
The Army chiefs are against almost everything.
Amen to that, sir. But the lads are with us, the rank and file. It's the top brass. They're playing for position.
They're playing for tomorrow, Superintendent Barris.
If there is trouble, are we really expected to guard the Army convoys with our own men? I mean, our motorcyclists and footmen.
Yes, we are.
So you were down there at the docks. You saw how things are for yourself. It couldn't need much to send it all out.
I know what you're saying. And my answer is leave the special brigade where they are until I say move them.
You wouldn't like them near us, then? If it happened quickly, we mightn't get them there in time. That's my point. Sir, I couldn't...
No, I said no, Superintendent, and I meant no.
Very good, sir. Sorry, sir. Just one final point, Chief.
Yes, one.
The terrorist, the one who shot the car driver.
Yes?
The inspector on the case phoned in an hour ago. I offered him more help, but he seems confident he has a lead.
Huh? I see. What is it?
He didn't say, sir. Detectives never do they? Oh, and the men are very pleased, sir. I mean the beat men. About your promotion. They'd follow you anywhere. That's why I'd hate to see them at risk. They're as tired as we are, sir.
Yes, I know. Well, thank you, Superintendent. Keep me posted if there's anything new.
Yes, sir.
Oh, grotty old digs these students live in, sir.
They like dirt, most of them.
Yeah, scruffy sorts. You know, all they do is have it off with each other in places like this at a ratepayer's expense.
Keep yourself easy now. Never know what we're going to need, do we?
Eh? Oh, yeah, sure. Well, so long as it's the scarf owner, I'm in like Flynn.
This is the last day on our list. So unless we boxed it somewhere, she has to be a possible.
Well, how do you know the others aren't?
I don't. But I never felt nothing about them. None of them.
Yeah, that's all balls. Well, I mean, it is, isn't it?
No, it isn't all balls. It's kosher. Sometimes, I know, it's fear. You can smell it. Now, where is the bit? In the lab?
All right.
Afternoon, miss. You Miss Adonia Dawson?
Donna Dawson. Who are you?
This is PC Rag, and there's my ID card.
Oh, police.
You're at St. Adrian's College, I believe?
Yes, I am. Why?
You own a college scarf, do you, miss?
No.
Never owned one?
I bought one a long time ago. I lost it somewhere.
Lost it?
That's right.
Can we come in and talk just for a few minutes, miss?
No, you can't. I'm just going out.
Oh, one other thing, miss. I take it you've lost this silver pin.
You take it wrong. I've never seen it before.
It's your initial. Your name's Adonia.
That does not make it mine. My name's Donna.
Adonia is on your card at college, right? You live here on your own, do you, miss?
That's no business of yours.
Oh, who do you live with?
None of your business.
Oh, but I'll find out. Easier to tell me.
No, you find out. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some shopping to do.
Hey, do you see them jeans she's got on? There's nothing under them.
No. Lovely, isn't it?
Do you fancy her for the scarf?
I don't know. Something.
Cool cow she is. Never even looked at me. I know what she wants. She wants me.
I know, Pat. I know what she wants, mate.
Well, what now?
Find out who she lives with.
What fella, you mean?
Could be.
Living with her?
I pay money. With those looks?
Yeah. Well, if he's not doing it, he's a fool. And if he is, he's a swine.
James, I come with orders from the PM to you directly.
Well, he could talk to me himself.
He's flown to Canada an hour ago.
What?
A top meeting with the Americans. He's asking for huge new credits. If he gets them, he might be able to defuse the dock situation, but it will take a couple of days.
No, we don't have them, do we?
Unfortunately.
He's run away. I'm not surprised.
I think he'll be back, and with the loan.
Some hopes.
Helen. Go on, please.
James, these orders are direct from the PM, and they are verbal, not to be put in writing. His express instructions.
Go on.
He's aware that the situation at the docks is explosive, but he stresses that we must control it.
What does he mean by we?
Well, I'm coming to that. He has charged me with the duty of telling you that you must get that food away from the docks and into the warehouses for distribution no matter what.
Marvellous.
The generals will not use troops directly on the strikers. They are afraid the troops might disobey orders.
Did he leave any specific orders about the deployment of the Special Brigade?
Not exactly.
He wouldn't.
He leaves the use of the Special Brigade entirely in your hands, Chief, to be used as you think proper in the circumstances to maintain law and order.
I will need that order from you in writing, Home Secretary.
I'm afraid I can't give it you in writing. I was told to give it you verbally, and that I have done. If you wish to contact the PM to verify it, he will be in Ottawa in 4 hours.
That will be too late.
I give you the message as he gave it to me.
Very well. Helen, record that order.
The PM was most insistent it should be verbal only.
And I am insistent it be recorded, Home Secretary, and that you sign the record.
That, I'm afraid, Chief, I will not do. I've done what I was charged to do, and I will do no more. The PM flying off to arrange the new credits.
If that's what he's doing.
Helen, we have to accept it's what he's doing. If he gets the credits, then maybe he can come to some agreement with the dockers.
Buy them off, you mean, again.
It's not being announced on the radio because he doesn't want the public to know he's away.
I'll bet he doesn't. James?
Yes?
The Home Secretary has something else to say to you, haven't you, Tom?
Oh? And what is that?
Well, if the PM does not return with the credits, I have substantial support inside the Cabinet for a provisional government with yourself as the head of that government.
What? Are you mad?
James, it could come to that. I know how you feel about being a policeman, but this is something bigger. Think.
Helen, I don't have to think. The idea is an insult to the uniform I wear. I'll forget you ever said that. I advise both of you to forget it, too. Helen, record that the Home Secretary gave me those instructions. And if you'll excuse me, I'd better see what's happening in the operations room.
That was a mistake.
Yes.
He saw Woodman today, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Talked to him for half an hour, I'm told.
And who told you? Woodman?
You're a very smart girl, you know, Helen.
No, not really. I've just demonstrated that, haven't I?
What's the picture, Superintendent?
Well, the crowds are under control at the moment. Our men are lining the route. The army units are all inside the docks now.
I see.
The question is, will they get out again?
Look, I'm going to get a couple of hours' sleep. Wake me if need be.
Very good, sir. Oh, sir, do you want me to move the special brigade? They're still a long way off if anything blows up.
Here's your change, sir.
Sir. Oh, thanks very much.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. I beg your pardon. After you. Sorry. Good morning, Mrs.
Good morning.
Detective Inspector Williams, CID.
Oh.
I wonder if you can help me. I'm making some inquiries about who lives at number 24B. There's a lad there, I think, and a girl. Dark, pretty. Adonia.
Donna, they call her.
Yeah, that's right, Donna. Living together, are they?
Well, they all do nowadays, don't they? Waiting for marriage is a thing of the past, isn't it?
That's right, Mrs. This lad, is he called Terry?
Terry, that's right, yes. Dark lad, I think. They call him Terry.
Now, this is important, Mrs. Does he wear a scarf? A college scarf?
Scarf? No. No, I don't think so.
Hmm.
Oh, but she does, always.
Always?
Well, in the cold weather, like now.
Last time you saw her, was she wearing it then?
I think we should go in and wake him, Miss Whitney.
Oh, give him a few minutes more.
Yes? Inspector who? Oh, yes. Yes, all right, very well. Send him through to me.
Something?
The detective working on the shooting of the car driver.
Well, what about him?
Wants to talk to the chief.
Does he?
Some hopes. He'll go through channels like everybody else. Who does he think he is? Hello, Chief.
Super. Helen, any coffee?
Oh, yes, we've just got a fresh brew.
A dream I had. I was a boy again. I could smell wood smoke on the fire. We used to burn wood when we couldn't get cold. It's strange how real a dream can be sometimes.
Sir?
Yes?
The troops have unloaded the first ships. They expect to have the first lorries ready to leave the docks in 1 hour.
Any trouble?
Nothing at all, sir. Some shouting and verbal protesting. It's worrying, that.
What is?
Well, I'd expect some physical trouble. My men told me the crowds are just standing there, watching the dock gates. They say the crowds stretch back as far as the eye can see.
Show me exactly where they stretch back to, on the map.
Oh, right to there, sir. Mm-hmm. Sir, if you're intending to use the special brigade, I'm not sure you'll get them in unless we move now.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Inspector.
You can make your report to me.
No, sir, with respect, sir, I have to talk to the chief personally.
That's insubordinate.
Yes, sir, I know, sir, but...
over here, Inspector. Now, where do you have her?
In the interview room, sir.
Which one?
B, in the basement, sir. I thought it would be quieter there.
Go back down there. I'll be with you in 2 minutes.
Right, sir.
James, your coffee. What was all that?
Oh, nothing. Yes, Superintendent Barris, go on.
Well, do you want to move the special brigade, sir?
Well, look, move them to this point here.
No nearer, sir. They're still a mile from the crowds. If anything went wrong, they'd have to fight their way through to get to the docks.
Superintendent Barris, the special brigade won't have to fight anybody. We hope and pray. Helen, I'm in the interview room in the basement.
But, James, your coffee.
Want a glass of water or anything?
Somebody will be asking you that question this time next week, pig. If you're lucky.
Why, do you think your lot are going to win?
Yes, I do.
You'll be lucky. Wait till I lay my hands on your boyfriend, darling.
All right, Pat, all right.
Well, my mate is dead, you know, sir.
Yeah, I know.
Bloody young murderer. Well, who is she anyway, sir?
Hey, up. The chief's here. Open the door for him, man.
The chief? Jeez, I didn't know you'd got him.
Now, Pat, you hear nothing in here, okay?
Yes, sir.
Open the door.
In, Constable.
Yes, sir.
Inspector?
Here she is, sir.
Aye, so I see. Hello, Donna.
Said nothing since we took her in, sir.
You told them, didn't you? About the pin.
No, but I knew they'd find out. Inspector, can I talk to my daughter on my own?
Certainly, sir.
His daughter? She's never...
No, I'm not.
This way, Pat. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Now, I read the detective's report. It alleges that your boyfriend, Terence Finley, shot the police car driver who died today. Now, is that true, Donna?
Yes, I drove the getaway car.
Did you?
Yes, I did. And I'd do it again.
I see.
We have nothing to say to each other, Father.
I'm sorry you think that, Donna. You're wrong.
We have many things in common.
What, for instance?
We both want the same thing.
Oh, that's a joke, anyway.
No, I mean it, Donna. I think you want what I want. What Harry Woodman wants.
Harry Woodman? That lick-spittle.
Now, why do you say that, Donna? I mean, he's leading the strike. He has the country to ransom. If that food isn't got out of the docks, the country starves.
He'll do a deal. He'll let it out. He's been cap in hand with the employers and the government for so long, he couldn't do anything else if he wanted to. He'll pull out at the last minute. It's all show with him. He doesn't want to change anything. He just wants another few bob an hour for the dockers.
Is that what you think of him, you people?
Well, of course it is. But look at his record. He's a crawler. He'll do a deal in the end, unless he...
Unless what?
How do I know unless what?
Unless Harry Woodman isn't there to make the decision.
I didn't say that.
No, but you denied it, and too quickly for it to be anything but a possibility.
No.
Yes.
Don't put words into my mouth. I haven't said anything about Harry Woodman.
Yes, you have, because you've just denied you have. Now, to me, that means you have.
You're very clever at this, aren't you?
Yes, I am. You see, Donna, I don't need to stand you against a wall for hours to get what I need to know. But if I have to, make no mistake about it, I will.
Your own daughter?
You aren't my daughter. You gave up being my daughter a long time ago when you decided to run with the freedom fighters.
You pig.
Yes, I'm a pig, and I don't mind being called one, Donna, even by you, especially by you.
You're different. You're alive. You're like you used to be.
You know something, Donna. I have to hear it from you. Now, you can tell me now, or take 10 hours.
10 hours would be too late.
You see, Donna, every time you open your mouth, you tell me something. Now, you want to tell me. That's it, isn't it, Donna? It's something so terrible you want to tell me.
No.
You do. You want to get it off your mind. You don't really like it, this terrible thing. You wish you weren't part of it, but you are. Now, what is it, Donna? What is this terrible thing? It's to do with Harry Woodman, isn't it? It's something to do with him. Now, what is it, Donna?
No, I'm not talking to you.
But you have no choice. I'm all there is. You have to talk to me or talk to nobody.
Oh, leave me alone.
No, I can't do that, Donna, because you don't want to be left alone, do you? You want to tell me.
I don't. I won't.
You will, Donna, because I'll keep talking until you do. I'll ask you questions until you do. I won't let you rest or sleep, Donna. I'll ask and ask and ask.
No.
But yes, Donna. Now tell me, what are you going to do to Harry Woodman?
Nothing, nothing, nothing.
But you are. You know you are.
No.
But the more you deny it, the more I know you must be. Now look at what you just said, Donna. You said Harry Woodman was a lickspittle, that he'd do a deal. And you don't want a deal, do you, Donna? You want anarchy and riot and revolution, and you'd do anything to bring that about, wouldn't you, Donna? So tell me.
No, I won't. I won't tell you anything. I won't.
Yes, you will, because you have to. I won't let you go out of this place until you tell me. You have to tell me.
No, I won't.
Is it an assassination?
No, why don't you... Oh, you pig, you.
It is, isn't it?
No.
Now, when? Where is it going to happen?
I don't know.
You do, Donna, you do. Now, come on, tell me, get it over. I'll talk to you forever if I have to. Now, it's soon, isn't it, Donna? It's very soon. It's tonight, isn't it?
No.
It's at the docks, isn't it?
No, why do you go on?
It's at the docks by rifle, isn't it? By telescopic rifle. The same boy Finlay, isn't it? The one who shot the policeman. Your boyfriend. It is, isn't it, Donna?
No.
But it is.
I've told you no.
Now, shut up! You little whore. Your mother was a whore, and you're no better than she was.
Oh, don't.
A common whore on hire to any man who would pay.
I know, I faced that.
But you haven't faced it because you are her.
I'm not her.
Now, this Finlay, this terrorist, he's your pulse, you slut.
Oh, no, please, Daddy.
Now, when does he shoot Woodman?
No.
When does he shoot Woodman?
Oh, Daddy, don't.
When does he shoot Woodman?
At the dock gates. Tonight, 8 o'clock, we're at the house opposite. Oh, Daddy.
There.
Oh.
You've been a good girl.
Oh, no.
There.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Just sit there. Now. Everything's going to be all right. Now, just sit there.
Oh, you pig. You pig. You'd use anything, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would. I just have.
You
I know. I'm sorry. Inspector.
Sir.
Keep her here for the moment.
Very good, sir. The chief's daughter.
Oh, I can't bloody well believe it.
His adopted daughter, Pat.
Oh, well, that makes a difference. That makes a hell of a difference. I knew the chief's daughter would never... Well, I knew that.
The crowds are beginning to surround the dock gates, sir. Our footmen are either marooned in pockets here and here, or they've been pushed inside the dock gates. There's a bloody clever manipulation of the crowd, sir.
I see. Get me the commanding officer of the army detachment on the line.
Right, sir. Here you are, sir.
Put him on the speaker.
Colonel Walters, sir.
What is the situation, Colonel?
I'm afraid there's trouble. The crowd is absolutely solid in front of us. There's no way we can get through them.
Are you ready to move out with the food lorries?
Absolutely ready, sir, but I don't think...
Don't open the gates until you're told to do so.
Thank you, sir.
Clever idea of yours, Chief, to come into the docks by motor launch.
Well, there seems no other way for sure.
Here we are, sir.
Now, when we get ashore, get Harry Woodman inside the docks. Now, tell him anything, but get him inside the docks.
Right, Chief.
James, what did Donna tell you?
I wish I wasn't a policeman, Ellen.
But you are.
Yes, God help me.
Sir, you wanted to brief me, sir?
Yes, Inspector. Now, this is the position. I think, in fact, I'm sure, that there's a sniper in one of the buildings opposite the dock gates. Now, I want you to go out by a side entrance or climb over the wall or anything you can and find him. Don't wear uniform, mingle with the crowd anyhow you like, but find him. Got it?
Sir. Chief.
Yes?
I'm armed and he's armed. What if...
Do what needs to be done, Inspector. Take your driver with you.
Very good, Chief. Come on, Pat.
Do I get a shooter?
Oh, come on.
Superintendent Barris, you got that message to Woodman?
Yes, sir.
Harry Woodman's here, Chief.
Bring him in. Clear this room, just me and him.
Do you want me here?
No.
No.
This is between Mr. Woodman and me.
I see.
I'm sorry, Helen.
It's all right. I'm in the office next door if you need me.